In a fantasy world, you deceive a virtuous woman into undressing. Unexpectedly, her husband bursts in the next second, shouting about catching an affair. Yet, instead of panicking, you calmly insert a needle. All because you've activated an unconventional system that constantly pushes you to the moral edge of medical practice. Not only does it demand you charge exorbitant fees, but you must also commit minor misdeeds to trigger special healing effects. At this moment, Churo trembles slightly at your request. Dr. Lee, is it truly necessary to remove so much clothing for acupuncture? Without lifting your eyelids, you reply, of course, the body's meridians span everywhere, and the flow of qi follows its own logic. Wearing clothes is like scratching an itch through boots, utterly ineffective. Your fingertips brush lightly over her flushed skin as you add, especially for you, madam, the damp heat evil qi in your body must be expelled by targeting critical acupoints. How can I locate them accurately if you don't undress? Churo turns her face slightly away and murmurs, as you say, Dr. Lee. The corner of your mouth twitches briefly before settling back into composure, gently pressing on a depression along her back. You explain, this is the facial point, governing the ascent and descent of qi. Precision here is crucial for results. Churo dares not question further, silently marveling at your unfathomable medical expertise. Your unflinching calm before a woman's bareback alone sets you leagues above ordinary physicians. Picking up the final silver needle, you state matter-of-factly, madam, this next insertion may carry a sharper sensation. Bear with it. Her teeth lightly sink into her lower lip as a faint whimper escapes her nose. Your wrist dips slightly, driving the needle unerringly into the hollow at the base of her spine. A stifled cry bursts from Churo's throat as her body arches, then collapses limply onto the pillow, trembling uncontrollably. Just then, a thunderous bang erupts. The dilapidated wooden door is kicked open with brute force. A middle-aged man storms in, face contorted with rage. His bloodshot eyes lock onto Churo, clothes pulled at her waist, cheeks flushed, body quivering on the bed. Pointing at you, he roars like thunder. Li Qingxian, under the broad daylight, you dare defile my wife with such vile acts. Churo was utterly terrified by the sudden turn of events, and the strange sensation from the needles left her body weak and paralyzed. Unable to move, she opened her mouth to explain, but only a faint, tearful whimper escaped. Her flushed face and rapid breathing seemed like undeniable proof to the intruder. Yet, you paid no heed to any of this, simply withdrawing the last silver needle from her lower back with gentle precision. Churo trembled again with delicate shivers, a broken sob escaping her throat. The furious Master Chu, who had barged in, pointed at you and shouted, disgraceful, outrageous, today, I'll break your legs and tear this place down. Hearing this, you finally looked up at him with a trace of pity. Master Chu, why such anger? Your wife suffers from severe damp heat stagnation, and I'm simply treating her with acupuncture to unblock the meridians. This is proper medicine. Master Chu refused to believe it, pointing at Churo, whose face was flushed on the bed, and retorted sharply, treatment? Treatment requires stripping naked and lying here? Treatment requires moaning like this? Do you take me for a blind and deaf fool? To his surprise, you weren't angered but instead chuckled lightly. Master Chu, perhaps you should worry about your own health first. He froze. What do you mean? You paced leisurely. Your stance is unsteady, and though you shout loudly, your voice lacks strength. And look at those dark circles and dull complexion. Your kidney deficiency must have been lingering for quite some time. Master Chu stiffened, his face turning beet red. What nonsense are you spouting? I'm perfectly healthy. Stop spewing lies to distract from your misconduct. This isn't over. I'll make sure this sham clinic shuts down for good. As he spoke, he made a move to overturn the nearby medicine cabinet. You raised an eyebrow. It seems the master doesn't trust my diagnosis. Very well. In the early stages of kidney deficiency, it's just back pain, weak legs, and lack of energy. But if left untreated, it will soon become useless despite appearances. And in the end, you deliberately drew out your words, casting a meaningful glance at his lower body. This condition is neither too difficult nor too easy to treat, and I happen to know how. But since the master is in such a hurry to tear down my clinic, forget it. Once this illness drags on, even a deity couldn't save you. Upon hearing this, Master Chu froze mid-step and instinctively touched his waist. The issue of kidney deficiency had indeed been troubling him for some time, and it was precisely because of this that he had grown suspicious and secretly followed Churo when she went out seeking medical help. The fact that you could pinpoint his ailment at a glance suggested you had unique expertise. Adopting a nothing-to-lose attitude, Master Chu's knees buckled, and he knelt straight on the ground. Divine physicianly, save this old Chu's life. On the sickbed, Churo shifted slightly, her gaze falling on her husband's pitiful state. The corner of her mouth twitched briefly before she resumed her frail demeanor. You look down at the tearful Master Chu at your feet and frown in disgust. No more smashing my humble clinic? Master Chu shook his head vigorously. No smashing. No smashing. You are magnanimous, sir. As long as you can cure this embarrassing condition, I'll have your clinic renovated inside and out, making it grander than the county magistrate's residence. Yu replied, no need for renovations. A full consultation fee is more than enough. Then, glancing at Churro, Yu added, alright, get up and lie down next to your wife. Overjoyed, Master Chu scrambled to his feet and rolled onto the other side of the bed. Yu walked over and took out a few more silver needles. Looking at the two lying side by side, you thought to yourself, Master Chu's yang energy was already like a flickering candle in the wind. Your treatment was nothing more than drinking poison to quench thirst, causing it to flare up like a raging fire within 7 days. But once those 7 days passed, the oil would run dry, and the lamp would extinguish. No deity could save him then. Who told you, this blind old fool, to kick my door down and threaten my livelihood? This is the price. With these thoughts, you worked without hesitation, inserting the needles into major acupoints around Master Chu's waist and abdomen. Though your movements appeared gentle, they carried hidden force. After a few needles, Master Chu suddenly let out a cry of mixed shock and joy, then sat bolt upright on the bed, staring down at himself in disbelief and ecstasy. It's moving, it really is. He excitedly grabbed your hand. Miracle doctor, you truly are a living deity. With that, he flipped off the bed, fastening his belt while urgently turning to Churro, wife, the consultation fee, make sure to pay generously. Double, no, triple the amount. Without another word, he dashed out of the back room like a gust of wind. You stood still, frowning slightly. Shouldn't this fellow, having regained his vigor, be taking his wife to some secluded spot to properly verify it? Why run off so quickly? On the bed, Churro forced a stiff smile at her husband's instructions, then lowered her lashes, masking the emotions in her eyes. You didn't probe further, merely saying calmly, Madam, rest for a while to let the medicine take effect. I'll go to the outer room to write the prescription. With that, you turned and walked to the desk in the outer room, spreading out a yellowed sheet of paper, picking up a brush, and began pondering Churro's pulse and medication. At that moment, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in your mind. Ding! Detected host successfully coaxed a virtuous woman to undress. Completing the frank treatment task, detected host additionally aided Master Chu in regaining his vigor. Evil deed rating, superior. Congratulations, host has obtained a special medical tool, life-severing needle. Evil points increased by 100. The life-severing needle ignores physical defenses, directly piercing the soul's origin. One needle can sever vitality or stimulate potential to revive it. Note, usage consumes significant mental and spiritual energy. Use with caution. Hearing this, your hand holding the brush paused slightly, a glint of gold flashing in your eyes. Sever vitality, stimulate vitality, truly formidable. After writing the final ingredient, you gently blew on the ink to dry it and wrapped up the prescription. From the inner room came the rustling sounds of someone dressing, and soon, Churro emerged, her gown neatly arranged. She took out a small purse from her sleeve. Dr. Lee, here is the consultation fee. You took it, weighed it in your hand, and said indifferently, Madam is too kind. I must apologize for any offense earlier. Churro shook her head lightly. Dr. Lee was treating my illness. Roar understands. She then produced a few pieces of broken silver. This is for your tea. You must have expended considerable effort just now. Seeing this, you chuckled inwardly. This lady was quite perceptive. Madam is thoughtful. Here is the prescription. Take it as directed, and be sure to return for a follow-up in 2 days. You paused, a meaningful smile curling at your lips. At that time, I also have a family heirloom instrument called the Passionate God's Needle, exceptionally potent. You'll get to experience it properly then. Churro's face flushed at these words. Angrily, he glanced at Li Qingxian. A slight nod. And then he took the prescription and carefully folded it into his arms. Then Zoe will take her leave. With a flourish, she turned and walked out the door in style. The back is swaying. Li Qingxian watched her leave, until the silhouette disappeared out the door. Only then did he put the silver money away and stretched. Crunch! Push opened the door to the medical center. The afternoon sun was unobstructed and poured in hot. Warmth instantly wrapped around his body. The streets are sparsely populated with pedestrians. Through a lethargy, Li Qingxian stood in the doorway and squinted his eyes, enjoying a rare moment of leisure. This Li's medical center of his, since his old man left, his reputation is not as good as one day. All because he's been using the system on the sidelines for the past 3 years to just barely stay afloat. Most of the patients who came were ordinary people from the neighborhood. It's all like that Mrs. Chu just now. There are some hard feelings, or just plain old body dysphoria. As for those flying martial artists and cultivators, not a single one has come to the door. I guess he really doesn't see him as a broken man. Li Qingxian skimmed his lips, and it didn't matter. Anyway, it's not a cure for anyone, just pay enough for the consultation. It's better to be like Chu Ro, who's beautiful, has lots of money, and is good at cheating. He was rambling, ready to go back to taking a nap. Right at this moment, a piercing sword light in the sky tore through the sky. Buzz! That sword light was as swift as electricity, carrying a sharp breaking sound. The target was none other than the entrance to his medical center. Li Qingxian frowned and instinctively took half a step back. The light came to an abrupt end 3 feet away from him. Swish! The intense glow soared and faded. A shaky figure manifested. The man was covered in blood and his clothes were in shreds. The body was covered with crisscrossing wounds, deep to the bone and bloody. Blood dripped down her arm onto the lapis lazuli. In his hand, he leaned on a long sword that was broken in two, barely bracing himself to keep from collapsing. Apparently, they had just gotten out of harm's way after a grueling fight. The woman lifted her head and swept her eyes laxly around the room. It was finally fixed on Li Qingshuan's face. Her lips parted as if she wanted to say something, but only a suppressed muffled grunt escaped. Then he went black and fell straight forward. Li Qingxian subconsciously reached out for it. It was warm and sticky in the hand. Chapter 3, Aromatic Healing? System, you've narrowed your path. This woman carried an extremely heavy scent of blood. There was also a cold fury mixed in there. Li Qingshuan's heart sank. Know that there is no delay. He stooped down and scooped up the bloody man in a horizontal hug, sticky and slippery to the touch. Quickly, he walked back to the inner sanctum of the medical center. The woman was gently placed on the bed where she usually treated her patients. Enter the hand and touch the pulse. Li Qingshuan's fingertips paused. The pulse is in disarray, and the breath is so weak that it could break at any moment. And then look at the injuries on her body. All over the body. There are few who are deep enough to see the bone. There was also an odd layer of mana residue attached to the edges of the wound. It was eating away at her vitality. It is by no means the result of an unusual sword. Even worse. He sensed that the woman's divine soul was unusually weak, as if it had suffered a serious injury. Hiss. Trouble. Li Qingshuan's face completely sank. This woman's identity is by no means simple. The person who hurt her was also extremely ruthless. Right at this moment, the system's mechanical voice once again sounded in his head. Ding. Detected that the host has encountered a seriously injured and dying target. Special identity, suspected immortalist, triggering a time-limited and highly difficult rescue mission. Name of mission, Wonderful Hands. Mission requirements, i.e. within 12 hours, stabilize the target's injuries and keep him alive. Second, in the course of treatment, unknowingly remove the target's intimate bellyband and hide it in the host's arms. Quest reward, Yama's fatal needle, proficiency increase, 1 random elixir. The corner of Li Qingshuan's eyes twitched. #. You broken system. He cursed in his mind. What's the point of hiding people's belly buttons when you're saving them? If someone finds out, do I still want to open this medical center? Do I want to lose my reputation? The system plays dead and does nothing. Only the task panel hovered silently. Li Qingxian looked at the generous reward. He gritted his teeth. It's not just taking a piece of clothing by hand. What's the point of sacrificing a bit of fame in order to save someone's life? He took a deep breath. Force yourself to calm down. There was a compassionate gesture in his eyes. Walk over to the medicine cabinet. Skillfully taking out a set of decontaminated long and short silver needles. Another special ebony box was opened. Inside lay quietly a blackened body. Long needles of vaguely ethereal light. It was the Yama's hypnotic needle that had just been acquired. The entire inner room of the medical center. The atmosphere instantly became tense and solemn. In the inner room, light filtered through the panes, shining in obliquely. A map of human meridians hanging on the wall. There were also those weird medical tools that Li Qingxian himself couldn't even recognize. It was all shrouded in a quiet solemnity. He walked over to the bed, looking at the unconscious woman. Although the woman was covered in blood, it was hard to hide her stunning beauty. Only at the moment that pretty face was as pale as paper and bloodless. Girl, the situation is urgent, much obliged. Li Qingxian whispered. It doesn't matter if the other person can hear you or not. He twisted his fingertips lightly. Remove the row of thin silver needles from the needle capsule. The tip of the silver needle was glowing with a cool luster. There was not the slightest hesitation in the movement. Accurately stabbed into several major points near the woman's shoulder wellpoint to stop bleeding. Followed by some key parts. Every stitch falls. All accompanied by subtle skin contractions. The outpouring of blood slowed down significantly. He flipped his wrist and the silver needles were like dots of cold stars. A needle array was quickly laid near the major wounds on her upper body. Temporarily sealing the external blood, Li Qingxian did not dare to relax. He took a deep breath. Twisted the Yama's hypospray pin. The flesh wounds are secondary. It's the divine soul that's the biggest trouble. When the black needle entered his hand, a bone-piercing coldness spread up along his fingertips. Around the body of the needle, there seemed to be an imperceptible black aura wrapped around it. The little shimmering light at the tip of the needle. Bright as a ghost fire. Li Qingxian collected his mind. Mobilizing the few auras in his body, he slowly injected them into the needle. His eyes became incredibly focused. Sweat began to break out at the corners of his forehead. It was really consuming to activate this needle. He searched for the ancestral point on the woman's brow. This point leads directly to the soul. The king of Hades urges life, can also urge life. Get up. He sank his wrist. Thumbs up. The black needles stabbed noiselessly. No obstacles were encountered. It was as if what was stabbed was not flesh and blood, but nothingness. Well. The body of the woman, who was originally deeply unconscious, violently trembled. A muffled grunt of excruciating pain was released from his throat that was suppressed to the core. Immediately afterward, a light green vitality was forcibly stimulated. Emerging from all parts of her body, they converged towards the point of black needles in the center of her eyebrows. But at the same time, the sinister mana remaining in those wounds was also startled. It became more furious and frantically counterattacked. To completely annihilate this newborn greenness. How dare you be sneaky? Li Qingxian snorted coldly and twisted the end of the needle with his fingertips. Increase Reiki output. The black aura on Yama's hypnotic needle seemed to have thickened a few points. The tip of the needle glowed brightly. A domineering power surged along the body of the needle, forcefully suppressing those destructive energies. At the same time, it guided the newborn vitality to nourish the woman's damaged divine soul. The treatment process was exceptionally difficult. Li Qingxuan's forehead veins bulged. Sweat quickly dampened the back of his shirt. He had to maintain his aura output at all times. At the same time, precisely control the power of the Yama's hypnotic needles. It is important to stimulate potential without damaging the fundamentals. The slightest mishap will result in the death of the soul. After about an incense stick, or maybe longer, the woman's breathing finally steadied a bit. A faint flush returned to his face as well. Li Qingxian was temporarily relieved. But don't dare pull out the needle. Still maintaining a minimum amount of aura delivery to stabilize the effect. Take advantage of this brief hiatus. He swept his gaze over the woman's shattered and disheveled clothing. Especially in the chest position. Clothes ripped. A corner of the aqua-colored silk inside was revealed. Exactly the bib. Li Qingxuan's eyes flickered for a moment. A light cough. Well, this wound on the chest is the heaviest and must be carefully examined to prevent any dark wounds. He pretended to check the woman's chest and abdomen for injuries as he did so. Reach out your hand on one side. Fingers carefully probed into the shattered lapel. It was silky to the touch and carried the residual warmth of the woman's body. He moved fast. Fingers hooked and picked. The belly band embroidered with a delicate lotus flower pattern was then taken out by him silently. Without looking at it, he quickly balled it up. Tucked into the inner pocket of his wide robe. Place it close to your chest. After doing all this, he still had the same serious expression on his face that was focused on saving his life. It was as if he had just straightened the patient's clothes. System, mission 2 is complete. The rewards are on the books first. He mumbled in his mind. The eyes fell back to the woman again. His eyes lingered on the woman's waist for a moment. There seems to be something hanging there. But it fell over the edge of the bed in the action just now. It's a token. The material of the token is jade-like. It had shattered in half. It was stained with blood. But an ancient cloud pattern is vaguely visible. And a half-dozen blurred seal characters. A faint fluctuation of spiritual energy was emitted. Sure enough, it's a cultivator. Li Qingxian picked up the half-token and scrutinized it carefully. This cloud pattern seems a bit familiar, as if I've seen it in one of the miscellaneous journals left behind by my old dad. There are only a few famous immortal cultivation sects in the Qing'an province territory, the Greenwood sect? Or the Tianyi sect? To be able to injure an immortal cultivator like this, and to use a means that damages the divine soul, I'm afraid that the person who's after her is from a much bigger source. Thoughts flew through his mind. Vigilance is at its highest. Save this woman. It's like taking over a hot potato. Chapter 4, Risking One's Life to Save a Beauty. The system rewards the reverse heavenly divine pill. Li Qingxian pinched the two halves of the shattered token. Pops, with his dry cigarette in his mouth and his admonishing manner, suddenly jumped out at him. Brat, remember that. Our oldly family is in the business of saving lives and helping the injured, and it's also the business of keeping one's head on one's pants belt. If you run into someone you should save, you'll have to give it to me even if it's a mountain of fire. If you're afraid of death and trouble, go back to your planner and don't embarrass yourself here. It was as if Pop's tobacco-scented voice was still ringing in his ears. Li Qingxuan's tightly locked brows slowly loosened. People have been saved. It's too late to skim now. Besides, see death. It didn't seem to be his Li Qingxuan style either. The eyes were clear and bright with a resigned candor. If you're here, you're here. He carefully slipped the shattered token into his arms as well. Place it next to the soft, still slightly warm mass of fabric. Well, physical evidence should be kept close. He thought in a serious manner. The eyes once again went to the woman on the bed. A little more subdued. Time that passes silently with focused follow-up processing. The light from the window was, little by little, swallowed up by the night. Until nightfall and silence in all directions. The inner room of the medical center. There was only an oil lamp, dancing dimly on the table. The candlelight reflected off the walls, pulling the shadows from them in a wavering pattern. Flat out creepy. The insects in the neighborhood seemed to have rested as well. The air was so still it felt like it was frozen. Suddenly, a very faint hint of spiritual power fluctuation. Like a ripple of water, it swept silently across this part of the medical center. That fluctuation closed at the touch of a button. It's so fast it's hard to catch. Li Qingxian was fully concentrating on the woman's injuries. With his current Tao, he could not feel this level of probing. Just instinctively, there was a sudden numbness in his back. He frowned slightly. Subconsciously, he twisted his head and glanced backward. The inner room was empty. Aside from the flickering lights, there was only him and the unconscious woman on the bed. An illusion? He whispered to himself. Nope. That felt so real. Are the chasers? Or something else? The woman was bringing trouble faster than expected. Flicked his head. Strongly suppressed the uneasiness in his heart. Refocusing his mind on the woman. He carefully twisted the last silver needle. The two fingers of the left hand are gently separated and precisely positioned. With his right hand steady, he cupped the silver needle and aimed it vertically at the bit of skin. Hold your breath. Deliver it slowly. The wrist moved slightly, the fingertips applying force. The tip of the needle pierced the delicate skin. The last stitch stands steady. After this almost exhausting and thrilling rescue, the breathing of the woman on the bed finally became steady and long. Those hideous, ghastly wounds on her body. The bleeding has stopped completely. At the center of his brow, the Yama's hypnotic needle was still inserted. The blackness at the end of the needle dispersed, leaving only a faint light that flickered gently as the woman's soul stabilized. Yama's hypodermic needle, after all, is against the will of heaven. Putting her ghostly foot in the door. With supreme vitality. Yanked back hard. Li Qingxian let out a long breath of turbid air. With a heavy dose of exhaustion. He carefully twisted the end of the needle. Then, slowly pull it out. The moment the needle leaves the body. He swayed, his face pale. A fine bead of sweat covered his forehead. The whole thing looked like it had just come out of the water. The garment clung to his body. A double overdraft of aura and mind. It sent a wave of vertigo through him. Just as he was about to sit down and meditate for a moment, the system voice in his head sounded on time. Ding! Detected that the host has completed the time-limited high-difficulty rescue mission, Wonderful Hands. Mission 1, keep the target alive. Completed. Task 2, completed. Evil behavior judgment, superior. The host is bold and precise, operating with precision, and has perfectly achieved the conditions of evil behavior, with an extremely stealthy process. Mission rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 10% increase in proficiency in Yama's Fatal Needle. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the special elixir, 9 Dragon Soul Recovery Elixir Top Quality. Wickedness value plus 100. A series of beeps. Like rain from a long drought. It instantly dispersed a lot of fatigue. Li Qingxuan's eyes narrowed slightly. 9 Dragon Soul Recovery Pill. Just listening to the name, there is a sense of extraordinary. It's still a top-quality elixir. Heart on fire. Coupled with the increased proficiency of the Yama's hypnotic needle. Meaning he'll be more comfortable using it next time. Consumption could probably be reduced quite a bit as well. This wave of risky rescues. Definitely blood money in terms of system rewards. His mind sank into the system space and looked at the golden elixir that was quietly suspended. The elixir is the size of a dragon's eye. There were 9 extremely subtle pale golden dragon shadows slowly circling and swimming on the surface. Exudes a majestic breath of life. Born dead, flesh and bones. The system gave a note on the elixir with only 6 words. Every word weighs 1,000 pounds. This kind of heaven-defying divine object actually existed in the world. If only there had been an elixir like this when Pops was seriously ill. The concerned face flashed through his mind. Perhaps the despair that drained the family's fortune but still came back to haunt them. Then it will not happen. Li Qingxuan's eyes dimmed for a moment. The fingertips curled unconsciously. Unfortunately, there are no ifs. Pops went after all. He took a deep breath, forcing the churning emotions down. The dead are gone and the living must move on. Just then, the woman on the bed frowned slightly. It seemed to be caught up in some kind of disturbing nightmare. Her dry, cracked lips said something unconsciously, letting out an extremely faint murmur. Master. Traitor. The voice breaks. If not for the silence of the inner room at the moment, it would be impossible to hear. Li Qingxuan's eyes stared. Immediately, he moved closer and listened with bated breath. Traitor? Master? Sure enough. It was the clan that was in internal strife and was betrayed. Were you chased here? I fled to this Qingdan province territory. Trouble level, again. It's no longer a hot potato. It's almost like holding onto a mine that could explode at any moment. It was while he was secretly calculating. The woman on the bed fluttered her eyelashes. Next moment, those beautiful eyes, which had been tightly closed for so long, suddenly opened. The eyes were as sharp as ice blades sheathed. It instantly pierced the tranquility of the inner room. There was not the slightest hint of the disorientation that comes with just waking up. There was only extreme vigilance and coldness. Almost out of physical instinct. She immediately attempted to run the remaining power in her body. A weak chi energy surged from deep within his body. However, the chi had just surfaced. It was like being crushed by an invisible hand. It instantly collapsed. Intense weakness and tingling swept through his body. It made her stifle a grunt. The pupils of his eyes quickly swept around. Strange room. Simple furnishings. The air smelled faintly of herbs. In the end, her line of sight was fixed on Li Qingxian, who was not far away. Eyes with a wary look. More than that, there was a hint of undisguised murderous intent lurking. The two men's eyes met in the air. Invisible pressure filled the air. The air seemed to freeze. Who are you? Her voice rang out. Hoarse, weak. But with a characteristic cool quality. Chapter 5. The first thing a fairy does when she wakes up. Draw your sword. Li Qingxian was given a start by that gaze. Those weren't human eyes. Sharp and cold. With that, his face lightened up. It's good to be awake. You can't ask for money until you're awake. Awake? The tone was hushed. It was as if he wasn't facing a severely injured cultivator who had just returned from the gates of hell. Rather, they are patients who come to the clinic on an unusual basis. My name is Li Qingxian, this medical center, now I have the final say. Technically speaking, I snatched this life of yours from the hands of Hades. He met the other man's scrutinizing gaze frankly. With a few just right professional smiles. Reaching out, he pointed to the freshly treated wounds on the woman's body, as well as the blood left on the edge of the bed. Here, the evidence is conclusive. If it weren't for the fact that my medical skills are quite passable and that I struck in time, I'm afraid the girl would have cooled off by now, and would probably be waiting in line to be reincarnated. This is true with a touch of immodesty, but it is indisputable. Jun Nishon's cool gaze did not stay on Li Qingxuan's face for too long. It was hard to move with the injuries that weighed on her like a mountain. But the arrogance in his bones was half gone. She turned her face slightly sideways. Looking to the edge of the bed, his eyes sank. One arm, still able to move, slowly lifted and braced itself against the side of the bed. She tried to sit up. The arms fired and drove the body. Every movement tugged at the wound, and it hurt so much that she sucked in her breath. A fine cold sweat instantly seeped from the corners of his forehead. The face went a few shades whiter. Save your strength, warrior woman. Li Qingxuan's voice rang out in a salty manner. If you forcefully operate your spiritual energy at this moment, even if the gods come, they won't be able to save you. I've worked so hard on this that I almost got myself killed, so don't you waste the fruits of my labor. His tone carried a clear admonition. The woman swept her icy gaze over him and did not reply. The aura that was trying to coalesce completely dissipated. Only a deeper weakness remained. She was silent for a moment and asked hoarsely, "You're not Li Chun?" Li Qingxian raised his eyebrows slightly, then realized. "Oh, I said how you are like a blood gourd, but also can accurately touch my broken medical center. Originally to find my father." He tugged at the corner of his mouth. A complex smile appeared. "Too bad you're late. My dad went into the ground 5 years ago." The woman's beautiful eyes flashed with confusion. "You're his son?" "As in fake." Li Qingxian nodded, his expression regaining that calmness. He really didn't want to delve into the identity of where this woman came from. Intuition told him those were trouble. Okay, enough of the small talk. He held out his hand and spread it out in front of the woman. "Sun Hyun, the clinic fee, please." The woman visibly froze. Didn't seem to expect the other guy to ask for money. Subconsciously, she reached for her waist. There should have been her storage bag hanging there. Touché. Her face changed slightly. Then, as if remembering something, his brows knit tighter. Immediately afterward, a coolness came from his chest. She snapped her head down. Negative. A cold and bone-chilling killing intent instantly erupted from her eyes. Buzz chirped softly. The broken sword that had originally landed on the side of the bed instantly returned to her hand. Although the sword is broken, the sharpness remains. The icy cold tip of the sword carried a stern and unrivaled aura, directly pointing at Li Qingxuan's throat. "Where's my stuff?" Her voice was like quenched ice, each word carrying a murderous aura. "Is it true that you took advantage of my unconsciousness to commit adultery?" Facing the sword blade close at hand, Li Qingxuan's expression remained unchanged, and he still had that same bland look. He took a half step back, pulling back a bit. "That's a very hurtful thing for a girl to say, it's a slur." He spoke slowly and methodically. The tone was still the same half-dead tone. "It is the duty of a healer to save lives. You were covered in blood, with wounds all over the vitals, deep to the bone. How am I going to stop the bleeding and stitch you up if I don't take off my clothes? Can't I stick a needle through your clothes?" He spread his hands, a look of candor on his face. "Don't worry, even though I, Li Qingxian, am not a decent person, I do have professional ethics and would never take advantage of someone's danger." The woman's hand shook slightly as she gripped the sword. Not out of fear, but anger. "That sounds like a valid point, but that's a sticker." She was silent for a moment. "Feel it carefully. There doesn't seem to be any discomfort." Eventually the urge to do so was suppressed. She held out her hand coldly. "My things, give them back." Li Qingxuan's eyes flickered for a moment. stained with blood and too much filth to affect wound healing. I threw it away in passing. This object was related to the system mission and could not be returned easily. This system is on the low side of morality. What if it backtracks and takes the elixir back? Throw. Through. The woman's voice rose steeply. The chest rose and fell sharply. She subconsciously tightened the outer robe on her body. Covered that disturbing emptiness. An uncharacteristic blush rose to her face. She took a deep breath, as if trying to calm down, and reopened her mouth. I am an intersect elder of the Tani clan, Yun Nishang. Stop. Li Qingxian directly raised his hand to interrupt her words. I'm not interested in knowing which clan you are from, what your last name is, and where you've come from and where you're going. His tone held a distinct note of impatience. Secretly muttering that this woman would be an absolute disaster to keep here. Let's talk about something practical. Diagnosis fee, 50 taels of grain silver, child and man. Then you can go, and we owe each other nothing. Yun Nishang choked on his snatch and her face turned a shade of red and white. She bit her lower lip. With a few squirms and shyness, he said, I lost my storage bag. When I was chased. Now penniless. She paused for a moment, as if she thought it was degrading. And hastily added, but don't worry. When I get out of the trap and return to the clan, I will definitely repay your consultation fee tenfold. No, 100-fold. Li Qingxian sniffed. Silence surveyed her for a moment. After a moment, he nodded slowly. Could be. Yun Nishang had just breathed a sigh of relief when she heard his next words. But talk is cheap. You have to bet something on me. Yun Nishang thought for a moment and handed over the broken sword in her hand. This sword is broken, but the material is extraordinary, temporarily bet. Hold it. Li Qingxian interrupted her again. Didn't even look at the broken sword. This? He snorted. It takes up too much space to throw it in the scrap metal pile. His eyes flicked over her. It finally settled on her blood-stained but still recognizably well-textured tunic. If you ask me, this is the only decent robe you have on your body. Just this one. Take it off and bet here. Yun Nishang's cheeks turned red with a swish. The outer robe was off, leaving only a thin lining inside. A coldness of shame flooded her eyes again. The man definitely did it on purpose. He just wants to see himself make a fool of himself. Denizens. Yun Nishang was so angry that she was trembling. In a mixture of shame and anger, she let out another sharp cry. That cry of rage. It tugged at her unhealed wounds. Her left shoulder near her collarbone. The freshly bandaged wound jolted with pain. Hiss. Yun Nishang sucked in a breath of cold air in pain. That delicate face lost all its blood color in an instant. The whiteness is a little scary. Under the bandage, dark red blood bled rapidly. In the twinkling of an eye it stained a small patch of snow-white midriff. Li Qingxian raised his hand and pressed the corner of his forehead. Letting out an exaggerated sigh. I say, warrior woman, you've got too much fire in you. If I keep shouting and fighting like this, my freshly bandaged wounds will be for nothing. He shook his head, helplessness in his tone. Gee, I wonder where that little tigress came from. He muttered something low under his breath, then stepped forward. Stand still. The wound has disintegrated again and will have to be redressed. Don't blame me for not warning you if you move again and bleed out. Li Qingxian was about to treat the wound. The steps have not yet fallen. Steep. An unspeakably terrifying pressure. Like a huge invisible mountain, it suddenly descended. It was as if the air had solidified into substance. The dust in the center of the courtyard was windless and hovered eerily in mid-air. Li Qingxian only felt as if his chest was being viciously clutched by a large invisible hand. Breathing plummeted. Yun Nishang's originally pale face lost all its blood in an instant. Her pupils contracted violently. Looking in a certain direction, his eyes were filled with horror. Crap! She was almost on instinct. Ignoring the sharp tearing pain coming from my left shoulder. Turning to Li Qingxian, who was about to approach, he snapped, Get out of the way. Chapter 6, Dog Thief. Dare to tear down my medical center. Bang! There was a loud bang that shook one's eardrums. The weathered wooden door of the medical center. Instantly in pieces. Wood shavings mixed with dust exploded into the air. Whistling, he rushed into the inner room. The doorframe is twisted and deformed. Behind the broken door panel, 3 figures appeared with a murderous aura. The man at the head, of medium build, was dressed in gray and black power suit that was unobtrusive. The face was also plain and unimpressive, the type you couldn't find if you threw it into a pile. Only those eyes, narrow and shadowy, shone with a viper-like light. He held an oddly styled scimitar in his hand. The blade was dark and heavy, with a vague aura of blood. The 2 behind them, also dressed in power suits. The breath was cold, and each held a long sword in his hand. Once the 3 showed up, there was no nonsense. There wasn't even any extra eye contact. The man at the head flicked his wrist. The scimitar transformed into a bolt of black lightning, carrying an ear-piercing shrill whistle as it slashed straight at Yun Nishang. The blade has not yet arrived. The piercing blade aura had cut into one's skin. Yun Nishang's silver teeth bit her lower lip in death. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Even though he was seriously injured. But not a single half step back. She fought back the pain that tore through her entire body. The right hand was clenched in the air. The broken sword flew into his palm in an arc of light. The remnants of the sword steeply lit up with a hazy green-colored halo. Ding! The ear-piercing sound of gold and iron clashing rang out. The scimitar and the broken sword collided brazenly. A little spark erupted. A huge force surged along the sword. Yun Nishang's tiger's mouth went numb, her arm trembled violently, and she stifled a grunt as her body staggered back. The left shoulder wound worsened again. Blood gushed out quickly. She forced herself to steady herself. The eyes, however, remained as cold as frost. Deadly staring at the gray-robed man at the head of the group. He, worthy of being Elder Yun, even after all this, he can still receive a slash from me. The gray-robed man let out a hoarse-cold laugh. The cruelty in his eyes increased, but that's as far as it goes. He raised his blade again, and his body lunged forward. Move! Yun Nishang didn't even turn her head back and shouted sharply at Li Qingxian behind her, "There's nothing for you here. They are coming at me." She knew very well that these 3 were not weak in cultivation. All of them were at least in the late Qi condensation realm. Even the one at the head might have touched the threshold of foundation establishment. In her current state, being able to block a blade was already the limit. It was simply impossible to shield a mortal. However, Li Qingxian did not move. He stood still, looking at the shattered healer's door, the mess all over the floor, the gouges in the wall cut by the knife's breath. This medical clinic, the only thing Pops left him. It's where he grew up. It's the foundation on which he lives, it's his home. These people, no greeting. Coming up here and tearing down homes and chopping people up is just plain bullying. An inexplicable fire. Mixed with the suffocation of supporting the medical center alone all these years. It surged up to his head. Li Qingxuan's eyes, which were originally somewhat cynical, abruptly became sharp. He's no warrior. And there's nothing grandiose about saving the world. But this is his place. Nobody's ing around in his house. Seeing that the gray-robed man's second blade had already slashed out. The harsh blade wind even blew the broken hair on Li Qingxuan's forehead. A hint of despair flashed in Yun Nishang's eyes. Just between the swiftness. Li Qingxian moved. He didn't move fast. It was even a bit clumsy, not at all like a practiced player. But he was short. At an extremely tricky angle. Narrowly avoiding the front of the blade. At the same time, his right hand probed out like lightning. There was a soft whoosh. A silver needle as fine as a cow's hair. With unparalleled precision, he stabbed into the Yangshi point of the gray man's knife-wielding wrist. Yangshi point, the original point of the hand Yangming large intestine meridian. It is located on the radial side of the dorsal transverse stripe of the wrist, in the depression between the tendon of the short and long extensor digitorum and the tendon of the long extensor digitorum. Strong stimulation of this point can cause instant soreness and weakness in the wrist. The gray-robed man only felt a violent numbness in his wrist, and his 5 fingers involuntarily loosened. The fierce scimitar even clang off the hand fell to the ground. The change came out of nowhere. Not only did the gray man freeze. The 2 companions behind him also froze. Even Yun Nishang, who was prepared to fight to the death. Stunned, too, her beautiful eyes widened. Forgot to react for a moment. What's going on here? What did the healer do? The man in gray was shocked and angry. The soreness and numbness coming from his wrists made half of his body go a little out of control. How could he not have imagined that he was a dignified late-stage chi condensation realm cultivator? Surprisingly, it would be by a seemingly defenseless mortal doctor, disarmed with a tiny silver needle. It's just a strange shame. You seek death. After a brief moment of dismay. After a short period of consternation, the gray-clothed man's left hand fiercely explored, his 5 fingers formed a claw and grabbed at Li Qingxuan's face. Though the right hand can't be made to work at the moment. But his other hand and his own cultivation remained. More than enough to deal with a mortal. At the same time, the 2 companions behind him reacted. With a sardonic smile on their faces, one on the left and one on the right, they wielded their long swords. It sealed off all of Li Qingxuan's evasive routes. The sword's light was cold and murderous. In their opinion, that hit just now was nothing more than the kid getting lucky. It's just a blind cat catching a dead rat. Yun Nishan's heart tightened, and subconsciously, she was about to strongly raise her spiritual energy to go forward. But the tug of her injury stalled her movements. One could only watch as the 3 attacks simultaneously covered Li Qingxian. Look out! She drank out sharply. However, Li Qingxuan's reaction was once again out of everyone's expectations. Faced with a 3-sided attack, instead of panicking, he backed away. Instead, he took a sharp step forward. It was an extremely skillful step. It was stuck right in the dead center of the sword wielder's attack on the left. At the same time, the body was slightly tilted to one side at an incredible angle, narrowly avoiding the gray man's grasping left claw. In Chinese medicine, looking and sniffing, eye power is a basic skill. Li Qingxian muttered under his breath, not knowing who he was speaking to. Sideways at the same time, the right hand raised again. There were 2 more whooshes. 2 silver needles, accurately shot at the eyes of the left and right sword holders. The change of stance was too fast and at a tricky angle. Completely out of character. Those 2 only felt a cold flash in front of their eyes and instinctively closed their eyes and sidestepped their heads. A masterful fight is instantaneous. It's that fraction of a second delay. It gave Li Qingxian an opportunity to take advantage of. He stomped the ground with his left foot. With the help of this recoil, the body violently rotated half a circle like a gyroscope. The 5 fingers of the right hand are spread out, quickly grabbing at the wrist of the sword wielder on the right. The man only felt that his wrist was being firmly clamped by an iron vise. A skillful and rigid force traveled down his veins. Ka-ching! Crisp sounds of misaligned bones rang out. The sword wielder let out a miserable scream. The wrist holding the sword twisted at an eerie angle. The long sword flew out of his hand. Clang nailed it to the nearby medicine cabinet. The sword was quivering. Bone removal. And it's an extremely subtle joint misalignment maneuver. Li Qingxuan's movements flowed in a cloud of water. It's all in one go, and it's so fast it's blinding. He didn't even pause. The moment he broke his opponent's wrist by mistake. A small pinch of yellowish powder had been added to his left hand at some point. At the other sword wielder, he cleaved and raised his head. Cough, cough. The disciple was caught off guard and choked on the powder. All I could feel was a pungent odor going straight to my mouth and nose. The eyes were even as if they had been sprinkled with chilly water. It instantly became red and tingling. How can you see anything when your vision is blurred? Panax ginseng, Angelica de Hurica, and Andrographus. Well, refreshing the mind and brightening the eyes. My ass. Li Qingxian quickly retreated while pulling away. All the while, he was mouthing the words as if he was announcing the name of the dish. It was a contraption he usually used to concoct herbs and ward off insects and evil spirits. It's extremely irritating. Chapter 7 Flying Needle breaks all laws, and the way of healing also kills. In a flash of lightning, the situation was instantly reversed. The original aggressive 3 pursuers. In the blink of an eye, half of them were lost. One screamed as his wrist was removed. Another was temporarily incapacitated by the sprinkled powder, covering his eyes and coughing. Only the gray man in the lead remained. Although the left-hand attack fell short. But there were no injuries. But as he looked at the messy scene in front of him, his face was so dark that he could wring water out of it. This kid is not right. Definitely not some ordinary mortal doctor. That hand of flying needles, that slippery stance, penetrated a sense of evil. He'd never seen such a path before. Yun Nishang was also completely dumbfounded. Eyes full of disbelief. She had seen countless killings and experienced life and death dangers. But never seen such a chic hit. There was no spiritual power fluctuation, no spell blow. Some are just precise grasp of the body's acupuncture points, joints, and weaknesses. With some unassuming, but highly effective, underhanded gadgets. A mortal who can do this? Was this really the city doctor who had just been pussyfooting around with her about the consultation fee? Who the hell are you? Yun Nishang couldn't help but ask. There was a light tremor in his voice that he didn't even notice. I don't know if it was because of the injury, or because the scene in front of her was too upside down for her. Li Qingxian glanced at her without a good mood. It's all been said, Li's medical center, Li Qingxian. He said as he did so. While darting around, he scanned the situation in the field. The scene looked like he had the upper hand. But he knew himself that it was all temporary. That gray guy is the tough one. The other two, as soon as they got over that breath, their own flowery ways would immediately be insufficient. It has to be done quickly. Or find a way to run? I can't. We can't lose the clinic. It's the brainchild of my father. Damn, tearing down my medical center, the medical bills haven't been paid yet. Li Qingxian spat. The eyes became more fierce. Today I have to let you know that the healer is a parent, but if you get angry, you can also be sent to meet the king of hell. His gaze turned and he saw the blood chi scimitar that had fallen to the ground. Another look at the long sword nailed to the wall. Hey! The lady warrior over there. Li Qingxian suddenly shouted at Yun Nishang, can you still move? Do me a favor and kick that broken sword over to me. Yun Nishang was slightly stunned. Reaction ensued. She was seriously injured, but she still had the strength to kick something. Enduring the excruciating pain, he skillfully hooked his right foot. The scimitar slid against the ground towards Li Qingxian. Many thanks. Li Qingxian pointed his toes and the curved sword entered his hand. The blade was cold to the touch. With a sinister smell of blood. It made him frown slightly. Tisk, evil things, use them diabolically. He waited and it didn't feel quite right. But something is better than nothing. Just then, the evil cultivator who had his wrist removed strongly endured the severe pain. With his other intact hand, he pulled a pitch-black talisman from his pocket. Scumbag! I'll blow you up. Sternly. At the same time, the evil cultivator who had been sprinkled with medicinal powder also took a breath. Though the eyes are still red and stinging. But already barely able to see. He roared and picked up another longsword on the ground that his companion had dropped. Staggered. The gray-robed man at the head even had a stern look in his eyes. Without any further hesitation, his figure stormed up. Like a praying cheetah. Once again, he pounced on Li Qingxian. This time, a faint black mist filled his body. Faster and more powerful. A three-sided attack is forming again. Li Qingxian gripped the scimitar in his hand tightly, his heart beating like a drum. He took a deep breath. Instead, a near-crazy smile appeared on his face. Who says a doctor can't fight? He violently threw the scimitar in his hand at the evil cultivator who was about to inspire the talisman. Not to hurt the enemy, but to interrupt his spell casting. At the same time, he advanced instead of retreating. Greeting the staggeringly rushing evil cultivator. His body sank downward, and his right hand clasped a few more silver needles at some point. This time, it was no longer the eyes or the wrists he was aiming for. Instead, Qihai, Guanyuan, and Tanzhong. These are the key points of the human dantian. To act against heaven in the body of a mortal. He's going to use this mundane silver needle. Broken this cultivator's dantian chi si. Ding! The curved sword thrown by Li Qingxian was hastily blocked away by the evil cultivator with his arm. Talisman excitation was interrupted. But he himself was shaken back a step by the tremendous force. The face became even more ugly. On the other hand, Li Qingxian had already approached the evil cultivator who had rushed in with a sword. The evil cultivator's eyes were red and swollen, and his vision was blurred. Seeing only a silhouette lunging at him, he subconsciously swung his sword and slashed. Li Qingxuan's body was pressed extremely low. Almost gliding against the ground. precisely avoiding the haphazardly swung blade. His eyes were frighteningly calm. The 3 silver needles in his right hand glittered with a cold, chilling light in the lamplight. Poof! Put! Poof! 3 extremely soft muffled sounds. Almost inaudible. 3 silver needles finished zigzag. It pierced into the 3 major acupuncture points in the evil cultivator's small abdomen and chest without missing a beat. These 3 points are essential points for the general public to maintain their health. But for the monks. However, it is the key node for the flow of qi in the dantian. The defense is relatively weak. Once broken, the consequences are unimaginable. Ah! That evil cultivator's movements froze violently. A miserable scream that was 100 times more dismal than the one that had just had his wrist removed ensued. He only felt a cold, bone-piercing, bizarre power surging madly into his body along the body of the needle. Like 3 red-hot iron cones. Viciously stirring his dantian qi. The spiritual energy in his body instantly went out of control. Like a runaway wild horse rushing through the meridians. Bringing on heart-rending, excruciating pain. The blood on his face instantly faded and his body convulsed violently. The long sword in his hand could no longer be held. It fell to the ground with a clunk. The whole thing was as if the bones had been drained away. Softly, he collapsed to the ground. Blood with crushed internal organs spilled from his mouth. I don't think I have long to live. 1 hit kills. And in such a weird way. This time, it wasn't just the 2 remaining evil cultivators. Even Yun Nishang, who was watching from the sidelines. All of them felt a chill from the soles of their feet straight to the sky. Using a mundane silver needle to break a cultivator's dantian and kill without form. What kind of tactic is this? Is this really medical? Yun Nishan looked at Li Qingxuan's eyes. It has changed completely. It was no longer mere surprise and curiosity. Instead, it took on a hint of deep scorn. This seemingly ordinary young doctor. The tactics were so vicious and bizarre that they were unheard of. Lao San. The gray-robed man in the lead watched as his companion died tragically on the spot. Eyes wide open. He could never have imagined that in a single glance, his side had lost 1 person and seriously injured another. Strange shame. I want you dead. The man in gray went completely crazy. The black mist around his body steeply became thicker. It vaguely formed the shape of a vague skull. It gives off a hauntingly evil aura. He no longer had any reservations, and the spiritual energy in his body worked crazily. The speed once again skyrocketed like a black lightning bolt. It went straight at Li Qingxian. Chapter 8, The Mortal Healer Against the Heavens, A Needle for the Soul. This time, the man in gray didn't use any fancy moves. Just a punch. A simple, straightforward punch. However, this punch condensed all of his cultivation from the late stage of the Qi condensation realm, as well as his monstrous rage. The wind of the fist exploded, and the air was squeezed with a muffled thunderous pop. Facing this thunderous blow, Li Qingxuan's pupils shrunk violently. He knew that he would never be able to catch this punch. Hard knocks, dead ends. His brain was running wild. The adrenaline spiked to the max. Silver needles? I'm afraid it won't be very effective against this kind of cultivator who explodes with full force. Bone removal? Can't even get close. Powder? The other side was on guard. Is really going to be accounted for here? It's a little disheartening. I've only just gotten the system, and I'm not yet on my way to the pinnacle of life. Welcoming a rich white woman. Bah! Haven't revitalized Li's medical clinic yet. Just at this point of life and death. Li Qingxuan's gaze. Unintentionally glancing at his chest. There, tucked away, was a warm, silky bib. Also, that one just went in. The still warm Yama's hypodermic needle. Right. Hades' hypnotic needle. Special medical tools rewarded by the system. It can hurt people's souls, and it can also stimulate vitality. When I saved Yun Nishang before, he had already experienced the power of this needle. It's consuming, but the effect is truly anticlimactic. A crazy thought flashed through Li Qingxuan's mind. Didn't the system say that this needle can also hurt the soul? Although his aura was almost depleted now. The mind and spirit are also exhausted. The consequences of forcibly using Yama's hypnotic needle were unpredictable. It may even backfire. But it's better than getting punched in the face. Bet. That, Richie Rich. A flash of determination flashed through Li Qingshuan's eyes. Almost the instant the gray man's fist reached his body. His body leaned back at the limit at an incredible angle. Fiercely, he pulled out the black needle that was pitch black in color and emitted an ominous aura from his bosom. At this moment, he simply didn't have any extra aura to urge this needle to inspire any vitality. He had only one thought. With every last ounce of strength. Take this needle and stab it into your opponent's vitals. He didn't even have time to aim for any specific points. Just by instinct and the last ounce of strength. Aimed the tip of the needle at the gray man's face, which was draped in black mist. Snort! A sound like the tearing of cloth rang out. The tip of the hypodermic needle of Hades. With uncanny precision, it pierced between the gray man's eyebrows. Ah! An inhuman scream. It erupted violently from the gray-clothed man's mouth. His punch that aspired and gathered the strength of his entire body. It was less than half an inch from Li Qingshuan's face. Hard stop. The gray man's body trembled violently. The eyes were round and bloodshot. It was as if he had seen something extremely horrible. At the center of his brow, the pitch-black needle tip was like a hawk. The end of the needle gave off a faint black aura. Was frantically extracting something? Not spiritual energy, not chi and blood. Rather, it's the divine soul. A sharp pain that originated from the depths of the soul. It flooded him like a tidal wave. It was 1,000 times more intense than the pain of the companion's dantian being broken just now. He felt like his consciousness was being stripped away a little bit. It was as if the soul was going to be completely torn apart by this bizarre black needle. No. It can't be. What kind of evil weapon is this? The man in gray spat out a few words with difficulty. The madness in his eyes was quickly replaced by boundless fear. He tried to back away, tried to pull out the dreaded needle in his brow. But the body felt like it was nailed in place. Completely out of order. His power, his cultivation. It seems to become meaningless in front of Yama's hypodermic needles. Li Qingshuan was also stunned by the scene before him. He was just holding on to a dead horse. I didn't realize that the power of Yama's hypnotic needle was as terrifying as it was. Where is this medical needle? It's clearly a murder weapon to claim a life. However, at the moment, he couldn't think about it. Forcefully urging the Yama King's hypnotic needle. It had almost drained the last trace of aura from his body. A strong sense of dizziness and weakness swept over him. It made his eyes blacken and his body shake. He looked at the agonizing struggle in place. The gray man whose breath was rapidly weakening. Another look at that last evil cultivator who was looking over here with a horrified face. Gritted his teeth. With every last ounce of strength. Raising his foot, he viciously kicked the gray man in the small of the back. Bang! The man in gray was already on the verge of collapse. By that kick. Like the last straw that broke the camel's back. The body could no longer support it. It fell straight backward. Poof! He fell to the ground. Twitching a few times. Then he was completely silent. At the center of his brow, the Yama King's hypodermic needle was still inserted. The black gas at the end of the needle slowly dissipated. Dead. Another one. And it was a miserable death, with the gods and souls heavily damaged. The last evil cultivator whose wrist was removed. Seeing his boss die a horrible death in such a bizarre way as well. Scared to death. How could he dare to have the slightest thought of revenge? Looking at Li Qingshuan's eyes that were like those of a demonic god. He gave a strange cry. Rolling and crawling, he rushed toward the shattered door. Just want to escape this horrible place as soon as possible. This mortal doctor. It's not human at all. It's the devil. Trying to run? Li Qingshuan's eyes were icy cold as he forced himself to endure the vertigo. Bending down, he picked up the long sword on the ground that had been knocked off earlier. With all my might. Toward the back of the evil cultivator's heart he threw it. Put! The long sword accurately missed the back of that evil cultivator. Through the body. The evil cultivator staggered a few steps. In the end, he couldn't run out the door of the medical center. He fell to the ground, blood quickly staining the ground. So far, the 3 evil cultivators who had aggressively broken into the medical center. All dead. The entire medical center was instantly plunged into a dead silence. All that's left is the strong smell of blood, as well as Li Qingxuan's ragged panting. He leaned on a nearby table, breathing heavily, pale as paper, cold sweat all over his forehead. The body was shaky, as if it would fall at any moment. Continuous grappling, especially the last forceful activation of the Yama King's hypnotic needle. It was just too much of a drain on him. Yun Nishan leaned against the side of the bed, staring blankly at what was in front of her. Broken windows and doors, a mess all over the place. 3 bodies lay strewn in a pool of blood. And the young healer on the table, gasping for breath and pale. It all seems like an absurd and bizarre dream. She opened her mouth to say something, only to find that his throat was dry and he couldn't get a word out. Shock, shock. And all sorts of complex emotions were intertwined in her heart. Li Qingxian caught his breath. A little reprieve. He glanced at the 3 bodies on the ground. Another look at the wrecked medical center. Couldn't he help but curse, damn. Broke so many things, who to find to pay for it? He walked over to the gray man's body. Carefully, he pulled out the Yanwang hypnotic needle that was inserted in his brow. Needle 1 leaves the body. It was as if the gray man's body had lost its last support. Completely limp. Li Qingxian looked at the black needle in his hand. Eyes complex. This stuff is powerful, but the aftermath is fierce. He felt physically hollowed out now. And the head hurts like hell. He carefully put away the Yama hypnotic needle. Then began to feel around the 3 bodies. The people are dead, it's useless to keep the things, consider it as compensation for my moral damages and the repair costs of the medical center. He muttered justifiably as he touched it. Yun Nishan watched his skillful movements of rummaging through the corpses and scavenging for belongings. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly. The flicker of awe that had just risen. It was instantly washed away by a kind of crying laughter. Chapter 9: Destroying a corpse in a single line, the professionalism of a divine doctor. Li Qingxian turned around and looked at Yun Nishan, whose face was pale by the bed. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, pulling a not-so-friendly smile. Sister Fairy, see? He lifted his chin and gestured to the broken wood, overturned tables, and chairs that littered the floor, and the 3 bodies that were beginning to turn cold. This door, this window, this table and chairs, and my scared little heart. All because of the trouble you invited. There was weariness and undisguised resentment in his voice. That's a debt that needs to be put on your head. I haven't paid for the previous consultation, and now there's more for repairs and my moral damages. Li Qingxian swept his gaze over her. It finally landed on the broken spirit sword beside her. I see that you are also penniless now, how about this? Take off that outer robe of yours, and this broken sword, and leave them together as collateral. Yun Nishan sniffed. A layer of blood instantly flooded his already pale cheeks. It was a mixture of shame and anger. She subconsciously tightened her already tightly wrapped clothing. Shameless lecher. Bit her lower lip. The voice lowered, with a hint of pleading. The sword can stay. Can the clothes not be taken off? Li Qingxian stroked his chin. Eyes flicked between her and the broken gate. Leaving you here, like a living target, God only knows what other bull's tea you'll attract. My little-time medical center can't afford a second go-around. It was like he had made some big decision. Impatiently, he waved his hand. All right, count me down for 8 lifetimes of bad luck and be the good guy today. Clothes you wear, so you don't go out and freeze sick and then come running back to have me see you, and then you have to pay extra. Just leave this broken sword, gotta stay. He walked over. Bending down, he nonchalantly picked up the half-broken sword that still glowed with a faint aura. Weighing in twice. If the injury is no longer serious, get out of my way. Remember the consultation fee clearly, not a penny less, and the interest will be calculated separately. If you dare to renege on your debt, I will personally go to your Channy clan and talk to your steward. Yun Nishan's full chest rose and fell violently as she listened. Lightly biting silver teeth said, I know. The consultation fee I will pay you, not a penny less. Li Qingxian nodded in satisfaction, that's more or less the same. The words just fell. Take 2 steps back. Pointed in the direction of the door. It is not advisable to stay here for a long time. Although your injuries have been stabilized for the time being, you still need to recuperate. I have a small temple here, and the commotion was so loud just now, so it's not certain if there are other people looking for me. You'd better leave as soon as possible and find a safe place to heal. That's a sincere statement. Leaving Yun Nishang as a hot potato was too risky. In case there was another wave of stronger pursuers, he didn't have the confidence to gamble on his life by relying on the Yama King's hypnotic needle anymore. The consumption of that thing was so consuming that he could hardly think of it now. Yun Nishang also understood this. She struggled to get up. The weakness of her body and the pull of her wounds made her wobble and nearly fall. Li Qingxian hesitated for a split second, but still reached out to help her. At the entry point, I could feel the stiffness of her body and a slight tremor. Thank you, Yun Nishang whispered. The voice was thin, with a hint of twang. Li Qingxian let go of his hand, keeping a safe distance, his face bland as he said, "No need to thank you, just remember to pay. By the way, go out the door and turn left, go down the street and then south, there's a creek over there, you can simply clean up the blood on your body before it becomes too noticeable." Yun Nishang gave him a deep look. The eyes were complicated and hard to understand. Today's matter, Yun Nishang has made a note of it. When she finished, she held onto the wall. One step at a time. With difficulty, he disappeared into the night outside the door. She had to go back and report to the clan as soon as possible. Dead silence returned to the medical center. Only the unmistakably thick smell of blood still lingered. Li Qingxian looked at the direction Yun Nishang had disappeared. Skimmed. He dragged his tired body over a few of the largest door panel remnants with great effort. It barely plugged the hole in the doorway. Then, with an expressionless face, he began to dispose of the 3 corpses. Drag the 3 bodies to the backyard and dig a hole to bury them. Cleaning up the blood on the floor took even more of almost all of his remaining strength. This night, Li Qingxian did not dare to close his eyes at all. He leaned back in his chair by the window. In his hand, he clutched the cold Yama's hypodermic needle. Steeling himself, he kept a wary eye out for movement. Every breeze made his heart skip a beat. Being a monk is really not a good profession. It's too damn dangerous. Fortunately, the night was uneventful. It's just dawning. There was a rhythmic knock at the back door. Li Qingxian was just in a daze when he suddenly had a jolt. Almost jumped. The hand crept to the scimitar hidden at his waist. "Who?" he asked in a hushed voice. "Dr. Li. Divine Dr. Li. At home? It's time to go to the drunken immortal residence." A somewhat shrill, fawning voice came from the door. Li Qingxian was stunned for a moment. Reaction ensued. "It's a fellow boy from the drunken immortal's house." He then snapped to attention. As agreed. Today was the day when it was time to go to the drunkard's house for a sit-down. Drunken immortal residence sounds like a restaurant by name. In fact, it is the most famous greenhouse in Qing'an province. Or the pinning of the sperm grotto. The girls inside, all of them are beautiful and can sing and dance well. It attracts dignitaries from inside and outside the city to throw their money away. Of course, places like this have complicated personnel. The girls are also prone to getting this and that. It's not unusual for a doctor to take care of his reputation. Or think it's demeaning to treat a greenhouse girl. Most don't want to go. And the pimp of the drunken immortal's house, Mama Wang, is also a human being. Know that your own girl is precious. You can't just get some random quack to hold up business. By chance, Wang Mama found Li Qingxian, who had just taken over the medical center at that time and was desperately poor. Although Li Qingxuan's medical skills were not considered top-notch, his family's formula was quite unique in some gynecological complications and regulating qi in blood. And he's not afraid to be humiliated, as long as he's paid. So, the two sides hit it off. Li Qingxian fixed a few days a month to go to the drunken immortal residence to sit in the clinic, specializing in giving the girls in the building to see the disease conditioning. The consultation fee is generous. Sort of one of his important financial resources. Barely keeping up with the expenses of the medical center. And, go to the drunkard's house, surrounded by warblers. It's also a rare spice in a boring life. Coming. Li Qingxian responded. Walk over and remove the boards blocking the door. At the door stood a boy in a short green coat. Thief's eyebrows and eyes were anxious. "Dr. Lee, you finally opened the door. Mom has urged you several times. The girls are waiting for you." "Got it. What's the rush, rushing to reincarnation?" Li Qingxian glared at him without a good mood and turned around to go back to the house. He took a half-used mahogany medicine chest from the medicine cabinet. Put away the usual silver needles, medicine bottles, gauze and other things one by one. After thinking about it, he stuffed the bag of scavenged relics of the evil cultivator into his arms again. "Dr. Lee, your medical center was burglarized last night?" The boy poked his head in. Seeing the mess, he couldn't help but be surprised. "None of your business." Li Qingxian returned in a bad humor. "Hurry up and lead the way." The boy shrunk his neck and didn't dare to ask any more questions. Hastily leading the way ahead. "Lock the broken door of the medical center." Li Qingxian carried the medical box on his back and followed that family man toward the busiest fireworks place in Qingan province. Chapter 10. A kiss? "No, I'm here to heal." East City of Qingan province. This is the most lively and noisy part of town. Store after store crowded both sides of the street. The streets are constantly crowded with cars and horses. The air was all thick with the mixture of tallow and booze. The drunken immortal residence stood in the very center of this prosperous land. A 3-story vermilion wooden building with flying eaves and large red lanterns hanging high. The facade is broad and extraordinary. Outside the building colored silks fluttered. Even in the daytime, one can imagine the paper thinness of the night. Li Qingxian was carrying a half-used mahogany medical box. Led by the thieving boy. Through the hustle and bustle of the crowd. Stepped through the door of the drunken immortal. A rich, fragrant breeze came over me, interspersed with warbling. A stark contrast to the coldness and bloodshed of his crumbling medical center. Inside the door there are their own ushered-in tortoise men. Decently dressed and smiling. Upon seeing that it was Li Qingxian, he hurriedly greeted him with a haircut. "Dr. Li, you finally come. The girls have been chanting about you for days." Li Qingxuan's face was expressionless and only swept him lightly. The shock of last night had left him with little to show for it at the moment. "Where's Mom Wang?" Turtle Duke's smile remained unchanged as he sidled up to lead the way. "Mama's upstairs with her honored guest, and I'm afraid she won't be able to come down for a while. Instruct the little one to take you to Range Moonshin first, the girls are waiting over there." Li Qingxian let out a hum. As Kamek walked through the lavishly furnished cloisters, hung with paintings and calligraphy. Range Moonshin was an elegant side hall within the drunken immortal residence. Designed for the girls to have small gatherings on weekdays or to receive familiar guests. Pushed the door in. Inside the Xian had long been seated 7 or 8 coolly dressed, ringed, and thin women. Some were playing the piano, some were playing chess, and others were just lazily leaning back on their soft couches. When they saw Li Qingxian enter, they all smiled daintily and greeted him. "Dr. Li, you can come, slave this heart are thinking of pain." "Bone setter Li, quickly show me, isn't it beautiful again?" "Darn it, Dr. Li is here to see a doctor, you little hooves just know how to hook people." The corner of Li Qingxuan's mouth tugged in response. With that, he boarded up his face. Put on the serious look of a professional healer. He walked to the center of the henge and sat down behind a cushioned clinic table. Set the medical kit aside and open it. All stop, in order. His gaze swept over the women. With scrutiny, yet not moving. When the first one, a woman with a plump figure and springy eyebrows, twisted her waist and walked over. Sit across from him. "Dr. Li, slave sure, it's still the same old problem, I'm sorry for your trouble." Li Qingxuan's gaze fell on her heaving and full chest. The eyes paused imperceptibly. The scale of this is truly amazing. Ding. Triggered minor harassment behavior, target not aware, +1 vileness value. Move away with it. It landed on her outstretched wrist. He reached out and put 3 fingers on Psyche's pulse. Eyes closed, brows slightly furrowed. "There is a slight deficiency of qi in blood, and liver qi is stagnant. Is it that you have been overthinking lately, and have been having trouble sleeping at night?" Sure covered her mouth and laughed gently. "I can't hide anything from Dr. Li, and I'm still thinking about when Mom will let me take on some relaxing VIPs. Li Qingxian did not take her words and took out the silver needle from the box. "Turn around and shed some of your clothes." Psyche obediently did as she was told, revealing her bare backside. Li Qingxian twisted the silver needle. The hand is steady and accurate, stabbing into specific points with a clean motion. A few stitches went down, and Psyche let out a soft whimper of comfort. Well, sit still for a quarter of an hour and don't move. He withdrew his hand and looked to the next person. Next sitting time. Surrounded by warblers. The girls are always intentionally close, or take the opportunity to ask for advice and exhale. Or when he got up to get his medicine. Brush past without a second thought. Dr. Lee, look at my skin, isn't it lacking some hydration? A woman in a goose-yellow sarong stretched out her jade arm, almost pressing it to his face. Li Qingxian did not look away. Fingertips on her wrist pulsed gently. It is the heart fire is too strong, affecting the lung gold, and has little to do with the skin. Eat less spicy and greasy, drink more clear tea. His tone was flat, as if he were discussing the weather. Instead, his eyes lingered for a moment on her round, taut thighs. Good leg. Another girl with a petite physique came closer, her voice soft and sticky. Dr. Lee, slave this heart beating badly, especially once I see you. Li Qingxian didn't even lift his head and look through the consultation book. Heart and kidney are not intertwined, and the deficiency fire is inflamed. Is the girl's nightlife too rich on weekdays? The pulse is stringy and thin, the tongue is red and the moss is thin and yellow, a typical sign of yin deficiency and fire. If you don't properly regulate it, I'm afraid you'll age before you get old and look haggard. This way, I'll give you a prescription, go back and drink more wolfberry and red date soup, and then find a strong man to drain the fire, and keep the medicine to the disease. The winking smile on the petite woman's face froze. Sardonically, he withdrew his hand. The girls around them couldn't help but cover their mouths and snicker. Li Qingxian was properly diagnosing and treating at the same time. While doing so, he skimmed quickly over the luscious curves of the crowd. Secretly judging. Ding. Triggers minor harassment, target finds it enjoyable, vileness value +5. Ding. +1. Diagnosis, conversation, and banter. Occasionally take advantage of a verbal favor. And yet, it always maintains a healer's sense of proportion. One by one, the girl's problems were pinpointed by him. Or acupuncture, or prescriptions. Organized. Until the sun goes west. It was only after the girls in the range of the moon Xian had finished looking at the disease. Each had a look or satisfaction on their face. Li Qingxuan's medical skills were indeed brilliant, and the results were immediate. And he prescribes those sometimes with uncommon herbs. But the results are often surprisingly good. That's why Wang's mom was willing to pay a lot of money to have him come in regularly. Li Qingxian packed up his medical kit and stretched his back. Feeling a little thirsty. At that moment, the curtain was raised. One wore a reddish-purple brocade cheongsam. The body is full-bodied. The middle-aged woman with a shrewd smile piled on her face walked in. It's the pimp of the drunken immortal's house, Mama Wang. Ego, Dr. Lee, hard work, I've made you suffer every time. Mom Wang enthusiastically handed over a heavy bag of money. Here's this month's consultation fee, you count it. Li Qingxian weighed it, the weight was correct. Thanks a lot. He didn't break it down either. Having dealt with Wang's mom for a long time, that trust was still there. It should be. Wang's mom rubbed her hands together, her smile still bright. But there was a little twinkle in his eye. A look of desire to speak. The girls all say that your medical skills have gotten better and better, it's truly a blessing for our drunken immortal residents. Li Qingxian slipped the money bag into his pocket and glanced at her. Mother Wang, if you have something to say, just say it, and you're still coming up with this falsehood with me? He hadn't known Wang's mom for a day or two. This old bawd is shrewd enough to be solicitous for nothing, either fornicating or stealing. By the way she was squirming, she must have asked him for something. Being pointed out by Li Qingxian, the smile on Wang Mama's face was slightly embarrassed. She looked around and signaled the maids and turtle eunuchs next to her to stand down. Only then did he come closer and lowered his voice and said, I am not hiding from Dr. Lee, I really encountered some troubles here, and I want to ask you to do me a favor. Li Qingxian raised his eyebrows. What kind of trouble? Let's talk first. I won't do anything about killing and setting fire. Look at what you're saying. Wang Mom quickly waved her hands. It's not about those things. It's about a patient. Li Qingxian was a bit strange. Haven't you looked at all the girls in this building? Could it be that there's still one that's hiding? Not a girl from the building. Wang Mama's face was a little difficult. Unusual doctors have been invited all over, helpless, just thought. Can you please go to see? Li Qingxuan's brows furrowed. It can make it so difficult for Wang's mom. I'm afraid it's not an ordinary disease that can't be cured by all the doctors. What disease? Where is everyone? A look of difficulty appeared on Wang's mom's face. His lips opened and closed a few times, as if he was making some difficult decision. She glanced toward the door again to make sure no one was eavesdropping. Only then did he come to Li Qingxuan's ear and said in a voice that was barely audible. Li Dafu, I tell you the truth, you must not say it. She is not a human being. It's a demon. Chapter 11, I want all the rewards. Divine Dr. Li's choice. Li Qingxuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Her eyes flicked over Mama Wang's face, which was heaped with shrewdness and pleading. It's the first time that a demon has been cured. Well. Li Qingxian pondered for a moment and lifted his head, a compassionate expression piling up on his face. Mother Wang, as you know, even though I, Li Qingxian, am only a mortal doctor, I also preach about the benevolence of healers. Since it's a patient, no matter if it's a human or a demon, as long as it finds me, Li Qingxian, there's no reason to see death and save it. Wang Mama was overjoyed at his words. So, you promise? However, Li Qingxuan's words changed. Healing a demon is extremely risky, and I'm afraid the amount of mind and spirit consumed is extraordinary. This clinic aspect. Don't worry. Wang Mama immediately patted her chest and guaranteed, as long as you can make a move, the consultation fee is absolutely fine. No matter if it works or not, you'll get a lot of benefits. Good. Since Mommy Wang is so sincere, then I'll go with you. Li Qingxian nodded and picked up the medical box. Lead the way. The folds on Wang's mom's face turned into a flower with a smile. Thank you in a row. Lead the way in person. The two of them walked through the back room of the drunken immortal's house. Go around a couple of cloisters. Come to a secluded backyard. It's away from the hustle and bustle of the front building. The grass and trees are sparse and the environment is tranquil. Just stepped in. A strange, ethereal scent then burrowed into his nostrils. The aroma is crisp and sweet, with a hint of seduction. It is by no means exuded by mortal flowers and plants. Li Qingxuan's heart moved slightly. Sure enough, it's a demonic abode. Wang Mama walked to the door of a compartment with a bamboo curtain. Did not push the door directly. She raised her hand and knocked gently on the door ring 3 times, following a particular rhythm. Da, da, da. A few moments later, there was the sound of light footsteps in the door. The bamboo curtain was lifted. A servant with an ordinary face poked her head out. Warily, he looked at Wang's mom. Another glance was swept at Li Qingxian. Wang Mama hurriedly explained, this is Dr. Li, who I specially invited to see Miss Su. The servant then sidestepped out of the way. The eyes remained scrutinizing. Mother Wang made a gesture of invitation to Li Qingxian. And he didn't go in himself. Only whispering at the door, Dr. Li, I'll leave you to it inside, I'll leave you to it. Li Qingxian let out a hum. Lift your step and step into the compartment. The room is simply and elegantly furnished. The ethereal scent in the air intensified. A woman was lying on her side on a soft couch by the window. The body was covered with a thin quilt. Hearing movement, she slowly turned her head. Li Qingxian had just seen a stunning beauty last night. At this moment, he couldn't help but give a dark praise. The face was stunningly beautiful, with picturesque eyebrows and snowy skin. A pair of eyes with watery waves flowed and looked around. It naturally carried a seductive charm. It was different from Yun Nishan's coolness last night. It's a seduction that goes right to the bone. She looked at Li Qingxian. A light smile played at the corner of his mouth. I'd like to thank Dr. Li for making this trip. The voice was soft and melodious, but it was also visibly weak. My name is Suman. She added softly. Just then, a voice resounded in Li Qingxuan's mind. Ding! Special patient detected, Fox Demon Su Meng. Trigger special mission, Death of the Demon Fox. Mission Path 1, Benevolent and Wonderful. Mission requirement, diagnose and do your best to heal Fox Demon Su Meng's injuries and relieve her pain. Quest reward, depending on the healing effect, reward for the needle technique, 9 needles of the spiritual pivot, Mission Path 2, Wickedness Without Fear. Mission reward, soul snatching hand, special props. Li Qingxuan's eyelids jumped. This time it was still an extremely rare multiple-choice format. The benevolence line rewards medical skills, and the evil line rewards sidekicks. He thought briefly, and the corners of his mouth curved up. It's the little kids that make the choices. He, Li Qingxian, wanted it all. Miss Su is polite. He walked to the edge of the couch, his gaze falling on Su Meng's face, his tone calm. Hanging on to the world is what healers do. I wonder where the girl is unwell. Su Meng's eyes flashed slightly. Sizing up the young doctor in front of him. He looked open and clear-eyed. It didn't seem to be alienated by her status. Several of the previous dogs were either fearful or greedy, and none of them were decent. She coughed softly twice, her breath a little unsteady. I have suffered some internal injuries, my chi and blood are not smooth, and I have palpitations and chest tightness from time to time. She said it lightly. But Li Qingxian from her pale face and weak breath. The injuries have been judged to be minor. Reach out, I'll cut your pulse. Li Qingxian sat down on a round stool to the side. Su Meng complied and stretched out her white wrist. Her wrists were slender and white, her skin slightly cool to the touch. Li Qingxian stretched out his 3 fingers and rested them on her inch pulse. Close your eyes and stare. The pulse under the finger is calm at first touch and is no different from normal. However, when he gazed into it, he could detect a chaotic and decaying aura lurking underneath that calmness. Like a raging undercurrent beneath the surface of a calm lake. Especially where the veins are off. The throbbing was extremely weak, and there was a vague appearance of severance. This was a sign of damage to the demonic elixir. And the damage is extremely severe. Li Qingxian slowly opened his eyes, his brows slightly furrowed. This injury of the girl's is not as simple as suffering some internal injuries. All 5 organs are shaken, the chi and blood are in rebellion, and the demon pill has already shown signs of collapsing. If my expectation is correct, the girl is afraid that she has forcefully activated the origin power and suffered a severe backlash. Su Meng's face instantly changed, and a trace of shock flashed under her eyes. The first few doctors only said that the internal organs are traumatized. No one can point out the problem with the demonic elixir. This young healer had seen through the root cause at a glance. How do you? You know? Her voice took on a few shivers. Looking and sniffing is a common medical practice. Li Qingxian said indifferently. The girl's pulse is sunken and thin and disorganized, her chi is like a wandering thread, and although her face has a reddish color, it is a sign of the external floating of the false fire. The most crucial thing is that I can feel the disorganization and decay of that originating power in your body. If we delay any longer, not to mention recovery, I'm afraid that within 7 days, my life will be in danger. 7 days. Su Meng's heart shook, and the last trace of luck in her eyes disappeared. It was almost identical to her own secret projections. She bit her lower lip, determination flashing in her eyes. Dr. Li, possible healing? Difficult. Li Qingxian spat out a single word. The demonic Dan is the fundamental of the life of the demon race, and once it is damaged, it is extremely difficult to repair. Unusual drugs that don't help. Su Meng's heart sank. However, Li Qingxian turned his words around, it's not all hopeless. It's just that the process will be more cumbersome and painful. I need to first use a special pushing technique to sort out your disordered chi and blood meridians and stabilize the demon pill. Supplemented with acupuncture to stimulate vitality. Finally, there are several extremely rare herbs that need to be used to make a soup to be taken internally and externally. Su Meng listened to the complicated steps and looked at Li Qingxuan's certain look. A glimmer of hope flared in his heart. Several doctors have come and all are at their wits' end, and this man is the only one who doesn't look like a fake. She took a deep breath. As long as I can be cured, I can stand any more trouble and pain. Good. Li Qingxian nodded, then let's begin. 2A9 needs to be all over the whole body. Key points, you. Chapter 12 Close pushing and nudging, who can top this? Su Meng sniffed. A blush instantly flew across her pretty face. The eyes also became a little squirmy. She subconsciously glanced in the direction of the door. Mother Wang and the servant girl, I've asked them to wait outside. It was as if Li Qingxian had read her mind. Su Meng was then slightly relieved, but still a little hesitant. She bit her lip gently. He put on a look of pity. Don't worry, girl, in the eyes of a healer, there is only the patient, regardless of gender. Besides, you can ask around the neighborhood, I'm known to be a decent man, and I don't want to be rude. Su Monk. Why does that sound so strange? But right now, with his life at stake, he couldn't care less. She eventually turned away. Li Qingxuan's gaze narrowed slightly. Worthy of being a fox demon, this innate power of seduction was truly terrifying. Su Meng seemed to notice the gaze behind her. With a few moments of shame and rancor, Fly glared at him. That glance, flavorful and even more tantalizing. She hastily withdrew her gaze. Lay down on your back on top of the soft couch as you were told. Li Qingxian secretly sucked in his breath. Healers, healers, healers. Hurriedly, he murmured in his mind. He forced down the erotic thoughts in his mind and settled down. Get ready to begin this special first step in your treatment. Sticky nudges. Ready? Li Qingxuan's voice rang out, unexpectedly calm. I'm going to start. Not waiting for Su Meng to respond, he took a deep breath and rubbed his hands together to warm them. A gentle aura emanated from itself. My Li family medical skills passed onto my hands, although 10% of the loss of 9%, but only this massage together, but got some of the true heritage. Relax. Li Qingxian said in a deep voice, this massage of mine is not one of those unusual workshop flowery tricks to soothe the muscles and vitalize the body. This is the qi and blood return to the meridian massage method, which was passed down from the ancestors of the Li family, which emphasizes the use of qi to control the force, and the use of force to guide the qi, directly penetrating the meridians and regulating the internal organs. He paused, as if to explain, ordinary diseases, the clothes can still be pushed, but the girl you hurt the fundamental demon Dan, qi and blood in reverse chaos is hemp, the 5 viscera and 6 bowels have shifted the risk. If you don't touch your skin directly, sense the subtle changes in the flow of qi and blood, and apply the force with precision, not to mention curing your injuries, I'm afraid it will aggravate your injuries. As he spoke, his hands were already moving. Li Qingxuan's fingers were not particularly slender. He even has a thin layer of calluses on his fingers from pounding and grasping medicines for years. But at the moment, the hands seem to possess some kind of magic. At times, it is like a dragonfly that brushes gently against the water. At times, it is like a tiger descending a mountain with force that penetrates the bone marrow. The movement seems slow. The truth is that it contains a certain unique rhythm. Every press, every rub, all fall precisely on top of specific acupuncture points and meridians. At first, Su Meng only felt a burst of warmth and force coming from her skin. It made her body involuntarily try to resist. But gradually, as Li Qingxuan's hands wandered, a warmth began to flow from the area of contact, slowly seeping into the body. Wherever that warmth passes, the originally blocked meridians seem to be smoothed out a little. The chaotic qi and blood seem to have found their way as well. It began to flow meekly, especially after several key acupoints were pressed by him with special techniques. Su Meng could even feel it. That originally obscure demonic elixir. It seemed to have received a faint hint of nourishment as well. The beating is a little stronger. She couldn't help but let out a soft whimper. Fine beads of sweat began to seep out from Li Qingxuan's forehead. The ancestral Tue Na method is extremely taxing on the mind and qi. His cultivation is still shallow today. It's all supported by the crude luck techniques I learned from my old man. It's not just physical work, it's fine technical work. Pops used to say back in the day that the Li family's massage was practiced to great depths. You can even make flowers under your fingers and walk around in the air. It's a shame he was only lazy and skittish back then. Think this is too tiring and boring. It's nowhere near as easy as memorizing prescriptions and learning acupuncture. Now that I think about it, I have some regrets. The ethereal scent in the air seemed to intensify, mixed with the faint smell of medicinal herbs from Li Qingxuan's body. Li Qingxian tried his best to dismiss distracting thoughts. Focus on the treatment itself. There is no man or woman in the eyes of a healer. My ass. He murmured the mantra of self-delusion. The movements of his hands, however, did not dare to slacken in the slightest. However, just as he was about to push a little harder to help the qi and blood when they are running, Su Meng, who had originally been holding back strongly, the body tensed violently. An icy coldness instantly erupted from within her. Though faint, it carried a resistance that originated from the depths of the soul. What are you doing? She snapped her head around. those watery fox eyes. The moment was filled with murderous intent and a hint of shocked anger at being violated. How acute were her senses? Li Qingxuan's previous nudging had touched her body though. But that force and breath. It is a healer's technique purely for the purpose of channeling qi and blood. But that moment just now. She clearly felt a force trying to invade her essence. This is by no means normal treatment. Li Qingxuan's heart thumped. Discovered. This fox demon really wasn't a saving grace. His face did not move, even with a few moments of innocence and surprise. Miss Su? What's wrong? I am dredging your belt vein. This is the key to stabilizing your lower qi and blood. Do not move around. You. Su Meng stared at him dead on, as if trying to find a break in his face. Chapter 13. Don't touch there. Sick Beauty's last line. Li Qingxuan's acting skills were in full swing at the moment. The eyes were clear and honest. If Miss Su doesn't believe in me, then this treatment, it will stop. Li Qingxian simply stopped his hand. Take half a step back, a patronizing look. Suman looked at him. Feeling again the qi and blood in his body that had just been preliminarily combed through. The long-lost feeling of relief and the signs that the demon Dan was getting some relief were real. Could really be oversensitive? After all, the demonic Dan was damaged and the divine soul was unstable. It's not impossible to have some illusions. Moreover, if this person really has bad intentions. In her current condition, she was powerless to resist. But he stopped and gave her the choice. That, in turn, made her a little hesitant. When Li Qingxian saw her color change, he said in his heart that it was a fluke. He decided to take it for what it was worth. No more attempts at tawdry operations prompted by the system. Let's get this first nudge done first. Miss Su, please lie down. The nudging is only halfway through. The qi and blood has just been induced. If it is interrupted, not only will the previous effort be lost, but it may also lead to a backlash of qi and blood, which will add to the injuries. He advised in a calm tone. Su Meng clenched her silver teeth, weighing the pros and cons. Li Qingxian also stopped talking. Continue the movement of your hands. Time passes by. When Li Qingxian finally completed the last step and slowly withdrew his hands, his entire body had looked like it had been pulled out of the water. The garment clung to his body. Pale and breathing heavily, Su Meng slowly raised her head. Through the haze, seeing Li Qingxian in this deflated state. That face, which was originally quite clean, was now written with exhaustion. Only the eyes remained clear. This doesn't look like a pretense. Such a mind-consuming nudge, if it's really to take advantage of the situation. That would be too much bloodshed. The dissatisfaction in Su Meng's heart couldn't help but subside a few points. Perhaps. Really is overthinking itself? How does it feel? Li Qingxian took a breath and looked at her. The voice had a hint of huskiness to it. Su Meng felt the body. The original feeling of confusion that had been stirring up all the organs was indeed lessened. The qi and blood were still weak though, but no longer running around like a runaway horse. Most importantly, the feeling of decay at the demon Dan that was on the verge of collapsing. It seemed to be temporarily stabilized by a gentle layer of power. The results are remarkable. Much better. She responded in a low, complex tone. This is only the first step, stabilizing your qi that is about to collapse. Li Qingxian straightened up and took out a set of silver needles from the nearby medical box. Next, acupuncture is needed to further stimulate your vitality and repair the damaged meridians. He spread out the needle bag. Dozens of silver needles of varying lengths glinted coldly in the candlelight. Su Meng looked at those silver needles. Another look at his body. Again, he bit his lower lip. So much for massage, but won't this acupuncture be more thoroughly seen by him? It was as if Li Qingxian didn't see her embarrassment. Twisting a 3-inch long silver needle to himself. Acupuncture needs to find the right acupoints. There can't be the slightest deviation, especially in your condition. If you miss by even a fraction of a second, you may attract the breaking energy, and the consequences will be unimaginable. He explained in a nonchalant manner as he prepared. As if to convince her, and as if to remind himself. Li Qingxuan's gaze inadvertently swept over the few strands of green silk that Su Meng had scattered around her pillow. He had sweaty hands when he pushed just now. There seemed to be a few strands of hair stuck to the palm of his hand. He didn't move to put his right hand behind his back. Twisted it with his fingertips. Sure enough, I twisted a few fine, smooth strands of hair. He quietly kneaded his hair into a small ball. Tucked into a sleeve pocket. Ding! Detected that the host has acquired the target's hair. Progress update on the evil deeds quest. Half done. Li Qingxian picked up the silver needle and walked over to the couch. I'm going to start, it might sting a little, try to bear it. Li Qingxian took a deep breath. The eyes became focused. The first needle stabbed at the life gate point on her back. This point is the essence of life in the human body and relates to kidney energy, which is the key to stabilizing the vital energy. The silver needle is stabbed, twisted, and lifted. Su Meng's body trembled slightly. A feeling of soreness mixed with warmth. It spread out in all directions from the life gate point. Effective. Li Qingxuan's spirit lifted and he proceeded to apply the needle. He was precise with his needles and calm with his technique. Each stitch induced just the right amount of qi, yet avoiding the dangerous areas that could trigger the backlash of the fury. Su Meng's tense body gradually relaxed a bit as the acupuncture progressed. She could clearly feel a weak vitality that was being stimulated from deep within her body by the silver needle. It slowly nourished the damaged meridians and internal organs. There is something truly unique about this young doctor's medical skills. Just as a trace of trust had just risen in Su Meng's heart. Li Qingxuan's next stitch, however, caused the hairs on her body to stand up and sweat. He twisted a shorter silver needle. This location. Dr. Li, Don. Su Meng snapped her eyes open and almost blurted out. This point is related to qi and blood, and can also indirectly affect the stabilization of the demon pill. Li Qingxuan's face did not change and his tone was professional. Your demonic pill is damaged, stimulating this place will help draw qi back to the origin. He spoke as if this was truly a critical step in the healing process. Su Meng, half lying on the couch, turned her face sideways. Those fox eyes narrowed slightly. With a look of mortification, this location needs acupuncture? Li Qingxian twisted the short needle. This place is honestly a bit of a rip-off for himself. It also does correlate qi and blood. But how useful can stimulating this place be in treating damage to the demonic elixir? The fear is minimal. It's mostly required by the system's mission. There has to be an excuse. Although Su Meng didn't understand human medicine. But having lived for so many years, basic body perception was still there. This place, by any stretch of the imagination, didn't have much to do with her injuries. More like on purpose. But she didn't dare question it so easily. The depths of medical science can't be explained in a few words. Li Qingxian assumed an inscrutable stance. Fingers twirling silver needle, gesturing to stab down. If the girl is not cooperative, I can only wait. Su Meng gritted her teeth. You lighten up. She practically squeezed the words out of her teeth. Resignedly, he reclosed his eyes. Long eyelashes fluttered slightly. Exposed her inner unrest. The corner of Li Qingxuan's mouth hooked imperceptibly. It's great that the mission objectives are cooperating. He held his breath and held the needle steady in his right hand. Slowly stabbing. Move gently. Chapter 14: The Innocence and Wrath of the Fox Girl. It's a done deal. Explode from the sight of the pinprick. It made her want to curl up almost uncontrollably. This feels too strange. It's so humiliating. This is by no means a normal reaction to acupuncture. Denizen. Su Meng snapped her eyes open. And ashamed and angry. Almost instinctively, he was hard at the waist. The arm was braced. The upper half of his body oohed and awed as he straightened up from the soft couch. Li Qingxian was feeling the qi changes under the needle with full concentration. By the way, mentally clocked the system. Coldly, Su Meng suddenly stormed up, and his hand holding the needle stuttered in mid-air. A few strands of sweaty green silk clung messily to the side of her neck and collarbone. It adds a bit of messy beauty. Gulp. Li Qingxian clearly heard the sound of his own gulping. Done. The heart of the Wei is unstable. Rarely did Li Qingxian boast of his extraordinary power of determination. At this moment, he also felt his qi and blood fluttering a bit, and his nasal passages were vaguely hot. Su Monk herself was confused. She was just overreacting to the strange sensation of the needle. Subconsciously, he sat up, not even thinking about the consequences. It took her a moment to realize with a jolt the state she was in. Ah! A shriek of shame. A pretty face instantly reddened like it was dripping blood. It spread from the cheeks to the neck. Even the roots of her ears had turned a tantalizing pink color. What are you looking at? She was so ashamed and angry that her voice had a tremor in it. Li Qingxian was brought back to his senses by her shout. The old face was also slightly red. But the guy had thick skin and adjusted his mindset in an instant. Coughing lightly, Miss Su, what's with the big reaction? It's just a couple of glances, it's not like there's a piece of meat missing. He had a strange look in his eyes. This ushering place. I've never seen anything like it. How does Su Meng pretend to be this icy and clean looking? What is the drunkard's house? The biggest money-selling ghetto in Qingyan province, a place for smoky women and girls. A woman, especially one as stunning as Su Meng, show up here. It's also carefully hidden in the backyard by the pimp, Mrs. Wang. Anyone would be floored. Su Meng was already ashamed and angry. Seeing Li Qingxian staring at himself strangely, stunned for a moment, and then reacted. All of a sudden, he was shaking with anger. Those pretty fox eyes were filled with moisture, but not softness. Instead, it was extreme anger and humiliation. She bit her bottom lip dead center. You? What are you rambling on about? I met Mother Wang because a few months ago, when she was out shopping and encountered robbers, I happened to be passing by and stepped in to save her life. This time, I was seriously injured and had nowhere to go, so I had no choice but to send a message to her, asking her to find a place for me to temporarily accommodate my injuries, in consideration of her past kindness. The drunken immortal residence is mixed with fish and dragons, and its breath is refuted, which in turn can cover my tracks for me. I have no connection with this place. With the camp here. She finished in one breath, her chest heaving violently. Obviously moved to real anger. It even touched the injury. His face went a few more shades of white, and a fine cold sweat oozed from his forehead. Towards the end, her voice even took on a hint of grief and aggravation. Thinking that she was a noble daughter of the Fox clan, how had she ever been subjected to such slander? If it were not for the tiger's fall, would a mortal healer be allowed to take such liberties? Li Qingxian looked at her in this angry and anxious manner. Heart thumping. Bad. Look at the reaction, it doesn't look like a forgery. Dare I say that this one is really a yellow girl? The words he just said were purely to get back at him. By the way, it's a good way to dampen the other side's spirits. Facilitate follow-up treatment. Unexpectedly, a kick in the teeth. That's a little awkward. He touched his nose, his eyes fluttering a bit. Not daring to look directly into Su Meng's eyes again. That turned out to be so. He said dryly, it's me being abrupt, Miss Su is not to blame. For a while, the atmosphere in the compartment fell into an even more eerie silence. Su Meng remained in that extremely indecent position. Protecting her hands in front of her chest, she glared at Li Qingxian with shame and anger. Li Qingxian, on the other hand, rubbed his nose, his eyes flickering. A look of having done something wrong. Candle flames jumped, casting the shadows of the two men on the wall. After a while, it was Su Meng who lost first. She is now seriously injured. The demon Dan was on the verge of collapsing, and his life was hanging by a thread. There really wasn't the energy or capital to get too involved with this mouthy mortal healer. The instinct to survive overpowered the shame and anger. She took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. Slowly, he lowered the arm protecting his chest. Lay back down slowly again. Cover yourself with a thin quilt. Go on. Her voice was hoarse, but I warn you, if you dare. Again. She didn't finish her sentence, but there was a warning in those eyes. Seeing this, Li Qingxian let out a sigh of relief in his heart. Luckily, I didn't completely give up. Don't worry, Miss Su, I'm a doctor, so I naturally have a sense of propriety. He picked up a new silver needle. The eyes fell on Su Meng once again. And I don't know how long it took. When the last silver needle fell, Li Qingxian finally let out a long breath. All right. He straightened up and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Today's acupuncture is over for now. Next, it needs to be taken internally in conjunction with a soup. Su Meng's eyes were complicated to the extreme. hearing Li Qingxuan's words. Only then did she slowly roll her eyes to look at him. Voice with a quiver, soup. Li Qingxian waved his hand. The soup does not require physical contact, so you can rest assured. I've come up with the formula. Li Qingxian pulled out a pen and paper from his pocket. Swipe and tap to write down a prescription. Hand it to the servant who had been guarding the door. Go and grab the medicine according to this prescription, and make sure to use the best herbs. Remember, after the medicine is caught and returned, it must be given to me to decoct personally, and no one may interfere. He purposely increased his tone of voice. In this prescription, except for a few precious herbs. He also mixed in a few special herbs that were used to assist in stabilizing the demon pills. The frying technique and heat are also extremely delicate. A hair's breadth off and the effect will be greatly diminished. The servant took the prescription. Glancing at the pale-faced Su Meng. Not daring to ask more questions, he hastily answered and retreated. Chapter 15, Enemies of Enemies? It was actually the same group of pursuers. Li Qingxian turned his head back. Looking towards Su Meng on the soft couch, Miss Su, your injuries are much more serious than they seem. The damage to the demonic Dan cannot be healed in a day. The next treatment needs to last for at least 5 days, with acupuncture once a day and tonics 3 times a day, during which time you must not move your demonic power and need to meditate and recuperate. 5 days. Su Meng's eyes drifted for a moment. Will it take 5 days for things to pick up? She herself knew best how heavy the injury was, and originally thought that without 10 days and half a month, it would be difficult to even stabilize the demon Dan. She raised her eyes, carefully sizing up Li Qingxian, trying to see even the slightest hint of bravado in his young face. But the other's expression was calm and unperturbed. Good. Eventually, she nodded gently in agreement. In any case, it had been her only hope at the moment. Just the moment she nodded her head. In Li Qingxuan's mind, the long-awaited system beat finally sounded. Ding! Special mission, Death of the Demon Fox, completed. Mission Path 1, Benevolent and Wonderful Hands, Degree of Completion, Good. Accurate Diagnosis, Effective Needle Application, Initial Relief of Target's Pain and Stabilization of Injuries. Reward issued, Successful Realization, 9 Needles of the Spiritual Pivot. Mission Path 2, Wickedness Without Fear, Degree of Completion, Excellent. Successfully acquired 3 of the target fox demon's green threads and made several effective physical contacts with the target during the healing process. The target reacted strongly, the host operated boldly and with precise timing. Determination of evil behavior, medium-high. Reward issued, Successfully comprehended, soul-snatching hand. Obtain special props, Mystic Immortal Soft Tendon Dispenser 1. Virtue value plus 100. A series of beeps. It made Li Qingxian almost not tense up. Double happiness. He quickly checked up on the 2 new skills in his head. 9 needles of the spiritual pivot, originating from the ancient medical path, implicitly coinciding with the yin and yang of heaven and earth. 9 needles come out to stimulate the hidden vitality. Well, this is good. The hallowed halls and the healer's heart. The fundamentals of settling down. Must be proficient. Look at another one. Soul-snatching hands, strange and weird massage techniques, special strength penetration, light will be rebellious chi and blood, heavy will disturb the mind, snooping memories, short control. Ah, this one is much more interesting. Wonderful. The system understands him. One hand is benevolent and holy, the other hand is evil and soul-capturing. The pairing was literally made for him. As for that misty fairy soft tendon powder, Li Qingxian swept the tiny paper package in the system space with his mind. Eyes light. Mystic Immortal Soft Tendon Dispersion. This drug is in the form of a very fine powder, almost transparent in color, extremely difficult to detect, colorless and tasteless. The nature of the drug is sinister and overbearing, specializing in the erosion of the cultivator's true essence, paralyzing the limbs and bones. It is an excellent supplement for killing people and accomplishing good things. The broken system is bringing itself down again. Li Qingxian was filled with righteous indignation. The word good deed is an insult to his character. He looked around for a moment. Then with a natural movement, he took out the packet of medicinal powder from the system space. Tucked into the closest spot in his arms. Deeply hidden merit and fame. The compartment was quiet for a moment. There was only the occasional crackle of a candle flame dancing. Li Qingxuan's gaze once again fell onto the soft couch. Su Meng lay quietly, the thin blanket covering her body. Only a pale, stunning face was revealed. It feels kind of boring to wait around. He cleared his throat and broke the silence. Miss Su, take the liberty of asking, how did you get this injury? He weighed his words, trying to seem less gossipy. Looking at your injuries, it doesn't look like an unusual brawl, but rather like you've been hunted down and killed by someone with a deadly hand. Suman's eyelashes fluttered and she turned her face sideways. Seems reluctant to talk much about it. Li Qingxian didn't care and said to himself, hey, these days, it's not peaceful. A stunning beauty like a girl, walking around, is always prone to attracting trouble. Su Meng was silent for a moment, perhaps because she felt that Li Qingxuan's medical skills were indeed reliable. Or perhaps he was touched by his line about going after him with deadly force. She spoke in a low voice, her voice tinged with weakness. Our enemies. They are many and their methods are ruthless and bizarre. I was careless for a moment and I fell into their way. Li Qingxian immediately came into the spirit and smoothly pursued, oh? What kind of enemy could have injured an expert like Miss Su to such an extent? Su Meng frowned in remembrance, a hint of hatred and fear flashing in her eyes. The leader is a grey-robed man with deep cultivation, using a blood-colored curved sword with a sinister aura. There were two other helpers, both dressed in black, striking out with an evil aura. The Grey Man? Scarlet Scimitar? Evil? Li Qingxian heard this description. The heart snapped. This description, how is it so similar to the three guys who broke into his medical center last night and chased that iceberg ferry? Without moving, he pursued, that grey-robed man, is he at the late stage of qi condensation, with a thick black mist in his means? Su Meng turned her head violently, her fox eyes filled with astonishment, how did you know? Li Qingxian stroked his chin. The expression became odd. Coincidentally not. Last night, there were also three guys dressed like you said, chasing a badly injured woman all the way to my Thai medical center. And they even took out my door panels that had just been repaired a few days ago. You think that's infuriating? Su Meng's eyes widened and her breath caught a few moments. Last night? Chasing after a woman? Also in Qingan Mansion? Li Qingxian nodded, that's not true, I even had a fight with them over this. He omits his glorious deed of exterminating all the people. To put it mildly. Su Meng got emotional and struggled to sit up. What about that woman? How is she? Li Qingxian hurriedly pressed her, AI, don't move, the wound just stabilized. That woman was hurt worse than you, but was lucky enough to be saved by me and left overnight. Su Meng looked at Li Qingxian, her eyes shifting in complexity. The people who are after her. I can't believe you're after another woman too? And the time and place are right. For a moment, the two looked at each other. There was a wonderful atmosphere in the air. It was as if, invisibly, an alliance based on a common enemy had been forged. Su Meng took a deep breath. The wariness in his eyes dissipated for the most part. In its place was a determination. Dr. Li, truth be told, I am of the Tushan Fox clan line. Li Qingxuan's eyes flashed, signaling her to continue. My clan has resided in the White Mist Mountains north of the Green Mound for generations, without any competition from the world. But just half a month ago, a mysterious force calling itself Black Mist House suddenly broke into the valley and went on a massacre. They are cruel and specialize in taking the demon pills of my people. There are many dead and wounded in the valley. Speaking here, Su Meng's voice choked, and the watery light in her eyes flashed. I was lucky enough to escape, and I still carry a secret treasure of my clan on my body. Those Black Mist House scumbags, chasing them all the way, just to seize the treasure to silence them. Black Mist House. Li Qingxian silently memorized this name. It doesn't sound like a good way to go. He then recalled Yun Nishan's look of hating the enemy's bones and ashes. It seems that this Black Mist House, on the contrary, has enemies all over the place. Should I find a chance to mention it to that iceberg ferry? Maybe we can even get through to each other. Share some intel or something. Just as he was thinking about it, footsteps came from outside the door. Chapter 16, Beauty in Tears, a bowl of soup to remember the past. The servant walked in with a large tray. It was piled high with herbs of all colors that had been grabbed according to a prescription. Dr. Li, all the herbs you asked for have been bought back, all according to your orders, picking the best ones to buy. Li Qingxian retrieved his thoughts and nodded, put it down. He stood up, walked over to the herbs, and began to scrutinize them. Saving ordinary people, these herbs are powerful enough. However, Su Meng was a demon with a special physique, and the damage to the demonic elixir was even more tricky. Relying on these mortal herbs alone, I'm afraid the effect is limited. Li Qingxuan's eyes moved slightly. Thinking about last night's booty. He fished out a few small cloth bags from his arms that he had scavenged from the evil cultivators. Opening one, it contained a few dried up, strange herbs. The edges of the blades are edged with faint lines of blood. The other bag contained some powdered ore that shimmered with an ethereal light. It was cold to the touch and carried a sinister aura. Evil cultivators stuff, it's really evil. Li Qingxian frowned, but then a hint of calculation flashed in his eyes. However, to fight poison with poison, perhaps we can use these materials that contain spiritual qi to guide the medicinal power straight to the demonic pills, and solidify the root. Although it was of low grade, as long as it was handled properly, the effects were definitely much stronger than mere mortal medicines. Hey, utilizing waste, I'm really a little resourceful. Li Qingxian gave himself a nod in his heart. He instructed the servants to prepare the casserole pots and the good silver bone charcoal. For himself, he began to methodically process the herbs. Mixed those special materials in quietly as well. Decoction is a delicate job. Especially this kind of medicinal soup that contains special ingredients. The heat, order, and technique are extremely delicate. Li Qingxian held his breath. Concentrate on controlling the fire. Stir from time to time with a small special spoon. The medicinal gas was dense and filled the entire room. When a bowl of soup that was as thick as ink and emitted a strange medicinal fragrance was finally decocted. The sky outside the window was completely dark and the moon was in the middle of the sky. Li Qingxian carried the boiling hot medicine bowl and walked over to the bedside. Miss Su, the medicine is ready, drink it while it's hot. Suman struggled to reach for it herself. Only to find that the arms were limp and weak. It was a struggle to even lift it. A hint of bitterness appeared on her face. Seeing this, Li Qingxian did not say much and naturally sat on the edge of the bed. One hand held her shoulder, allowing her to lean up slightly. Picking up the bowl of medicine with one hand, he scooped up a spoonful, blew on the heat, and passed it to her lips. Open your mouth. Su Meng was slightly stunned as she looked at Li Qingxian, who was close by. The side of his face was silhouetted in the candlelight. Eyes focused, movements gentle. It was a scene that reminded her in a trance of a long time ago. Back then, she was a carefree little fox. Got sick and so did her grandma. Little by little, feed her the medicine. But today, think of the tragic deaths of the clansmen. Thinking of the grandma who was brutally gouged out of her demonic den by the murderers of the Black Mist House. Su Meng's eyes instantly reddened. Bean-sized teardrops rolled down without warning, crossing pale cheeks. Oh! She couldn't hold back the suppressed sobs any longer. My grandma. She's the best for me. But those bad people. They killed her. And scooped up her demon pills? Woohoo! Sudden emotional breakdown. It made Li Qingxuan's hand holding the spoon pause. He watched Su Meng cry as she went pear-shaped. A twitch in his shoulder. The heart is also a bit of a bad taste. Don't cry. He sighed, his voice slowing down a bit. You can't come back from the dead, you have to live well to get your revenge. He said while passing the spoon to her mouth again, drink the medicine first, getting well is the right thing to do. Su Meng huffed and obediently opened her mouth and swallowed the soup. The bitter, pungent liquid slid down his throat. With a strange warmth that surged through the limbs. Li Qingxian saw that she was still agitated, fearing that her injuries would recur. After feeding the medicine, he held out his finger. Gently press on several points on the back of her neck and shoulders and neck. A gentle force penetrated. Su Meng's agitated emotions gradually calmed down. The eyelids are also starting to get heavy. Your mind is agitated, it's not conducive to recovering from your injuries, so sleep for a while first. Su Meng responded in a daze and soon fell into a deep sleep. Li Qingxian tucked the corner of the quilt for her. Only then did he get up and leave with his empty bowl. He found Wang's mother and briefly explained Su Meng's condition and the treatment plan for the following 5 days. Wang Mama heard that Su Meng's life was unharmed, but only needed to recuperate. He was so relieved that he thanked Li Qingxian profusely. Dr. Li is really wonderful. Thank you for your hard work. It's getting late, why don't you rest here with us tonight? I'll arrange a quiet upper room for you. Wang Mama enthusiastically proposed. When Li Qingxian heard this, his eyes were slightly certain. Thoughts flew through his mind. The drunkard's house is bustling with activity at night. He estimated that he was afraid that it wasn't half of the men in Qing'an province who had a bit of free money. They all have to come here to have a little fun. If he really rests here. The neighbors to the right and left of the room were afraid that they would not have peace all night. It's all just mind-numbing movement. He, Li Qingxian, was exactly at the age of blood and vigor. This building is full of warblers and swallows and soft jades. It's simply a huge temptation. In case some drunk girl goes to the wrong room. He wasn't really sure he could sit back and hold on to that pathetic bit of clarity. It was like the ultimate test of his humanity. No. Then he gritted his teeth. I appreciate Mother Wan's kindness. However, I'm a person who recognizes the bed and can't sleep well in a different place. What kind of person is Wang Mama? She immediately understood what he was saying and covered her mouth and laughed. Yes, Dr. Li is considerate. I won't keep you then, take care on your way. Li Qingxian nodded and carried his mahogany medical box. Turning around, he walked out of the drunkard's house. The hustle and bustle is cut off from the rest of the world. He turned into the isolated alley that led to his medical center. As the night deepened, the alley became more and more claustrophobic. In the distance, he could see the faint outline of his family's dilapidated medical center. Like a silent monster in the darkness of the night, with its broken maw open. Most of the people who live in this neighborhood are elderly. Sundowning and resting is the norm. At the moment the lights had long gone out around them, and there was a dead silence. As Li Qingxian walked, he suddenly felt a coolness running up behind his neck. Not the coolness of the night breeze. A very familiar feeling. Rather like being watched. He paused in his steps and swept around without moving. There was no more movement except the whine of the wind rattling the broken window panes. The chill of being spied on did not go away with his pause. He was just assassinated by 3 evil cultivators last night. The sense of danger in his heart at the moment was elevated to its peak. Danger! Li Qingxian took a deep breath, and the pace of his feet fiercely accelerated. Finally, I walked to the door of the medical center. The broken door panel, temporarily blocked, was even more dismal. He pulled out the key and inserted it into the lock hole. Click! The lock is open. He pushed the door open and was about to step inside. Just then, a silver white light suddenly flashed. So fast you can barely see the trajectory. A cold touch instantly closed on his neck. A morose chill went straight to the sky. Li Qingxuan's body was covered in sweat. The whole thing froze in place. He could clearly feel that it was an incredibly sharp blade. It was being tight and cold. Racked on his aorta. Chapter 17, Night Alley Killers, Healers, or Outlaws? The night is like ink. The cold metallic touch pressed dead against the skin of Li Qingxuan's neck. It's the knife. The sharpness coming from the blade seemed to pierce his perception. Morbid killing intent spread along the blade. It left him frozen in front of the broken door of his own medical center, unable to move. In his nostrils, he seemed to be able to detect a very faint, rusty smell mixed with some kind of fishy odor. There was also the undisguised gloom and violence in the man with the knife. Done. This was the first thought that popped into Li Qingxuan's mind. Just last night we sent off a female bogeyman. I ran into a bunch of life hunters again today. Have I stabbed a killer's nest in this clinic? Crunch! Behind them, deep in the alley. A few more shadows slowly paced out, silently blocking all his retreats. 4 in all. Except for this one on his neck. The other 3 were all wearing uniform black power suits. The face was hidden in the shadows and could not be seen properly. It exuded a cold and austere aura. It was the same as the 3 evil cultivators last night. The man at the head of the group was unmasked, revealing a face with beady eyes. He approached slowly. Sweeping Li Qingxian from head to toe, it didn't feel like he was looking at someone. Rather like estimating the color of a piece of cargo. Did 3 men in similar clothing, chasing a badly injured woman, come here last night? The man spoke, his voice husky and low. Li Qingxuan's eyes darted around. The heart was beating wildly in his chest. But the face forced composure. This good man, what do you say? Last night? Oh. It was so windy and rainy last night, I went to bed early and didn't hear anything. He said as he tried to watch the knife on his neck out of the corner of his eye. Cold to the touch, vaguely glowing with a ghostly light, definitely a sharp weapon. He half suspected that he had fidgeted a little. This dinner guy will have to say goodbye to his neck. Is that so? The lead one tugged at the corners of his mouth, the curves carrying undisguised mockery. He pressed forward another step, almost sticking in front of Li Qingxian. My men, tracking with secret techniques, the last scent, broke off near here. He stretched out his finger and pointed at the broken door that Li Qingxian had temporarily nailed on with wooden boards. This door, did you break it yourself? This. Li Qingxuan's forehead began to sweat. Good man Ming Jian. A few ungrateful thieves did come last night, trying to break in and steal things. I heard a noise and went out with a rolling pin to scare them a few times, and when they saw they couldn't take advantage, they ran away, and that's when the door gave out. If you don't believe me, just find a neighbor and ask. My Thai medical center, so poor that rats have to leave with tears in their eyes. How can there be anything worth thinking about? He tried to sound sincere. The image of an unlucky good citizen is alive and well. A hairy thief? The man at the head sneered, clearly not believing it. He jerked his hand up. Lightning grabbed Li Qingxuan's arm. Fingers clasped precisely on his pulse. A cold stream of air drilled in brutally. Li Qingxian only felt a line of ice running down his arm. The son of a was probing him. Fortunately, the original owner of this body of his was originally negligent in practicing qi. In the eyes of these professionals, it's probably just an ordinary citizen with a deficiency in qi and blood. Almost at the same time, the man's fingers snapped like iron pincers. Li Qingxian only felt an irresistible huge force coming from him. The whole arm was instantly numb and drastically painful. Put. Just when Li Qingxian thought that his arm was going to be ruined. The man, however, jerked his hand loose. This was followed by a backhanded jab that pounded him solidly in the small of the back. Intense pain swept through his body. Li Qingxian only felt that his internal organs were misplaced. Stomach turning. The eyes went violently black, and gold stars shot up. A fishy sweetness welled up in his throat. Put. He fell to his knees in disarray. Cold sweat instantly soaked his back. This punch had a tremendous amount of force. And with a chilling force. It penetrated his body and sent shivers down his spine. Damn. Is really killing me. Li Qingxian gritted his teeth and forced himself not to scream. He clearly realized that the group that came today was much more difficult to deal with than the three evil cultivators from last night. Look at the stance of the leading man and the strength of that punch just now. I'm afraid that it's not something that can be found in the qi refining realm, it's at least foundation establishment. It seems that you are not going to tell the truth. The man in the lead looked condescendingly at Li Qingxian, who was kneeling on the ground, his eyes cold. Kid, I'll give you a chance. My name is Blood Crow, we are from the Black Mist House, you should have heard of us. Black Mist House. Li Qingxuan's pupils shrunk violently. Sure enough. It's the same as what that fox demon summon said. These guys are really shady. Tell me, where did that woman go? Blood Crow's voice was like quenched ice. Also, did my three untalented men die in your hands? His eyes swept if anything over the interior of the medical center. Although Li Qingxian had hastily cleaned up last night. But the faint odor of blood lingered in the air. And certain indelible and subtle marks on the ground. Obviously it can't be hidden from such old geezers. Li Qingxian slumped to the ground. Coughing as he did so, he surreptitiously adjusted his breathing. Struggling to calm the churning qi and blood. He knew that hard resistance was definitely not an option. You can't hide a lie. Have to think differently. To find a way to live. He looked up with a pained expression on his face. Even with a hint of compassion. Coughing. This. Good man of the Black Mist House, Li Qingxian gasped for air. His voice was weak, but his words were clear. You guys are looking for me to ask about that injured girl? The tip of Blood Raven's eyebrow twitched. No words were spoken, signaling him to continue. I won't hide it from you all, I have indeed seen her. Li Qingxian slowly said, a calmness in his tone. She was so badly injured that she practically crawled to my door. Cough. He pounded his chest and continued, I, Li Qingxian, have been practicing medicine for 3 generations of my ancestors, and I open my doors and sit in the clinic, and I speak of a healer's benevolence. Since the patient has come to my door, no matter what her status is, whether she is righteous or wicked, rich or poor, in my eyes, she is just a patient who needs to be saved. So, I saved her. Li Qingxian raised his head, his gaze frankly meeting Blood Crow's scrutiny. As for what black-clothed man? You guys are talking about perhaps he has a grudge against that girl, and chased her here as well. I'm just a handless bone setter, where am I their match? In the confusion, they fought on their own. Later. Then the girl took advantage of the chaos and ran away. As for those 3. Probably lost both of them and died in up here. That was a half-truth on his part. Pluck yourself clean. Portrayed as a good old boy innocently involved in strife. As for why I didn't report to the police? Li Qingxian let out a bitter smile and pointed at his wretched appearance and the dilapidated medical center. Good men, look at my small arms and legs, and then look at this battle. I'm afraid. Fear of trouble can only recognize their own bad luck, sneak. To dispose of the body, so as not to get into trouble with the authorities. The few people from the Black Mist building listened to this with different expressions, obviously pondering. The man at the head of the group silently surveyed Li Qingxian on the ground. It was as if he was weighing the credibility of his words. These days, the rash speak as much about the doctor's doctor. Few are few, but not none. Besides, the little bit of trivial Taoist skill in this little Longjong was really not enough to look at. To say that he was able to kill 3 Qi condensation realm cultivators in return. It does seem a bit mind-boggling. Perhaps it really was the woman who used some kind of undercurrent. Died with his pursuers? Disposing of a corpse? Blood Crow let out a cold snort from his nostrils. Step forward. The boot stepped beside Li Qingxuan's fingers and crushed the dust on the ground. The hands and feet are quite nimble. Say, where did you throw it? Li Qingxian heart a tight busy said to city. South of the city mass grave, I took advantage of the night to drag over. The chief's eyes narrowed slightly. He was silent for a moment and suddenly said, You treated her injuries? What medicine was used? Where was she injured? Li Qingxian cursed in his heart. This questioning was too detailed. At that moment, he briefly described the location where he had treated Su Ming's wounds. It's talking about common trauma treatments. The herbs are also gold sores, stopping the bleeding, and other big stuff like that. Sounds reasonable. Blood Raven listened without comment. Where did the woman go after she left? Li Qingxuan's heart rejoiced, secretly saying that there was a door. But his face did not move, showing a look of trying to recall. It was too dark, and I was scared. I didn't see too clearly. Seemed to be running towards the east? East? The Blood Raven's eyes flashed with brilliance. Yes, it's the east. Li Qingxian nodded his head repeatedly, then he seemed to remember something. Oh, right. That girl left in a hurry, and seemed to have left something behind, saying that it was a token, so that I would have the chance to give it to her fellow disciples. A token? Blood Crow's eyes instantly became sharp. What kind of token? Take it out. Okay, I'll take it. Li Qingxian struggled to get up, only to fall back into a sitting position because of the sharp pain in his abdomen. An agonized and anxious look appeared on his face. It's in my arms. Good man, allow me to slow down, he said as he reached into his arms to feel around. The gazes of several people from the Black Mist building were focused on him. Especially the man at the head of the group, his eyes burning. It was obvious that the so-called token was held in the highest regard. Li Qingxuan's hand dug around in his arms, his movements a little clumsy. First, he touched the 2 broken tokens. This is it. He held the token in his hand, trembling, as if he was about to hand it to the Blood Crow. Almost instinctively, Blood Raven reached out for it. Just then, the change is steep. Li Qingxuan's wrist holding the token shook violently. An extremely fine transparent powder, like dust blown up by the wind. Silently, it drifted away towards the Blood Raven in front of him and the 2 men closest to him. Chapter 18, Extreme Escape, Target Prefectural Office. Lost Immortal Soft Tendon Powder. This stuff is colorless, odorless, and works extremely fast. Just the perfect tool for sneak attack drugging. Almost at the same instant that the powder was sprinkled, Li Qingxuan's other empty hand. 5 fingers like claws. at an extremely tricky and weird angle. In a flash of lightning, he grabbed at the shoulder joints of the black-clad man blocking the escape route. Soul Snatcher's hand. The black-clothed man was completely unprepared for this half-dead-looking bone-setter to suddenly storm out. What's more, I didn't expect this seemingly ordinary grab. It actually contains a strange penetrating force. The man in black only felt a numbness in his shoulders. Li Qingxuan's fingertips trembled slightly. A strange force violently penetrated along the opponent's shoulder well point. Dude, lend me a hand. The corner of Li Qingxuan's mouth hooked up into a cold smile, and his hand spat out strength again. The black-clothed man's muscles instantly stiffened. The true essence running in the body was suddenly stagnant, as if the meridians were clutched by an invisible hand. His eyes instantly became dull, his mind was in a trance, and his movements were half a beat slower. It's now! Li Qingxian saw the right moment and deftly hooked his toes. A half-broken sword on the ground that belonged to Yun Nishang abruptly popped up and was copied in his backhand in a smooth manner. Sending you through the roof. He let out a low gulp and without hesitation, flipped his wrist. The sharp broken sword carried the sound of breaking wind. With unerring precision, he stabbed into the soft belly of the black-clad man. Put! The sound of a sword blade entering flesh was clearly audible. The black-clothed man's body trembled violently, looking down at the extra half of the sword on his stomach, full of disbelief. Ah! A harsh, short scream finally erupted from his throat. But the scream. It was immediately overshadowed by two other, more mournful, muffled grunts. Blood Raven, and two other black-clad men who were close by. At the moment of inhaling the lost immortal soft tendon powder, just felt a flash in front of my eyes. Immediately after, an indescribable sense of paralysis, a sense of powerlessness, instantly swept through the entire body. It was as if the true essence in his body had been instantly drained. It was difficult to even maintain the protective astral aura. Not good. Poison. After all, Blood Crow was an expert of the Foundation establishment realm, and was both shocked and angry. Almost instinctively, he reacted, urging his body's true essence like a madman, attempting to forcefully suppress the bizarre medicinal power surging into the meridians. The thick true essence clashed fiercely with the medicinal power. It caused his face to turn green and white, and his protective astral aura was bright and uncertain. Although he did not immediately fall to the ground as his men did, his movements had been greatly affected. Poof! Poof! The two black-robed men who were more deeply poisoned didn't even hum a few times. Then his eyes rolled white and he fell to the ground. The overbearing medicinal properties of lost immortal soft tendon powder. For the defenseless chi condensation realm cultivators. Almost immediately, it's a shutout. And it all happened in the blink of an eye. Li Qingxian scores with a strike. Don't even dare to stop for a second. He couldn't even be bothered to pick up the mahogany medical kit that had fallen to the floor. Nor could he care to look at the death of that Blood Crow. Straight away, the black-robed man with the broken sword stuck in his stomach was pushed hard. Crawl away. The man in black ate the pain. Unsteady on his feet, he stumbled and fell backwards. Li Qingxian was like a loach. It lurched through the gap he'd made. Pops. I'm sorry. You can reopen the clinic if it's gone, but your life is gone. He cried out frantically in his mind. The feet fired with all the strength they could muster. Without looking back, he ran wildly towards the depths of the alley. Behind him came the incomparably furious roar of the Blood Crow. Little bastard! You dare to shade me! Stop right there! He had also inhaled a lot of misty fairy soft tendon powder though. However, he had the highest cultivation level, his body's true essence was thick, and he also had a protective astral chi. Though the effects of the medicine kicked in and reduced his battle prowess, but did not die instantly like his two henchmen. Watching a cooked duck fly. And lost two of his men. Even more so, he was assassinated by a mortal boy using underhanded means. Strange shame. When I catch you, I'll definitely whip you into shape and bruise your bones. An angry growl echoed through the silent night alley. With boundless killing intent. Closely chasing after Li Qingxuan's fleeing back. The night wind whistled past his ears. With a piercing chill. However, it could not suppress Li Qingxuan's anxious feelings at the moment. He ran playfully. Lungs pumped as violently as a bellows. It burns and hurts. The place in his belly where the blood crow had struck him was still vaguely painful. Every step involved a wound. It brought a sharp pain to the heart. But he didn't dare stop or even turn around. The sound of footsteps behind him was like a ghostly haunting. And the aura of violent killing intent deadlocked on him. The one called Blood Raven. Surprisingly, he wasn't completely put down by the lost immortal soft tendon dispersion. Li Qingxian cursed in his heart. However, under the influence of the medicinal properties, the other party's speed couldn't be faster for the time being. Now the guy is in a rage. Once caught up, the end would definitely be worse than death. Gotta find a place. A place where he could be safe for a while. Night in the house of Qingan. Most of the area has fallen silent. Except for a few specific busy areas. Most of the streets and alleys were empty. The occasional barking of a few dogs added to the desolation. Run. Run for the crowded area. Run towards places where there is official power. A thought crossed Li Qingxuan's mind like lightning. Yamen. The government office of Qing'an province was not far from the center of the city. There are officials and guards there. Theoretically, it was the strongest security force in the entire Qing'an province. Though he had never had much hope for the efficiency and competence of the government. But right now, it was pretty much his only saving grace. Making up his mind, Li Qingxian immediately adjusted his direction. With his familiarity with the topography of Qing'an province. 7 turns. Running wildly in the direction of the government office. The footsteps behind them were getting closer. That grim murderous aura was also getting stronger and stronger. Li Qingxian could even feel the black mist emanating from the other party's body, looming in the night. With a haunting aura. He gritted his teeth and squeezed every last ounce of strength out of his body. The speed increased again by a few points. Finally, a well-lit area appeared ahead. The silhouette of an imposing and solemn building emerges into the night. The Qing'an government office has arrived. The entrance to the courthouse. 2 huge lanterns gave off a dim glow. Illuminated a small clearing in front of the door. 2 magistrates in numbered uniforms. Was leaning boredly against the stone lion and yawning. A drowsy look. Help! Help! Li Qingxian was like seeing a savior. Hissed with all his strength. Rolling and crawling, he rushed towards the gate of the court. The 2 magistrates were startled by the sudden cry for help. Instant sobriety. The grip on the hilt of the knife at his waist tightened. Vigilantly, he looked towards the charging Li Qingxian. What man? One of the magistrates shouted sternly, Stop. Charge forward again, don't blame me for being merciless with my sword. Brother officer. Help. Someone's trying to kill me. Li Qingxian shouted incoherently as he ran. Horror was written all over his face. Just then. The blood crow that followed Li Qingxian closely. It also appeared within the light of the lantern. He was dressed in black and his face was so grim that it could have dripped. A black mist visible to the naked eye surrounded his body. The eyes were filled with the desire to kill. The whole thing radiates. Not like a mortal at all, but like an evil spirit that crawled out of hell. Those 2 magistrates who had originally wanted to scold Li Qingxian. The moment he saw that look of the blood raven. The expression on his face froze instantly. They're just ordinary yamen. The ones they dealt with on a regular basis were nothing more than ruffians and thieves. Where had I seen such a fury, a character who was not a good fighter at first sight? They felt a surge of fear from the bottom of their hearts. Demon. Demon? A timid magistrate's voice changed tone. Legs shook like sifting chaff. Another slightly more subdued one. It was also pale, and the hand holding the sword was trembling. Quick! Close the door now! He snapped in response. Nor could he care about Li Qingxuan's death. Turned and ran for the door. The other Yaman woke up as if in a dream. Rolling with it, he followed it in. Bang! The thick vermilion lacquer gate was slammed shut by the combined force of 2 government officials and Li Qingxuan's desperate gaze. Clunk! The sound of a bolt falling. Clearly into his ears. Open the door! Open the door! You bastards! You're all dead. If I die, I won't let you go. Li Qingxian rushed to the door. Slapping hard against the hard door panel, he cursed hoarsely. The only thing that responded to him was the dead silence inside the door. And the ragged gasps of the two magistrates. Done. Chapter 19, Sword Light from the Sky, Splitting a Body with a Sword. Li Qingxian leaned his back against the closed door, slowly sliding to the ground. There was a miserable smile on his face. Is this his last hope? Is this what they call officialdom? Not in the face of real danger. The blood raven approached step by step. There was a teasing smile on his face. The power of the lost immortal soft tendon powder was still at work in his body. It made him move slightly slower. But against an unarmed Li Qingxian. Still more than enough. Run? Why don't you run? Blood Crow laughed hoarsely, his voice filled with pleasure. Now, who else can save you? Li Qingxian gasped for air. The eyes, however, gradually sharpened. He slowly raised his hand. Reach quietly to your waist. There, hiding his last card. Hades' hypnotic needle. It's his only chance. Even if they all die together. And never let this scumbag get away with it. Spell it out. Just as Li Qingxian was preparing to throw his weight around. Last-ditch moments. Altered regeneration. An indescribably brilliant sword light. Without warning, it lit up from the night sky. That sword light, bright as the moon, swift as electricity. With a stern aura that cut through everything. Out of thin air. It instantly cut through the dreary night. Snort! A slight sound rang out. The blood crow that was smiling fiercely and walking towards Li Qingxian. The expression on his face froze instantly. There was first a flash of doubt in his eyes. It was then replaced by boundless horror. A thin line of blood appeared on his body, from head to toe. Next moment. The line of blood widened violently. Pust. Blood spurted wildly. The strong body of the blood raven. Surprisingly, by this sudden sword. Split neatly in half down the middle. Rolling blood and guts spilled all over the floor. The rich smell of blood instantly filled the air. The two halves of the body fell helplessly to the ground, twitching a few times. Then it completely lost its vitality. Until death, the look on his face. Still the same horrified look. Li Qingxian stared dumbfounded at the scene in front of him. The brain went blank. What the is going on here? He slowly raised his head and looked to where the sword light was coming from. Just see the eaves across from the courthouse. At some point, silently, a figure stood. It was a youth wearing a moon-white robe. The figure was erect and the face was cold. In his hand, he held an ancient longsword. A bit of blood still remained on the sword. It flickered with a cold chill in the moonlight. The youth's eyes held no trace of emotion. Just a faint glance at the two pieces of bodies on the ground. Immediately afterward, his gaze landed on Li Qingxian, who was covered in a mess. Li Qingxian sat paralyzed on the cold stone steps. The heart was still beating wildly. The exhilaration from the adrenaline hadn't fully receded yet. Mixed with the celebration of the aftermath. The young man in white on the roof. Just by standing there quietly, a stern aura filled the air. Li Qingxian had no doubt. This person's strength definitely far exceeded the blood crow that had just been split in half by a sword. It may even be stronger than that Ice Mountain fairy in Nishang's heyday last night. Where did this great god come from? And, look at him in this outfit. Li Qingxian narrowed his eyes. Thought something looked familiar. That moon-white robe. The style was quite similar to the outer robe that Yun Nishang had worn when she was injured. Only the details are slightly different. Are you also a member of the Tianyi clan? Looking for Yun Nishang? Just as Li Qingxian was ruminating, the white-clothed youth on the roof moved. Silently, he floated down in front of Li Qingxian. He looked at Li Qingxian condescendingly. The eyes remained cold. You are Li Qingxian? Here we go. Sure enough, he was coming for himself. Alarm bells rang loudly in Li Qingshuan's heart. He now deeply appreciates it. Get involved with these monks floating around. It's almost like dancing with your head in your pants and you could hiccup at any moment. Last night it was the Black Mist House that was after Yun Nishang. Tonight is another night of retaliation from the Black Mist House. Now another powerful figure that was suspected to be from Yun Nishang's same sect had appeared. A bottomless whirlwind of trouble. No way. Never admit it. Who knows if this guy is friend or foe? Even if it is a friend, what if it attracts another stronger enemy? His little body couldn't stand up to that. Electricity. Li Qingxian had already made his decision. He looked up, a look of just the right amount of bewilderment on his face. Shook his head vigorously. No. Not. His voice carried a hint of trembling, sounding like he was terrified. This immortal, you have recognized the wrong person. I am not called Li Qingxian. The young man in white sniffed. There was a slight frown. His gaze swept over Li Qingxian. It seems to be probing for something. Li Qingxuan's heart tightened. Afraid that the other side would see something. The white-clothed youth surveyed the area for a moment and didn't seem to find anything unusual. The man in front of him was dressed in ordinary clothes and had a weak breath. There was not a single trace of a cultivator on his body. Only a heavy dose of shock and exhaustion. Was the information wrong? The young man in white was obviously a person who acted in a dry manner. Since the man in front of him denied it, he didn't dwell on it too much. Just a different way of asking. Then have you seen a man named Li Qingxian? It's a great doctor, and he should have opened a medical center right here in the neighborhood. Here's your chance. Li Qingxuan's heart stirred. A look of realization immediately appeared on his face. Dr. Li? Are you looking for Dr. Li? He nodded his head in a hurry. Greetings. Seen. He lives over there. He raised his hand as he spoke. Pointed in the direction of a residential neighborhood that was the complete opposite of his own medical center. Dr. Li's house is deep in the alley over there, hanging a pretty old wooden signboard. But Li Qingxian turned his words around, a difficult look on his face. Immortal, you may have to wait a bit to find him. Why? The young man in white asked. Hey, Li Dafu, this person medical skill is good, is a little addicted to gambling. Li Qingxian lowered his voice and put on a mysterious look. I just now seem to have seen him sneak toward the south side of the city over the Happy Forest gambling house. It is estimated that his hands are itching. The white-clothed youth's cold gaze flickered slightly. It seemed to be a little surprised by the information that Dr. Li was addicted to gambling. But there was still little expression on his face. Perhaps in his mind, these bad habits of mortals. It's not even worth mentioning. He didn't ask any more questions about the matter regarding Grand Master Li, and only swept a final glance at Li Qingxian. Thanks a lot. 2 words dropped coldly. The white-clothed youth's figure shifted, leaving a faint residual shadow in place. The whole thing disappeared into the night. It was obviously chasing towards the south of the city that Li Qingxian had made up. Until the scent faded completely from perception. It was only then that Li Qingxian let out a long breath of relief as if he had been deflated. His whole body relaxed. The back had long been completely drenched in cold sweat. Sticky to the body. The night wind blew and froze him. Finally fooled. He sat paralyzed on the floor, breathing heavily. Looking at the 2 pieces of corpses on the ground that still reeked of blood. And the closed doors of the courthouse. There was a pang of fear in his heart and a surge of nameless fire. What's all this about? These people, each one of them is like a bogeyman. No, this Qinggan mansion can't stay any longer. Gotta make a run for it. Chapter 20 Ghosting. Hide in the gentle land for a few days first. But where to run? Li Qingxian was now penniless and covered in injuries. Most importantly, his knowledge of the world was still basically limited to the acreage of Qing'an province. Life is unfamiliar. I'm afraid I'll have to starve to death or be finished off by some ungrateful bandit just as soon as I get out of town. Thinking about it, there seems to be only one place at the moment. It would allow him to land for a while and still ensure a certain level of safety. The drunken immortal. Although Wang's mom is shrewd, she shouldn't mind her own business as long as she pays enough money. The most crucial thing was that he had just saved Su Meng, which was considered a favor to the drunken immortal residents. Wang's mom should sell him this face. Li Qingxian struggled to get up from the ground. The pain in the small of his back made him grimace. He glanced at the body on the ground that had been split in half. Disgusted, he bristled. Couldn't be bothered to deal with it, the magistrate would always find out in the morning anyway. He hunched over and moved with a limp. The night is deeper. The alley was silent, with only the sound of Li Qingxuan's heavy breathing and staggering footsteps. But he didn't dare stop, much less let his guard down. What he had just experienced had made him as frightened as a bird of prey. Always feel the dark corners. Any minute now, some killer could come out of nowhere. When the illuminated silhouette came into view again, Li Qingxian was almost in tears. The drunken immortal residence was bustling with activity at the moment. It was a stark contrast to the dead and austere atmosphere of a moment ago. Li Qingxian took a deep breath and straightened his tattered clothes. Try to look less lousy. Only then did he walk towards the open door of the drunken immortal's house. The tortoise at the door apparently still recognized him, this Dr. Li, and saw him go and return. And the status doesn't seem right. A look of surprise crossed his face. But didn't dare to ask more questions, just rushed to welcome them. Dr. Li? Why are you back again? Cut the crap, where's Mommy Wang? Li Qingxian waved his hand breathlessly. Mom's upstairs with the guests, I'll inform. Horror. No need. A familiar voice came from the stairway. Wang's mom twisted her plump body and walked down in style. She had a professional smile on her face. But upon seeing Li Qingxuan's appearance at this moment, that smile visibly froze, and a flash of disbelief flickered in his eyes. Aya, Dr. Li, what are you doing here? Wang Mom's gaze quickly swept over him, especially pausing at the hint of blood that lingered at the corner of his mouth. But it soon returned to normal. The tone was tinged with concern. But did you run into any trouble on the road? Nothing. Li Qingxian shook his head, not wanting to say much, just encountered a few drunken shrews, got into a bit of a conflict, not a problem. He made a random excuse. Wang's mom is something of a human being. One look at him like this knew it was definitely not that simple. But she also understands that there are some things you shouldn't ask. The drunken immortal residence can stand in this Qing'an prefecture, relying on its eyesight and not meddling in other people's business. Egu, these murderous bastards. Wang Mom immediately changed her expression to one of righteous indignation. It's good that you're fine, Dr. Li. This big night is indeed not peaceful. After a pause, she turned the conversation around and laughed, just in time. Didn't you say before that you recognized the bed and couldn't sleep outside? Coincidentally, I've just vacated one of the quietest upper rooms in the backyard here, and absolutely no one will disturb it. Look, why don't we rest here tonight? It also saves you from having to run back again. Li Qingxian was grateful in his heart, knowing that Wang's mom was handing him steps. He really had nowhere to go now. There's no going back to the medical center for a while. Then, I'll bother Mom Wang. Li Qingxian didn't make any pretense and nodded. The money for the room will definitely be given to you when I've slowed down for a while. You're out of line to say that, Dr. Li. Wang Mama immediately put on an angry look, covering her mouth with a handkerchief and laughing. You saved Miss Menger. You are a great benefactor to our drunken immortal residence. What's a mere room? You can just stay here at ease and order whatever you need. She nimbly instructed the turtle eunuch next to her, still not quick enough to take Dr. Li to the upper room in the backyard to rest. Be smart and serve well. Yes, yes, yes. The turtle duke hurriedly nodded his head and led the way ahead. Many thanks to Mommy Wang. Li Qingxian thanked again. Followed Turtle Man through the bustling front room, toward the relative quiet of the backyard. This location does have several separate compartments, hidden behind flowers and trees. Turtle Duke led him to a rather elegant-looking room and opened the door. Dr. Li, please, if you need anything, just ring the bell at the head of the bed. Li Qingxian nodded. Step into the room. The room was small, but it was clean and neatly decorated, and the bedding looked new and soft. Kamek retreated with a sense of humor. The door to the room was gently closed. Only Li Qingxian was left alone in the room. He backhanded the latch, which was a complete relief. Physical exhaustion overwhelmed him like a tidal wave. He stumbled over to the bed, falling head over heels on the soft bedding. Didn't even bother to take off his clothes, just wanted to pass out. It was a night of so much experience. Every part of the process is thrilling, and the slightest mistake is the end of all things. He was now like a boat that could capsize at any moment. The threat of the Black Mist House has not been lifted. That leader he took out must have had accomplices. Jun Nishang, that iceberg fairy. as well as that horribly powerful fellow disciple of hers. It's even more of a huge unknown. Why is it so hard to be a Thai doctor? Li Qingxian muttered, feeling the burst of weakness coming from his body. The eyelids were getting heavy. Whatever, let's get some sleep first. The sky is falling. You'll have to wait until I wake up from my nap, too. I don't know how long I slept. Li Qingxian was awakened by an ethereal fragrance. His sleepy eyes opened slightly aslit. The entry was a slender figure by the bedside. Sumo is sitting quietly. A pair of foxy eyes, but at the moment, they were gazing at him with a bit of worry. The sunlight filtered through the window, gilding her snow-white skin with a faint glow. A little more sickly beauty. Awake? Su Meng's voice was still cold, but it was a bit softer than usual. Li Qingxian completely came to his senses. Sit up propped against the bed, rubbing his still slightly swollen head. What hour is it? 3 rods at sunrise. Su Meng replied succinctly, pushing the bowl of medicine towards him. Wang Mama asked me to send over some injury medicine. Li Qingxian froze. I didn't realize I had slept for so long. Wang Mom said that something happened to you here last night? Su Meng cut straight to the chase, her suspicious gaze scanning over him. Li Qingxian secretly said in his heart that it was true. The speed at which this news spreads from Wang's mom is comparable to the demon wind. Good thing, too, to save yourself the trouble. Well, I ran into a couple of ungrateful furries last night. Li Qingxian downplayed the matter, trying to make it smaller. Su Meng obviously didn't believe it, how intelligent she was. And look at Wang's mom's tight-lipped look. Definitely not a trivial matter. It's someone from the Black Mist House? Su Meng's tone steeply became grave. The clear and cold eyes stared tightly at Li Qingxian. Li Qingxuan's heart flinched. He had originally wanted to hide it for a moment or two. But at the moment it seemed like there was really no point in playing tricks on her. It seems that Miss Su has guessed it as well. Li Qingxian simply admitted, his tone tinged with a bit of helplessness. Su Meng's face instantly turned pale. The already weak body seemed even more shaky. It's really them, she murmured, her voice carrying a hint of a tremor. It was obvious that there was an extremely deep fear of the name Black Mist House. Li Qingxian looked at her like this. The mind couldn't help but wonder. This Black Mist House, what exactly is the origin? It actually made this well-informed fox demon also so scornful. Miss Su, this Black Mist House, just what kind of power is it? Li Qingxian took the opportunity to ask. He was worried about finding a clue. Chapter 21, Master just doesn't go. The face of the heavenly clan counts for nothing. Su Meng didn't answer immediately. Delicate brows furrowed. It seemed to weigh something. A moment later, she spoke slowly. It seemed to have made up its mind about something. The name Black Mist House has been bubbling up in the immortal cultivation world for just these few years. Before, no one had ever heard of it. Her fingertips trembled slightly. It's like a bunch of evil spirits crawling out of thin air, from the depths of hell. Li Qingxian was surprised and asked, drilled out of thin air? That's not a small movement, is it? Su Meng glanced at him and nodded slightly. Eyes complex. At first, they acted with a bit of cover. Under the banner of acting on behalf of heaven and subduing demons. Specialize in targeting small, scattered demons that don't make it anywhere. The means are extremely cruel, and wherever they pass, the demons are never alive. Su Meng let out a bitter laugh. It didn't take long for their true colors to be revealed. Several prestigious sects teamed up to investigate and found that they weren't there to subdue the demons at all. They just want one thing: demon pills. Regardless of cultivation level or species, as long as it's a demon, kill it and take the dan. After being poked and prodded by the righteous sects, they completely turned to the shadows. Su Meng's voice was chilling. The movements have become surreptitious and the strikes have become more reckless. But their goal has always remained the same: to collect demon pills. A large amount of demon pills. Li Qingxian leaned against the bed. Fingers tapped unconsciously on the edge of the bed. Then if they want so many demon pills, do they want to open a medicine store or refine something evil? Su Meng shook her head with deep confusion on her face. No one knows. That's what's so disturbing. No one is sure of the true purpose of the Black Mist House, and no one knows who is really behind them. The amount of demon pills they collect has far exceeded the scope of normal cultivation or refining. Li Qingxian fell into deep thought. The Black Mist House is indeed a big trouble. No wonder Su Meng was so scared. But what business is it of his? Well, he's swept up in it. Damn it! He secretly cursed, and in his heart, he greeted the ancestors of Black Mist House. Just then, there was a soft knock at the door of the room. Dr. Li, someone is looking for. It was Turtle Duke's voice, with a bit of caution. Who? Li Qingxian was a bit puzzled. Who would come to him at this hour? The turtle's voice lowered. It's a male. The energy from last night is still fresh. Don't see. Li Qingxian said in an unfavorable manner, I don't see anything except human wives and young women. Kamek. Silence for a moment continued. That gentleman has an extraordinary temperament, and the little one really does not dare to offend. Or, you'd better go and take a look? Suman listened to the movement outside the door. The clear and cold eyes turned towards Li Qingxian. I am afraid that the male son who comes at this time is not coming from a good place. Her words were soft. However, it was like a feather that tickled on Li Qingxuan's taut nerves. Li Qingxuan's heart thumped. Yes, the son who came to this place of fireworks to look for a doctor at this hour? The white-robed, face-palmed face that cleaved the blood crow with a sword last night. But it's just a male. He's not going to realize he's being played. Kill back, right? The spirit is still alive. Li Qingxian cursed in a low voice. He shouted to the door, got it, let him wait first. Master will go when he changes his clothes. Kamek was like an amnesty. Hastily, he answered and retreated. Li Qingxian got up from the bed and moved his still somewhat sore muscles and bones. Then he paced slowly out of the room. Toward the front room. Through corridors hung with tacky veils. A couple of yawning girls leaned over the railing. Seeing Li Qingxian, he lazily threw a wink. Li Qingxian was in no mood to respond. Straight to the front room. As soon as he stepped into the door of the hall, a chill, if any, came over him. It doesn't fit in with the woozy atmosphere of the building. He raised his eyes. Only to see a familiar figure sitting in the corner of the hall by the window. The moon-white robe was immaculate. The figure is upright. Like a sheathed sword. It's the same Skyfall slugger from last night. He was carrying a cup of tea. Elegant gestures. But cannot hide the body emitted around the people. Do not get close to the cold aura. Seems to notice the arrivals. The young man in white slowly raised his head. The icy gaze swept over. The moment he saw Li Qingxuan's face, he gave a slight lurch. The next moment, the corner of his polished forehead. A vein snapped. The fingers gripping the teacup also seemed to push a few times harder. Last night, why did you lie to me? Without the slightest emotion, the voice rang out, smashing straight at Li Qingxian. You are Li Qingxian. Not a question, but a statement. Li Qingxian cursed in his heart. Instead, a smile piled up on his face and he snorted. This gentleman, you can't say that. He paced over to them with a self-conscious look. In that situation last night, in the dark, with knives and blood, who knows if you are friend or foe? I'm just trying to survive. In case you're in league with that street fighter, wouldn't I be giving my head away? Besides, I'm a little old man, I'm timid, I'm frightened, and I'm justified in making a slip of the tongue, aren't I? Li Qingxian had a frank face. One sophistry after another. The white-clothed youth frowned slightly, as if he was impatient to hear his sophistry. He set down his teacup with a slight knocking sound. I am Tianyi sect, Ling Xiao. He gave his name succinctly. Senior Sister Yun has returned to the sect. The injuries have eased, but they still need healing. There is another elder within the clan who is in critical condition and also needs to be saved. Senior Sister Yun mentioned that it was your unique needle technique that saved her. Ling Xiao's gaze locked onto Li Qingxian. By order of the sect, I have come to ask Senior Li to travel to Tianyi sect. Depart at once. His tone was flat, but there was a forcefulness to it. When Li Qingxian heard this, he pulled out his ears and directly waved his hand. No go. He refused dryly. Are you kidding? I'm in so much trouble right now, who knows if that crazy person from the Black Mist House will come after me again. This mess is still thanks to you guys. Besides, my medical center was torn to rubble, so I had to stay behind to deal with the aftermath and find a place to settle down. Most importantly, Li Qingxian met Ling Zhao's icy gaze. I'm just an ordinary person who runs a medical center to make ends meet. I'm not an underling that your clan calls at your beck and call. That elder of yours is in a critical situation. That's your business, I can't help. A trace of anxiety finally showed on Ling Zhao's cold face. It's a big deal, so I'd like to ask Dr. Li to keep the big picture in mind. There shall be no delay. He seemed to want to plead, but rarely seemed to do so. The tone was a little stiff. Li Qingxian was unmoved. Tianizong is the big picture, but the patients on my side aren't human lives? No go, not negotiable. He made up his mind to never get involved with this group of cultivators blindly again. There was too much trouble. Ling Xiao stared at Li Qingxian and seemed to be quickly thinking of a countermeasure. Kidnapping obviously doesn't work, healing the sick and saving lives is a matter of you and me, and a twisted melon is not sweet. Moreover, when we went down the mountain, senior sister Yin instructed not to use force. A moment later, as if he had made up his mind, his tone returned to its previous icy coldness. In that case, if Dr. Li doesn't go, I'll wait here. Wherever you go, I will follow. Until you're willing to move. This was said in a decisive manner, with an obstinacy that could not be pulled back by 9 oxen. Li Qingxian froze at his words, then smiled. Hey, you're a funny guy. Fine, you can follow if you want, it just so happens that I'm short of a bodyguard. He shrugged with an air of indifference. Li Qingxian stopped paying attention to Ling Xiao after he finished speaking. Turning toward the backyard. Today, Su Monk is still waiting for his follow-up appointment. Ling Xiao then looked at his departing back. The frown remained tight. But there was more than a hint of helplessness in his eyes. He rose in silence, and like a shadow, he followed without delay. Kamek and a couple of girls in the front room watched the scene from afar. Face to face. The atmosphere is not daring. This white-clothed male with an icy temperament. Why are you following Dr. Li? What's the deal with these two? Chapter 22. The 9 needles of the spiritual pivot appeared in the world, and senior brother Tianizong was dumbfounded. Li Qingxian pushed open the door of the compartment where Su Meng was. A faint scent of medicine wafted out. Ling Xiao was like a silent shadow. Close behind, it stopped at the door. Not stepping in. Just those cold eyes, unmoving, scanning the room. Su Meng was sitting against the bed, looking much better than yesterday. A faint blush came over her pale cheeks. At the sound of movement, she raised her eyes. The clear and cold gaze first landed on Li Qingxian. Then he noticed the white man behind him who was like an ice sculpture. She was slightly stunned. Feeling the unabashedly powerful aura on the other party. Willow brows furrowed involuntarily. This is the male son from just now? Su Meng looked towards Li Qingxian, her voice carrying a hint of caution. This drunken immortal residence was a mixed bag of fish and dragons, and when such a stranger with a powerful aura suddenly appeared, she couldn't help but be cautious. Oh, him. Li Qingxian didn't return his head, walking to the bedside while casually replying, a newly hired bodyguard, responsible for my safety. It's not peaceful lately, multiple fighters are always good. A bodyguard? A trace of dismay flashed through Su Meng's cool eyes. She sized up the airy white man in the doorway. Then look at Li Qingxuan's tired and casual appearance. Any way you look at it, the combination is indescribably weird. Hiring such a person as a bodyguard? What is this Dr. Li? And Ling Xiao, who was defined as a bodyguard, stood at the door. Hearing Li Qingxuan's introduction, that perpetual iceberg face seemed to twitch. The fingers holding the hilt of the sword also unconsciously rubbed a few times. He was the 3rd senior brother of the Heavenly Clan, one of the future pillars of the clan. To be called a bodyguard by a mortal doctor? A fighter? If not for the orders of the division, the elders would be critically ill. He would have nailed the mouthy bastard to the wall with a sword long ago. But Ling Xiao was Ling Xiao after all, and his strong self-control allowed him to stiffly suppress the sulking in his heart. He just stood there coldly, his gaze falling on Su Meng on the bed like substance. With just one glance, Ling Zhao's eyes narrowed. Demonic aura. Although it was extremely weak, being deliberately astringent, it was still mixed with a heavy medicinal aura. But it couldn't be hidden from a cultivator of his level. It's a fox demon. And look at its form and breath. It does not seem to be a mountain spirit. Rather like a clan of some origin. A trace of surprise flashed through Ling Xiao's heart. This Li Qingxian, not only was his medical skills eccentric, the patients he befriended were also extraordinary. First, it was Yun Nishan, a fellow disciple's sister who was seriously injured. And now a badly injured fox demon. He didn't point it out. His mission was to ask Li Qingxian to return to the sect for treatment. As for Li Qingxuan's other matters, as long as they did not affect the mission, he did not care. Moreover, this fox demon's breath was weak. But there was a hidden righteousness between his eyebrows. It is not a stream of evil spirits. Li Qingxian didn't have the time to pay attention to what was going on in the mind of the great god behind him. He had already begun to check Su Meng's injuries. Well, the recovery is not bad. Li Qingxian put on Su Meng's wrist and carefully felt the changes in the pulse. It seems that yesterday's medicine worked, the demonic pills have stabilized a bit, and the qi and blood have smoothed out quite a bit. He withdrew his hand and took a green cloth needle bag out of his pocket. Needle bag spread out. Li Qingxian twisted one of the thinnest millimeter needles. We're going to change the stitches today, bear with it a little. Li Qingxian instructed Su Meng. Su Meng nodded gently, her beautiful eyes staring at his movements. Ling Xiao, who was at the door, was originally just on guard as a matter of routine. His gaze doesn't ripple. Li Qingxuan's first stitch. It stabbed into the yin tang point between Su Meng's eyebrows. The movements are fast and precise, and the entry of the needle is silent. It caused little to no discomfort. Ling Xiao's eyebrows twitched. Mortal healers are quite skillful. That's all. However, as Li Qingxian held his breath and concentrated, his fingertips moved slightly. Second stitch, third stitch. Until 9 milligrams. In a kind of arcane formation, it was distributed in the key points around Su Meng's body. The end of the needle is not static, but gently trembles at a very subtle frequency. A few inaudible buzzes were emitted. Steep. A huge stream of air gushed out from the end of the needle. The stream was gentle, and as soon as it appeared, it triggered the thin heaven and earth aura around it. Slowly hovering and lingering around Su Meng. A miniature cyclone is formed. Wisps of light blue cold air appeared out of nowhere, twisting like swimming snakes. Immediately afterward, another crimson flame of light rose up, intertwining and colliding with the cold air. The shadows of ice and fire were born and extinguished around Su Meng. A strange vision. Ling Xiao's pupils suddenly contracted. This is not ordinary acupuncture. How could this stitch directly invoke the aura of heaven and earth? Although extremely weak, it was pure in nature and directed to the origin. He clearly perceived that with every stitch that fell, the originally decaying vitality within the fox demon was being stimulated. Spiritual pivot 9 needles. Those 4 words exploded in his mind like thunder. This is a legendary needle technique that only exists in ancient medical texts. It is said to have been long lost, and is the supreme art of the ancient healing powers to seize the life of creation. How did it come to be in the hands of a dodgy-looking mortal doctor? Ling Xiao froze in the doorway. The cold air around his body was almost escaping. He stared dead at Li Qingxuan's flipping hands. And those ordinary-looking silver needles. The angle of each stitch, the depth, even the frequency of the twist. All of them allude to some kind of law that is as subtle as it is subtle. Looking at Li Qingxuan's back again, his eyes completely changed. No wonder the senior sister said his medical skills were unique. The trace of doubt that Ling Xiao had originally had in his heart about Li Qingxuan's medical skills had completely dissipated at this moment. Based on this hand of the 9 needles of the spiritual pivot alone, it was enough to prove that this person was by no means a person with a false reputation. Perhaps, he really did have a way to save that elder. In any case, he must be invited back to the clan. Su Meng, at this moment, felt it most truly. A warm current of warmth traveled through her body as the silver needles pierced in. It nourished the damaged meridians and demon pills. That bone-deep feeling of weakness. It's being dispersed a little bit. A soothing look came over her face. In the gaze that looked at Li Qingxian, there was gratitude and a few more points of trust. Half an hour later, when the last wisp of ice and fire vapors converged, Li Qingxian withdrew the needle. 9 silver needles left the body at the same time. Fine beads of sweat oozed from the corners of his forehead and he let out a soft breath. Thank you, Dr. Li. Although Su Meng's voice was still weak, it was quite a bit stronger than before. Don't be polite, just remember to pay. Li Qingxian responded with a calm demeanor. Continue to drink the medicine, recuperate well, and don't think nonsense. Li Qingxian exhorted. After a few days, I'll pack you to recover to the 7th degree. Spinning around, he stood up, ready to leave. Ling Xiao guarded the doorway like a door god. Seeing him come out, he silently sidestepped out of the way. Then followed again. Li Qingxian glanced at him without saying much. While walking out the door, he was making mental calculations. Su Meng's side has stabilized for now. The next seems to be the day of the little young lady Chuo's follow-up appointment. Last time, he had promised to give her a taste of the hot-blooded divine needle. Although he made that up. But there has to be an explanation for what was promised. Moreover, the Chu family is so rich, and the consultation fee is generous. Right now the medical center was torn down to rubble, rebuilding and settling down would require a large sum of silver. This deal can't go sour. Now the medical center is trashed, and there's no way to get back. Then it's better to go directly to the Chu mansion. Just in time, by the way, let's see if we can get some more benefits from Miss Chu. Make up your mind. Li Qingxian turned his footsteps towards the famous rich district of Qingan province. Ling Xiao didn't even frown and followed suit. The two men were one in front of the other, and one looked hungover, like a punk who had just come out of a gambling den. A temperament cold, white clothes, like an exiled fairy. This strange combination traveled through the gradually bustling streets of Qingan province, attracting many curious gazes. However, when they made 7 turns and finally arrived in front of the Chu mansion's imposing gate, the smile on Li Qingxuan's face, however, tightened slightly. It's not right. It's too quiet. In front of the Chu mansion, in the past days, there should be a family guard, a rich and noble scene. But at the moment, the door was closed tightly, and only 2 people dressed in the garb of household servants were guarding behind the door. Probe. There was an obvious look of anxiety on his face. Seeing Li Qingxian approaching, the eyes of one of the slightly older family members lit up. Like seeing a savior, he rushed to welcome them. But there was no semblance of joy on his face. Instead, it was filled with trepidation. Li Dafu. You have finally come. The old houseboy's voice carried a noticeable tremor. Chapter 23, Evil Sneak? Madness? Mr. Chu is strangely ill. The old housekeeper's wrinkled face was now seized into a ball. The 5 senses were all crammed together. The voice trembled with a sense of desperation. Quickly follow the old slave inside. He grabbed Li Qingxuan's sleeve. The strength is amazing. Li Qingxuan's arm was tugged to the point of raw pain, and he wondered in his heart. He had an impression of this old houseboy. It was Fu Bo, the steward of the Chu mansion. Normally the most stoic of them all. It's a first for this look. Uncle Fu, slow down. Li Qingxian backhandedly pressed down on his shaking arm and lowered his voice. What happened? Where is Lady Chu uncomfortable? He subconsciously thought of Chu Rou. That woman's body is already weak, although the last time the needle was effective. But there's no guarantee that it won't be repeated. It's not ma'am that's in trouble. Uncle Fu waved his hand repeatedly, his head shaking like a rattle. So anxious that he was about to jump up and down. Yes, it's the old master. My master, he's not right. Yesterday when I came back to the house, I was fine, but in the night, I was like a different person. He hits people when he catches them, and his mouth is so full of nonsense that he can't be stopped. The old houseboy's voice trembled more and more. There was fear in his eyes. The senior monks from the Baoguang temple in the south of the city were invited, and they recited the scriptures all night long, but to no avail. That strength of the masters is wickedly strong, and several boys have been injured by him. He lifted up his sleeve to reveal a bruise, obviously freshly added. Li Qingxuan's eyebrows twitched. Madness? Strength? The boundaries of Qingan province have been peaceful for many years. It's not common for demons to cause trouble. Especially since this was still the Chu mansion, one of the largest families in Qingan province. However, he didn't move on his face, revealing a look of concern. Don't be in a hurry, first take me in to take a look. Hey! This way please, Dr. Li. Uncle Fu responded in a loud voice and hurriedly led the way in front, his feet stumbling. Ling Xiao was expressionless as he followed behind Li Qingxian. A cold gaze swept over the closed doors of the Chu mansion. Like sensing something. Just stepped into the front hall of the Chu mansion. A wave of chaos then hit the air. Tables and chairs toppled over and china shattered all over the place. In the middle of the hall, a fat middle-aged man with a cloak of hair. His face was red and his veins bulged. Is waving his arms around like a madman. The good material silk shirt on his body was ripped to shreds, revealing white, fat flesh. A few houseguests were cowering far away in the corners of the wall, each of their faces white. Legs and stomachs trembling. No one dares to come forward. Is this Mr. Chu? Li Qingxian muttered in his heart. It's a far cry from the rich clerk who had a weak kidney that day. This brute force, through and through, is evil. Roar! Mr. Chu seemed to detect the scent of a stranger. Jerked his head around. The reddened face was facing Li Qingxian with a hideous expression. There was an inhuman ferocity about it. A low growl escaped his throat. With his hands and feet, he actually lunged straight towards the door. It's incredibly fast. Fubuki screamed in terror and collapsed to the ground. Li Qingxuan's heart jumped. Just about to dodge sideways. A white shadow was faster. Bang! A muffled sound. Ling Xiao did not know when he had already blocked in front of Li Qingxian. With one hand, he pressed down on Mr. Chu's shoulder. The furious impulse of Officer Chu slammed into Ling Xiao's hand. But it made his body unmoving. It was as if the force was all unloaded into the void. Ling Xiao's fingers slightly exerted force. Officer Chu immediately let out a hiss of pain. There was a soft click in the joint. The struggle lessened. Such evil spirits are possessed and defiled. Ling Xiao's icy voice rang out without a trace of emotion. Why don't we just chop it off with one sword to end the trouble? His fingers were already on the hilt of the sword at his waist, and a cold aura spread out. Li Qingxuan's heart thumped. Chopped? What a joke! Then who's going to get my consultation fee? If you save Mr. Chu, the Chu family will be grateful and offer you a lot of money. He rushed forward. The face immediately changed to a pained expression. A heavy sigh. Brother Ling is wrong. A healer is a parent, how can he see death and save it? We haven't even figured out if it's a disease or an evil, how can we hurt people's lives so easily? Li Qingxian spoke with great righteousness. It seems like a really benevolent doctor who hangs on to the world. Ling Xiao's fingers holding the sword paused. He glanced sideways at Li Qingxian. There was a bit of surprise in his expression. This oily doctor, he still has this kind of mind? I don't understand it, but there seems to be some truth in what the other person is saying. He pondered briefly and pinched a simple spell with his fingertips. A faint spiritual light did not enter the Chu clerk's body. The body of the originally frantically struggling member Chu stiffened violently. Then he collapsed limply. Completely unconscious. All that was left was a ragged gasp. Ling Xiao let go of his hand and coldly stepped aside. Madam is coming. Madam is coming. The anxious voice of the maid came from outside. The beaded curtain shook as Chu Ro swayed and stumbled in. Her hair was a bit disheveled and her face was streaked with tears. When she saw the fallen Sagittarius and the mess all over the floor, his body was so weak that he barely stood still. Master! What's wrong with you, master? Chu Ro flung herself to the side of the Chu clerk and cried like a pear. Dr. Li! Please save my master. She raised her teary-eyed pretty face. Looking towards Li Qingxian, his voice choked. Li Qingxian stepped forward and gently held her slightly trembling arms. Hold your horses, ma'am. He said in a warm voice, this illness has come about in an odd way, so I'll have to ask the lady to tell me more about it. For example, how is the officer's behavior in his day-to-day life? Did he make any enemies? Chu Ro sobbed and wiped the corners of her eyes with a silk handkerchief embroidered with delicate orchids. My lord. She choked back a sob and seemed to be organizing her thoughts. He treats people pretty well on a regular basis. It's petty. But it doesn't make enemies. To us, the families, though. Her words faltered slightly, and a complex and incomprehensible emotion flashed in her eyes. But it was quickly covered by tears. Is also well thought out in every way, with food and clothing never in short supply. He would never be as intimidating as he is now. A completely different person. Chu Ro said, and couldn't help but cover her face with a handkerchief again, her shoulders gently twitching. Li Qingxian squatted down while placating with his mouth. A closer look at the unconscious Chu Wei. Flushed face, heavy breathing. The pulse was even more wild. It really doesn't seem like simple madness. Where did the officer go yesterday? Seen any special people or touched anything unusual? Li Qingxian asked in a deep voice. Chu Rou and the subordinate next to her exchanged a few glances. Both shook their heads, looking a little evasive. It seems incoherent. The little bit of doubt in Li Qingxuan's heart grew bigger and bigger. His gaze fell on Shulu. Think of her previous illness. Stagnation of qi in blood, heartburn and insomnia. And then associating it with the Chu family's large family business, but never heard of an heir. A thought, without warning, crashed into his head. With deliberation, he moved closer to Trulo. Keep your voice extremely low. With a few cautions, he asked, Ma'am, forgive me for talking too much. Is he not very attentive to women in his ordinary life? With these words, Chu Rou's crying came to an abrupt end. Her pretty face, prancing around, turned red. Shame and embarrassment flashed alternately across her face. They teeth clenched on her lower lip. There was a long silence before she squeezed a few words out of her teeth as if she had used all her strength. His lordship he prefers the male style. Boom! Li Qingxian only felt something explode in his head. He subconsciously took 3 big steps back. The eyes looked in horror at the unconscious Chu clerk on the ground. No wonder. This one is also a master of Sichuan opera. Ling Xiao, who was standing on the side. The original cold as ice expression also froze instantly. The veins in the corners of his forehead throbbed. To think that I just pressed my hand on the other guy's shoulder. My stomach lurched and I couldn't tell you how diabolical it was. Ling Xiao's face, even colder. When Li Qingxian looked at Chu Rou again, the eyes were filled with deep sympathy. No wonder the qi and blood are not flowing well and the heart fire is difficult to eliminate. Keeping such a big family business. And yet, he has been alone for years. This day. TSK, it is like living widowhood. Meanwhile, an even more outrageous, if not somewhat absurd, speculation. It was bubbling madly in his mind. This Chu suddenly went crazy and got hit by evil. Could it be that there is some ulterior motive to his particular fetish? Chapter 24, Soul Stealing. Spicy memory fragments. Li Qingxian suppressed the shock in his heart. The eyes fell back to the unconscious Chu Wenwei on the ground. Ma'am, did the officer ever go anywhere special before he went crazy? Li Qingxuan's voice couldn't hear any ripples. It's like what you just heard was just a small, insignificant thing. When Chu Rou sniffed, the blush that had just faded from her face surfaced again. Eyes flashing, stuttering for words. The household servants and maids next to them even hung their heads low. The atmosphere doesn't dare to come out. The atmosphere in the hall was characterized by an unspeakable oddity. Li Qingxian scanned the circle, finally noticing a shivering boy in the corner. The boy was dressed decently. It looks like it's the personal servant of the Chu clan member. Being given such a look by Li Qingxian, the boy shivered and almost went limp. Chu Rou looked at Li Qingxuan's gaze and her face instantly turned ugly. She took a deep breath, as if she had made up her mind, and snapped at the boy, Fuan. Still not quick enough to tell Dr. Li the truth. Where on earth did his lordship go yesterday to fool around? The boy named Fuan fell to the ground with a plop. The body shook like a sieve. Husband, ma'am, spare your life. Dr. Li, spare my life. He kowtowed repeatedly, his voice laced with sobs. His lordship. His lordship has been staying out since he was good down there. The day before yesterday, went to a newly opened pavilion in the west of the city. Call it what it is, Aurora Hall. That place is not a serious place. Fuan's voice grew fainter and fainter, his head almost buried in the ground. I've heard that is exclusively reserved for the amusement of nobles with special preferences. Inside the service. Small is not clear, only wait outside. Li Qingxian raised an eyebrow. Aurora Hall? It's not a nice place by the sound of its name. Exclusively for special preferences? He glanced at the plump chunin on the floor. Mentally tisk tsk. This Mr. Chu, he's really letting himself go. We'll play. In that pavilion, aside from the people, can there be anything else? Li Qingxian pursued, his tone carrying a hint of probing. Fuan snapped his head up, panic in his eyes. There are rumors. His voice trembled beyond recognition. Said that the pavilion had more than just clean-cut little herdsmen. There are even inhuman things can provide unimaginable services. After Fuan finished speaking, he knocked his head heavily on the ground again, not daring to speak again. Something inhuman? Li Qingxuan's heart stirred. That's right on. Where does a common madness come from with such evil strength? 80% of the time, it's in that so-called polar pavilion, inviting something unclean. And, most likely, it had something to do with that inhuman service. Li Qingxian looked towards Chu Rou, his expression becoming solemn. Ma'am, it seems that the root of the member's illness lies in that pole pavilion. To save him, I need to probe his memories before he went mad and find out the source of that evil spirit. He paused and added, it's just that the process might be a little offensive. Chu Rou had long since lost all 6 gods at this moment. I hear there is hope for salvation. Where to care about anything else? Offense? Anything to save the master. She eagerly made her statement and hurriedly added, after the matter is accomplished, the Chu family will definitely heavily reward you. Don't worry about the consultation fee. Having been promised, Li Qingxian no longer hesitated. Walking over to the Chu clerk, he slowly crouched down. He stretched out his right hand, his 5 fingers naturally slightly open. An obscure air current seemed to linger at his fingertips, which was difficult for an onlooker to detect. Soul Snatcher's Hand. With this kung fu, you have to touch the opponent with a special force to dive into the depths of the sea of consciousness. He glanced sideways at the side, where Chu Rou was nervously twisting the corner of her coat, her beautiful eyes filled with worry. Ma'am, and take a few steps back. Lest the commotion startle you later. Chu Rou's cheeks blushed slightly, and she took a few steps backward as she was told. However, his eyes were always locked onto Li Qingxuan's hands. Li Qingxian forced himself to endure the discomfort and slowly raised his hand, pressing his palm gently on the greasy canopy of the chunin. The internal force was activated, and a strange power seeped along the palm. Buzz. Countless messy and broken. There's literally no eyes for the picture. It instantly rushed into Li Qingxuan's mind. It's all about the first view of the dragon's yang from the first view of the Chu clan. Various scenes, various poses. Li Qingxian only felt his scalp tingle and his eyes blacken, almost vomiting on the spot. It's surprising that Officer Chu is still both offensive and defensive. I, Li Qingxian, have been wise for a lifetime. First time I've ever been straddled by someone who was good at this. No, the consultation fee must be doubled later. And add moral damages. He clenched his back teeth with a death grip, forcing his mind to stabilize. Fumbling laboriously for useful clues in those tainted fragments of memory. Finally, he captured the key scene. The scene is in a room of extreme extravagance and lewdness. Officer Chu was tangling with something that had a pink mist around it. The thing looked like a demon or a charm, not a man or a woman. It breathes an eerie allure. After making contact with that thing, Chu's perspective began to skyrocket, becoming more and more disoriented. Sanity was gradually consumed by a raging desire. Found it. Li Qingxian violently withdrew his hand. His face was a little pale, and fine beads of sweat oozed from his forehead. It's the succubus. A low-grade demonic creature that feeds on special lust and is capable of possessing and taking over a body. The root cause of the disease has been identified and a treatment plan has emerged. It was necessary to first disrupt the succubus demon parasitized in the body of the Chu clerk with a needle technique. It is then forcibly shaken out of the host by a powerful external force. Li Qingxian turned his head, his gaze landing on Ling Xiao, who remained silent with an ice-cold face. An excellent idea bubbled up in his mind. He cleared his throat, his face set in a few high gears. Taoist Master Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao sniffed and glanced at him coldly. This demon is evil and obscene, and needs to be shaken out with the power of pure yang. Li Qingxian said in a serious manner. Taoist Master is a Xian sect high kung fu, his cultivation is profound, and his yang qi is abundant and rigid. I see that in this matter, it is not possible for the Taoist Master to make a move. Ling Xiao's brows instantly furrowed. Shocking demons and evils with the power of pure yang? That sounds like a righteous tactic. But the object is? This obese Chu staff on the ground. And an external. Shock? Thinking of some sort of possible modus operandi, Ling Zhao's face froze. A chilling aura emanated from around his body. It made the Chu row and the houseguests next to him stifle a shiver. This is simply degrading. Strange shame. He was a personal disciple of the heavenly monarch sect. How could you do such a vulgar thing? Li Qingxian took in Ling Zhao's reaction and smiled in his heart. He sighed deliberately. The tone of his voice was tinged with a bit of helplessness. Alas, since the Taoist priest is unwilling to help, then I'm afraid there's nothing I can do with this little bit of humble Taoism. It seems that this Mr. Chu deserves his fate. He added with a twist of words and intent. As for the side of Tianyi sect, TSK, it seems that it is also the fate that has not yet arrived, and it is not possible to force it. Ling Zhao's knuckles instantly tensed up as he gripped the hilt of his sword. Senior sister's injury, the clan elder's illness. These burdens still rest on his shoulders. If it is because of your own momentary reluctance, and there was a delay in inviting Li Qingxian back to the sect. Ling Zhao's face changed several times. Icy cold eyes swept back and forth between Li Qingxian and Elder Chu. In the end, it was as if he had made a great determination. Through the teeth. Coldly squeezing out a word. Do. Chapter 25 Physical Exorcism. Highly cold senior brother was forced to open for business. Ling Xiao had both nodded. Li Qingxian then stopped dawdling. With a flick of the wrist, the green cloth needle bag spread out. Several silver needles were twisted in his fingertips, and his inner strength was urged. The tip of the needle was haloed in a layer of faint awnings. It didn't even bother to undo the greasy clothes of the Chu clerk. Li Qingxian flicked his wrist through the brocade. Shoo shoo shoo. A few soft thuds. The silver needle stabbed into several large points around the Chu clerk's body. The end of the needle vibrated restlessly and sharply, so fast that it was almost impossible to see the movement. Buzz off! In the air, there seemed to be invisible currents being induced. The two colors of light, ice blue and crimson, once again alternately flashed across the obese body of the Chu clerk. Needle power through clothing and through fat. Straight to the demonic evil that lurks within. Li Qingxian twisted his head. Looking to Ling Xiao, whose face was turning green next to him. The corner of his mouth lifted, and his voice carried out clearly, Taoist Ling Xiao, do it. Remember, shake it hard. There must be no need for pity, be sure to turn out that filthy thing that hides the dirt and filth, and turn it out for me with a vengeance. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. Push down that bit of discomfort in your heart. He stretched out his hand and pinched his fingertips. An invisible rope of spiritual energy appeared out of nowhere. It wrapped itself around the unconscious Chu clan member on the ground. Bundled up tight. Then he held his breath. Resist that greasy feeling. Grabbed Chu's collar and belt. In the next moment, this high and cold senior brother of Tianyi sect, his arm snapped. Phew! The surprisingly heavy weight of the chums. It's like a giant broken sack stuffed with lint. Being picked up directly by Ling Xiao. Immediately afterward, Ling Zhao's face was expressionless. Started a frenzy of action in the hall. From time to time he shook Mr. Chu violently up and down. From time to time, they grabbed him and spun him around in place. The movements are extremely wide and forceful. With an unspoken note of venting. Member Chu's huge body drew a wretched arc in the air. The head drooped and the limbs flopped about helplessly. Foam dripped uncontrollably from the corners of his mouth. The household maids in the hall were all wide-eyed. Open mouth. Petrified on the spot. It was like seeing some amazing scene. This fairy exorcism is so chic. As Ling Xiao became more and more roughly shocked. Vomit. A dry heaving that didn't sound like a human being suddenly sounded. A pale black shadow with a strong fishy odor. It spurted violently out of the open mouth of the Chu clan member. The vapors twisted and turned. The outline of a human form was faintly discernible. Letting out a piercing, mournful whine. As soon as it broke away from its host, it turned into a black smoke. Panicked, he shot toward the gate. Apparently trying to escape. Sins. Still want to go? Ling Xiao, who had been watching with cold eyes. A cold aura appeared in his eyes. His left hand maintained its ravishment of the chunin. The right hand pinched a sword trick. Miso. The long sword behind his back sheathed itself. It turned into a piercing white rainbow. The sword light broke through the air, fast to the extreme, and came out after. Pust. The white rainbow pierced through the pale black shadow without missing a beat. The silhouette let out a mournful scream. Immediately, it was like ice and snow encountering heat, rapidly melting and collapsing. It eventually came to nothing. Not even a speck of smoke left. Once the succubus is extinguished, Ling Xiao casually threw Mr. Chu towards the ground. Put. There was a muffled sound. The Chu clerk's body violently went limp, completely paralyzed. His tightly closed eyes slowly opened, and a few moments of clarity returned to his eyes, no longer the madness he had before. It was just that his face was as white as paper, his body was drenched in sweat, and he was panting heavily. Obviously, being tossed down by Ling Xiao with this flurry of physical exorcisms, even if he hadn't been killed by the demonic evil, half of his old life had gone. Master! You're awake, Master! Chu Ro, who had been watching in fear. See the Sagittarius regain his senses. There were tears of joy. She rushed to jump to Chu's side. And couldn't care less about the dirt on him. Eagerly looking up and down. After confirming that her husband was just weak from dehydration and nothing else serious. It was only then that she jerked up and turned towards Li Qingxian. Many thanks to Dr. Li. Thank you, Dr. Li, for saving my life. Chu Ro bowed to Li Qingxian repeatedly. The voice was tinged with sobs. Gratefulness is in the air. She immediately turned around and ordered the Fubo beside her. Fubo, quick! Quickly go to the account office to get the consultation fee. B. Double. Fubuki gave an ouch and trotted off. The crisis passed, and Chu Ro commanded her subordinates to carefully carry the weakened elder Chu back to the inner room to rest. She gave a few careful instructions before retracing her steps back down the hall. At this point, the tear tracks on her face had not dried. Walking slowly to Li Qingxuan's side. The waves of light in her beautiful eyes flowed with undiluted vapor. It's more of a flavorful look. Trulo first looked around cautiously. See that the underlings are far away. That cold-faced Taoist master Ling Xiao was also only turning his back to this side. Like studying a painting or calligraphy hanging on the wall. Her voice was much lower all of a sudden, with a hint of timidity. Dr. Li. She called out softly. Li Qingxian raised his eyes in doubt. HM? Is there anything else, ma'am? The consultation fee, Uncle Fu, has already gone to fetch it. It's not about the consultation fee. Chu Ro bit her lower lip. There was a little twinkle in his eye. Cheeks flushed. Your last time you administered needles to your concubine. My concubine feels that her body has indeed loosened up a lot, and she is no longer distracted by insomnia at night. She spoke vaguely, with tentativeness. It just always seemed like it hadn't been completely eradicated. Didn't you? You say before that there was a secret treasure in the bottom of the box? That feverish needle. I wonder if I can let my concubine experience it as well? She finally mustered up the courage. Raising her eyes to Li Qingxian, her eyes were watery. Li Qingxian sniffed. Heart thumping. He was trying to figure out how to muddle through this one. After all, he made that up on the fly. Who knows? Chu Ro looked at him as if he was a bit hesitant and actually took the initiative to lean forward a step. A small, soft, warm hand gently rested on his sleeve and tugged. She tilted her pretty face slightly and exhaled. Warm breath brushed against Li Qingxuan's ears. In those seductive eyes. The water is glistening. It's unabashed thirst. Dr. Li's medical skills are so powerful, my concubine really wants to be completely well. I also asked Dr. Li to fulfill. Li Qingxian subconsciously glanced in the direction of the inner room where Elder Chu was carried in. This beautiful woman, she has a lot of guts and a good memory. He lowered his voice with a few hints of flirtation. I say, Mrs. Chu, your husband can just wake up, people are still inside. Chu Ro sniffed and hummed lightly without any concern. Nasal with a hint of lazy pout. Humph, in his present state, he is no different awake than asleep, so where does he care? There was a flash of sultriness in her eyes. It soon became bold again, and the eyes were eager. What's more? When has he ever cared about concubines these? he can do outside. Me Chu Ro cannot do? Beauty throws herself on her own accord. The words were aggravating and expectant. Li Qingxian stroked his chin, remembering the bit of mental shock he had received when he had just peeped into the memories of Elder Chu. It's a debt that needs to be made good. He cleared his throat, a bemused expression on his face. Since your ladyship is so insistent. Well, for the sake of your wife's health, this doctor will reluctantly make another hard trip. Chu Ro's eyes suddenly blossomed with surprise. 2 red clouds burned in her cheeks. She hurriedly let go of Li Qingxuan's sleeve and led the way ahead. Dr. Li, this way please, go to my concubine's compartment, it's clean. Li Qingxian sure followed. Being guided through the courtyard by Trulo. Come to a secluded and elegant compartment. The door to the room closed softly. 1 hour later. The compartment door opened again. Li Qingxian stepped out. There was a contented smile on his face. Even his footsteps were brisk. He stretched a great deal and felt nothing but relief. The bit of nausea that came from snooping through the memories earlier. It's long gone up in smoke. Helping people is really pleasurable both physically and mentally. Ling Xiao, who was guarding the courtyard, stood like a stone statue. When he saw Li Qingxuan's obviously nourished appearance walk out. A million years of iceberg faces. A frown creased his brow. In the cold aura, there was an undisguised extra point of dislike and disapproval. It's a disgrace. Corrupt the atmosphere. However, he ended up saying nothing. Just averted his eyes in silence. Li Qingxian naturally noticed Ling Xiao's gaze. But he ignored it all. Even raised an eyebrow at him. He was in a great mood now, and was beautifully calculating the huge amount of money he had just received for his consultation. The Chu family is really rich and powerful. Double the consultation fee plus moral damages. Now we have the money to rebuild the medical center. Chapter 26 A Glimpse. Highly cold Taoist's dark wound. Leave the Chu mansion. Li Qingxian was in a relaxed mood. The gate is also lighter. The two walk side by side. The hustle and bustle of the street fades away, leaving the night in its wake. Li Qingxian glanced at his side out of the corner of his eye. Seemingly random. In reality, he carefully observed the subtle flow of aura around Ling Xiao. Fong was in the inner room of the Chu residence. When Ling Xiao made his move to suppress the succubus demon in the body of Officer Chu, although his movements were swift and his aura was compelling. But Li Qingxian keenly captured it. There was an extremely brief moment of stagnation as he urged his spiritual energy to the vicinity of his dantian. It felt like in a precision instrument. Some cog suddenly snaps into place. He spoke absently, his tone like idle chatter. Taoist Master Ling Xiao, when you were exercising your energy just now, I seem to have detected that something was a little off. Is it true that the meridians in the area of the dantian near the Sea of Qi occasionally feel stagnant in their operation, with a bit of hidden tingling? Ling Xiao's upright figure lurched. A rare flash of consternation crossed his icy side. This dark wound left behind by a forced breakthrough in his early years was extremely hidden. Even the clan's elders who specialized in healing injuries had not found any clues with their spiritual probes. Think of it only as a slight blockage that naturally arose from his cultivation technique. How did he know? Based on just that momentary observation? In a flash, Ling Xiao had forced down the vibrations in his heart. Restore that cold expression. The tone of his voice remained flat, not rippling. For those who cultivate, it is common for their qi and blood to occasionally clash and experience some discomfort. A trifling illness, nothing to worry about. When Li Qingxian heard this, the corner of his mouth curled into a smile of understanding. Load, keep loading. Unusual discomforts don't cause your breath to stagnate, and although extremely brief, it can't be hidden from my eyes. He didn't beat around the bush, he just nailed it. The technique you cultivate should be the most cold lineage, right? The breath is biting and extremely erosive. Years and years of tempering one's body with cold qi, although it allows cultivation to soar, the cold qi is overbearing and has long since eroded the dantian without one realizing it. It may seem like it's just an insignificant meridian blockage, but in reality, the foundation has been damaged. Ling Xiao's eyes, which were like cold pools, shrunk slightly. The brows knit slowly. What Li Qingxian said actually matched perfectly with the hidden worries he occasionally had when he looked within. It was just that he had always thought it was an illusion, or a kung fu characteristic. He still spoke in a strong tone and tried to argue, immortal cultivator's physique is not comparable to that of an ordinary person, a little damage can be repaired on its own by running the gong method for a few weeks. The so-called root of the disease has no value of caring compared to the Great Way. Li Qingxian walked on hurriedly, but his tone became meaningful. The root of the disease is indeed trivial. His words turned abruptly, and his voice clearly reached Ling Zhao's ears. But if this small root of illness affects your cultivation refinement in the future, causing you to fail in your attempts to reach a higher realm? What if it might even lead to the collapse of the Tao Foundation and the stagnation of cultivation? At that time, was it still a small matter? Master Ling Xiao? The words came out like a thunderbolt. A heavy bombardment hit Ling Zhao's heart. Ling Zhao's face suddenly changed and he came to a violent stop. All previous pretenses instantly collapsed. He turned around with an open heart, those eyes as sharp as swords staring Li Qingxian dead in the face, his tone tinged with urgency. Is that true? How do you? You know? Is there a solution? Cultivation. Realm. This is the path he has been chasing all his life. It's where he holds on to the roots of everything. Anything that might hinder his path touched his scales. Unforgivable. Li Qingxian laughed in his heart as he looked at his out-of-sorts appearance. Sure enough, what an iceberg abstinence. In front of the avenue of cultivation, they are all floating clouds. At this point he was slightly puzzled in his mind. The medical skills passed down from this old man, combined with his own understanding of the human chakra. How it works better against these cultivators than it does for mortals. Strongly suppressed the curiosity in his heart. Li Qingxian pretended to be contemplative on his face, stroking his chin as if he was deliberating carefully. It's not impossible for me to make a move. He looked towards Ling Xiao, who had a tense look on his face. The tone was a bit consultative. But well, you see, I am now in this situation. Every day by that what the Black Fog building is thinking about, sleep is not stable. And it's all thanks to your Tianyi clan. Why don't you work a little harder, make a trip first, carry that sword of yours that looks so powerful, and take out that Black Mist House's lair. Kill them cleanly, without a single piece of armor. This way I have no worries, and I can naturally treat you without any distractions, don't you think that's true? Ling Xiao sniffed and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. The look became stiff and unbearable. He tensed his face, his voice taking on a touch of mortification. The Black Mist building is secretive in its movements, and each of its members is as cunning as a fox, with insidious means. This organization is no longer a problem for my heavenly clan, it is actually a common trouble for the entire cultivation world's righteous path. Its strongholds are all over the place, and it is difficult to distinguish between the real and the imaginary, and it is so widely implicated that it cannot be eliminated by one person and one sword. Ling Zhao's tone paused with a few moments of annoyance at being poked in the sore spot. If I really had the ability to easily flatten the Black Mist House, would I still need you to remind me? A long time ago, he went to act for heaven and cut down the demons. Li Qingxian sniffed and skimmed his mouth in disdain. In the eyes, two words came out unabashedly. That's it? He deliberately dragged out his tone and said in a conspiratorial manner, after half a day, the heavenly sect is helpless to deal with these lowly evil devils and foreigners? I thought how awesome. Isn't it the self-proclaimed #1 clan in the Zhou kingdom? He had that look of lack of interest. It made Ling Zhao's heart tighten. Seeing that Li Qingxian seemed to really want to give up. On his face, a hint of anxiety finally showed. Cultivation is hampered by hidden concerns. Far more than catching a bone setter, he was distraught. He took a deep breath and pushed down the little twinge in his heart. To Li Qingxian. This Tianyi Zone's cold and ascetic senior brother. It was actually a solemn bow. The party was a slip of the tongue. Please also ask Dr. Li to not be stingy and help me heal this internal injury. As for the matter of the Black Mist building, the clan has its own arrangements and will never let you stay in danger. Ling Xiao is grateful. Li Qingxian looked at this rare appearance of him lowering his stance. The little bit of mischief in his heart was satisfied. That's just it. He waved his hand, his tone casual. Seeing as you saddled up as a bodyguard all the way today. Master is in a good mood today, so consider this payment for your hard work. By the way, don't get so serious. Ling Zhao's tense body slightly loosened as he heard this. He looked up, a rare flash of genuine gratitude in those emotionless eyes. He pursed his lips, his face still a bit raw. But the tone of voice eased considerably. Thanks a lot. Without further delay, the two men quickened their pace. It was decided to return immediately to the drunkard's house for treatment. Back to the familiar drunkard's house. It was the time of nightfall. Through the noisy, bustling, booze-filled halls, Li Qingxian led Ling Xiao back to the upper room in the backyard where he was temporarily residing. He closed the door to the room with a backhand. Isolated from the hustle and bustle outside. Well, here it is, clear. Li Qingxian turned around without saying much. Fingered the bed. You sit over there and relax your mind while I get ready. Ling Xiao, however, misunderstood him. In his inherent knowledge, mundane healers administered needles to heal injuries. Removal of clothing is usually necessary in order to locate the points. He has always acted directly. It's not a drag. When he heard Li Qingxian finish, he nodded expressionlessly. The movement was extremely sharp with a raised hand. With a raised hand, he was about to undo the meticulous clan robe. Li Qingxian? Chapter 27. Healing you is the padding, the knockout is the main meal. Wait. Wait. Li Qingxuan's voice carried obvious dislike. I'm not interested in men. If you have a hobby in this area, perhaps you can find Mr. Chu to exchange ideas. Ling Zhao's raised hand froze in midair. On that iceberg face, a trace of embarrassment actually surfaced in an unprecedented manner. He silently withdrew the hand that was about to undo the lapel of his dhoti. The movement looked a little unnatural. Li Qingxian waved his hand, looking calm. Men don't have to take their clothes off, just push and massage through their clothes, along with a few stitches. He pointed to the bed. Sit down, cross your knees, relax, don't tense up like a rock. Ling Xiao complied and sat down on his knees beside the bed. Try to relax your tense body. Li Qingxian took a deep breath. The strange warmth in his body operated quietly. He covered Ling Zhao's back with his hands and accurately found the area corresponding to the dantian. Under the probe, the operation of the true qi within appeared normal. The truth is that it is a mess, and there is no order to it. An ordinary meridian blockage was never this sight. It was more like a forced breakthrough or a cultivation gone awry. The true qi backfired and screwed up his own meridians. No wonder the face is so cold, it hurts. This would be in one of those mundane medical centers at the bottom of the mountain. Or in the hands of an unusual clan danmaster. Guaranteed, you can't tell. At best, prescribe a few painless, warm prescriptions. Or let you go back to recuperate and do as you're told. That is, you're lucky to go out and meet a nobleman. It happened to run into me, Li Qingxian. The corner of Li Qingxuan's mouth slightly hooked with a few moments of self-satisfaction. I'll cure what no one else can. I'll take the jobs that others are afraid to take. That's what I call a miracle healer, a miracle healer. The hand movements were non-stop. The fingertips secretly used skillful energy to test the depth of the disordered qi. A warm breath was the first to penetrate. As ironic as warm jade. Immediately afterward, the warmth transformed back into wisps of coolness. It skillfully rattled the stubborn cold qi coiled within Ling Zhao's dantian. Li Qingxuan's eyes were slightly closed, and the force under his fingers was light and heavy at times. He secretly operated the soul-snatching hands perception technique. Not to snoop. Rather, it's about total immersion of the mind. Pinpoint the core of that wisp of extremely cold qi. That cold air was like an icy viper. Under his guidance. Reluctantly, he was slowly forced towards a specific point on his abdomen. It's now. Li Qingxuan's eyes flashed with a brilliant light, and his right hand merged his fingers like electricity. Twist a thin silver needle from the needle capsule. With a flick of his wrist, the silver needle was unhindered. Instantly stabbed into that acupuncture point. The end of the needle twitched slightly. A wisp of pale white chill visible to the naked eye. Like a curl of light smoke. It escaped along the end of the silver needle. It quickly dissipates on contact with the air. Just the moment that cold air left his body, Ling Zhao's entire body shook violently. He only felt a never-before-seen warmth rushing through his dantian. It washes over the limbs and bones. The original stagnant operation of spiritual energy. It became incredibly smooth in no time. Its speed and intensity. Far better than before. The overwhelming excitement and ecstasy instantly washed away all his calmness and reserve. Ling Xiao snapped his eyes open and rolled over to get off the couch. To Li Qingxian, who had not yet had the time to collect the needles, he actually did not hesitate and bent his knees. A great salute, the most solemn amongst monks, was performed. Bow down and give thanks. There was a thud, and his forehead touched the ground. Li Qingxian was shocked by his sudden great gift and took half a step back. The silver needle in his hand almost fell to the floor. He quickly reached out to help. AI, what are you doing? No. In the back of his mind, he muttered. This ice cube face looks rigid, but is a grudge clear real nature, not in vain I have a lot of hands and feet. Li Qingxian helped him up. Smoothly, he patted the ash on his shoulder. A show of hands, no need to make a big deal out of it. He turned his words around with a few tentative looks on his face. Since your minor problems have been solved, it's time for your turn to get down to business. Tell me properly about that seriously injured elder of your heavenly clan. What exactly is the situation? Saving one is also saving two is also saving, early to end this trouble of yours, so that you don't have to follow me all the time, strange trouble. Ling Xiao stood up straight, and most of his previous icy coldness was missing. In its place was a heartfelt respect. He paled and his voice trailed off. It's my master. His old man. Injured his soul essence when he fought with someone. The best healers and Dan masters in the clan have all seen it, and are all at their wits' end, and now can only barely maintain the vitality without extinction. Damaged soul essence? When Li Qingxian heard these words, his heart instantly came alive. Doesn't that just hit your specialty? He rubbed his chin and began to take stock. Saving lives, I can think about it. Li Qingxuan's tone carried a bit of carelessness. But as you can see, my little medical center where I settled down was smashed to pieces because of what happened to your Tiani clan. I've lost all my belongings, so I can't be asked to put up the money and take the risk of making this trip for nothing, can I? He began to negotiate the terms slowly and methodically. First of all, you Tiani clan have to pay money to rebuild this Li's medical center of mine, in the same place for me. The specification grade can't be worse than the original, and it's better to be imposing. As Ling Xiao listened, there was still little expression on his face, just a slight nod. Could be. It's only right. Li Qingxian nodded in satisfaction and continued. Then again, I'm a timid man and afraid of trouble. You will have to send someone to protect me, with a cultivation level no lower than yours. Close protection for a month until it's confirmed that the threat of that whatever black mist house is completely gone. Ling Xiao frowned imperceptibly. Protecting a mundane doctor and using inner disciples? But thinking of his master's safety, he suppressed that bit of dissent. Could be. Li Qingxuan's smile grew even wider as he stretched out his third finger. Thirdly, I need a medicinal herb called the seven-colored illusory blossom. You don't have to ask what this herb will do for me, I have reasons why I have to have it. Ling Zhao's face finally changed slightly. Colorful blossoms? That was recorded in the clan's canon, an extremely rare heavenly treasure that was worth a lot of money. He was silent for a moment, his voice tinged with a hint of hesitation. This item may be available in the clan's treasury, but it is extremely precious. He looked at Li Qingxian and finally nodded. Okay, I'll try to get it for you. Li Qingxuan's eyes rolled. With an interested look on his face, he laughed. One last condition, I am slightly that curious about the medical books of your immortal cultivation clan. I would like to borrow your clan's most basic medical book of mine to read for a few days, not for any other reason, just to imprint the medical theory and touch on it. When these words came out, Ling Xiao instantly tensed his body. On that face of his, a visibly hard color finally appeared, and his tone was decisive. No. The sect's technique is the foundation of the sect and is not to be outsourced. This is the bottom line of the principle engraved into the bones of every sect disciple. Seeing this, Li Qingxian spread his hands in disbelief. There are thousands of paths to healing, but they all lead to the same thing. Understanding a little of the foundations of your cultivation, knowing how qi travels and how blood flows, perhaps one could be more certain about healing such arcane damage as the divine soul? His tone was relaxed, as if he was just mentioning it casually. Of course, if it is inconvenient, forget it, then your master's father's illness. He paused meaningfully. Ling Zhao's breath hitched. On one side was the sect's iron law, and on the other was the life of his master. A rare look of intense struggle appeared on his face. In the end, as if he had made up his mind, he gritted his teeth and squeezed a few words out from between them. Up to grant you access to the lowest order of medical mind. 3-day limit. And it must be done under my personal supervision. When Li Qingxian saw him loosening up, he immediately took the good with the bad and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Deal. He clapped his hands, looking excited. Now that we have a deal, what are we waiting for? It's not too late. When do we leave for your precious land? Ling Xiao took a deep breath and calmed his churning mind. Move at once. Chapter 28 Take off. Holding a thigh is not as good as pulling hair. Ling Xiao has always emphasized the word efficiency in his work. Now that the terms have been negotiated, and the life of the master is at stake. Not a moment's delay. He glanced at Li Qingxian. Succinctly, go. Joining his fingers like swords, he flicked them at the ancient long sword hanging at his waist. Buzz. A clear sword sound resounded through the courtyard. The unusual-looking long sword suddenly flew out of its sheath, hovering in mid-air. The sword was glistening white, flowing with a faint glow. The sword chi gulped and sputtered, cutting the air around them in tiny ripples. Come up. Ling Xiao took the first step onto the sword. The flying sword looked no more than 3 fingers wide. He stood up but was steady as a rock. The corner of Li Qingxuan's mouth twitched as he looked at the flying sword hanging in mid-air. I just felt a bit of weakness in my legs and stomach. We're just going to stand up there? Without a handrail? Or tie it down? He asked, tentatively. Ling Xiao turned his head sideways and glanced at him with those indifferent eyes. Hold on to me. Li Qingxian. Hold on to you? How? He hesitated. It ended up being hard. Carefully, he climbed onto the flying sword. Just stood still, before I had time to get used to it. Ling Xiao then pinched a sword trick. Whoosh! The flying sword was like an arrow off the string. It rose steeply into the sky. Grass, ah! Li Qingxian only felt a huge force violently pulling him upwards. The feeling of weightlessness instantly swept through his body. The gale was like a knife across the cheeks. It blew his eyes out. The hair was even blown into a wildly dancing cocktail. The Qinggan Palace at his feet was shrinking rapidly. Houses, streets, pedestrians, all turned into blurred blocks of color. The sound of wind filled Li Qingxuan's ears. It also filled his head. He felt like a broken sack that had been thrown up into the air at random. His body was completely uncontrollable, and he could only pick at this narrow piece of sword at his feet. But this thing is slippery and has no point of impact. No, we need to find a steady support. His gaze fell on the upright pine like back in front of him. Ling Xiao stood straight and motionless. It was as if he had become one with the flying sword. Li Qingxian subconsciously wanted to reach out and hug Ling Xiao's waist. His hand was halfway out when he jerked in his movements. Wait, hugging a grown man's waist? The image was too beautiful for him to think about. Goosebumps instantly rose. But it's not a waist hug, he's going to be thrown off soon. In the nick of time, Li Qingxuan's sight moved upwards. Ling Xiao's long, meticulously bundled, ink-colored hair. It was slightly raised by the wind. The hair is dark and shiny and looks like it should have a pretty strong grip. Couldn't care less. Li Qingxuan's heart crossed, his teeth clenched, and he violently probed his hand, grabbing at the underside of the jade pin that bound Ling Xiao's hair. One gripped the thick hair. He exerted all the strength he could muster. Deadly clenched, his knuckles rooted white from the effort. Ding! Detecting the host taking physical offense at a high-ranking cultivator, the target's emotions have fluctuated violently, evil value +15. Hiss! Ling Xiao's body suddenly tensed and he sucked in a breath of cool air. A sharp tingling sensation came from his scalp. It made him almost break. He inclined his head violently, a layer of frost covering his face. Let go! The voice was tinged with suppressed anger. No release. Li Qingxian also gave up at this moment. His face was contorted by the wind, and his voice roared back in a slurred voice. Michishij! Do you want me to fall to pieces? Grab my clothes. Ling Xiao clenched his back teeth, and there seemed to be veins faintly throbbing at the corners of his forehead. Clothes slip. Hair steady. Li Qingxian reasoned well, and the force on his hands increased a few more points. Ling Xiao was silent. He seemed to be able to feel a groan of pain emanating from his scalp. There were also a few strands of hair that seemed to have been overwhelmed and broken. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. The speed of the flying sword's ascent slowed down significantly. The wind in your ears. And with it, a little less. Li Qingxian felt that the force that was going to tear him apart lightened, and only then did he loosen his fingers slightly. That's right, Taoist master. If I had been gentler like this, I wouldn't have had to go out of my way to glean this beautiful hair of yours, would I? Ling Xiao did not turn around and just coldly spat out 2 words. Shut up. The tiny, extremely faint mole in the corner of his left eye. It all seemed to be a few shades darker because of the owner's sulking. Li Qingxian didn't dare to provoke this iceberg that looked like it was about to blow up. He was a little more acclimatized at the moment, and carefully freed a hand. Flying, he pressed hard on a few points between his chest and abdomen. A faint warmth traveled from his fingertips into his body and flowed quickly. That nauseous, vomit-inducing feeling was finally pushed down quite a bit. He then reluctantly opened his eyes and looked around. Clouds rolled underfoot like an ocean of cotton wool. The sun pierced through the clouds and shed a million golden rays. The wind was bitterly cold, blowing the robes hunting. This feeling of being free from the bonds of the earth and soaring above the 9 heavens. It's both thrilling and magnificent at the same time. Is this the world of immortal cultivators? Li Qingxian murmured as his heart was shaken. He looked at Ling Xiao's back in front of him and had mixed feelings in his heart. Originally, I thought I had gotten the system and mastered the Yama King's hypnotic needle. It was already considered to have half a foot in the threshold of transcendence. But with this kind of imperial sword flight at every turn. Compare it to a real cultivator who regards mortals as ants. One's own meager Taoist skills were simply not worth mentioning. Ling Xiao did not notice his change in mood. Speaking coldly, sit tight, we're almost there. Li Qingxian fixed his mind and followed Ling Xiao's line of sight forward. Only in the distant skyline, between the tossing sea of clouds, several lofty peaks could be vaguely seen towering. These peaks were very different from the mountains of the mortal world, not made of earth and stone. Instead, the whole body took on a greenish jade-like color. The mountain was draped in a dense aura. Like a veil. Rainbow bridges fly between the peaks as the sun shines. Pavilions and pavilions are hidden. The figures of immortal cranes and spirit deer swept by from time to time, emitting clear chirps. A majestic and vast aura came over him. One can't help but be in awe. This is the Tianyi clan? Li Qingxuan's eyes went straight as he looked at it. This mountain is made of jade? You guys usually eat dragon liver and phoenix marrow, right? Taoist master, ask a question that should not be asked. Do you guys pee? With aura? Ling Xiao. The flying sword swayed slightly, nearly failing to stabilize. He was silent for a moment, as if organizing his words. In the end, he chose the most concise answer. The mountain is the manifestation of the spiritual vein, the building is mostly made of spiritual materials, and the food and drink all contain spiritual qi. As for the rest. Nonsense. Li Qingxian bristled, wanting to ask again. The flying sword had begun to reduce its altitude. Flying towards the largest peak below. The closer they got, the clearer the view of Tianyi Zone became. A huge mountain gate pagoda stands at the entrance to the cloudy mountain path. The 3 ancient and simple characters of Tianyizong were engraved on the pagoda. It exuded a faint pressure. On each side of the mountain gate, there stood 2 young disciples dressed in uniform green-colored Taoist robes. The breath was calm and the gaze was sharp. The flying sword landed smoothly on the square in front of the mountain gate. Welcome third senior brother back to the mountain. The 4 mountain guard disciples saw Ling Xiao. Immediately, he bowed and saluted, his voice neatly harmonized. Respectful attitude. Ling Xiao nodded slightly in response. He brought Li Qingxian with him, not even looking at the gazes of curious gawkers around him. Straight towards the mountain gate. Taoist Master Ling Xiao, do you have any requirements for accepting disciples here? Do you think that I am a 1 in a million immortal cultivation wizard with this root bone? Li Qingxian walked while still not forgetting to inquire. Ling Xiao's footsteps did not stop and his head did not turn back, meditate, concentrate, and measure the spiritual root. Oh. And what if there's no spirit root? Handyman. Li Qingxian. Come on, pretend I didn't ask. Chapter 29, Where is the path to immortality? Through the mountain gate was a wide flight of alabaster stone steps. Winding upwards, it disappeared into the depths of the clouds. On both sides of the stone steps, ancient pines are verdant. The aura was so thick that it was almost melting. I feel refreshed when I take a deep breath. Ling Xiao seemed to be extremely eager, and his feet generated wind, leading Li Qingxian up the stone steps quickly. He had long ago sent a message through the clan token. At this moment, several core figures within the sect should already be waiting outside the Taoist temple where the sect leader was meditating. Not long after, an ancient Taoist temple appeared ahead. The Taoist temple is hidden among the green pines and cypresses. Flying eaves and arches, covered with green tiles. There was an air of solemnity about it. In front of the door of the viewer, there were indeed 5 or 6 people already standing. At the head of the group was a young man dressed in a moon-white Taoist robe with a face as warm as jade. It looked to be around 30 years old, with a calm demeanor and deep eyes. The corners of his mouth were tinged with a gentle smile if anything. But it was hard to hide a hint of worry on his brow. "Third senior brother, you're back." The gentleman saw Ling Xiao and took the initiative to welcome him, his voice calm. "My name is Zhou Yuqing, and I am the current acting sect leader of Tianyi sect. This must be Dr. Li Qingxian, right? It's been a hard journey, please come in." Ling Xiao nodded slightly at the man, eldest senior brother. Li Qingxian sized up this eldest senior brother. Big brother is different in the end. The temperament is quite extraordinary. It seemed much nicer to get along with than this lump of ice, Ling Xiao. He was about to make polite remarks when his gaze was attracted by the few people behind Zhou Yuqing. Yun Nishang was listed. She had changed into a plain white clan dress and seemed to be recovering well from her injuries. The face was still a little pale though. But that air of iceberg beauty stood out even more. When she saw Li Qingxian, a trace of complex emotions flashed through her cool eyes and she nodded slightly. Li Qingxian immediately grinned, raised his chin at her, and wordlessly said 2 words with his mouth, "Diagnosis fee." Yun Nishang's cheeks imperceptibly blushed slightly. With that, he inclined his head and pretended not to see it. Ding! Trigger minor harassment behavior, target notices, +5 vileness value. Standing next to Yun Nishang was a woman dressed in a fiery red power suit, with a tall figure and extremely colorful appearance. She had a heroic look on her brow, and her eyes were sharp as knives. At this moment, he was nonchalantly looking Li Qingxian up and down. The eyes were scrutinizing. Li Qingxian was a little flustered by her look and subconsciously glared back. That red-clothed woman's willow eyebrows rose, and her eyes instantly became cold and piercing. It was as if he was going to make a move to gouge out his eyes the next moment. Hiss! Li Qingxian sucked in a mouthful of cool air and hurriedly averted his gaze. Who is this woman? She's so angry. Early menopause? There was a youth next to him. All dressed in black, with a cold face. A sneer played at the corner of his mouth. He hugged his arms and looked askance at Li Qingxian. There was disdain and skepticism in his eyes. Eldest senior brother, Ling Xiao senior brother, are you sure you want to pin your master's safety on such a mortal healer? The black-clothed youth lazily opened his mouth, his tone carrying obvious mockery. Look at his frail appearance and thieving eyes, not to mention saving lives. I'm afraid he can't even step over the threshold of the Taoist temple. With these words, the atmosphere was a bit awkward. Zhou Yuqing frowned slightly and was just about to speak. Li Qingxian, however, snatched a step ahead of him. He pulled out his ears and looked at Yun Nishang, asking with an innocent expression, Fairy Yun, which one is this woofing benevolent brother? Is this how Tianyi sect treats its guests? Yun Nishang. She coughed somewhat awkwardly. This is my second senior brother, Gu Bea. Please don't pay any attention to it, Dr. Li. Oh, second senior brother. Li Qingxian nodded his head as if he suddenly realized. Then he looked the other man up and down with disdain. Kidney deficiency is easy to fire. If you have the need, this doctor can give you 2 needles. Pack your night dragon essence. You seek death. Gu Bea's face instantly darkened. A cold light flashed in his eyes. A powerful aura violently pressed towards Li Qingxian. Li Qingxian only felt a huge invisible force coming at him. There was a tightness in his chest, and he could barely catch his breath. Enough! Zhou Yuqing's face sank as he let out a low gulp. He indifferently swept a glance at Gu Bea. Eyes with a hint of glare. Gu Bea's body trembled slightly, as if he was somewhat afraid of this senior brother. The killing intent in his eyes tightened for a few moments. But still, he grunted coldly and stopped talking. It was only the eyes that looked at Li Qingxian that were even more unkind. Only then did Zhou Yuqing turn to Li Qingxian and smiled apologetically. I've made Senior Dr. Li laugh. Master's condition is critical, please follow me, Senior Dr. Li. With that, he sidestepped out of the way, gesturing Li Qingxian to enter the Taoist temple. Li Qingxian rubbed his stuffy chest, glancing at Gubea, whose face was blue. The mind wondered how to give him a good upchuck. He straightened his wind-blown robes, head held high. Following Zhou Yuqing, he walked into the Taoist temple that was filled with a heavy aura. Ling Xiao and Yun Nishang followed closely behind. The red-clothed woman with eyes that could kill and the disgruntled Gubea followed them in. Step inside the Taoist temple. A rich medicinal fragrance mixed with a strange spiritual energy fluctuation came to the surface. The interior of the view is much more spacious than it looks on the outside. The layout is yet exceptionally simple, except for a vague idol enshrined in the center. Then there were only a few futons and a wide jade bed placed against the inner wall. Around the jade bed, tedious runes were inscribed. It gives off a soft white light, forming an arcane formation. Obviously, this was where the secret method of maintaining the vitality of realist Xian Yang was located. At this moment, there were already two people standing by the jade bed. A man and a woman. The man was an old man with white hair, dressed in a Dan Master's robe, with a grave expression on his face. There was weariness in his eyes. The female, on the other hand, was a beautiful woman who looked to be about 40 years old or so. The body is plump and has a dignified appearance. Dressed in a lavender palace dress, her temperament was gentle and skillful. There was also a lingering sadness on his brow. She was holding a jade slip in her hand and seemed to be consulting something. Li Qingxuan's gaze lingered on that beautiful woman for a moment longer. Not bad. Mature and sensible. His type. Unfortunately, the occasion is not right. Otherwise it would have been nice to explore the art of healing. Uncle Lu, Elder Fong. Zhou Yuqing stepped forward and bowed to the two before sidling up to introduce, this is the senior Dr. Li Qingxianli that I mentioned earlier. The old man known as Elder Fong raised his head. The cloudy eyes glanced at Li Qingxian. A slight nod of greeting. And that senior Uncle Lu put down the jade slip. His eyes gently looked towards Li Qingxian. The voice was soft, Dr. Li has traveled a long way and has worked hard. Her voice was like a spring breeze that warmed the heart. Li Qingxian hurriedly arched his hand in return, the two seniors are polite. Saving people is like saving a fire, I don't dare to delay. Zhou Yuqing pointed at the jade bed, Dr. Li, this is my master, Master Xian Yang. Li Qingxian looked in the direction of his finger. On the jade bed lay an old man with a withered description. Chapter 30, a poison that penetrates deep into the soul of a god, the gods bind their hands. The old man's eyes were tightly closed, his face ashen, his lips dry and cracked. The breath was so faint as to be almost imperceptible. If it weren't for the extremely slight rise and fall of his chest, as well as the spiritual light that sustained the formation was constantly injected into him. Almost as good as dead. What made Li Qingxuan's heart sink even more was, he could clearly see a faint layer of black gas faintly floating on the old man's exposed skin. It spread like a spider web, especially at the location of the ancestral orifice in the center of the brow. That black gas was even more dense, almost turning into substance. Master, his old man, was heavily injured by the other party with a bizarre evil technique when he fought with the leader of that Black Mist House half a month ago. Zhou Yuqing's voice was low and tinged with grief. That evil technique was vicious and abnormal. Not only did it injure the physical body, but it also directly invaded the divine soul origin. The clan has thought of every possible way, Elder Fong and Uncle Lu have also spent a great deal of effort, and now can only rely on the gathering spirit renewal array to barely hang on to a sliver of the master's life. When senior sister Yin returned to the mountain with serious injuries that day, she mentioned that you, senior Dr. Li, had stabilized her damaged divine soul with your miraculous needle technique, allowing us to see a glimmer of hope. Zhou Yuqing's gaze was tinged with earnestness, that's why I had to take the liberty of asking senior Dr. Li to come up to the mountain to give it a try. Regardless of the outcome, the entire Tanny clan is grateful. Li Qingxian did not reply immediately. He walked over to the jade bed, his eyes gazing at realist Xian Yang. Can I take a closer look? He asked. Please go ahead, Dr. Li. Zhou Yuqing said. Li Qingxian nodded and was about to reach out his hand to take realist Xian Yang's pulse. Pretending. Gubea's cold snort suddenly came from the side, a mortal who doesn't even have spiritual power, what can he tell? Don't think you're trying to take advantage of the situation to disadvantage Master Teacher, right? Li Qingxuan's outstretched hand paused in midair. He jerked his head around. Eyes icy cold, he looked at Gubea. I said, are you sick? From the time I came in until now, you've been chattering endlessly. If you're good, you go on? If you can tell the difference, or if you can come up with a rescue plan, I, Li Qingxian, will turn around and leave without saying a word, and I will never get in your way. You, Gubea choked, his face reddening. Although he had a high level of cultivation, he really didn't know anything about the medical path. Being so provoked by Li Qingxian, he was unable to speak. Zhou Yuqing's face sank completely, his tone unkind. Dr. Li is an invited guest and our last hope, don't be rude. With that, he actually took a step forward directly. Raising his hand, he slapped it hard against the back of Gubea's head. Pop. The voice is not loud though. But it was extraordinarily clear in the quiet Taoist temple. Gubea was knocked off his feet. Disbelief was written all over his face. He was the second senior brother of the Heavenly Clan, a Jindan realm powerhouse. Surprisingly, he was hit on the scalp by his eldest brother in public. Surprise appeared on the faces of several people around them. Obviously, Zhou Yuqing would rarely act like this. Eldest senior brother, you. Gubea was shocked and angry. Shut up. Zhou Yuqing coldly interrupted him, his eyes sharp. Say one more word and go to the criminal law hall yourself to receive your punishment. Gubea came into contact with Zhou Yuqing's icy gaze. A heartbeat later. In the end, he still gritted his teeth and glared hatefully at Li Qingxian. Forced the words back down. Just a face so grim it could drip. Zhou Yuqing's face regained a few apologies. I'm sorry, Dr. Li, I've given you a fright. Please continue. Ding. Witnessing the infighting of fellow disciples and gloating, evil value +5. Li Qingxian was secretly pleased in his heart, but on his face, he nodded without moving. He stopped paying attention to the bystanders and refocused his attention on realist Xianyang. Stretching out his fingers, he gently rested them on realist Xianyang's withered wrist. The fingertips touched the skin and it was cold and lifeless. The pulse was even weaker as a spider's thread. If broken or continuous. Li Qingxian closed his eyes and gazed at his senses. The Li family's healing arts mindset quietly operated. Following the tip of his finger, a trace of extremely weak breath probed into realist Xianyang's body. With this probe, Li Qingxuan's heart instantly sank to the bottom. The situation was worse than he thought. More than a damaged soul. This Xianyang realist's body had long been completely eroded by a sinister and overbearing power. The 5 viscera, 6 bowels, and 8 strange meridians. Almost none of it is intact. Everywhere was filled with that deadly blackness. That black gas was like a maggot on his bones, constantly eating away at his remaining vitality. And it has penetrated to the very depths. It was tightly entangled with his divine soul essence. The damage to the divine soul was merely the result of this toxin spreading to the extreme. It wasn't a mere divine soul trauma at all. Rather, it is a poisoning that goes deep into the marrow and even the soul. Moreover, the nature of the toxin was extremely odd. It also seems to carry the quality of being able to spread itself. That so-called spirit gathering and God renewal formation. It appeared to be channeling vitality, but in reality, it was also invisibly feeding this terrifying poison. Let it bond more closely with the last bit of life force of the Xianyang reality. An unsolvable dead-end cycle has been created. Hiss. Li Qingxian couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air. Slowly withdrawing his hand, his face became incredibly grave. It's a situation, not to mention him. Even if a great Luo golden immortal came down to earth, I'm afraid there was nothing I could do. This poison has penetrated deep into the essence, melting into the soul. How can it be detoxified? Unless one could strip out and cleanse the entirety of realist Xianyang's divine soul. Shove it back in, but is that possible? Next to him, Elder Fong and Senior Uncle Lu had been paying attention to Li Qingxuan's change in expression. See his furrowed brow and stony face. The two looked at each other, both seeing a hint of realization and helplessness in the other's eyes. Uncle Lu sighed softly and said in a soft voice, Dr. Li, did you detect that Fey evil force in your senior brother's body? We have consulted all the clan's canonical books for this poison, and we have also consulted a few of the clan's Dan Dao masters that we have befriended. Neither has been able to find its origin, let alone a solution. The strength of its erosive nature and the speed of its spread are the only things I've seen in my life. Elder Fong also interjected, his voice hoarse. Old me and my nephew Lu have tried a variety of poison-expelling pills and secret methods, all with little effect. Li Qingxian pondered for a moment and asked, can the two seniors say what judgment they have on the nature of this poison? Or what specific treatment ideas have been attempted? Uncle Lu and Elder Fong glanced at each other, so they briefly described the research and attempts they had made during this period of time. From pharmacological analysis to spiritual channeling. And then the various array aids. Well organized and insightful. Li Qingxian listened attentively, nodding his head from time to time. Occasionally a question or two was asked. Although he didn't have a high cultivation level, he was able to rely on the vast knowledge of the medical path instilled by the system as well as his unique perspective. The questions asked often go right to the heart of the matter. It made both Uncle Lu and Elder Fong secretly frightened. How can this mortal healer have such extraordinary knowledge? The few personal disciples standing at the back watched as Li Qingxian answered the questions with the two top medical experts in the sect. Even vaguely dominant. All of them had a flash of color in their eyes. Even Gubea, who had always looked at Li Qingxian unfavorably. At the moment, he also frowned. There was more than a hint of disbelief in his eyes. After a few exchanges, Li Qingxian had a more comprehensive understanding of realist Xianyang's situation and the efforts Tianyi clan had already made. He was silent for a moment, then slowly raised his head. The eyes swept over the tense faces in front of him. Finally, he took a deep breath. To Zhou Yuqing and the others, he solemnly arched his hand. The tone was tinged with determination. Sorry, guys. Can't be saved. Chapter 31, A Mission Against All Odds. This poison has penetrated deep into the soul essence and has fused with the vitality. This formation of yours appears to be renewing his life, but it is actually accelerating him towards ultimate annihilation. Once the formation is withdrawn, or the last ounce of vitality in his body is completely devoured by the toxin, that's when the oil runs out and his soul flies away. Not to mention me, even if we invite a real fairy, I'm afraid we can't return to heaven. Uncle Lu took a deep breath and forced down the shock in his heart. Carefully recalling the condition of the Xianyang realist during these hours, his face gradually became pale. Elder Fong's body even trembled slightly. Essence light erupted in his eyes, staring dead at Li Qingxian. What basis do you have? Li Qingxian spread his hands. Basis? My diagnosis is the basis. Believe it or not, it's up to you. The moment these words came out, the entire Taoist temple was instantly plunged into a dead silence. Zhou Yuqing's body shook violently. The blood faded from his face and the light in his eyes dimmed instantly. He clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Ling Zhao's iceberg face, which had remained unchanged for 10,000 years, was also covered in pain and despair at this moment. He snapped his eyes shut. It seems unwilling to accept this reality. Yun Nishan's face turned pale and her delicate body trembled slightly. Eyes instantly reddened. That red-clothed woman Lin Xingnian who had been cold. There was also a rare look of sadness. Tightly pursed lips. Uncle Lu and Elder Fong looked at each other, their faces filled with bitterness. This result, in fact, they had expected. It was only Li Qingxuan's appearance that caused them to kindle a faint glimmer of hope. And now that hope is completely dashed. Asshole. A bunch of nonsense. Gubei jumped out violently, pointing at Li Qingxian and roaring, I think you're simply a liar with a false name. What kind of bold divine doctor, without even taking a close look, you dare to say that master is not saved? I see that you are afraid of taking the blame and don't dare to make a move. He was so emotional that he almost rushed up to do it. Li Qingxian looked at him with cold eyes. What did I cheat you of? Did I cheat you out of money or did I cheat you out of sex? That's the truth, believe it or not. If you think I'm talking nonsense, you can hire another person. You. Gubei was choked speechless. However, just as everyone was in despair and sorrow. In Li Qingxuan's mind, however, a system voice suddenly rang out. Ding. Detected that the host has encountered an ultra-high difficulty, special target on the verge of complete death, Heavenly Sect Master Xin Yangjin, triggering an epic hidden rescue mission. Name of mission, against all odds, a wonderful hand? Mission requirements, within 72 hours, completely remove the soul-eroding source poison from the divine soul and physical body of the Xianyang real person, and repair his damaged divine soul origin, so that he can regain his consciousness. 2. Forget it, don't write it. Look at the back of the plot and imagine it freely. Mission reward, unknown. Li Qingxuan's entire body froze. He stood still. The face maintained the same stony expression from earlier. But inside, he had long since set off a huge wave. Grass. Li Qingxian used all the swear words he had learned in his life and his heart. Take the system from head to toe, inside and out. Greetings a whole 100 times. Against the odds? Getting rid of that damn soul-crushing source poison? Repairing the soul essence? What an international joke. He had just said that it was useless even if the great Luo Golden Immortals came. That was not modesty. That's true. The situation inside this Xianyang realist. It's simply a dead end, an unsolvable dead end. Don't say 72 hours. It is to give him 72 years. He couldn't think of anything either. It's not even a ing medical problem anymore, okay? And what made him almost spit out a mouthful of blood was the second and third requirements of the mandate. Don't let you a hammer or don't let. Which one of these three is the good guy? This broken system is too long for his life. Still think he's living too much. Have to give him a whole hell of a hard job like this? This is just going to screw him over. Dog system, you wait. When I'm powerful someday, I'll be the first to tear you apart. Li Qingxian fumed in his heart, his teeth clenching. But the situation is stronger than the people. Faced with such a harsh punishment, there was no room for him to refuse. Saved, must be saved. As for how to save, God knows. Take a step. Big deal. Sacrifice some color? Ugh. Sacrifice a bit of fame and fortune. Just as Li Qingxian was in an inner battle between heaven and man, his face shifting. The atmosphere inside the Taoist temple remained frozen in despair. Zhou Yuqing took a deep breath and forced down the grief in his heart. A bitter smile squeezed out of his face. Arching his hand at Li Qingxian, in any case, many thanks to Dr. Li for his frankness and honesty, and for troubling you to make this trip for nothing. Senior brother Ling Xiao, you first send Dr. Li down the mountain to rest, the diagnosis money and the compensation promised by the sect, later I will personally. He hadn't finished his sentence. Yun Nishang, who had been silent all this time, but suddenly stepped forward. Interrupt him. Wait. Yun Nishang's gaze was locked onto Li Qingxuan's face. She was icy smart and sharp. Although Li Qingxian had tried his best to conceal it just now. But that momentary flash of struggle. Still, she captured it. Others might have thought that Li Qingxian was only regretting that he was unable to save him. However, Yun Nishang vaguely felt that things did not seem to be completely without a turnaround. She remembered when she was near death. This seemingly cynical doctor. How it had pulled her back from the brink with that unthinkable stitch. He might actually have a way out? Even if it's only a 1 in a million chance? Dr. Li. Yun Nishang's voice carried a hint of trembling. I know that my master's condition is perilous, and perhaps it really has been powerless to return to heaven. But she looked deeply at Li Qingxian, her tone carrying an almost pleading earnestness. But you saved me. I know that your medical skills are by no means mortal. Do you? You have something else up your sleeve? Even if it's just enough to keep the master for a few more days, or so that his old man can wake up for a moment and explain something, it's good. Please, Dr. Li. As long as you can make a move, no matter what the conditions are, the whole Tianyi clan will do their best to fulfill them. Yun Nishang's words, instantly breaking the dead silence within the Taoist temple. All eyes. Once again, it focused on Li Qingxuan's body. Li Qingxian gave a cry in his heart. Yun Nishang, you've really sent me a pillow. A look of difficulty and struggle duly appeared on his face. It seemed to be impressed by Yun Nishang's sincerity. Again, it's like making an extremely difficult decision. With a long sigh, he rubbed his brow. The tone of his voice carried a sense of breaking the ice. The approach is not entirely without merit. It's just that. He paused, his eyes swept over the crowd, his expression became incomparably serious. This method is extremely perilous, nearly going against the heavens. The hope of success is less than 0.5%. Moreover, once it fails, the consequences are unimaginable. Your master is likely to be dispersed on the spot. Soul. Moreover, to perform this method, it requires an extremely costly expenditure, and it also requires some extremely special, and one could even say that it is a bit unimaginable, drug lures. He purposely kept his words vague. It's both a way to give yourself a leg up and a way to set the stage for making certain special requests in the future. But even so, these words were enough to lift the spirits of the people of the heavenly clan. Less than 0.5%? That's better than no hope at all. Dr. Lee. Are these words true? Zhou Yuqing took an excited step forward, his voice trembling a little. As long as there is a ray of hope, we are willing to try. A look of determination also appeared on Ling Zhao's icy face. What will it take? What medicine guide? There's no harm in speaking, Dr. Lee. Uncle Lu also asked eagerly. Li Qingxian looked at their expectant eyes. The fish is hooked. He pretended to be contemplative and slowly said, this matter needs to be considered in the long run. I need time to carefully study your master's situation and prepare something special. He turned his words around and looked at Zhou Yuqing. I'm afraid that those conditions I put forth earlier, especially the part about the clan's medical books, will require further permissions. Also, I need absolute silence and cooperation during the rescue. If anything, his gaze swept over the three sinister figures present. With a hint of deeper meaning. Chapter 32 pointing out the troops, Windy Rhythm Master Uncle and Cold-Faced Bitter Man. Li Qingxian stood in place and took a deep breath. He knew that the play had to go on, and it had to be more real. 2 steps forward again. Walking over to the jade bed, his gaze fell back on the gray face of realist Xian Yang. A heartfelt sigh. What a pain in the ass to get rid of. But there was nothing he could do. With the system mission pressing down on him, there was no way for him to back out. At the very least, we must first figure out what this soul-eroding source poison, in the end, was a thing. How can we talk about treatment without intelligence? System, analyze the soul-eroding origin poison in this realist Xian Yang's body for me. Li Qingxian recited silently in his mind. Ding. Analyzing special target soul-eroding source poison, need to consume 50 points of evil value, is it confirmed? Confirmed. Li Qingxian did not hesitate. Ding. Analysis complete. Immediately after, a piece of information flooded into Li Qingxuan's mind. Soul-eroding source poison, refined by the owner of the Black Mist building by collecting the 9 ghosts of the earth, supplemented by 100 kinds of grudging souls and dead chi, and fused with his own cultivation of bizarre evil skills. In the early stages, it noiselessly erodes the meridians of the physical body, in the middle stage it eats away at the vitality of the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, and in the later stage it enters directly into the essence of the divine soul, forming an unbreakable symbiotic structure. The toxin will continue to draw on the host's life force and the power of the soul to strengthen itself, until the host runs out of gas and the soul is dispersed. This poison is extremely powerful, and once it penetrates deep into the soul, there is almost no cure. Note, any means of replenishing vitality or spiritual energy will accelerate the fusion of the toxin with the host. Sure enough. Li Qingxuan's heart was even heavier after reading the introduction. The poison was even more insidious and overbearing than he had expected. The system evaluation is also almost unanswerable. You can see how tricky it is. However, the system analyzes the ingredients and principles, which is always a clue. The gathering spirit renewal array was indeed feeding the poison. It was imperative to first stabilize realist Xian Yang's divine soul and stop the toxin from further eroding. However, realist Xian Yang's divine soul was weak to the extreme at the moment, like a candle in the wind. Although the Yama King's hypnotic needle is marvelous. But that was a dominating stitch that stimulated the potential and catalyzed the development of the brain. It might work wonders against ordinary divine soul trauma. But used in this situation now. A bad one is to just blow out this stump of a candle. In case a needle goes down, Xian Yang real person soul flies away on the spot. Then he, Li Qingxian, would not be saving people, but becoming a murderer. This group of people from the Tani clan, are they afraid that they're going to thwart him? No, you can't just move the needle. He still knew too little about the divine souls of immortal cultivators. Mortal healing, when it comes to the level of the divine soul. It appears to be stretched. Know your enemy and know yourself. Li Qingxian made up his mind in his heart that he must first figure out the divine soul of the immortal cultivator. As a famous sect with a long heritage, Tani sect must have quite a few relevant medical books and texts. Thinking of this, Li Qingxian raised his head. Looking towards Zhou Yuqing, his face showed a bit of solemnity. Taoist Zhou, in order to attempt to save your master, I need to first have a comprehensive understanding of the divine soul structure of immortal cultivators, as well as your sex research on such injuries. I need to access all the medical books and canonical texts on the divine soul, Dan Dao, and difficult cases in your sex collection. He spoke in a serious tone. This matter concerns your master's life, so I hope that I can receive your sex full support. Zhou Yuqing heard this and nodded his head without hesitation. That is how it should be. It's already a blessing for my clan that Dr. Li is willing to make a move, and with some of the canonical books, is there any reason not to allow it? He pondered briefly and looked at Elder Fong next to him. Elder Fong, you have profound attainments in the medical and Dan paths, and you are most familiar with the sex canonical books, so I'll trouble you to accompany Dr. Li on a trip to the Tibetan scripture cabinet, and if Dr. Li has any questions, he can also feel free to ask for advice from you. Elder Fong nodded and was about to respond. Li Qingxian, however, waved his hand, his gaze turning to the charming senior Uncle Lu. There's no need to bother Elder Fong. He found a grand excuse. Elder Fong is experienced and most familiar with your master's situation. It's better to stay here and observe your master's condition at all times, just in case. I see that Uncle Lu also has extremely high insights in the Dan Dao medical theory, so by being accompanied by Uncle Lu, I think we will be able to get twice the result with half the effort. Zhou Yuqing heard this and felt that Li Qingxian had been considerate. Looking towards Lu Xinyao, then I will be grateful to senior Uncle Lu. Lu Xinyao nodded slightly and smiled warmly, a matter of duty. Li Qingxian was secretly pleased in his heart. Letting Uncle Lu accompany him was naturally to mix things up first. A little groundwork for that sick task of undressing to follow. Though, he doesn't feel like mixing it up and people will just take their clothes off. He shook off the unrealistic thought for the time being and added, I am not familiar with your clan, and when I consult the canonical books, it is inevitable that I will need someone to help me find and carry them, and I will also need an assistant who is familiar with the situation of the clan to accompany me. This is a good idea. Zhou Yuqing immediately said, Senior Sister Yun has a delicate mind and is quite familiar with the Tibetan scripture cabinet, why don't you? No need. Li Qingxian directly interrupted again. Eyes averted. It landed on Gubea, whose face was still gloomy next to him. The corner of his mouth curved up and he reached out to point, I think this Taoist Master Gu is quite suitable. The criminal law hall is in charge of the sex criminal laws, so I'm sure it's also very familiar with the forbidden areas and special canonical storage places within the sect. With Taoist Gu around, we can also avoid some unnecessary trouble. The moment these words came out, not only Gubea froze. Even Zhou Yuqing, Lu Xinyao, and the others revealed a look of surprise. No one expected Li Qingxian to name Gubea. These two were just now at swords drawn, and the smell of gunpowder was overwhelming. Gubea's face was even more pale, and he refused almost immediately, me? On what grounds? I still have important matters to deal with in the criminal law hall. Li Qingxian raised an eyebrow, his tone flat. It seems the Taoist Gu was unwilling to contribute half of his effort to your master's salvation? Also, people have their own aspirations and cannot be forced. Since this is the case, then this hot potato, Li Mao also not. Senior brother Gu. Zhou Yuqing's face sank as he snapped, Master's life is at stake. The overall situation of the clan is paramount. Some personal grudges, how can you be bothered at this moment? Why don't you apologize to Dr. Li and follow the arrangements? Gubea was choked by Zhou Yuqing's drink, and his chest rose and fell violently. He looked at the expressionless Li Qingxian, and then at the stern-looking eldest senior brother. Eventually it was time to bite the bullet. He knew that at this moment, if he were to be any more stubborn. Not to mention eldest senior brother, I'm afraid that even the several junior siblings wouldn't give him a good face. Yes, senior brother obeyed. Gubea squeezed a few words out from between his teeth. Viciously glaring at Li Qingxian. The eyes seemed to eat him alive. Li Qingxian sneered in his heart. Kid, you want to fight me? Just let you rant. I, Li Qingxian, have always not reported overnight grudges. Ding. Successfully forced the hostile target to submit, evil value +10. Li Qingxian was in a relaxed mood. Arching his hand at Zhou Yuqing, it's not too late, let's go to the hidden scripture pavilion now. A few people spiraled out of the Taoist temple. Chapter 33, Difficulty Escalates. Li, you're not finished, are you? Tianyi Sect's scripture pavilion. Located in a secluded valley behind the main peak. The attic is ancient and atmospheric, with flying eaves and arches. It is permeated with a heavy historical heritage. The surrounding aura was dense and forbidden. Obviously, it's a key place in the clan. The three of them came to the front of the hidden scriptures. The disciples guarding the pavilion themselves verified their identities and respectfully welcomed them in. The interior of the hidden scripture pavilion was extremely spacious, far beyond what could be seen outside. Rows and rows of huge bookshelves several feet high were densely arranged. It was filled with various jade slips, animal skin scrolls, and yellowed ancient books. Vast as a sea of smoke. The air was filled with a faint scent of ink and a special fragrance of spirit wood. Gubei had a dark face as he followed behind Li Qingxian and Lu Xinyao. The eyes were beady and the feet were heavy. Every step was hated on the ground. Lu Xinyao walked in front and softly introduced, "The first floor of the scripture pavilion is mostly basic techniques and miscellaneous notes, the second floor is the inheritance of each lineage and art techniques and aptitudes, and the third floor stores the sect's core secret codexes as well as handwritten notes and insights of successive generations of forefathers." Most of the canonical books about the medical Dan Dao are concentrated in the eastern area of the second floor. Li Qingxian nodded, his gaze quickly sweeping over the surroundings. In his heart, he secretly marveled at the depth of the immortal cultivation sect. The three came to the east side of the second floor. The bookshelves here were indeed filled with medicine-related tomes. Gubei had just stood still, before he could catch his breath. Just then, I heard Li Qingshuan's cloudy voice ring out, "Taoist Gu, excuse me, bring me all the books on the healing path here." "All?" Gubei's volume instantly rose, his eyes glaring like bronze bells. "Sir, namely, do you know how many books are here? Can you read all of them as a mortal bone setter?" There were thousands of volumes of medical books on this shelf, to say the least. Even if he was a Jindan cultivator, it would take a lot of work to carry them all. This is clearly a deliberate attempt to make things difficult. Li Qingxian didn't even raise his eyelids as he slowly walked to a bookshelf. Casually picking up a jade slip, he pretended to check it. Instead, his mouth said indifferently, "Taoist Gu finds it difficult? It's also true, after all, it's a physical job, it's difficult for you. In that case, forget it seems that your master's illness." "You!" Gubei was so angry that he almost drew his sword on the spot. "Gubei!" Lu Xinyao frowned slightly, her tone carrying a hint of displeasure. "Dr. Li is trying to familiarize himself with the situation as soon as possible and save the sect leader. How can you have such an attitude?" "Don't go yet." Gubei looked at Lu Xinyao's reproachful eyes. And then he thought of his master's condition. "I only felt a mouthful of old blood clogged in my chest, not going up and down." He was the second senior brother of the Heavenly Clan. When had he ever suffered this kind of foolishness? In the end, he forced down his anger and gritted his teeth. "Fine. I'll move." With that, he began to utilize his spiritual energy. The jade slips and ancient scrolls on the rows and rows of bookshelves were ingested with mana. He deliberately controlled the force. But anger churned in his heart, and occasionally a few volumes landed with a soft thud. It drew a smirking glance from Li Qingxian. It made him even more irritated. All of them were piled up in an open area designated by Li Qingxian. A few moments later, a small mountainous pile of books was piled up in the open space. Gubei's forehead saw sweat. It's not tired, it's pissed off. Only then did Li Qingxian put down the jade slip in his hand with satisfaction. Walk over to the pile of books. There was a solemn look on his face. To be honest, there was some excitement in his heart. Although the Li family's medical skills were exquisite, they were ultimately a mundane inheritance. This immortal healing book was a whole new field for him. The knowledge about spiritual medicine, spiritual bodies, and divine souls recorded inside. It was something he had never been exposed to before. He took a deep breath and sat down on his knees, casually picking up one of the oldest-looking bestiary scrolls. Hungry to flip through it. He reads books extremely fast. The knowledge instilled by the system gave him a comprehension and memory that far exceeded that of normal people. Together with the time constraints, he directly skimmed over the basic theories and irrelevant content. Read the chapters on soul damage, strange poisons, and special healing techniques. When he encountered something obscure and difficult to understand, he would immediately ask Lu Xinyao next to him for advice. "Master Lu, this 3 souls and 7 pranas is similar to mundane medical theory, but the description of the life soul residing in the ancestral orifice, supplemented by the 2 pranas of Tianchong and spirit wisdom, specifically refers to. There's also this greenwood soul recovery pill, emphasizing the moonlight condensation at Z hour as a guide, Could it be that it takes its mostine power to neutralize the overly rigid vitality of the pill itself, in order to prevent the impact on the damaged divine soul? Lu Xinyao originally only held an attitude of cooperation. But as Li Qingshuan's questions deepened, the casualness on her face gradually disappeared. In its place was a hint of surprise. The questions Li Qingxian asked were often straight to the core and from a tricky angle. There were even some points of view that even she, an elder who had been immersed in the Dan Dao for hundreds of years, all require careful thought to answer. Moreover, although Li Qingxian did not have spiritual power, but the depth of his understanding of medical science and the thoroughness of his analysis of the disease, far more than she expected from a mortal healer. Especially with certain thoughts he occasionally brings up. Though it seemed heavenly, it vaguely fit certain lost ancient methods. It made her all bright. Dr. Li's insight is unique, Xinyao admires it. Lu Xinyao smiled warmly after carefully answering the question. It's a bit strange to always address senior uncle. If Dr. Li doesn't mind, you can directly call me by my name, Lu Xinyao. Li Qingshuan's heart stirred as he heard this. That's a good sign of a closer relationship. He immediately climbed up the pole with just the right amount of smile on his face. Then I will respectfully follow your order. Not only is fellow Taoist Xin Yao's cultivation profound and her medical skills superb, even her name is this nice, as is her name. Ding. Triggering a slight molestation behavior, the target's mind is slightly fluctuating, and the evil value is +1. Lu Xinyao was slightly stunned by his sudden compliment. Then he guffawed, a faint blush flying up on his cheeks. It adds a little more flavor. On the other hand, Gu Beiya had already made several trips back and forth, moving more books and panting with exhaustion. In his heart, he had already cursed Li Qingxian. Just as he put down the last pile of jade slips, ready to take a breath. However, he heard Li Qingxian frown and speak. I say, Taoist Gu, what are you doing moving so many messy books over here? Li Qingxian picked up a thick book with a cover that read Postpartum Care and Breeding of Spirit Pigs and shook it. I want medical books on divine souls, strange poisons, and difficult cases. Look at what kind of stuff you're moving here. Gu Beiya almost lost his breath. Wasn't it you who told me to move all the medical books over here? I'm asking you to move all the relevant medical books. Li Qingxian had a look expression on his face. You don't even have this ability to differentiate? It's really rotten wood that can't be carved. Now, please, Taoist Gu, sort out all these irrelevant things you've moved here for me again. Don't delay my precious time in saving your master. Lu Xinyao looked at Gu Beiya's look that was about to explode with anger. Another look at the book, Postpartum Care of the Spirit Pig. Couldn't help but gently shake his head as well. There was more than a hint of dissatisfaction with Gu Beiya's incompetence. Ding. Successfully angered the hostile target and embarrassed him in front of his fellow disciples, evil value +15. Good. 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 Gu Beiya smiled back in anger and gritted his back teeth. I'll pick. He knelt down and began to pick his way through a large pile of books, indignantly. That action, it's not like organizing books. Instead, they were tearing apart Li Qingshuan's handsome face. Chapter 34, a word that made the Yuaning big brother draw his sword for me. Li Qingxian flipped through the jade slip for a while, looking at the way Gu Beiya picked out the books. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly spoke. Oops, I'm a bit thirsty after watching for so long. Taoist Gu, please go get a glass of water. Gu Beiya snapped his head up, his eyes almost spewing fire. Who are you enabling? Li Qingxian closed the scroll and made a gesture to get up. Not even a glass of water? It seems that Taoist Gu indeed doesn't want to save your master. Also, the paths are different, fellow Taoist Xinyao. I think we should. I'll go. Gu Beiya stood up violently. It was almost like squeezing those two words out of his teeth. Turn around and walk away. A few moments later, he was carrying a glass of water, heavily placing it on the ground in front of Li Qingxian. Splash. Li Qingxian didn't even look at him and continued to look down at his book. Another incense stick of work had passed. Li Qingxian put down the jade slip. Stretching his back, he said in a seemingly unintentional manner, after sitting for a long time, my shoulders are a bit sore. Taoist Gu, come over and help me pinch my shoulders. Surname Li. You seek death. Gu Beiya could no longer hold back a little. Jerking to his feet, his hand was already pressing on the hilt of his sword. What? Want to make a move? Li Qingxian raised his head. The eyes were calm and unperturbed. even with a hint of provocation. You're not even willing to pinch a shoulder? It seems that Heavenly Clan's hospitality is nothing more than that. In that case, Senior Brother Gu. Lu Xinyo once again spoke out to stop him, her tone already taking on a stern tone. Dr. Li is laboring for the sect leader, how can you be so rude? Gu Bea looked at the way Lu Xinyo defended Li Qingxian. It just felt like my lungs were going to explode. He took a few deep breaths and forced down the urge to draw his sword. With a grimace, he walked behind Li Qingxian and gritted his teeth. Fine. I'll pinch it for you. He reached out his hand and was about to apply a few moments of force. Take it easy on the kid. Wait. However, Li Qingxian suddenly dodged to the side and looked at him with a wary expression. Forget it, look at you gnashing your teeth, I'm afraid you'll take a personal vendetta and crush my shoulder blade. You go off to the side and pick out a book. Ding. Teasing a hostile target, evil value +10. Gu Bea's outstretched hand froze in midair. The face turned from green to purple and back again. Wonderful. Li Qingxian no longer cared about him and turned his head towards Lu Xinyo. A harmless smile appeared on his face. Fellow Taoist Xinyo, I'm a little tired from reading, so I wonder if I can trouble you and help me gently press twice? When Lu Xinyo heard this, she obviously froze for a moment. To have her, an elder of the Heavenly Clan, squeeze the shoulders of a mortal man? This request is, indeed, a little out of the ordinary. She subconsciously glanced at Gu Bea, who was about to be furious next to her. Another look at Li Qingxuan's face that carried a few points of exhaustion. Thinking about the condition of real Xianyang. To think that Li Qingxian was the only hope at the moment. Thinking about the extraordinary medical insight he just showed. Lu Xinyo struggled slightly in her heart for a moment. It's just a special time, not a small time. As long as we can save the sect leader, what's a little thing? Moreover, she did feel that Li Qingxian was trying to study the condition. It consumes a great deal of energy. Good. Lu Xinyo nodded gently and walked behind Li Qingxian. She held out her slender hand with a hint of hesitation. Gently resting on Li Qingxuan's shoulder. Fingertips touched the fabric. The warmth of the man's shoulders and the tight lines of his muscles could be felt even through a layer of clothing. Lu Xinyo's movements were slightly raw. However, the force was extremely well controlled, not too light and not too heavy. With a gentle spiritual energy. It penetrated slowly, soothing tight muscles. A faint scent lingered on the tip of her nose. Li Qingxian felt the pair of soft, boneless jade hands on his shoulders. And the warm, soft body close behind him. Unable to help but be distracted. Lu Xinyo carried an aura of serenity that was uncontested by the world. Spending time with her seemed to make one forget earthly troubles and be at peace. I have to say, it does taste good when beauty is gracious. He squinted comfortably. Enjoy this rare moment of solace. The tone also became lazy. Xinyo Daoyu's technique is really exquisite. It is 100 times stronger than those massage masters I used to hire in the greenhouse. Medical hall. The movements of Lu Xinyo's hands gave a slight lurch. Then he resumed his gentle kneading, his tone gentle. Dr. Li is flattering, but I just know a little bit about some acupoints and meridians. If it can relieve your fatigue, then it's no better. That's right, Senior Brother Gu. Li Qingxian suddenly remembered something else and turned his head to look at Gu Bea. I see that the atmosphere of this Tibetan scripture pavilion is a bit dull, and reading books makes one drowsy. How about you go and call out 2 female disciples with exquisite bodies to come over and dance here to help the fun? It's also good for this doctor to refresh himself, maybe inspiration will come. You! Gu Bea couldn't hold back any longer and roared. Mortal pipsqueak, bully! Clank! He violently drew the long sword at his waist. The sword blade was pointed directly at Li Qingxian. The biting sword aura instantly filled the entire second floor of the Bible pavilion. The pages of the book were rattled by an invisible strong wind. Lu Xinyo's face changed slightly as she exclaimed, Senior Brother Gu, no. However, at this moment, Gu Bea had long been overwhelmed by anger. Where is there any room to listen to dissuasion? His eyes were crimson as he stared dead at Li Qingxian. It was as if an enraged beast was choosing someone to eat. Li Qingxian faced the sharp sword blade that was close at hand. Yet he remained calm. There was even a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Didn't even put Gu Bea's threat in his eyes. What, Taoist Gu drew his sword to entertain this guest of mine with this mortal weapon? Ding! Successfully enraged the hostile target and caused him to have strong killing intent, evil value +20. The system's beep sounded in time, and Li Qingxian was secretly pleased in his heart. Seeing this, Lu Xinyao hurriedly stepped forward. Get in between the two. In a stern tone, he chided, Senior Brother Gu. Have you gone crazy? Why don't you quickly stop? The important place of the Tibetan scripture pavilion, how can you be allowed to act recklessly here? She chortled while secretly running her spiritual energy. The sleeves were windlass, ready to step in at any time to stop Gu Bei's impulsive actions. Gu Bei looked at the way Lu Xinyao defended Li Qingxian. His chest rose and fell violently, and the back of his sword-gripping hand was bruised. He stared at Li Qingxian with a deadly stare, saying word for word, surnamelely, You wait for me. After saying that, he withdrew his long sword. Sheath the blade. Then he turned around violently and rushed out of the hidden scripture pavilion without looking back. Bang! The heavy loft door was thrown heavily shut on him. Make a loud noise. Immediately afterward, there was a deafening rumble of explosions from outside. And the frantic roar that was interspersed with it. It shook the entire hidden scripture pavilion slightly. Lu Xinyao's eyebrows knitted slightly, looking slightly worriedly in the direction of the pavilion door, and said softly, Senior Brother Gu, he. Li Qingxian, however, acted as if nothing was wrong. Still sitting leisurely by the pile of books. Even pricked up his ears with interest. Listen to the commotion outside. It seems that Taoist Gu is very energetic and full of energy, so I'm sure his body is hard and there's nothing serious. Lu Xinyao helplessly shook her head inside, Elder Brother Gu, he is straight-laced and prone to impulsiveness, so don't be offended by Dr. Li. Li Qingxian waved his hand and said unconcernedly, no harm, young people, they're just bloodthirsty, it's understandable. Chapter 35 Stone Breaking. Ling Xiao strongly supported Li Qingxian. The earth-shaking sounds outside the Tibetan scripture pavilion soon returned to calm. About an hour later. Crunch! The gate was pushed open from the outside. Gu Bei walked in with a calm face. His Taoist robes were still immaculate and his hair was retied neatly in a bun. If it weren't for the fact that deep in the bottom of his eyes, there was still a touch of scarlet blood remaining. I'm afraid that it would really make people think that the figure that was like being enraged to the point of losing control just now was just an illusion. He stepped in and walked straight towards Li Qingxian. Not a word more. Placing a jade slip heavily on top of the pile of books. There was a muffled thud. This is the tome you asked for on strange poisons and diseases, and there's a bit more in the criminal law hall's coffers. Gu Bei's tone was hard. When he finished speaking, he stepped back like the plague and closed his eyes. It was like looking at Li Qingxian one more time would defile his eyes. Li Qingxian cast a sidelong glance at him. After picking up the jade slip and casually scanning it, he tossed it aside. He was in a good mood at the moment, and he had scored quite a bit more in his evil value. For Gu Bei's slightly childish retaliation, he was also too lazy to care anymore. If the teasing continues, I'm afraid I'll really have to pull out my sword and interfere with the rescue. He returned his attention to the pile of books in front of him. Keep burying your head in the sand. Time flew by and the night was low. For half a whole day, Li Qingxian had barely moved an inch away from this area on the eastern side of the second floor of the Tibetan scripture pavilion. Like a sponge, he greedily drew on the knowledge in the immortal family's medical book canon. Lu Xinyao always patiently accompanied him. She meticulously answered the various queries Li Qingxian raised from time to time. From the initial cooperation to the vague anticipation of the moment. Her attitude towards Li Qingxian was also quietly transforming. Gu Bei, on the other hand, though, still wore a smelly face. But during this time, he also silently helped Li Qingxian organize his books a few times. Even volunteered to pour water twice. It just remained heavy on the ground each time. Half a day of study, Li Qingxian had a clearer perception of the divine soul in the mouths of the cultivators for the time being. The so-called divine soul is the foundation of a cultivator's foundation and the root of his life. There is both a similarity and a fundamental difference with what mortals refer to as a soul. Mortal souls, fragile and ethereal. Dependent on the physical body for survival. When the body perishes, the soul will also be dispersed between heaven and earth. At most, it leaves behind a wisp of obsession that turns into a stream of ghosts. The cultivator's divine soul, on the other hand, is in the latter-day cultivation, drawing on the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, and constantly condensing and growing. Once the divine soul was cultivated, it could detach itself from the physical body and exist independently, traveling heaven and earth. He even took over and was reborn, possessing all sorts of unbelievable magical powers. A cultivator's divine soul, which can be subdivided into the Yuanshan and the sense god. Li Qingxian flipped through an ancient book, muttering under his breath, the Yuanshan is the core of the divine soul, where the true spirit resides, and concerns the cultivator's Tao foundation and future potential. The spirit of knowledge, on the other hand, is the outward manifestation of the Yuanshan, in charge of the cultivator's 5 senses, and is closely connected to the physical body. This saying of 3 souls and 7 spirits is not an empty claim in the immortal cultivation world, but is a meticulous division of the sense spirit. He put down the ancient book in his hand and rubbed his somewhat swollen brow. The complex medical knowledge was quickly organized in his mind. The 3 souls of heavenly rush, spiritual wisdom, and spirit of qi. Supervises the spirituality, wisdom, and courage of the monk. The 7 pranas, on the other hand, correspond to the 7 emotions and 6 desires of the physical body, as well as various instinctive reactions. The soul-eroding source poison that realist Xian Yang is suffering from at the moment. It was to start directly with the sense spirit and gradually penetrate deeper into the Yuanshan. Overbearing and insidious, difficult to deal with. Why is it the most troublesome divine soul? Li Qingxian secretly pondered in his heart. Although he was a god of medicine, he had even more systems in place. But at this moment, facing this bizarre poison that involved the divine soul origin, it still feels tricky as hell. Seeing this, Lu Xinyao hurriedly handed over a cup of tea and softly said, Dr. Li, there is no need to be in a hurry. The disease of the divine soul is inherently dangerous and can't be solved in a day. You already know quite a bit about it, so you will definitely be able to find a direction. Li Qingxian smiled and took the tea and drank it. The direction? Maybe there's a little bit of that now. He didn't go into detail, he just went back into his research. There was no talk all night. Early the next morning, when the first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds and sprinkled down on top of Tianyizong Taoist temple, Zhou Yuqing was then already pacing anxiously within the Taoist temple. Elder Fong and Lin Qingyan were similarly gloomy, sitting quietly on top of the futon. The atmosphere was slightly depressing. Yun Nishang stood by the side, unable to hide the color of worry on her cool features. She looked in the direction of the hidden scriptures and spoke softly. Eldest brother, it's been a day and a night, and Dr. Li is still in the Tibetan scripture pavilion, and I don't know how the situation is. Zhou Yuqing sighed. Stop. Looking toward Elder Fong. Elder Fong, your old man's medical skills are exquisite and knowledgeable, according to your view. Of this Dr. Li, how much certainty does he have? Elder Fong sniffed and slowly shook his head. I don't dare to make any presumptions, the toxin penetrates deep into the soul essence, I've practiced medicine for hundreds of years, and I've never seen such a tricky disease before. Although Dr. Li's medical skills are extraordinary, he is only mortal after all. He didn't finish his sentence. But the meaning is clear enough. The implication was that he did not think highly of Li Qingxian. Hearing Elder Fong say this, Zhou Yuqing's heart sank even further. Just as the hearts of the people were anxious. Ling Xiao, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. The tone of his voice was calm, but carried certainty. Li Qingxuan's medical skills, they are very impressive. This statement was made. The entire hall of the Taoist temple was plunged into an eerie silence. Several people looked at Ling Xiao in shock. An incredulous look filled his face. In their impression, Ling Xiao had always been quiet and unsmiling. It was even more rare to praise another person, especially a mortal healer. Senior brother Ling Xiao, what are you saying? You know this Dr. Li very well? Zhou Yuqing somewhat wondered if he had heard it wrong and couldn't help but reconfirm. Ling Xiao's face remained clear and cold. The eyes, however, held a rare hint of seriousness. He briefly and succinctly put that after descending the mountain, Li Qingxian diagnosed Su Meng. As well as the matter of tempering his dark wounds, he briefly recounted it. His needlework, extremely subtle, seems to be able to invoke some kind of power between heaven and earth, and is by no means comparable to mundane medical techniques. Furthermore, with just one look, he accurately told me about the hidden disease within my dantian. That hidden injury, even the several elders within the sect failed to notice it. Ling Xiao paused slightly when he said this. Admiration was once again in his tone. He's, really good. This statement was made. The shock in the hearts of the crowd was even greater. Ling Xiao's cultivation refined. They naturally noticed something. I just didn't expect it to be Li Qingxuan's doing? In that case, this Dr. Li, you think it's feasible? Zhou Yuqing's tone also became eager. Yun Nishang also stepped forward and said softly, eldest senior brother, that day Nishang's divine soul was also damaged and was saved by him. This Dr. Li, although he is of mortal origin, does have his own unique characteristics. And his father, Li Chun, you should be no stranger to the second senior brother. Li Chun? Zhou Yuqing was stunned at his words. A light frown creased his brow. He seemed to recall something from the past and was about to open his mouth to ask about it in detail. Outside the Taoist temple, there was suddenly a sound of light footsteps. Immediately after, Li Qingxuan's figure appeared at the entrance of the Taoist temple. Behind them followed Lu Xinyao and Gu Beiya. Chapter 36, The Divine Physician Returns, Cure Now, Don't Stop Anyone. Yo, Dao Masters, good morning. Li Qingxian greeted the crowd with a big smile. There was not the slightest hint of fatigue from the night of hard reading in the Tibetan scripture pavilion. Zhou Yuqing hurriedly greeted him and asked anxiously, Dr. Li, what progress have you made in studying the canonical books? I don't know when I can start treating my master. Li Qingxian smiled faintly at his words, his tone calm. Now. The crowd was shocked and filled with dismay and disbelief. They had thought that they would have to wait at least a few more days. It would take even longer to wait for the news that Li Qingxian had started his consultation. Dr. Li, are you serious? It's going to start now? Zhou Yuqing's tone was a bit agitated, his voice trembling slightly. Li Qingxian raised an eyebrow and asked rhetorically, what else? It's better to choose a day than to bump into it. Could it be that Taoist Zhou still wants to delay it further and watch your master's condition continue to deteriorate? When Zhou Yuqing heard this, he was immediately speechless and hastily shook his head. No, of course not, it's just that. It was just a little too sudden, and we weren't ready for it. Saving people is like putting out a fire, what's there to prepare for? Li Qingxian waved his hand dismissively and said in a casual tone, don't worry, this doctor has something in mind. He paused, and his gaze turned to Elder Fang at the side, his tone carrying a commanding tone. Elder Fang, please trouble your old man, go prepare a few pills. Elder Fang froze slightly and looked at Li Qingxian with some confusion. Li Qingxian quickly reported the names of a few pills, clear heart pill, concentration pill, soul fixing pill. And a few pills related to the divine soul. Each come in 10 or 8 bottles first. Elder Fang heard the corner of his eyes twitch. These could be the clan's treasured healing herbs. You have to think twice about using one on a regular day. This kid asked for 10 or 8 bottles. You think it's a jelly bean? However, thinking of the life of the sect leader's senior brother, Elder Fang couldn't care less about his heartache and said in a deep voice, alright, I'll go fetch it right now. After saying that, Elder Fang hurriedly turned around and left. Only then did Li Qingxian nod in satisfaction. Sweeping his gaze over the crowd present, he spoke once again, next, I will begin to apply the needles to save the body. The process is dangerous, and there is no room for error, so absolute purity is required. Idle people, all retreat outside the Taoist temple and may not approach. Zhou Yuqing and the others heard this and immediately nodded in response. Li Qingxian paused and added, however, when I administer the needles, I need someone to assist me at the side, handing something, making a move or something. He stretched out his finger and pointed it at Lu Xinyao first. Fellow Taoist Lu has excellent medical skills and a meticulous mind, so naturally she should stay. Lu Xinyao nodded slightly, indicating that she understood. Then, Li Qingxuan's finger turned to Yun Nishang again. Miss Yun had suffered a divine soul injury. Her perception of the divine soul must be different from normal people, so leave it as well. Yun Nishang's cool eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. But still, he nodded softly. In the end, Li Qingxuan's gaze circled around the Taoist temple, purposely lingering on Gu Beiya for a moment. Gu Beiya's heart snapped. A sense of foreboding surged through me. Subconsciously, he tensed his body. Surprisingly, he was a little afraid of what this mortal would come up with to toss him off again. Realizing this, Gu Beiya's heart immediately surged with a sense of shame. One's own hallowed Jindan cultivator. To be afraid of a mortal? Fortunately, Li Qingxuan's gaze quickly passed over him. It finally landed on the woman in red who had been as cold as ice. And this person, Li Qingxian stroked his chin as if he was seriously thinking, Taoist Lin, you stay as well. Lin Changwan heard her name. A rare trace of dismay appeared on the cool and pretty face. It then turned into an icy rage. Me? On what grounds? Her phoenix eyes contained fury as she stared coldly at Li Qingxian, surnamelely, don't even think about using the same set of tricks you used against Gubea to deal with me. I'm not a fool like him. Zhou Yuqing was also a bit embarrassed, and hurriedly stepped forward to explain, Dr. Li, it's naturally fine for senior sister Lu to stay and assist. But senior sister Yun and senior sister Lin, the two of them majored in the sword Dao, and it can be said that they don't know anything about the medical arts. I'm afraid leaving them behind won't help much, will it? Who said anything about needing their help? Li Qingxian raised an eyebrow, revealing an expression of entitlement, what I need is a medicinal guide. Pill guide? Zhou Yuqing and Lu Xinyao looked at each other in disbelief. Li Qingxian clasped his hands on his chest and said slowly, as I said before, the method I used to save your master is somewhat unique, nearly going against the heavens, and the medicinal guide needed, naturally, is also extraordinary. His gaze swept over the delicate figures of the three, these three are the indispensable medicinal guides that I will use to apply needles to save people this time, one is indispensable. When Zhou Yuqing heard this, his heart immediately set off waves of shock. 3 sisters as a medicine guide? That's just unheard of. In his perception, how was this different from evil? He didn't know what to do for a moment. Subconsciously, he looked at Ling Xiao next to him for advice. Ling Xiao's gaze swept over Li Qingxian and the 3 female cultivators. Though still expressionless. However, a slight nod was given to Zhou Yuqing. Getting Ling Xiao's affirmation. Zhou Yuqing's heart was shaken as he gritted his teeth and finally made up his mind, good. Since Dr. Li said so, we will cooperate fully. He turned his head and looked at Lin Qingnan, persuading in a sincere tone, Senior Sister Lin, Master's life is at stake, I still hope that you'll focus on the greater good and cooperate with Dr. Li's rescue treatment. Lin Qing Evening pursed her lips tightly. The chill in his eyes increased. But in the end, he grunted coldly and looked away, as if acquiescing. Seeing this, Zhou Yuqing sighed in relief and arched his hand at Li Qingxian, Dr. Li, I'm counting on you for everything. We will wait outside the Taoist temple, if there is any need, feel free to call us. After saying that, Zhou Yuqing led several people to exit the Taoist temple. And discreetly closed the door of the temple. Within the Taoist temple, it was instantly quiet. Standing there were 4 people, Li Qingxian and Lu Xinyao, Yun Nishang and Lin Qingyan. 3 female cultivators with different styles but equally outstanding looks. Sharing a room with a seemingly cynical mortal healer. There's also a spooky therapy session. The atmosphere became somewhat subtle. Li Qingxuan's face remained unchanged. He walked over to the pills that had just been delivered and instructed Lu Xinyao, fellow Daoist Xinyao, please arrange these pills in the order of clearing the heart, condensing the mind, restoring the soul, and renewing the life. I will need to use them when I administer the needles later on. Lu Xinyao did as she was told. Carefully placing a bottle of precious elixir on top of a short table. The aroma of medicine fills the air. Afterward, Li Qingxian then looked at Yun Nishang and Lin Qingyan, his expression becoming serious. The two of you, first wait quietly on the sidelines. Later on, if I tell you to do something, you will immediately do it. Remember, there must be no hesitation, or else the previous work will be wasted and the consequences will be borne by you. Yun Nishang and Lin Qingyan exchanged glances. Although the mind is still full of doubts and resistance. But think of the master who was unknown to be alive or dead. Eventually there was silence and a nod. After the explanation was completed, Li Qingxian said no more. He walked slowly to the jade bed. Looking at the dying breath and deathly gray-faced Xin Yang Jinjin on the bed. Took a deep breath. To save your life is to save yourself. In the next moment, his eyes suddenly turned cold. With his fingers flying together, he took out a set of ancient-style silver needles from his bosom. This needle was not extraordinary iron, the body of the needle flowed with a faint luster, and there was a hidden fluctuation of aura. This was the magic weapon that Lu Xinyao had handed over to him earlier. She was well aware that the means Li Qingxian was about to perform was not trivial, and that ordinary mortal products were simply unable to carry it. The only thing that was left was this set of magic silver needles that had been carefully refined with special spirit materials. The party is worthy of that almost anticlimactic therapy. 9 needles of the spirit pivot, locking the soul and fixing the spirit. With a low voice, the 9 silver needles were like shooting stars catching the moon. With unparalleled precision, he stabbed into 9 key points, including Baihui at the top of Xian Yangjinzi's head, Yintang at the center of his eyebrows, and Tanzhong at his chest. Chapter 37 9 Needles Locking the Soul, Intense Poison Berserk Backlash. The needle goes in 3 times, silently. However, just at the moment the silver needle pierced in, the change was steep. The originally dormant soul-eroding source poison in realist Xian Yang's body violently erupted as if it had been violently provoked. Wisps of black gas were like vipers that possess life. From the 7 orifices and pores around the body of the Xian Yang realist, it surged out crazily, twisting and circling in the air. It gave off a palpitatingly cold aura, the core of the poison that was coiled in the depths of realist Xian Yang's divine soul essence. It was even more like an awakened beast, wrapped in a thick aura of death. Toward the location of the 9 silver needles, the humongous counterattack went on. Feeling the ferocious counterattack of the toxin, Li Qingxuan's eyes stared. But there was not the slightest panic, just cold eyes. Let the black gas come in like a tidal wave, dyeing the silver needles an inky color. Lin Qingyan, who was standing on the side, saw this black gas that was like ink. With a startled heart, he couldn't help but blurt out, "Li Qingxian, the poisonous gas is attacking the heart. You quickly think of something." "Shut up." Li Qingxian didn't even turn his head back and snapped, his eyes as cold as knives. Lin Qing Evening's delicate body trembled, then the anger in her eyes rose, almost about to draw her sword. How dare she, an elder of the Tanny clan, chide her like that? However, Lu Xinyao, who was beside her, pulled her sleeve in time, her eyes signaling her to calm down. Lu Xinyao herself was also frightened, but she forced herself to look at Li Qingxian. Li Qingxian turned a deaf ear to the commotion behind him. His entire mind was focused on the changes within realist Xian Yang's body. Just at the moment when the core of that soul-eroding source poison was about to pounce on the tip of the needle, Li Qingxuan's eyes flashed with an exquisite light. The right hand exploded out, 5 fingers spread out in a vain manner. There seemed to be some sort of pattern flickering in the center of his palm. An invisible suction power suddenly enveloped realist Xian Yang's body. Soul Snatcher's hand. The mortal body is reversed, and chi and blood are the fronts. Retreat. In an instant, the originally weak chi and blood in realist Xian Yang's body, as if pulled by a brute force. Steep reversal of direction. Towards that counter-attacking soul-eroding source poison, he charged fiercely. Snort. Prana and toxins collide. It made an ear-splitting sound like boiling water pouring oil. That originally imposing soul-eroding source poison. The attack stalled under the sudden onslaught of countercurrents. It was even forced back hard by inches. It's now. Li Qingxuan's eyes flashed with a stern color, and without hesitation, he extended his hand, pill. Lu Xinyao had long been ready. Hearing that, immediately handed over the first bottle of heart-cleansing pill. Li Qingxian took the jade bottle and, without even looking at it, directly pulled off the cork, pouring an entire bottle of elixir, as if pouring beans. It was poured into realist Xian Yang's mouth as much as possible, before they could react. The second bottle. Concentration elixir. The third bottle. Soul-fixing elixir. Li Qingxuan's movements were so fast that only remnants of shadows remained. It's not a drag. In the blink of an eye, for types of pills, a full 4 dozen healing holy pills. A brain was stuffed into the mouth of realist Xian Yang. Lu Xinyao was watching from the sidelines with her heart pounding and her pretty face turning white. What kind of feeding method is this? Each of these pills contained a huge amount of medicinal power. Taking one on a normal day requires careful refining. So roughly, dozens of pills were poured down at the same time. The medicinal power instantly exploded. Not to mention the seriously injured and dying sect master. Even if it was a cultivator in his heyday, I'm afraid that he wouldn't be able to withstand this violent onslaught of medicinal power. If it is light, the meridians will burst, and if it is heavy, the body will explode and die on the spot. She subconsciously tried to stop it, exclaiming under her breath, "Dr. Li, you must not." However, when her gaze touched Li Qingxuan's calm eyes, the latter words were impossible to say. There wasn't the slightest bit of panic or hesitation in those eyes. There is only an absolute confidence of being in control. As if the act before him was enough to appall any healer. In his mind, it was nothing more than a matter of course. Without any reason, Lu Xinyao's heart that was beating violently because of the violent beating. It was miraculously calming. Although Yun Nishang and Lin Qingyan didn't know anything about medicine. However, one could also see that Li Qingxuan's way of feeding the medicine was too aggressive, it was simply haphazard. The two men's eyebrows were furrowed. But with the previous lesson, they didn't dare to say anything more. Just pink fists clenched and lightly clenched silver teeth. Li Qingxian, however, did not pay the slightest attention to the gazes behind him. Just staring intently at realist Xian Yang's reaction. Those pills that were forcefully poured into the mouth melted in the mouth. It turned into 4 differently colored torrents of medicinal power. Like 4 awakened dragons, they roared and rushed into realist Xian Yang's long-dried and fragile meridians. However, this medicinal power that seems to contain endless vitality. After encountering that same furious soul-eroding source poison. But it's like fire meets boiling oil. A more furious power erupted. Boom! The medicinal power and the poisonous power, in the narrow battlefield of the meridians, had the most primitive collision. Realist Xian Yang's originally calm body began to tremble violently. On the surface of the skin, countless tiny cracks surfaced. Like dry land that is about to crumble. Within the cracks, wisps of black gas seeped out. It was more dense and eerie than before. What's going on here? Lu Xinyao could no longer maintain her composure, her face changed miserably and she lost her voice in shock. The sight was 100 times more terrifying than the worst she had expected. Master's body, it's collapsing. Yun Nishang and Lin Xingyan also had their delicate bodies shaken, and their complexions were grave to the extreme. The hand had been pressed on top of the hilt. The atmosphere in the hall froze to the freezing point. An overpowering killing intent began to spread uncontrollably. Just when everyone thought there was no way back. Variant. It's happening again. The eyelids of realist Xian Yang, who had originally closed his eyes tightly, suddenly fluttered slightly. Then, slowly, a slit opened. What kind of eyes are those? Muddy, dull, and full of emptiness. It was like a deep pool of stagnant water, with no life in sight. But even so, the opening of these eyes was also like a bright light in the darkness. It instantly ignited hope in the hearts of the crowd. Master! Yun Nishan was the first to react, calling out in surprise, her voice trembling a little. Although Zhou Yuqing and the others were not in the house, they had been paying attention to the situation inside through their divine sense. Feeling the change in the aura of the Xianyang realist. Everyone was shaken to their core. Rapture. Unbelievable. Come to life? Really? There is hope? Realist Xian Yang's gaze slowly swept over the people in the hall. It eventually landed on Li Qingxian, who was standing by the bedside. His eyes were still empty, but there seemed to be a hint more doubt. He opened his mouth as if to say something. But all that came out of his throat was a raspy sound. It doesn't make a sentence at all. Li Qingxian leaned down and came to the ear of realist Xian Yang and said softly, "Realist, I know that you are very weak right now, there is no need to rush to speak, listen to me first." His voice carried a strange soothing power. It made the originally restless breath of realist Xian Yang gradually smooth out. The soul-eroding origin poison in your body is already deeply entangled with your divine soul origin. Unusual and mild therapies are tantamount to scratching an itch, they simply cannot be eradicated and will only hasten your death, pointless. Li Qingxian spoke extremely fast, yet his words were clear. He informed this heavenly clan sect leader of his healing thoughts in a concise manner. The method I used is a risky one, fighting poison with poison, using medicine to attract poison, and using a large amount of holy medicine to forcibly stimulate the last trace of vitality remaining in your body, allowing you to awaken for a moment. And then lend me your strength to fight the poison with me. This process is bound to be painful and even life-threatening. But if it succeeds, the toxin can be completely removed and a new life can be regained. If it fails, can only be left to fate. Li Qingxuan's voice paused, and his tone became serious. Makoto, the road ahead is a life of 9 deaths. Would you be willing to trust me, a nobody, and give this little chance of survival you have left to me to let go of the fight? Realist Xian Yan quietly listened to Li Qingxuan's words. The eyes were devoid of any mood swings. Within the entire Taoist temple, there was silence. Everyone's gazes were focused on realist Xian Yang, waiting for his response. After a long time, realist Xian Yang's eyes slightly moved. Then, with difficulty, and extremely slowly, blinked. One time, another time. It was just a blink of an eye, but it was as if it had taken all of his strength. Fine beads of sweat oozed from his forehead. The face also became paler. That faint hint of fluctuation, in Li Qingxuan's eyes, was already the answer. The corners of his mouth hooked up slightly. Slowly. Next, please also ask the real person to release the binding of the Dantian Chi Si. Chapter 38, A Shocking Gamble. Sect Leader. Please open your Dantian. Releasing the bonds of the Dantian Chi? When Lu Xinyao heard this, worry was immediately written all over her clear and beautiful face. Dantian Chi. That's a crucial place where a cultivator's life is at stake. Once you let go, you are exposing your most vulnerable places to others without defense. Especially Xian Yangjinjin, such as cultivation through the heavens of great powers, Dantian Chi Si is the foundation of his lifelong cultivation. Its weight was so heavy that it even exceeded the flesh itself. Now Li Qingxian wanted realist Xian Yang to let go of his Dantian Chi Si? The words came out of his mouth, no less than a flat thunderclap. It wasn't just Lu Xinyao. Even Lin Qingnian, who was next to him, had her eyebrows furrowed. A few rare moments of heaviness also showed in those cool eyes. Although she didn't know anything about medicine, she understood what the Dantian Chi Si meant to a cultivator. Letting go of the Dantian is tantamount to putting one's life in the hands of another. The risks involved are really hard to gauge. Dr. Li, isn't this too risky? Lu Xinyao hesitantly opened her mouth, her voice lowered. The Dantian is a vital point, in case something goes wrong. She hadn't finished her sentence, but the look of worry on her face said it all. Although Yun Nishang did not make a sound, her clear and cold gaze likewise fell tightly on Li Qingxian. In the depths of his eyes, there was also a deep concern. Among the three of them, she was the only one who had sort of crossed paths with Li Qingxian. Lu Xian Yao and Lin Changwan both met this Dr. Li for the first time. For the mortal doctor who was all mystery. In their hearts, they inevitably kept a few points of wariness. It was necessary to make realist Xian Yang let go of his Dantian Chi Si and entrust his body and life to someone who was almost considered a stranger. This is really unsettling. However, just as they were upset, the corner of the mouth of the originally weakly breathing Xian Yang manservant on the bed couch actually tugged extremely slightly. A very, very faint hint was revealed. Yet with a few smiles of relief. That smile was shallow and light. If you don't look closely, it's almost impossible to notice. However, when this smile fell in the eyes of Lu Xinyao and the others, it caused their hearts to shake. Master. He actually smiled? And, still, at a juncture like the present. And a smile with such deep meaning. Could it be that the master he really intends to? The crowd was shocked and suspicious in their hearts, and their gazes turned to realist Xian Yang in a complicated manner. He slowly closed his eyes. Next moment. An invisible yet vast and boundless aura, as if an ancient power that had been silent for billions of years was awakened. From within realist Xian Yang, it quietly diffused. That was the terrifying might that belonged uniquely to the heavenly sect headmaster, to the top powerhouses. Even though he was weak to this point at the moment. However, this aura spread out and still caused Lu Xinyao and the girls to feel a suffocatingly heavy pressure. It was as if an invisible mountain had suddenly pressed down on their shoulders. Even breathing became stagnant. Dantian Chi. Really let go. Real Xian Yang, actually really so determined, so dryly, withdrew all the defenses of the Dantian Chi Si. This was not just a recognition of Li Qingxuan's medical skills. More than that, it is a kind of determination to put life and death at risk and to live to the death. Li Qingxuan's pupils suddenly shrunk. Deep in the bottom of his eyes, a strong color of admiration flashed. He had originally thought that he would have to convince the other party to let go of his Dantian, and he was afraid that it would take a lot of talking. He was even prepared to be rebuffed outright and have to think of another way. Never would I have thought that realist Xian Yang would be so decisive and trust him so much. This trust weighs 1,000 pounds. Li Qingxian took a deep breath. Forced down the twinge of nervousness that churned in his heart. What's done is done, and we have to give it everything we've got. Only then can we live up to this trust of Xian Yang. He took out a silver needle again. This silver needle was different from the previous 9 needles of the spiritual pivot. The needle is slightly longer and has a silvery white color throughout. The body of the needle flowed with a warm sheen. The needle point was incomparably sharp, yet with a hint of roundness. It seemed to contain some kind of unique Dao rhythm. Back to the dragon stitch. This is one of the Li family's secret needle techniques. It specializes in unblocking the 8 channels of the odd meridians and regulating the qi and blood in the dantian. It is said that when practiced to the extreme, it even has the inexplicable power of reversing yin and yang, and reversing life and death. However, the process of performing this needle technique was already extremely treacherous. Especially at this moment, Xian Yang realist's dantian was open and defenseless. The risks are even more magnified a million times over. The slightest deviation could directly pierce the dantian, causing irreparable consequences. Li Qingxuan's expression was incomparably grave, even his breathing slowed down a bit. Adjust yourself to peak condition. He slowly raised the silver needle and gently twisted the end of it with his fingertips. Feel the subtle coolness coming from the needle. His eyes were as sharp as a falcon, deadlocked on the location of realist Xian Yang's dantian. The mind was highly cohesive, not daring to slack off. It was as if time had been pressed to pause in this moment. Throughout the hall, it was so quiet that you could hear the sound of a heartbeat. The three women, Lu Xinyao, Yun Nishan, and Lin Xingyan, all subconsciously held their breath. Eyes unblinking, he stared at the silver needle in Li Qingxuan's hand. His heart was beating like a drum, and fine beads of sweat oozed from his hands. The atmosphere was tense and depressing to the core. Finally, Li Qingxian moved. With a flick of his wrist, the silver needle abruptly stabbed out, cutting through the air in front of him. With a trajectory that was almost difficult to catch with the naked eye. Accurately and unerringly, it stabbed at realist Xian Yang's dantian acupoint. Fast. Precise. Tough. The whole movement was flowing without any half-lag. The tip of the needle pierced the skin without the slightest trace of blood seeping out. There was only a trace of extremely weak spiritual energy fluctuation. Like a fine wave of water swirling around. The silver needle missed about an inch of depth and came to a steady stop. Li Qingxian let out a long breath of turbid air. The first step, finally, is a done deal. This, however, is just the beginning. The real deadly menace was still waiting for him. He slowly closed his eyes, his mind sinking into his dantian. Shasta. The scene in front of him shifted abruptly. The original dim and simple inner room disappeared. In its place, there was a vast expanse of space. Countless star-like points of light shone in it. It was dark and deep and could not be seen. Endless aura, like a rushing and roaring sea, filled every corner of this space. The weather is magnificent and majestic. This was the inner view of realist Xian Yang's dantian. Pound for pound, vastness. A magnificent sight that is hard to describe in words. It ruthlessly impacted Li Qingxuan's mind. It made him involuntarily develop a sense of his own insignificance. Is this the dantian chi si of the heavenly clan's sect leader? It's almost like a real side of a small world. Every strand of aura in it was pure to the extreme, emitting heart-stopping energy fluctuations. Li Qingxian felt like he was in a sea of aura. It's so small it's insignificant. However, just deep within this seemingly infinite scene of life. But there is a huge crisis lurking that makes one's head spin. A trace of black aura, like a maggot on a tarsus, dead-endedly entangled those pure auras. There is a constant process of erosion, contamination, and devouring. Wherever the black aura was stained, the aura quickly became dull. Eventually, it turns into a filthy waste gas and completely loses its vitality. Soul-eating source poison. Li Qingxian instantly recognized the root of these black auras. It was really hard to imagine just how strong of a force of will Xian Yang realist was relying on. Only then could he support himself until now under the erosion of this outlawed and incomparable poison. That in itself is an incredible miracle. Not being able to marvel too much, Li Qingxian quickly gathered his mind. Ready to start executing his crazy plan. Forcibly tearing the dantian. It was definitely a risky move to the extreme. The slightest carelessness could completely detonate this vast sea of dantian chi. It causes all sorts of consequences. But he had no choice. Wanting to pull out the root of this soul-eroding source poison. The only way to do this is to take a risky move and hit the nail on the head. Li Qingxuan's teeth clenched, his entire mind mobilized, and his strength converged on his fingertips. He was going to use his own intention as a knife, and he was going to gouge out a pathway in realist Xian Yang's dantian chi si. Drive me! With a deep cry in his heart, Li Qingxian fiercely stepped forward. The fingertips were sharp and unrivaled, piercing straight into the sense-nothingness. Right at this moment, an invisible but tough and unusual resistance abruptly appeared. It is the natural barrier of the dantian chi hai. The sturdiness of this barrier is by no means breakable by ordinary forces. But Li Qingxian was prepared for this. The color of determination in his eyes became even more intense, without half a moment's hesitation. Instead, he gathered the remaining power around him, once again, and surged it towards his fingertips regardless. Spell this moment. Click. An extremely subtle cracking sound exploded in his mind's senses. Above that impenetrable Dantian barrier. Finally, a tiny crack was forced through him. Chapter 39, blasting soul-eroding poison with a single punch. An extremely subtle hint. Yet vital cracks. The moment the crack appeared, a violent backlash of power. Like a flash flood, it violently surged towards Li Qingxian. Pust. Li Qingxian stifled a grunt, his heart and mind shaking dramatically. It was like being hit hard by a giant hammer, and there was a blackout before his eyes. The power of the Dantian's backlash was as terrifying as this. Just a single crack had already caused him to suffer such a heavy blow. The consequences would be unimaginable if they were forced to tear open a larger crack. But he couldn't back out. It must never be returned. Once you back out, all your previous efforts will be undone. Li Qingxian bit the tip of his tongue, forcing himself to stay awake. He frantically urged his mind to continue expanding the crack. Click. 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 The cracks grew larger and larger, and the force of the backlash grew stronger and stronger. Li Qingxuan's body began to tremble violently. A trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, and his face was as pale as paper. But he still clenched his teeth in death and struggled to hold on. Finally, after paying a huge price, a crack, large enough to accommodate his mind's passage, ripped open completely. Within the cracks, wisps of pure to the core spiritual energy. Like a flood that breaks the levee, it rushes out. Without the slightest hesitation, Li Qingxian wrapped this precious spiritual energy and rushed straight towards the core of the soul-eroding source poison like a stray arrow. The narrow way is the way to go. At this moment, Li Qingxian was in realist Xian Yang's Dantian meridians, just like a cultivator with supreme cultivation. He merged his own mind and soul, with this borrowed spiritual energy, into one. It turned into a dazzling light. Righteously, he crashed into the despairing black poisonous mist. Boom! It was like two stars colliding violently, erupting into a terrifyingly loud sound. Spiritual energy and toxins, in the narrow space, engaged in the most grueling fight. Outer room. The three girls, Lu Xinyao, Lin Qingyan, and Yun Nishan, anxiously guarded the jade bedside. They couldn't see inside the Dantian. It could only be through Li Qingxuan's external reactions to determine what's going on inside. Once Li Qingxian stabbed the silver needle, he closed his eyes tightly and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. It was getting more and more violent and painful. Like it was suffering from some unimaginable torment. The hearts of the three women, along with Li Qingxuan's trembling, also seized into a ball. Especially when they saw, at the corner of Li Qingxuan's mouth, a trace of bright red blood slowly spilling out. It's more of a heart attack and you can barely breathe. Dr. Li. Lu Xinyao's pretty face was white, her voice trembling. Wanted to go up and check it out, but didn't dare disturb it so easily. Fearing that it would affect Li Qingxuan's salvation. Lin Qingyan's eyebrows were knitted tightly, and her cool eyes were filled with worry and anxiety. Although she did not say it on her lips, in her heart, she had long since developed a hint of recognition for Li Qingxuan's medical skills. At this moment, seeing Li Qingxian in such pain, the heart couldn't help but sweat for him. Yun Nishan, on the other hand, silently walked over to the jade bedside and tightly held the palm of realist Xian Yang's hand. She could feel her master's body, still cold, her breath still weak. But it was more than before, a faint hint of life. This was all due to Li Qingxian. She prayed silently in her heart, praying that Li Qingxian would succeed. I pray that the master will be safe and sound. Just as the three women's hearts and minds were tense and worried to the extreme. In the middle of the inner landscape of the Dantian, Li Qingxuan's body suddenly shook violently. An even more violent aura suddenly erupted from within him. Makoto, help me! Li Qingxian violently let out a roar. The voice was hoarse, but it contained a haunting power. As if to some being in the underworld. Make an exhaustive call. The words were not yet spoken. Real Shen Yang's eyes were originally tightly closed. It actually slightly opened a slit again. An even stronger and more vast spiritual energy was suddenly injected into Li Qingxuan's body as if it had been enlightened. Li Qingxuan's aura instantly skyrocketed. The spirit that had been dwindling was revitalized. He snapped his head up, and the light in his eyes exploded. Like two streaks of lightning, they cut through the void. Break me! An earth-shattering roar resounded throughout the Dantianchi Sea. Li Qingxian violently swung out a fist. No fancy moves, no amazing visions. Only the most unassuming and unadorned, yet containing a punch of destructive power. Wherever the fist blade passed, the void shook and the airflow burst. That originally arrogant and domineering, unrivaled mass of soul-eroding source poison. In front of this sudden and terrifying power. Like snow and ice under the blazing sun. Instantly it began to collapse and dissolve. The black gas fell back, wailing and screaming. As if he had met a natural enemy, he was in a sorry state. Outer room. Lu Xinya was the first to discover the change in the soul-eroding source poison. The black qi that had originally wrapped around realist Xin Yang's body. It was dissipating rapidly, at a speed visible to the naked eye. In its place, there was a faint, almost transparent white mist. It slowly overflowed from realist Xin Yang's pores. That's the toxin being forced out? Lu Xinya was shocked beyond words. A look of disbelief filled her pretty face. Really? Is going to work? She was trembling with excitement, her beautiful eyes filled with surprise and anticipation. The eyes once again turned to Li Qingxian. Only Li Qingxuan's forehead was covered in bean-sized beads of sweat. The face was so pale that it was almost transparent. The shirt had long been soaked with sweat and clung to his body. The whole person was as wretched as if he had been fished out of the water. Lu Xinyao could no longer hold back the worry and pity in her heart. She stepped forward and carefully raised her hand. Using his sleeve, he gently wiped the beads of sweat on Li Qingxuan's forehead. The movements were gentle, as if treating a precious treasure, for fear of disturbing him. In the middle of the inner landscape of the Dantian, Li Qingxian did not notice the changes in the outside world in the slightest. He was going all out, manipulating the power of the 9 needles of the spirit pivot. The regiment of retreating soul-eroding source poison was heavily wrapped and surrounded in layers. Like catching a turtle in a jar. Never leave any chance for toxins to escape. Sensing the crisis, the soul-eroding source poison began to struggle and collide crazily. Attempting to break through the blockade of the 9 needles of the spiritual pivot. But it was all in vain. The 9 needles of the spiritual pivot were originally a supreme method for calming the soul, repelling evil, and avoiding filth. Plus, Li Qingxuan's borrowed great power cultivation at the moment. It is even more powerful. Struggle of the soul-eating source poison. It's just a dying struggle. It's pointless. Finally, after some intense confrontation, the struggle of the soul-eroding source poison gradually became weak and eventually disappeared completely. It was completely suppressed and sealed by the 9 needles of the spiritual pivot. Li Qingxian exhaled a long breath of turbid air. The mind recedes like a tidal wave. His eyes went black and his body shook, nearly falling head over heels. Dr. Li! Lu Xinyao exclaimed, rushing forward to assist him, her beautiful eyes filled with worry. Dr. Li, are you all right? Do you need to take a rest? Yun Nishang asked in a gentle, concerned tone. Li Qingxian waved his hand, signaling that he was fine. He took a few ragged breaths and braced himself to steady his body. Rest? Now is not the time to rest. Li Qingxian let out a bitter smile and said in a weak tone, the soul-eroding origin poison has only been temporarily suppressed, the real trouble is still behind. Lu Xinyao froze at his words, a trace of doubt flashing through her beautiful eyes. Behind? Could it be that isn't finished yet? Li Qingxian nodded and said with a grave expression, of course it's not over. The soul-eroding origin poison is just an appetizer, next is the real main event. He took a deep breath, his gaze turned to realist Xin Yang on the jade bed, and said in a firm tone, it is only now that we must begin to repair the divine soul. Saying that, Li Qingxian took out the Yama King fatalizing needle. Chapter 40, Collapse of the Flesh? Don't panic, watch me return to heaven with the 9 dragons. The dark body of the needle in the dim light. It flashed with a hauntingly cold aura. Fellow Taoist Xin Yao, please fetch a god-condensing pill and hold it under your tongue for me. Li Qingxian commanded. Lu Xinyao didn't dare to be slow, and hurriedly took out a spirit pill that emitted a strong medicinal fragrance and handed it to Li Qingxian. Li Qingxian took the god-condensing pill and without even looking at it, directly stuffed it into his mouth. The spirit elixir melted in the mouth and turned into a cool stream of air. It instantly surged through his body. It nourished his exhausted meridians and mind. The spirit is lifted. Li Qingxian took a deep breath and adjusted his state to his best. Then, without hesitation, he raised the Yama hypnotic needle and stabbed it straight into the center of realist Xianyang's brow. Ah! The moment Yama's life-inducing needle pierced in, realist Xianyang's body shook violently, letting out a pained murmur. It seemed to be suffering from some kind of unbearable severe pain. Miss Yun, Taoist Master Lin, please trouble the two of you, suppress the real person. Li Qingxian droned in a deep voice. Yun Nishang and Lin Qingyan didn't dare to slack off. Hastily stepping forward, one to the left and one to the right. Pressing down on real Xianyang's body. Li Qingxuan's eyes stared, and he began to fully activate the divine power of the Yama King's fatal needle. Shasta. A majestic and vast, like an ocean of life essence. It gushed out from the tip of Yama's hypnotic needle. A steady stream was injected into realist Xianyang's brow center. Life essence is like sweet rain. It nourished realist Xianyang's dry and depleted divine soul. The soul fire, which was originally dull and lifeless, began to revitalize. A little bit of growth, a little bit of solidification. In the meantime, in realist Xianyang's Dantian Shi, the spiritual energy that had been suppressed by the 9 needles of the spiritual pivot, it also began to slowly overflow. With the life essence released by the Yama King's hypnotic needle, it mingled and converged, fusing into one. It turned into an extremely pure, extremely powerful cultivation spirit power. The crowd was amazed. Realist Xianyang's divine soul power was actually really recovering and growing stronger slowly but surely at a speed visible to the naked eye. The original weak and frail breath. It's also starting to get progressively smoother and longer. The 3 women, Lu Xinyao, Yun Nishan, and Lin Qingyan, witnessed this near miraculous scene. All of them are happy and excited. The eyes that looked at Li Qingxian were filled with admiration and gratitude. Even Lin Qingyan, who had always been wary of Li Qingxian. A rare hint of softness also appeared on the cool and pretty face. Li Qingxian, however, did not let his guard down in the slightest. He knew that now was not the time to be happy. Realist Xianyang's divine soul power was extremely powerful, and it was never easy to completely repair it. It requires a continuous infusion of huge amounts of life essence and cultivation spirit power. He had to maintain a high level of concentration at all times and fully activate the Yama King's lifeline needle. The slightest laxity may result in the loss of all our efforts. The minutes ticked by. The beads of sweat on Li Qingxuan's forehead were dripping down like pearls on a broken string. His face also grew paler and his breath weaker. But he still gritted his teeth and didn't dare to relax in the slightest. Suddenly, Li Qingxian frowned slightly, as if he had discovered something wrong. He slowly retracted the Yan Wang hypnotic needle and stopped the injection of life essence. Realist Xianyang's divine soul power had recovered quite a bit though. But it's a long way from being completely healed. And, crucially, Li Qingxuan's gaze slowly swept over realist Xianyang's body. The frown tightened a bit. Bad. Li Qingxian sighed lightly, a hint of helplessness and worry in his tone. What's wrong? Dr. Li, is something wrong? Lu Xinyao rushed forward and asked, her beautiful eyes filled with worry. Yun Nishang and Lin Qingyan also looked at Li Qingxian in confusion. Li Qingxian shook his head and said in a grave tone, although the divine soul is recovering, realist Xianyang's body is on the verge of collapse. The destruction of the soul-eroding origin poison is far worse than we imagined. Even if I could completely save his divine soul, without an intact body, it wouldn't help. When the time comes, I'm afraid I'll only end up with a broken soul. When Lu Xinyao heard this, her pretty face instantly turned pale, her beautiful eyes filled with despair. Yun Nishang and Lin Qingyan also shook their delicate bodies and looked gloomy. It's so hard to see a glimmer of hope. Is it ultimately a lost cause? Just as the crowd was disheartened, Li Qingxian clenched his teeth, as if he had made some sort of determination, and sighed lightly. That's just it, save the man to the end, send the Buddha to the west. He raised his head, his gaze looking towards Yun Nishang, and said in a calm tone, Miss Yun, please do me a favor. Yun Nishang froze slightly, a trace of doubt flashing through her cool eyes. What favor? Li Qingxian pointed to his bosom and slowly said, please reach into my bosom and help me fetch a jade bottle out. Into your arms? Yun Nishang was slightly stunned, and a very faint blush flew up on her cheeks. Eyes a little dodgy. That seems a bit of a monstrous request. As if Li Qingxian didn't see her dissimilarity, he frankly said, "I'm off my feet at the moment, my fingers are shaking a bit, I'm afraid that I won't be able to hold it steadily and drop it." "That thing, you can't drop it." It was only when she heard these words that Yun Nishang suppressed the strangeness in her heart. Nodded. She took a step forward and carefully explored into Li Qingxuan's hot and wet arms. The fingertips touched a jade bottle. Ding. Trigger minor physical contact, target's mind is slightly fluctuating, evil value +5. It is warm in the hand and has a great tactile feel. On the body of the bottle, a lifelike dragon pattern is carved. There was a mysterious aura emanating from it. Yun Nishang's heart stirred, vaguely guessing something. "Open it." Li Qingxian signaled. She uncorked the bottle as instructed. Shasta. A majestic and vast, ancient and pale dragon roar suddenly roared out from the mouth of the bottle. It resounded throughout the Taoist temple and was deafening. 9 slim golden dragon shadows. It circled and flew around the elixir at the bottom of the bottle. It illuminated the dimly lit Taoist temple with a brilliant light. The air was filled with a medicinal scent and majestic vitality that was so thick that it could not be melted. Just a whiff of it is refreshing. Cultivation seemed to have the illusion of refinement. Lu Xinyao's pupils suddenly contracted as a Dan Dao expert. Deadly staring at the elixir. The delicate body couldn't suppress a light tremor. Shock was written all over his face. Yun Nishang's originally dull eyes were instantly lit up. The golden glow reflected in her eyes. The fire of hope was kindled. Lin Qingyan, who had always been as cold as ice, also widened her phoenix eyes at this moment. A rare look of shock appeared on the cool face. The fingers gripping the hilt of the sword were slightly harder. "What kind of divine elixir is this?" Lu Xinyao lost her voice and exclaimed in shock, her eyes burning as she looked at Li Qingxian. Li Qingxian didn't answer directly, he just carefully capped the jade bottle. Tucked back into his arms. He met the 3 women's expectant gazes with an inscrutable smile on his face. This Dan can indeed save realist Xianyang's physical body on the verge of collapse. But... He turned, his tone became solemn, "This Dan's medicinal power is too overbearing, containing the power of the 9 dragons. If we want to gently channel its medicinal power into a real person's body and remake their vitality, just by my strength alone, it's still insufficient. The help of all of you is needed. Dr. Li." Yun Nishang took a step ahead of him, her tone eager, "But if you have any orders, I will die by all means." Lu Xinyao also immediately restrained her shocked face and looked solemn. "Dr. Li, feel free to open your mouth, as long as you can save sect leader, Xinyao will never say anything." Lin Qingyan didn't say anything, but those clear and cold eyes stared tightly at Li Qingxian. A slight nod had made it clear. Li Qingxian nodded in satisfaction, a look of approval on his face. "Good, the 3 of you are indeed deeply righteous and quick to speak." Then he cleared his throat. "In that case, it's not too late. You guys take your clothes off first." Chapter 41 Li Qingxian, Defend the Devil from the Devil? Spicy hand destroying true villain. In the inner sanctum of the Taoist temple, the candles flickered, reflecting the 4 men's varying looks. Quiet, deadly quiet. Lu Xinyao suspected that she had heard wrong. There was a hint of bewilderment in the beautiful eyes. Couldn't resist reconfirming. "Dr. Li, what did you just say? Want us to take off our clothes?" Yun Nishang and Lin Qingyan, even though they were cultivators with high levels of cultivation, suddenly froze. The white cheeks, at a speed visible to the naked eye, were colored with a layer of scarlet. "Undressing?" Yun Nishang's voice, even at this moment, took on a trace of an imperceptible tremor, and her grip on the hilt of her sword was unconsciously tightened. "Dr. Li, are you not joking?" Li Qingxuan's expression was frank and his tone was calm. It was as if they were talking about something perfectly normal. 3 fellow Taoists, time is running out, realist Xianyang can't afford to wait. I am not joking, but the truth. This Dan is called the 9 Dragons Soul Recovery Dan, and its medicinal power is so overbearing and overwhelming that it is difficult to dissolve it with unusual methods. It needs to be introduced gently into real Xianyang's meridians with the help of a special medicinal guide to reshape the vitality of his flesh. He paused and swept his gaze over the 3 women with a look of certainty, and the 3 fellow Taoists, they are the crucial pill guides for this. Lu Xinyao was puzzled. How can my mortal body be a divine elixir primer? Li Qingxian smiled faintly, his eyes deep as if he had insight into the heavens. Unusual people naturally can't do it, but the 3 fellow Taoists are all extremely gifted people with special destinies. and their bodies contain a pure qi and blood that is hard for ordinary people to reach. By simply borrowing a trace of essence blood from specific acupoints on the three Taoists, the supreme medicinal power of the 9-dragon pill can be triggered. He pondered for a moment, and his gaze was the first to land on Yun Nishang, his tone certain. Miss Yun, you are a Gung Jin life, with a tough and sharp destiny, which is just right for the 9 dragons Dan's intention of breaking down and rebuilding vitality. When Yun Nishang heard this, her eyebrows knitted slightly. Golden life? She had never heard that she was any kind of gung-ho. However, Li Qingxuan's words and tone of voice did not seem to be hypocritical. As if Li Qingxian had seen through her doubts, he continued to explain, Miss Yun doesn't need to be skeptical, you are naturally beautiful, your bones are clear, and you have a heroic aura between your eyebrows, which is faintly permeated by an aura of gold and stone. If it were not for the life of Gung Jin, how could one be seriously injured and still retain such a strong vitality? Yun Nishang's heart stirred, vaguely feeling that what Li Qingxian said seemed to have a few points of truth. Since she was young, she realized that her body was different from normal people. Cultivating Gung metallic feats was also extraordinarily comfortable. Is this the so-called Gung Jin's life? Li Qingxian saw her expression loosen up, striking the iron while it was hot, reaching out and pointing to Yun Nishang's chest off to the side, and the medicine-inducing acupoint on Miss Yun's body is just inches above the Danzhong acupoint, called Jinting. You need to take a sliver of your heart's essence blood in order to invoke the Gung Jin Qi and harmonize the medicinal properties. Jinting point. Yun Nishang's pretty face turned even redder. This acupoint was in a tricky position, right in the vitals of her chest. If you want to take blood, your shirt is bound to come undone quite a bit. Before she could think about it in detail, Li Qingxuan's gaze had turned to Lin Qingyan, his tone carrying a hint of inscrutable meaning. Taoist Lin, you are of the life of sea fire. Your nature is as strong as fire, fierce and overbearing, complementing with the blazing medicinal power of the 9 dragons pill. It can help burn away all poisonous evils and cleanse away filth. Lin Changwan sniffed and frowned even tighter. The gongfu she practiced favored the fire attribute though. But no one ever said she was a fire person. This Li Qingxian, is it really so divine? You can read a person's destiny with a single glance? The corner of Li Qingxuan's mouth rose slightly as he looked at Lin Qing evening with what seemed like a smile. Taoist Lin, your breath is blazing around you, your eyes are as stern as a sword, and when you raise your hands and throw your feet, it carries a searing heat. If you weren't born of the life of the sea fire, how could you have such a powerful explosive power? A hint of hesitation flashed across Lin Qing evening's icy face. She had practiced the sword for many years, and her sword was powerful, attacking like fire. Is it even a matter of destiny? Li Qingxian turned his finger, pointing to Lin Qing evening's back waist, his voice lowered a few points, and Taoist Lin's medicine guide point is in the third section of the back waist vertebrae, called the fiery sun, and it is necessary to take a sliver of the spinal cord's essence blood in order to induce the gas of the sea fire and melt the poison of the Dan. Liang point. Lin Changwan's petite body shook, and this acupoint was even more hidden. If you were to take blood, you would have to remove almost all of the clothing from the upper half of your body. The doubts in her heart deepened, this Li Qingxian, claiming that it was for the sake of saving people. But this choice of acupuncture point is a bit too tricky? In the end, Li Qingxuan's gaze landed on the temperament warmth. And yet, it was permeated with a sense of Dan Dao authority on Lu Xinyao. Fellow Daoist Lu. Li Qingxuan's voice carried a hint of probing. I wonder what kind of destiny you have again? When Lu Xinyao heard this, instead of answering immediately, there was an inexplicable gleam in his eyes. The corners of his lips hooked up in a shallow arc as he asked rhetorically, since Dr. Li has the ability to read people so well, and can determine the destinies of senior sister Yun and senior sister Lin with a single glance, is it possible that he still can't see my destiny? It was asked subtly, with a hint of testing. It also carried a test of Li Qingxuan's ability. Although she was shocked by Li Qingxuan's previous diagnosis and methods. But what was at stake was important, especially since this method of taking blood was so odd. The last vestige of caution remained in her mind. Li Qingxuan's heart was flabbergasted, secretly saying that this woman was indeed thoughtful and not easy to fool. Under normal circumstances, he might have been asked, but now. System, parse the target's destiny. He recited silently in his mind. Ding. Parsing target Lu Xinyao's destiny, need to consume 100 points of evil value, is it confirmed? Confirmed. Li Qingxian did not hesitate. You can earn more if you lose your bad behavior value, but if you can't pass this level, you'll lose your life. Ding. Parsing complete. Target, Lu Xinyao. Destiny, the destiny of Nona water, the water of the sea, embracing all things, resilient and long-lasting, also capable of lifting up monstrous waves. Information instantly flooded into his mind, and Li Qingxuan's face did not move. Instead, he wore a bemused smile that he had already known for a long time. With a few moments of appreciation in his gaze, he slowly said, "Fellow Taoist, Lu is joking. Your breath is long, and your temperament is gentle and tolerant, yet you faintly carry an unfathomable power, like a vast ocean, which is exactly the characteristics of the life of Nona water. The water of the sea, moisturizing everything, can also carry the power of 10,000 pounds, and the power of the 9 dragons' dan to return to the heavens is the most compatible." Lu Xinyao's pupils shrunk slightly, and for the first time, the composure on her face appeared slightly chapped. The life of none such. The description of her qualifications in the clan's canon was exactly that. This Li Qingxian actually really was able to accurately state her destiny based only on observation. At this moment, the last trace of doubt in her heart dissipated. In its place was a deeper conviction and a hint of awe. She nodded slightly, and her tone became a bit more respectful. Dr. Li is as discerning as a torch. Xinyo was impressed. Chapter 42, Haikul Senior's sister is also shy, who can't stand it? Li Qingxian breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. The face remained in an inscrutable stance. This point connects to the Sea of Qi and draws in the source of Nongshui, so you need to take a sliver of essence blood in order to harmonize the masculinity of the 9 dragons' dan and make it moisten. Lu Xinyao's cheeks reddened as well. Li Qingxian looked at the 3 women's expressions of either shame or suspicion or shock. His heart was also speechless, and the corners of his mouth twitched imperceptibly. This dog system, releasing tasks that are more outrageous than once. Isn't it obvious that he's trying to take advantage of him and ruin his reputation? Is he, Li Qingxian, that kind of person? Aha! It seems like, under systematic compulsion. It kinda goes in that direction. The 3 women looked at me and I looked at you, exchanging complicated glances. This is really hard to accept. For a while, no one made a move. Well. Right in the middle of this awkward silence, the Xianyang realist on the jade bed suddenly let out a suppressed muffled hum from his throat. Originally, under the combined effect of the Yama King's hypnotic needles and the 9 needles of the spirit pivot, the breath was slightly cohesive and solid. Actually began to become disorganized again at an extremely slow pace. That face that had just regained a hint of redness. And pale again. Not good. Makoto's breath is unstable. The medicinal power will soon be unable to suppress the soul-eroding origin poison's counterattack. Li Qingxuan's face changed. Seizing the opportunity, his tone hurriedly urged, 3 fellow Taoists, the matter concerns the life of the real person, there is no time to lose. If we hesitate any longer, we are afraid that something will change and it will be too late to regret. Hearing this, he looked at the condition of his master's father, who had once again deteriorated. The hesitation on the 3 women's faces was instantly replaced by worry. The thought of saving his master's life overwhelmed all shyness and concern. Dr. Li. We believe you. Lu Xinyao took the lead and clenched her teeth, a hint of determination flashing through her beautiful eyes. She crossed a glance at Li Qingxian, her voice carrying a hint of shyness. You turn around. No peeking. Yon Nishang and Lin Qingyan also nodded their heads. The gaze carried a warning, signaling Li Qingxian to do as he was told. Okay, I'll turn around and never peek. The heartbeat had inexplicably sped up a few points as well. All right. Dr. Li, you come. Lu Xinyao's voice with a hint of trembling and shyness came from behind her. Li Qingxian fixed his mind, pushed down the distractions in his heart, and turned around. Only Lu Xinyao's pretty face was scarlet and she slightly lowered her head, not daring to look at him. Li Qingxian took a deep breath and tried to look professional and upright. He picked up a slender silver needle and said in a weak manner, I am sorry, fellow Taoist Lu, I have consumed too much just now, my hands are a little shaky, in order not to make it difficult for you, let me blindly take the blood, please bear with me for a little while. With that he closed his eyes and held out his hand, taking the silver needle. However, this hand of his was shaking badly. The silver needle hadn't even touched the acupuncture point. Lu Xinyao's body stiffened and let out a soft grunt. Snapping his head up. Shy and angry, she glared at Li Qingxian, her silver teeth clenching darkly. Dr. Li. You. Oops, mistake. Li Qingxian immediately opened his eyes with an innocent expression. My hand slipped, sorry. It seems that blind needles still don't work, sorry. Lu Xinyao looked at his sincere eyes and was so angry that her chest rose and fell. But it's not good to have a fit, so I can only bite my lip and say. Then hurry up. All right. Li Qingxian answered, this time no longer acting as a demon, his eyes were focused and his movements were swift. Gently lift and close. A trace of crimson sperm blood then stained the tip of the needle. All right. Li Qingxian withdrew the silver needle and carefully dripped the essence blood into a prepared jade bowl. Lu Xinyao hurriedly pulled her lapels together. Backing away, the blush on his face lingered. Then, Yun Nishang stepped forward. Her demeanor was still cool, but there was a suspicious blush at the base of her ears. Li Qingxian looked at her and blinked. Lowering his voice, he said in a volume that only the two could hear, Miss Yun, relax, it's not the first time we've seen each other, what are you afraid of? You. Yun Nishang's cheeks instantly glowed like ripe apples. Plucking him hard, the look seemed to freeze him into ice. If it wasn't the wrong occasion, she really wanted to slice the sky with her sword. Li Qingxian hemmed and hawed, no longer teasing her. Quickly stepping forward, he similarly took a sliver of his essence blood. Finally, it was Lin Qingyan's turn. This clan elder, who was usually as cold as ice and resolute in her killings, looked a bit squirmy at the moment. She walked up to Li Qingxian, pursing her lips tightly, her face icy cold. But there was a hint of panic and shyness hidden in the depths of her eyes. She only undid her outer robe. Li Qingxian swept his gaze across, but his heart was secretly taken aback. This Lin Qing evening looks thin, I did not expect that the body is so material. It was a bit of a surprise. Really underestimated her. Have you seen enough? Lin Changwen felt his gaze and her voice suddenly turn cold with a hint of a murderous aura. Cough. Li Qingxian hastily withdrew his gaze and said with a straight face, Taoist Lin is not to blame, I was just confirming the acupuncture points. I'm offended. He quickly stepped forward. As he asked, he quickly straightened his clothes. Resumed his usual demure or cool demeanor. It was as if that shy scene just now had never happened. Li Qingxian poured 3 drops of essence blood containing the 3 auras of gold, fire and water into the jade bowl. Watching them attract each other with a vague tendency to merge. In his mind, he frowned darkly. It's not right. System panel on the prompt about mission 2. It's still in progress and doesn't show completion. What's going on? He swept his gaze over the 3 women without moving. But the forest is clear and late. This dog system really doesn't have good intentions. It seems that this count is hard and fast. Not one less piece. How can this be? P.S. Feel free to imagine it. Tired of changing it. Chapter 43. It's not enough. Elder Lin, take off another one. Li Qingxian couldn't just say it outright. Isn't that like asking for death? His eyes rolled back in calculation. Looking at the 3 drops of essence blood in the jade bowl. The pretense was a difficult one, and he sighed. Ugh, no, still no. Why not again? Lin Qingyan was already harboring a grudge against Li Qingxuan's eyes from before, and when she heard this, her willow eyebrows rose and her tone was unkind. What kind of tricks are you pulling? Daoist Lin rest his anger. Li Qingxian explained with a grave expression, the 9 dragon pills' medicinal power is too violent, even though Miss Yun's Gung Jin Qi breaks the sharpness and fellow Taoist Lu's Nanan water Qi harmonizes it. But it still lacks a fire of pure yang strong enough to ignite it completely and stimulate its latent and strongest medicinal properties. The essence blood of Taoist Lin just now is indeed the Qi of sea fire, but it's still far from enough. Otherwise, the medicinal power won't be able to be fully utilized, and instead it may stagnate in the real person's body, causing even more damage. He looked at Lin Qing evening with a burning gaze. I still need to borrow the sea fire essence blood from Taoist Lin's place of the most young and most rigid. Only with your sea fire there can you truly trigger the energy of these 3 drops of essence blood, turning it into a supreme power to save the real person. Still want to take blood? Lin Changwan was completely enraged. She felt that Li Qingxian was clearly making things difficult on purpose. Didn't you already take it just now? I think you're simply doing it on purpose. Madaka. A clear sword sound rang out. Lin Qing evening couldn't bear it. With a flip of his wrist, a cold and shining spirit sword was already sheathed. The tip of the sword was pointed straight at Li Qingxian, killing intent in his eyes. I think you're just a denizen. Trying to take advantage of us. If I don't teach you a lesson today, it's hard to get rid of my hatred. Cough. Cough. It was at this tense moment when swords were drawn and a touchdown was imminent. The Xianyang realist on the jade bed very appropriately let out a series of violent coughs. The breath was suddenly a few degrees fainter. It was as if it was going to break at any moment. Li Qingxian was ecstatic in his heart, secretly saying, "The real person is awesome. This assist is simply divine." When Lin Changwan saw her master's face like this, the anger and killing intent in her heart was instantly replaced by worry. Her hand shook slightly as she gripped the sword. Eventually it slowly drooped. But his face was still as cold as ice, and his voice was like quenched ice. Where else? Li Qingxian was secretly happy in his heart, but his face was a solemn look. When these words came out, Lin Qing Evening instantly exploded, losing her voice and exclaiming, "What? You don't want to." It was worse than killing her. "Taoist Lin, I can't help it." Li Qingxian screamed and swore to the heavens! I, Li Qingxian, swear in the name of my Li family's ancestors. Never peek. In order to accomplish his mission, Li Qingxian also put up a fight. Even this poisonous oath was sworn. It wasn't like he knew the Li family's ancestors anyway. Do what you like. Lin Changwan heard this poisonous oath. Looking at Li Qingxuan's look of conviction. Another look at the dying breath of his master on the bed. The mind was caught up in a celestial battle. Reason told her that this sacrifice was nothing for the sake of her master. But the emotional hurdle is just too hard to get over. More than that, it was the last of her dignity as a woman, as a lone and strong woman. Fourth senior sister, just as Lin Qingyan was struggling fiercely within herself, almost about to collapse. Yun Nishang stepped forward and gently held her wrist. Her palms were slightly cool, but they carried a stabilizing force. Yun Nishan looked at Lin Qing Evening's reddened eyes, and her heart was also filled with mixed feelings. She softly persuaded, "Senior sister, senior father, he can't wait. Although Dr. Li acts a bit out of character, he does have real skills. For the sake of senior elder, we..." She didn't say more, but the meaning was clear. Compared to the life of the master, what is a little personal embarrassment? They were all core disciples of the heavenly clan. The safety and security of the clan and master teacher always came first. Lu Xinyao also walked over and said in a warm voice, "Senior sister Lin, Dr. Li has already sworn a poisonous oath, so I don't think he'll peek. We'll just watch from the side, nothing will happen." The consolation of her fellow disciples and the faint breathing of her master, like two huge mountains, crushed the last line of defense in Lin Changwan's heart. She took a deep breath and closed her eyes. When he opened his eyes again, the struggle in his eyes had been replaced by a cold determination. "Okay," she said, her voice hoarse with a hint of trembling, "I promise you. But you must be quick. And if I find out that you've done anything untoward, I'll gouge out your eyes." That icy killing aura filled the air once again. "Don't worry, Taoist Lin, saving lives is like putting out a fire, I will never delay," Li Qingxian immediately assured. Instead, the mind said it was done. Lin Changwan no longer hesitated and turned around, her back facing Li Qingxian. She moved quickly, with a breakneck sharpness. Unclasped the coiled buttons of the black power suit on his body. The air inside the Taoist temple seemed to freeze. Lu Xinyao and Yun Nishang subconsciously averted their faces, unable to bear to look any further. Li Qingxian closed his eyes as instructed. But just before he closed completely. The eyelids, however, were extremely unfaithful. Quietly squinting a crack. Stunning. Hiss. Li Qingxian secretly sucked in a breath of cool air and hurriedly closed his eyes completely. In his heart, he couldn't help but sigh. Cultivation is really good. This skin, this body. It's not polite, it's not polite. This doctor is here to save lives. He forcibly collected his mind, relying on the glimpsed positioning just now, and his own precise grasp of the acupuncture points. Hold your breath and flick your wrist. The silver needles jabbed out noiselessly. Well, Lin Qingyan's body trembled slightly, letting out a very soft muffled grunt. Obviously feeling the pinprick of pain and that ensuing sense of alienation. Li Qingxian moved extremely fast, taking blood and collecting the needles. It was all in one go, back and forth in the blink of an eye. There. Every movement was tinged with repressed anger and shame. When she returned, her face was frosty. The eyes that looked at Li Qingxian looked like they wanted to lynch him. Li Qingxian, on the other hand, took this fourth drop, which clearly carried a stronger fiery aura of essence blood. Carefully dripping into the jade bowl. Ding! Task 2, completed. Task 3, completed. Determination of evil behavior, inferior barely passable, the process is slightly obscene, please pay attention to the host to improve their own style. In his head, the system's voice finally sounded. Declare the mind-numbing task. Finally, it's done. Li Qingxian let out a long breath in his heart and almost went limp. Damn, it's so hard. It's like dancing on the tip of a knife and playing with your heart. At the same time, he couldn't help but mentally give the system a middle finger. And elevate the style? What kind of crap quests are you posting and you have the nerve to talk about me? If it weren't for the little lives and rewards, who the hell would want to do something like that? That drops the ball. Chapter 44, The Peak. Realist Xian Yang remodeled his physical body. Li Qingxian turned his head, re-examining the 3 drops of varying luster in the jade bowl. And yet the essence of blood that attracts each other. The mind muttered. To look at it that way. Gold, fire and water, corresponding to breaking sharpness, burning evil and harmonizing. It sounds like it's kinda like that. It's just a matter of putting on a full show. He gathered his thoughts and his face resumed the look of accomplished professionalism. Her eyes swept over the 3 of them whose cheeks were still flushed. A silent nod to his own acting skills. 3 fellow Taoists, please look. Li Qingxian lifted the jade bowl up. A faint trace of true qi coalesced from his fingertips. This was the remnants of spiritual energy that had not yet completely dissipated that he had borrowed from the previous Xian Yang realist. It was also the only transcendent power he could currently utilize. He carefully manipulated the strand of true qi, guiding the 3 drops of essence blood in the jade bowl. Make it slowly rotate and fuse. Under the pull of the true qi, the 3 drops of essence blood were like 3 nimble and tiny swimming fish, entwined with each other. As they fused, a strange wave of energy spread out from the bowl. It creates a composite scent that contains vibrant life. The 3 beside him held their breath and paid full attention. Smelling the scent only made his heart skip a beat. Li Qingxian saw that the fire was almost ready. Satisfied, he nodded. He carefully and evenly dripped the fused essence blood onto that 9-dragon soul recovery pill. Buzz. The moment the essence blood touched the elixir, the golden pill that was originally just emitting a strong medicinal fragrance seemed as if it had been completely activated. The 9 golden dragon shadows encircling the bottle's body shone brightly. It was almost as if the entire inner sanctum was illuminated into daylight. A fluctuation of medicinal power that was far more pure than before. It came out like a tsunami. Good. The time has come. A brilliant light flashed in Li Qingxuan's eyes, and he no longer had the slightest hesitation. He took out the 9-dragon soul recovery pill and walked quickly to the jade bed. At this moment, although realist Xian Yang's physical body had not completely collapsed under the maintenance of the 9 needles of the spiritual pivot, but still like cracked porcelain. The skin is dry, lifeless, and dead. Li Qingxian took a deep breath and broke open realist Xian Yang's dry and cracked lips. Put the radiantly glowing 9-dragon soul recovery pill. Steadily, it went into his mouth. The elixir melts in your mouth. Boom! An unimaginably terrifying medicinal power, like 9 awakened dragons, instantly erupted within realist Xian Yang. The majestic and vast life energy was like a flood that broke the dike, crazily washing over every inch of his dried and withered meridians. Click! Click! A toothsome voice rang out. Yet it is not a collapse, but a new birth. Only to see that the surface of realist Xian Yang's skin, which was originally like cracked earth, actually began to peel off in pieces. Like a snake molting, a piece of dry, dead skin kept coming off, revealing the delicate newborn skin underneath that looks like a newborn baby. This astonishing scene left the 3 women on the sidelines dumbfounded. Almost forgot to breathe. Lu Xinyao covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes filled with shock and ecstasy. Yun Nishan's cool face also revealed a look of incredible excitement. Even Lin Qingyan, her phoenix eyes widened as the cold ice in her eyes melted away. In its place is a blazing fire of hope. And at this moment, Li Qingxian. Inside, even more waves of shock were raised. He was surprised to find that the 9-dragon soul recovery pill that had fused the 3 women's essence blood, its medicinal power was still overbearing and overwhelming though. However, after entering realist Xian Yang's body, it was surprising that it was really perfectly harmonized by those 3 strands of strange essence blood power. The 3 forces complemented the power of the 9 dragons rejuvenation pill itself. It creates a perfect cycle. There was not the slightest sign that the medicine was too strong, resulting in a deficiency. Holy! Is that still true? Li Qingxuan's heart was stunned for a moment, and then he cried and laughed a little. Originally, he had already thought about how he should find a remedy in case this essence blood was no use at all, just a gimmick, and later on, when the medicine exploded too violently out of control, how should he find a remedy? How to dump the pot on the residual effects of the etiolated source poison? Or simply harden your heart and forcefully suppress it with the Yama hypnotic needle? Who would have thought that this nonsense about essence and blood medicine introduction in order to fulfill the system mission? Surprisingly, it was crooked and really had an unexpected magical effect. This ing. Nice work. The three girls, Lu Xinyao, Lin Qingyan, and Yun Nishan, also completely understood at this moment. In the gazes they looked at Li Qingxian, that last trace of mustiness that remained because of the stripping for blood. It went up in smoke completely. In its place, there was deep gratitude. And a hint of guilt. They had gone so far as to suspect that Dr. Li was trying to take advantage of the situation before. Even Lin Qing Evening drew her sword. Now it seems that they were the ones who thought small. If it wasn't for their essence blood as a medicine guide, I'm afraid that this overbearing divine elixir might not be able to save Master Teacher so smoothly. Dr. Li. Lu Xinyao was the first to react. Her pretty face was slightly red with a deep apology. Toward Li Qingxian Ying bowed. Earlier it was Xinyao who misunderstood you, please forgive Dr. Li. Yun Nishan also nodded slightly. Lin Changwan pursed her lips, though she didn't open her mouth to apologize. But that taut face eased considerably. The eyes that looked at Li Qingxian were also a little less cold and a little more complicated. AI, fellow Taoist Lu is overstating things. Seeing this, Li Qingxian was pleased in his heart. His face was a magnanimous look of utter disinterest. Casually waving his hand, saving people is like putting out a fire, the situation is urgent and some misunderstandings are inevitable. As long as we can save realist Xian Yang, what's the big deal about some minor details? He said this beautifully. Both relieved himself and appeared to be in high spirits. Another instant brush of goodwill. Ding. Target Lu Xinyao's heart is grateful, evil value +10. Ding. Target Yun Nishan's mind agrees, evil value +5. Ding. Target Lin Qing Evening has a complicated mind, evil value +3. Hear the system prompt. Li Qingxuan's heart was even more extremely happy. His gaze redirected to realist Xian Yang. A moment of contemplation. The expression became serious. The 9-dragon soul recovery pill is majestic. The recovery of realist Xian Yang's physical body is just around the corner. The remodeling of the physical body is the perfect time for the divine soul to return to its place. We must seize this opportunity to repair his severely damaged divine soul in one fell swoop. He paused, his gaze turned to Lu Xinyao, his tone gentle, fellow Taoist Lu, please stand to my side. Lu Xinyao was slightly stunned, although in her heart, she was puzzled as to why Li Qingxian had purposely allowed her to come closer. But at the moment, he was too convinced of him to be neglected. Hastily, he complied and walked to Li Qingxuan's right-hand side. Side by side with him. A faint, ripe fragrance reached her nose. Without further ado, Li Qingxian once again took out the Yama King's fatal needle that was flickering with an ethereal light. This time, he was going to do more than just inject life essence. It was even more important to use the divine power of the Yama King's hypnotic needle as a guide to perfectly combine the fleshly vitality that realist Xian Yang was recovering at a rapid pace with the power of his divine soul that was gradually coalescing. Up! With a low voice, Li Qingxuan's eyes focused. Once again, he stabbed the Yama King's fatal needle accurately into the ancestral orifice in the center of the Xianyang zenith's brow. Chapter 45, Extreme Counter Kill. The true power of the 9-dragon soul recovery pill. Buzz. This time, realist Xian Yang's body only gently vibrated. He didn't let out another whimper of pain. Instead, an even stronger breath of life flourished from within him. The Yama hypnotic needle was like an invisible bridge at the moment. It takes the vastness of the 9-dragon soul recovery pill to reshape the physical body. The source was unceasingly drawn to the dull soul fire. The soul fire pulsed with it, and the light grew brighter. At the same time, Xian Yang, real person that just recovered some blood color of the face, became even more full of red, and even vaguely through the healthy luster. The aura emanating from his body was also like the rain, steadily picking up. Though it's still a long way from where he was at his peak. But this was far beyond what a dying man should look like. The physical body and the divine soul, under the dual miraculous effects of the Yama King's hypnotic needles and the 9 Dragons' soul recovery pill. Surprisingly, they were recovering rapidly in synchronization. Great! Master's aura is getting stronger. Yun Nishan was overwhelmed with excitement, her voice carrying a slight tremor. Lin Changwan also clenched her fists tightly. Essence flashed in his eyes. The incredible joy was almost overflowing. Lu Xinyao stood right beside Li Qingxian. She looked at the side of his face, her beautiful eyes flashing with color. However, in stark contrast to realist Xin Yang's state, which continued to improve, was Li Qingxuan's state. Continuously and incessantly, he urged the Yama King's hypnotic needle, channeling such a majestic and vast energy. The drain on his mind and physical strength was extremely terrifying. Beads of sweat, like they don't want money. It rolled down his forehead, temples, and neck. It soon soaked through his shirt. His face, at a rate visible to the naked eye, became haggard. Even his lips began to turn slightly white, losing their original blood color. The hand that was holding Yen Lang's hypodermic needle also began to tremble slightly and uncontrollably. Dr. Li. Lu Xinyao stood by the side, looking shocked, couldn't help but softly call out, his tone full of worry. She could clearly sense that Li Qingxian was in a very bad state at the moment. Like a candle flickering in the wind, it seems to go out at any moment. There is no harm. Still holding up. Li Qingxian clenched his teeth and with great difficulty squeezed out a few words through his teeth. Realist Xin Yang's divine soul restoration had reached the most crucial stage of finishing, just missing this final step. Success or failure is at stake. He bit the tip of his tongue sharply, the sharp sting lifting his spirits slightly, forcefully squeezing out the last ounce of potential in his body. Congeal. Li Qingxuan's eyes erupted with an astonishing luster, pouring all of his mind and soul into the Yama King's life-perverting needle. Buzz. The Yama King's fatal needle let out a long, clear buzz. The light at the tip of the needle suddenly blazed several times. The majestic life essence resonated perfectly with the 9 Dragons' medicinal power in realist Xin Yang's body. It turned into a vast and unrivaled torrent of energy. He violently rushed towards the core of the soul fire that was about to completely coalesce into shape. Pust. Li Qingxian violently sprayed out a mouthful of blood, instantly staining the lapel of his chest red. His body shook violently. The vision began to blur, the ears buzzed, and the whole world turned upside down. However, he still held the Yama King's life-saving needle with a death grip and did not let go of it for a single moment. It's a done deal. He could feel that realist Xin Yang's divine soul was finally completely stabilized and solidified under the strong push of that last force. That soul fire was no longer in the form of an illusory flame, but instead emitted a warm and soft light. At the same time, the eyelids of realist Xin Yang on the jade bed seemed to flutter gently. Master! Master has moved! Yun Nishang and Lin Xingyan simultaneously whimpered out in surprise. Li Qingxian, however, could no longer support himself. He only felt a blackness in front of his eyes, and it was as if his entire body's strength had been drained in an instant. The body was like a skeleton that had lost its support and fell forward limply. And the direction he fell in happened to be Lu Xinyao, who was standing on his side. Ah! Lu Xinyao instinctively let out a short cry of surprise. Subconsciously, he tried to dodge sideways. A big man, or a man almost drenched in sweat. It was a bit rude and offensive to just fall straight towards her arms. But when her gaze touched Li Qingxuan's pale as paper face, and when he couldn't hide the heavy fatigue under his tightly closed eyes, the trace of panic in his heart was instantly replaced by an unspeakable wave of heartache and gratitude. It was him. It's him who was consumed with disregard for his own safety. Only then did he stiffly pull his master back from the ghost gate. Lu Xinyao no longer had the slightest hesitation, her body slightly leaned forward, stretching out her arms and steadily catching the collapsed Li Qingxian. Let him lean back in his arms. The scent of his sweat mixed with herbs lingered on the tip of his nose. It didn't really smell bad, but rather carried a distinctive flavor that only comes after putting your best foot forward. Feeling the extreme weakness of the body in his arms, Lu Xinyao's heart couldn't help but clench slightly. She lowered her head and looked at this face close at hand. The red lips lightly opened, and in a volume that only 2 people could hear, said very softly, "Thank you." And just in the last moment before total unconsciousness, in Li Qingxuan's mind, the system's voice that he had been waiting for a long time finally rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the epic hidden rescue quest, Against All Odds, Wonderful Hands? Final mission evaluation, excellent flawed process, perfect result, target alive and in good condition, significant collateral effects. Mission rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the evil value of plus 1000. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Yama's Fatal Needle, proficiency increased to 50%. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 9 Needles of the Spiritual Pivot, proficiency increased to 30%. Congratulations to the host for gaining Soul Snatching Hand, proficiency to 30%. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a brand new medical skill, the 4-character technique of looking, smelling, questioning, and cutting looking technique. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a top-grade elixir, Turtle Breath Elixir. After taking it, you can enter a state of pseudo-death that lasts for 12 hours, during which you can be immune to any form of probing, including divine awareness, spiritual power, formations, etc., which is known as a divine elixir for preservation of life. Bountiful. Harvest. This was before Li Qingxian lost consciousness. One last vague thought. I don't know exactly how much time has passed. Li Qingxian felt like he was having a long, long dream. In his dreams, he returned to his carefree childhood. Back in the cozy and all too familiar medical center. Back to those days when Pops was still alive. Old Dad kindly stroked his head, patiently teaching him to recognize herbs, teaching him the art of healing as well as the principles of being a human being. Qingxian, you must firmly remember that healers are benevolent. Saving the dead and helping the injured, this is the vocation of those of us who practice medicine. Our Li family, our ancestors have been practicing medicine for generations, although the family is now in decline, but this heritage must not be lost in your hands. To be a good doctor, one must not only be skilled in medicine, but also compassionate and sympathetic to the plight of the patient. The dream was so real, so warm. It made Li Qingxian so deeply immersed in it that he didn't even want to wake up. But gradually, the dream began to blur and even distort. An expression of pain began to show on the face of the originally kind and amiable old man. His body became abnormally weak and rapidly aged. Lying on the hospital bed, he whimpered in pain. Qingxian. I'm afraid I can't. You have to. Take good care of yourself. Be sure to revitalize the Li Family Medical Center. Li Qingxian wanted to grab his old man's hand, trying to stop him from leaving. Instead, he realized that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't touch Pops. He could only watch his old man's life, little by little, pass by. Eventually, it turned into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared. No! Don't go! Dad! Li Qingxian jolted awake and sat up from the bed. He was breathing heavily, his forehead covered in cold sweat. In his eyes, he was filled with horror. Dad! He muttered, his voice hoarse. Looking around, I realized I was in a strange room. The rooms are small and simply furnished. However, it was very clean and tidy, and the air was filled with a faint scent of herbs. Where is this? Chapter 46. 3 Days in a Coma for a New Life. Li Qingxian rubbed his swollen head, trying to remember what happened before he passed out. Tianyi Zone. Xian Yang Jinjin. 9 Dragons Soul Recovery Pill. One key word after another flashed through his mind. Awake! Dr. Li is awake. A slightly surprised female voice rang out. Li Qingxian turned his somewhat stiff neck and followed the sound. Just by the bed, there were several people standing around. At the head of the group was none other than Tianyi Sek's senior brother Zhou Yuqing, who wore a joyous look of relief on his face. Next to him was Lu Xinyao, her temperament still as gentle as ever, her beautiful eyes filled with concern. Next to him again was Yin Nishang, her complexion still cool, but the way she looked at him was obviously much softer. Even that iceberg beauty, Lin Qing Evening, stood a little farther away, looking at him with complicated eyes. There was also the unsmiling third senior brother Ling Xiao. And that second senior brother Gubea, who had always looked at him in a bad light, were actually all there as well. This battle is really not small. Dr. Li, how are you feeling? Zhou Yuqing was the first to step forward and asked in a concerned tone. Li Qingxian opened his mouth, his throat was so dry. It's like it's been sandpapered and can't make a sound. He moved his lips laboriously for a long time before he hoarsely spat out one word, water. Water is here. Lu Xinyao reacted the fastest and immediately turned around to bring over a warm teacup from the nearby table. Walking over to the bedside, he carefully held up Li Qingxuan's head. Bringing the rim of the glass to his mouth, he fed him a few sips with gentle movements. The warm tea slid down his throat and the dryness eased considerably. Li Qingxian took a breath, which made him feel alive. He leaned back on the pillow, his eyes swept over the crowd, and the first thing he asked when he opened his mouth was, "How is Xian Yang Real?" The room went silent for a moment at these words. Zhou Yuqing, Lu Xinyao, Yin Nishan, Lin Qingyan, Ling Xiao, and Gu Beia, the gazes of these several resounding figures of the heavenly clan that looked towards Li Qingxian were instantly filled with unspeakable emotion and gratitude. He wakes up and doesn't ask about his condition. No questions about how long the coma lasted. The first one to care, surprisingly, was still their master teacher. This heart, this favor, weighs as much as Mount Taishan. Lu Xinyao's eyes were slightly red as she softly said, "Don't worry, Dr. Li, thanks to your blessing, the sect leader has already woken up. You have been unconscious for 3 days and 3 nights. 3 days. Li Qingxian froze for a moment, not realizing that he had slept for so long. Although Master has woken up, but after all, his injuries are too severe and he still needs to recuperate, but compared to before, there is already a world of difference. His divine soul is solid, his flesh is vibrant, and in time, he will definitely recover as before." Zhou Yuqing took over the conversation, his tone filled with excitement and joy. As he said that, he suddenly looked solemn and turned to Li Qingxian, bending deeply and performing an extremely solemn salute. "Zhou Yuqing, on behalf of the entire heavenly clan, I thank you for saving the life of Senior Dr. Li. This favor, my heavenly clan will never forget." Behind him, the remaining few pro-disciples. All of them also stepped forward in unison and bowed solemnly to Li Qingxian. "Thank you, Dr. Li. Thank you, Dr. Li, for saving my master." The voices of several people were not high, but there was gratitude in their tones. But it is unquestionable and not half false. To save master is to save the heavenly clan. This favor was enough to make them let go of all of their inhibitions and prejudices. Li Qingxian looked at these usually high and mighty people in front of him. Cultivators who were either elders or pro-disciples. At this moment, he was actually bowing in unison to thank himself, a mortal. It was a bit of a shock for a while. After a moment, he tugged at the corner of his mouth. Showing a slightly weak shallow smile, he waved his hand and said with extremely thick cheeks, "AI, all of you Dao masters are too polite. Taking people's money, eliminating people's disasters. But since you all said so, then this thank you, I'm not flattered and accept it, ha." Zhou Yuqing approached the bedside, a gentle smile on his face as he spoke. "Dr. Li, you've just woken up and your body is still weak, do you want to rest a bit more?" He paused and added, "After Master woke up, he kept chanting about wanting to see you, saying that he would go over there when you felt better." Li Qingxian raised his eyebrows and asked with some surprise, "See me? What for?" Zhou Yuqing shook his head with a smile and deliberately sold a secret. "Well, I'm not sure, Master only said he wanted to see you, what exactly, or wait for you to personally ask his old man." Li Qingxian shrugged his shoulders and did not pursue the matter further. A few heavenly clan disciples saw Li Qingxian waking up. A few more words with Big Brother. Then they all had the good sense to retreat to the door. They knew that Li Qingxian needed to rest, there was no need for them all to gather around here to disturb. The room fell silent, leaving Li Qingxian alone. He lay on his back, his eyes cast to the roof. The mind recalled the last memories before the coma. System. Rewards. The system seems to suggest that some kind of lookout trick was rewarded. Li Qingxuan's mind immediately sank into the system space. The familiar virtual panel surfaced. In the skills section, there was indeed a new phrase, lookout technique. He clicked on the words and the details immediately came into view. Look at the character, a glance at the lesion, insight into the lesion, can instantly see through the target. Including but not limited to human, demon, ghost, monster, disease, weakness, origin, and obtain detailed pathological information. Note, the level of the target must not be too high, or it will be ineffective. Ooh. Li Qingxian sked, a trace of excitement flashing in his eyes. Isn't this going to take off when we go to the doctor? Thinking of this, Li Qingxian immediately felt his spirit lifted. The exhaustion from earlier dissipated quite immediately. Rolled out of bed and moved his arms and legs. It felt like the body had regained a lot of strength. Crunch! Pushing open the door of the room, a young Tianyi sect disciple was respectfully waiting outside the door. This disciple's sword brows and starry eyes were quite heroic, only that the bottom of his eyes were vaguely greenish-black. Seeing Li Qingxian come out, that disciple immediately greeted him with a smile. "Dr. Li, you're out. The acting sect leader instructed me to wait here. If Dr. Li needs anything, just instruct me." Li Qingxian waved his hand and said with a smile. "Thanks to the Taoist master, I've gotten much better. By the way, I was thinking of paying a visit to realist Xian Yang. I wonder if it's convenient now." That disciple nodded his head in a hurry. "Conveniently convenient, the sect master has been waiting for you. Please, Dr. Li, follow me." The disciple respectfully led the way in front, and Li Qingxian unhurriedly followed behind with a silent chant in his heart. "Look out!" A golden light flashed in his eyes. He casually swept a glance at the disciple walking in front of him. Instantly, the physical condition of that disciple was like a projection, clearly presented in Li Qingxuan's mind. The meridian operation chart, the spiritual power running track, and even some hidden, difficult to speak of small problems, are all slim, nothing to hide. The corner of Li Qingxuan's mouth hooked slightly, a hint of playfulness flashing in his eyes. "Donghua Road." He spoke suddenly, his tone carrying a hint of concern. The disciple leading the way froze and stopped, looking at Li Qingxian suspiciously. "Dr. Li, what can I do for you?" Li Qingxian pointed below his waist and said meaningfully. "As important as Taoist cultivation is, one must also pay attention to combining labor and rest, and moderation. I see that at your young age, your kidney energy is a bit deficient, which is not a long-term solution." That disciple hadn't reacted originally and froze, looking at Li Qingxian with a blank expression. But soon, he realized the meaning of Li Qingxuan's words and his face instantly turned red. "Li, Dr. Li. You..." He stammered, trying to explain something. But he felt that he had no way to speak, so he could only stammer and be full of embarrassment. Li Qingxian, however, seemed as if he did not see his embarrassment as he continued to speak in a serious manner. Those who cultivate should pay more attention to the harmonization of body and mind, and must not covet the pleasure of the moment and damage the fundamentals. Taoist master, you are still young, the road is still long in the future, take good care of your health. That disciple was so ashamed that he couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. Where did he dare to retort? He could only nod repeatedly with a red face. Yes, thank you for Dr. Li's teachings, disciple, keep it in mind, keep it in mind." After saying that, he no longer dared to say anything more and accelerated his pace, almost fleeing. Chapter 47, Worship the Master. Follow me to practice the immortal way of eternal life. Li Qingxian unhurriedly followed behind the disciple who was almost jogging to lead the way. That disciple was in a hurry with his feet, not daring to return his head. It was as if there was a tiger chasing behind him. Through several secluded corridors. The bamboo swayed and rustled on either side. Round a well-tended herb garden. A simple and unadorned Taoist temple appeared in front of him. The guiding disciple took a deep breath as he stood still in front of the gate of the view. He reported aloud to the Guan, enlightened sect master, Dr. Li has arrived. There was still a hint of trembling in his voice, obviously he hadn't gotten over the fact that he had just been diagnosed with kidney weakness. A gentle response came from within, invite him in. The disciples were like amnesties and hurriedly sidestepped to get out of the way. He bowed to Li Qingxian, his eyes averted, not daring to look directly at him. Li, Dr. Li, please. When he finished speaking, he lowered his head and retreated to the side with his feet flying. Then quickly slipped away. Li Qingxian looked at his hasty back. TCH, this little Taoist master, his mental quality still needs to be practiced. I was going to give him a couple of stitches. I didn't expect to run so fast. He shook his head and straightened his shirt before lifting his steps into the Taoist temple. Entering the Taoist temple, the interior furnishings remained simple. Unlike the dead look before, a rich medicinal fragrance and pure aura now permeated the Guan. There was also an unspeakably powerful vitality that was slowly reviving. Elder Fong was at the jade bedside, seemingly having just finished checking the body of realist Shen Yang, with a pleased smile on his face. Seeing Li Qingxian enter, Elder Fong immediately rose. With sincere admiration on his face, he arched his hand and bowed to him. Dr. Li, I'm impressed. It's true that there are talented people coming out of the rivers and mountains, and I'm really ashamed of your medical skills. Li Qingxian waved his hand, half joking, half serious. Elder Fong is overstating the case, I'm just using some mundane trickery with my sword. There are specialties in the arts. If I really need to encounter anything that requires the refining of a high-grade elixir, I'll be blind, and I'll have to rely on seniors like you to step in. Elder Fong froze at his words, then stroked his beard and laughed. The gaze that looked at Li Qingxian became even more appreciative. This young man, not only is he skilled in medicine, he is also so open-minded. The speech is also ironic and comfortable without arrogance. Well said. Well said. To each his own, to each his own. Elder Fong laughed and said, "Please hurry, Dr. Li, Master Sect Leader is waiting for you. I won't bother you here." After saying that, he nodded to realist Xian Yang. Turned and left the Taoist temple. Li Qingxuan's gaze turned to the jade bed, and realist Xian Yang had opened his eyes at this moment. The face is rosy and the breath is calm. There was still a hint of weakness, but it was a different person from before. The eyes were clear and penetrating, with the gentle smile of a hijacker. It was as if it had been washed away the dust of years and rejuvenated. Li Qingxuan's heart stirred. Quietly running the just-acquired lookout technique. Trying to find out the exact condition of Xian Yangzhen. However, it was different from the clarity and unobstructedness of probing that disciple. When his gaze landed on realist Xian Yang, he only felt as if there was a thick layer of mist separating his eyes. It's hazy and hard to see through. Ding! The target's cultivation level is too high, far exceeding the host's current probable limit. The lookout technique is unable to take full effect, and can only vaguely perceive that his vital signs are vigorous and his soul is solid. Li Qingxian secretly said that indeed, this lookout technique was not omnipotent. There's still a limit to what you can do against a top big man like that. However, being able to perceive that the vital signs were vigorous and the divine soul was solid was enough to indicate an excellent recovery. He took a few steps forward, arched his hand and asked, "How does the real person feel?" Although Xian Yangzhen's voice was not high, it was full of vigor. "Thanks to Dr. Li's blessing, there is no longer any serious harm. It's just that I've been lying down for a long time, my tendons and bones are a bit stiff, so I'll trouble Dr. Li to help me up and sit down." Li Qingxian hurriedly stepped forward and reminded, "Makoto, you're just recovering from your injuries, it's better for you to lie down more." Realist Xian Yang smiled and shook his head, "No harm done, this bit of activity is still possible. Old me has some words that I would like to sit up and speak with you." Seeing his resolute attitude, Li Qingxian could not persuade him any further. Then he carefully stepped forward and reached out to support realist Xian Yang's arm. The hand felt warm and strong, not cold and withered like before. Real Xian Yang leaned back and sat down, letting out a long breath. With a complicated gaze, he looked at Li Qingxian with emotion. "Dr. Li, do you know what a world-shattering gamble it was that day when you offered to let go of the Dantian Qi of the old me?" He paused, and a trace of remembrance flashed in his eyes. "I can see how you rampaged through the old man as soon-to-be silent Dantian Qi, and that final stone-breaking punch was simply unbelievable. I think I've seen a lot, but I'd never thought that there's such a method of healing in the world. I had already held the mentality that my body would die and my soul would return to heaven and earth, but I never thought that I would be able to get a new life and regain the foundation of the Tao. It's a marvelous feeling to be alive again." Li Qingxian hemmed and hawed. "A real person's good fortune will be determined by heaven. Besides, where is there any such thing as resigning oneself to fate? Especially for a great power like you, Makoto, who turns your hand to the clouds and your hand to the rain, your bones are surely unconquerable. I was in your Dantian, but I saw that those auras were not willing to be silenced and were still struggling desperately." When realist Xian Yang heard this, he was first stunned. Spinning around, he laughed aloud, "Ha ha ha. That's right. Don't recognize your fate. It's good to be alive." The laughter slightly ceased, and realist Xian Yang's face was solemn. He raised his hand and made a gentle grab at the void. The light flickered slightly. A palm-sized, delicate jade box carved from warm jade appeared in his hand out of nowhere. Handing it to Li Qingxian, "After that child Ling Xiao came back, he all told me that you desperately need this item. The 7-colored phantom blossom, which was originally treasured by the clan, will be gifted to you today, as part of the old man's, and also the entire heavenly clan's, gratitude to you for your help this time against the heavens." Li Qingxuan's eyes lit up as he nonchalantly accepted the jade box. When he opened it, he saw a 7-colored flowing flower lying quietly in it. The majestic breath of life is overwhelming. Many thanks to the real person. I do need this item, so I'll take it with a grain of salt. Li Qingxian quickly covered the jade box and treasured it. True Master Xian Yang smiled and waved his hand. "This is something you deserve. As for the matter of repairing the medical center and sending people to protect your father's medical center, Lao Fu has already explained Yu Qing to do it, so you can rest assured." Li Qingxian nodded his head repeatedly, his heart happy. Realist Xian Yang looked at Li Qingxian, his eyes becoming meaningful as he slowly spoke. Dr. Li, aside from these thank you gifts, I have another proposal to make. I wonder what you think? Li Qingxian was curious. Please speak, Makoto. Realist Xian Yang looked at him with a burning gaze and said word for word, would you like to join me and practice the immortal way of eternal life with me? This statement was made. The air inside the Taoist temple seemed to freeze for a few moments. Chapter 48 300 Years of Golden Dan? I'll take my leave. I don't want to be a living god. If there were any other Heavenly Clan disciples present at this moment, they would be afraid that their jaws would drop in shock. Tian Yizong. An existence that ruled over the cattle-ears of the cultivation world of Zhou. The sect was so prestigious that the criteria for accepting disciples was so strict that it was outrageous. Not to mention those with mediocre qualifications, even those who are gifted. If one wanted to knock on the door of the Heavenly Clan's mountain, one would also have to go through many tests, which was as difficult as climbing up to heaven. The Xian Yang realist, on the other hand, was the helmsman of the Heavenly Clan, and his cultivation was unfathomable. And as early as 100 years ago, the mountain was closed, no longer accepting any personal disciples. His own disciple. Each one is a big name. If one had this layer of identity, one could almost walk horizontally within the Zhou kingdom. Still panicked chicken hair black fog building Li Qingxuan's heart, uncontrollably, beat wildly. The mind buzzed and went a little blank for a moment. Worshipping Master Xian Yang? There's no better way to get to the top in one step. His face instantly switched to an exaggerated expression of favor, his voice rising a few degrees. Real people. You're not kidding, are you? He moved forward, scowling. Have you finally realized? Kid, I actually have clear bones and exceptional talent, and am that legendary immortal cultivation wizard that can't be found for 10,000 years? I told you, Taoist Ling Xiao must have looked away in the beginning. It's true that you're still a real person with a discerning eye. Real Emperor Xian Yang was amused by his appearance and guffawed. Yet he still looked him up and down carefully. A very straight and honest shake of the head followed. Not really. Your spiritual root qualification. Well, to be honest, it can only be considered to be of a lower middle level. The bright smile on Li Qingxuan's face instantly froze. Lower center? It could have been done without such a truthful Xian Yang real person. Mentally spitting out a sentence, Li Qingxuan's expression management was still in place. Realist Xian Yang ignored the change in his expression and continued to speak slowly. However, your heart is tough, your guts are overpowering, and your enlightenment is more than I have ever seen in my life. Especially the talent in the medical path is astounding. If you are willing to cultivate with dedication, supplemented by my Tiani clan's pouring in of resources, I am confident that I will allow you to steadily step into the realm of Jindan within 300 years. How long? Li Qingxian pulled out his ears, seriously doubting if he had heard wrong. You say that again? How many years? To reach Jindan? Real Xian Yang nodded his head rightfully. Like it was a normal thing to say. 300 years. Cultivating immortality and asking for help is to fight with the sky and row against the water. The years are long, 300 years of time, for my generation of cultivators, but just a snap of the fingers. Li Qingxian. A snap of the fingers? My goodness. Any mortal who lives 100 years is considered to be in joyful mourning. 300 years have passed, and the grave grass is 3 meters high. He instantly put away that playful look. Standing up straight, he solemnly clasped his fists at realist Xian Yang. The attitude was unmistakable. Makoto. I'm grateful for your honor. But this immortal, I'm afraid disciple can't cultivate it. Realist Xian Yang raised his eyebrows gently, his eyes searching. Oh? What do you mean by that? Li Qingxuan's face was serious, and even carried a few hints of excitement of thinking about the future. 300 years to get a Jindan? What would I have become by then? I'm afraid I wouldn't be a humanoid old man, or the lowest kind. Meditating and practicing qi every day, clearing one's mind, it's horrible to think of days like that. Besides, the immortal cultivation world is full of fights and battles, and I'm not proper cannon fodder if I go out in this middle to lower position. It's too easy for me to be missed. Instead of being on edge all day, I'd rather be at home in the mundane world. Mortal short 100 years, birth, old age, sickness and death, love, hate, anger, sadness, sweet and sour, anything to try once, see all the red dust, I think than bitterly sitting in the customs for 300 years, just to simmer a what gold Dan, much more interesting. He grinned. And I'm a person who naturally loves freedom and an uninhibited life. That kind of living is the Tao that I, Li Qingxian, pursue. Realist Xian Yang quietly looked at Li Qingxian. Looking at the different from ordinary cultivators in his eyes, as well as the undisguised enthusiasm and yearning for mundane life. It was a vibrant, smoldering life force. A moment of silence. Realist Xian Yang suddenly spilled out a laugh. Ha ha ha. Well said. Each has his own will, and there are thousands of paths, and there is never any path that is absolutely right, and it cannot be forced. If you don't want to, I won't force you. He mused for a moment, as if in thought. With that, he turned over his hand, and the light in his palm flickered slightly. A white jade token with a warm body appeared in his hand. The token was about the size of a palm and warm to the touch. On the front side was carved an ancient and pale Xian character, with a strong brush stroke and an unspeakable Taoist rhythm. On the back is the iconic Tiani clan's auspicious cloud pattern. Just as well. Realist Xian Yang handed the token to Li Qingxian. You don't want to be the old man's personal disciple, so hang on to the name of a named disciple. With this token, in the future, when you walk within the heavenly clan, you can basically travel unhindered except for a few forbidden places. If you encounter any insurmountable troubles outside, you can also use this token to seek help from the nearest Tiani sect rudder or disciple. Sort of a personal favor for you from the old man. A registered disciple? Li Qingxuan's eyes instantly lit up. This one's good. Neither did he have to suffer in seclusion for 300 years, but he could also pull the banner of the heavenly clan as a tiger's skin. It's perfect. He took the token as soon as he could and scrutinized it. It looked very similar to the token that Yun Nishang had broken in half that day. It was thought that this might be the mark of a personal disciple of the Tiani sect. Spinning around, he tucked it neatly into his arms, and patted it carefully to make sure it was securely placed. A big smile reappeared on his face. Many thanks, Master. I'll be this disciple. I must. With this token as an amulet, one could walk around in Qing'an province and even the entire Zhou kingdom in the future with a straight back. He, Li Qingxian, from today onwards, was also someone with a backstage. As realist Xian Yang looked at Li Qingxian's appearance, the corner of his mouth rose slightly. This boy, indeed, is a wonderful man. Old me is physically ill and cannot personally bring you to familiarize yourself with the sect. He paused and looked out of the temple. You go to the main Peak Council Hall and seek out your eldest senior brother Zhou Yuqing. Okay. Master, you have a good rest. Satisfied, Li Qingxian bowed again, this time with a sincere disciple salute. With the hot token in his pocket, he walked out of the Taoist temple with light steps. He had just stepped out of the doorway, and hadn't yet had the chance to enjoy the beautiful scenery of this immortal's blessed land. As soon as he looked up, he saw the modest open space in front of the Taoist temple. A crowd of people stood in great numbers. Same as before at the compartment. All of the pro-disciples, one by one, were all present. By the look of that, it was obvious that he was waiting for him. The leader, Zhou Yuqing, even wore a smirking gaze. Chapter 49, Wait, how did I become a junior? Zhou Yuqing took the lead in welcoming him. Arching his hand and smiling, he said, Grand Master Li. Junior brother, congratulations. This call of junior brother made Li Qingxuan's heart blossom. The bones are a few taels lighter. He hastily put on a humble demeanor and returned the salute, eldest senior brother is polite, it's all thanks to the master's blessings. Master's eyes are discerning, and you, junior brother, are truly worthy. Zhou Yuqing's smile did not diminish, then he sidestepped and pointed at the few people behind him, since you have joined the division, you will be a family from now on. I'll reintroduce a few senior brothers and sisters for you. He first pointed to Yun Nishang and said in a warm voice, this is your fifth senior sister, Yun Nishang. I'm sure you're no stranger to her, after all, it was you who saved her life. Fifth senior sister resides at Sunset Cloud Peak, and is in charge of the sect's Hall of Transmission, and is responsible for instructing new entrants and organizing the sect's Gongfu texts on weekdays. When Yun Nishang heard this, a rare flash of smugness appeared on that cool and pretty face. There were even a few little girl-like leaps. She stepped forward and raised her chin slightly. Looking at Li Qingxian, his tone carried a hint of teasing, humph, finally a younger than me has come. When we meet in the future, we can learn about etiquette. Come, first call out to the fifth senior sister to listen. The corner of Li Qingxuan's mouth twitched. This iceberg fairy, why do you feel that after worshipping the master, the painting style has changed a bit? But on second thought, calling out senior sister was not a disadvantage. He had been longing for the immortal's kung fu for a long time instead. More friends are always more ways to go. Good day, fifth senior sister. Li Qingxian obediently called out from the goodness of his heart. Yun Nishang nodded in satisfaction, a few more points of closeness in her eyes. Zhou Yuqing smiled and turned to Lin Qingyan's position next to him. This is your fourth senior sister, Lin Qingyan. Residing at Tianxian Peak, he is in charge of the sex weaponry refining hall. Fourth senior sister has a cool temperament and is not fond of words. If junior brother needs any handy objects in the future, perhaps he can go and ask fourth senior sister for help. Lin Qing Evening just nodded slightly. His eyes lingered on Li Qingxuan's face for a split second before he moved away as a greeting. That look still held a touch of detachment, and perhaps a hint of complexity. Obviously the incident of being undressed earlier had left quite a shadow in her heart. Fourth senior sister. Li Qingxian bowed with the same respect. This senior sister was cold, but her strength was there. And being in charge of the Hall of Alchemy, he might be able to get some magic treasures to defend himself in the future. It was followed by Ling Xiao. This one, junior brother, is even less of a stranger. Zhou Yuqing patted Ling Xiao's shoulder. Your third senior brother, Ling Xiao. He escorted you all the way up the mountain before, so I'm sure you understand his nature. Senior brother Ling Xiao has been guarding the sword pavilion at Questioning Sword Peak all year round, where the swords of the clan's successive generations of forefathers and the insights of the sword Dao are collected. He is obsessed with sword Dao, has exquisite cultivation, and is as cynical as an enemy. Ling Xiao's iceberg face, which had remained unchanged for years, still had little expression. However, the gaze that was directed towards Li Qingxian was extraordinarily solemn. He nodded slightly and said succinctly, "Thank you for saving Master. In the future, if you have any problems, you can come to ask Sword Peak to find me." That's kind of a promise. Li Qingxuan's heart warmed. This face-paralyzed senior brother seemed to be a reliable one despite his few words. Third senior brother. Li Qingxian saluted again. Finally, Zhou Yuqing's gaze landed on Gubei and was about to open his mouth to introduce him. There's no need, eldest brother. Gubei, however, interrupted with a cold face. Taking a step forward, his sharp gaze scraped across Li Qingxian like a knife. The hand was extended directly, not as a friendly handshake, but as a gesture with scrutiny and warning. My name is Gubei, the second senior brother of Tianyi sect, in charge of the criminal law hall. Li Qingxian, since you have entered the walls of my heavenly clan, you are a registered disciple, and you need to keep in mind that there are no rules. The sect has its own rules. If you violate them, don't blame my criminal law hall for being unsympathetic. Even if you're a disciple of your master, you'll still be punished. The soul-devouring whip of my criminal law hall doesn't recognize any senior brother's feelings. His tone was cold, with undisguised hostility and warning. Obviously, the revenge of being teased and made difficult by Li Qingxian in the hidden scripture pavilion before was still fresh in his mind. Li Qingxian raised an eyebrow, and his heart was also on fire. This grandson, who's been picking fights since we met, now he's got his nose in the air. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? He outright sneered, not even bothering to pretend for a few moments. Ignoring Gubei's remark about being a second senior. Instead, he turned his head to look at Zhou Yuqing and asked with feigned curiosity, eldest senior brother, this senior brother has such a high level of fire, is he often constipated in his normal life? Do you want me to prescribe him 2 doses of fire-laxing and bowel-opening prescriptions to regulate him? Ding! The host's words provoked the Jindan cultivator, triggering the other party's intense anger, meeting the criteria for evil deeds, evil deed value +10. You seek death. Gubei was furious, and a cold light exploded in his eyes. The aura around his body instantly became stern. It was a big deal. Enough! Beiya! Zhou Yuqing's face sank as he shouted in a low voice. The gentle gaze took on a hint of majesty. Junior brother is new to the clan and is a benefactor of the clan. How can you be so rude? Gubei seemed to be quite scornful of this senior brother. Though still with an iron face, his eyes stared at Li Qingxian with an unkind death glare. But in the end, he forced down his anger. With a cold snort, he turned his head away and stopped talking. Only then did Zhou Yuqing helplessly shake his head, turning to Li Qingxian and smiling apologetically. Junior brother is not to blame, second senior brother he is just this nature, in fact, he is not a bad person. My name is Zhou Yuqing, foolishly a few years older than you, as the eldest senior brother, temporarily acting as the sect leader, and residing at the main peak, 9 heavenly peaks. In the future, if junior senior brother has any needs or suffers any grievances, just come and find me. With that, he flipped his palm and a flowing jade talisman appeared in his palm, handing it over to Li Qingxian. Junior brother, you have no cultivation, and when you walk outside, it's inevitable that you'll encounter danger. This substitution jade talisman you and put away, with spiritual power to stimulate, can free you to block the full force of the Jindan realm cultivator. A blow is considered to be we give you a little meeting gift. Blocking a full strength strike from the Jindan realm. Li Qingxuan's eyes instantly straightened for a few moments. That's a good thing to keep alive. He hastily accepted it with both hands, a grateful smile piling up on his face. Many thanks, eldest senior brother. Thank you all senior brothers and sisters. He carefully slipped the jade talisman into his pocket as well. Put it together with that Xian character token. Tianyi sect is really rich and generous, this meeting gift is so expensive. However, just as he was reveling in feeling the security of the two treasures in his arms. Instead, his brain suddenly stuttered. It's not right. He realized something with a jolt. He, Li Qingxian, was clearly the great benefactor who had saved realist Xian Yang and the entire heavenly clan with a handful of amazing medical skills. Isn't it logical that these people should offer themselves up like ancestors? How is it that in the twinkling of an eye, one is worshipping the master and recognizing the senior brothers and sisters? He had become the youngest junior? Chapter 50 Tianyi clan set up, Big Brother's warm trap. 1,000 thanks to the savior of his life, transformed into a sect junior? How does this feel so much like being on a pirate ship? He had just been gloating about getting an awesome backstage for nothing. Now that I think about it, it seems like the backstage wasn't given for nothing. It's taking a life-saving gift in exchange for an establishment. Although he was a registered disciple, he was still considered to have entered the heavenly clan. Are we going to have to abide by this crap from now on? Listen to that black-faced second brother's discipline? The smile on Li Qingxuan's face froze slightly, and his heart was suddenly a bit unfavorable. He felt as if he had been taken in by realist Xian Yang and this gentle and harmless-looking eldest senior brother. Joined forces to give a lasso. Junior brother? Zhou Yuqing saw Li Qingxian suddenly freeze. The expression on his face changed, so he couldn't help but ask with concern, "What are you thinking about? But is there still discomfort in your body?" "Huh? No. Nothing." Li Qingxian came back to his senses. He quickly waved his hand to cover it up, but in his heart, he was spitting madly. Bad. I, Li Qingxian, have suffered a blood loss in this wave. Zhou Yuqing smiled and didn't pursue the matter, saying gently, "If junior senior brother isn't in a hurry, why don't you let me accompany you and walk around the sect to familiarize yourself with the environment? Tianyi sect's mountain gate is vast, and the scenery is not bad. Many thanks to eldest senior brother for his kindness." Li Qingxian immediately politely declined. No, senior brother, I have quite a few patients waiting at the bottom of the mountain. This trip up the mountain was delayed for 3 days, so I'm afraid they're all anxious to wait." He remembered Su Meng, who was still recuperating at the drunken immortal residence. Fortunately, before she left, she was given the 9 needles of the spiritual pivot to stabilize her injuries, and also left a 4-day prescription. Otherwise this vixen is afraid of a real problem. There is also the little young woman from the Chu family, who had a good experience with the last hot blood divine needle and agreed to repeat the consultation in a few days. It's time to check it out, too. That's a big client. Seeing that he did have something to do, Zhou Yuqing did not force him to stay and nodded. Good, mundane matters are also important. Since that's the case, I'll have third senior brother send you down the mountain. He turned to Ling Xiao. Third senior brother, I'll trouble you. Ling Xiao nodded his head sparingly. Aha. Li Qingxian hurriedly bowed his hand to Zhou Yuqing and the others. Many thanks, eldest brother, and many thanks to all the senior brothers and sisters. I'll take my leave now, senior brother, and if I have the opportunity in the future, I'll come back to bother you all. After saying this, he followed Ling Xiao and headed in the direction of the lower mountain. On the way back, it was still the familiar flying sword, and it was still the speed of the wind. The biting mountain wind was blowing on his face, and Li Qingxian tightly gripped Ling Xiao's coat. Although he had already experienced it once, this feeling of flying at extreme speed at high altitude still made his heart jump a little. But, on second thought, flying swords are really useful. That third senior brother. Li Qingxian forced himself to endure his discomfort, approached Ling Xiao, and asked aloud, "You say, with a lower middle qualification like mine, roughly how long will it take before I can learn to fly like you with a sword?" If only he could also ride a sword. In the future, go out to see the doctor and run for your life. How convenient that must be. Ling Xiao sniffed and slightly tilted his head sideways, seeming to think very carefully for a moment. His gaze swept Li Qingxian up and down twice. Then with his usual bland and unperturbed tone, he said, in terms of your spiritual root qualification and enlightenment, if you have the assistance of the clan's resources, and diligently and painstakingly cultivate without taking a detour, then. He paused and gave an assessment, 50 years or so, or you can glide low in the air. 5. 50 years? Li Qingxuan's voice instantly rose, almost not spitting out a mouthful of old blood. 50 years? To be able to glide low? He'll be a grandfather by the time he can handle a sword. The veins in the corners of his forehead jutted out. Without good humor, he yelled at the back of Ling Zhao's head, 50 years? Third senior brother, I think you'd better hurry up and send me back to Qing'an Prefecture and then numbly roll back to your sword asking Peak to practice your sword. Don't delay my precious mortal time here. Ling Xiao didn't seem to hear the grip in his tone. With just a faint hum, the speed of the flying sword was increasing instead of decreasing. Wait until you get to Qing'anfu. Ling Xiao put away his flying sword and landed on the ground, adding, if there is a special chance, it might be faster. Li Qingxian rolled his eyes and was too lazy to care about him. Ling Xiao didn't care either. Pointing to the location in Li Qingxuan's arms where the token was placed. After thinking for a moment, he said, the token given to you by your master is more than just a symbol of Heavenly Clan's disciples, we pro-disciples can establish contact with each other. You only need to sink your mind into your token, and you can sense the breath of several of us, and if there is an emergency, you can use this method to send a message. Oh? So advanced? Li Qingxian became interested and picked up his Xian character token to look at it. This thing works as a walkie-talkie? The technology of the immortal cultivation world is really advanced. Ling Xiao nodded, if there is nothing else, I will go back. Master Teacher has just awakened and there are many matters within the clan. Okay, third senior brother go slowly. Li Qingxian couldn't wait for him to hurry up and leave, saving him from looking upset. Ling Xiao said no more. It rushed up into the sky and turned into a sword light. It disappeared into the sky in an instant. Only after seeing Ling Xiao leave did Li Qingxian let out a sigh of relief. Tidied up his somewhat disheveled clothes. Towards the city of Qing'an province, in the direction of the drunken immortal residence. Back to the familiar entrance of the drunken fairy house. It was already dark. The red lanterns hanging in the doorway gave off an ambiguous glow. Ouch! Li Dafu. You are finally back. The turtle eunuch in charge of welcoming guests at the door was sharp-eyed and saw Li Qingxian from afar, and hurriedly greeted him with a smile on his face. You disappeared for a few days, and Mommy Wang still misses you. Went on a long trip. Li Qingxian casually dealt with the situation and asked, there's nothing going on in the past few days, right? Things are not, is. Turtle Gong came closer, lowered his voice and said, in the past 2 days, there is always an old man dressed quite well over to inquire about you, asking when you will return. I don't look like an ordinary person, and I don't dare to ask more questions. Old man? Li Qingxian froze, somewhat surprised. What kind of old man? Why are you looking for me? There was no one else he knew as an old man in Qing'anfu, except for a few old patrons. Looked to be 60 or 70 years old, but the spirit is good, wearing a gray cloth long shirt, but the material looks quite good. Asked him what is the matter, he did not say, just said to find you have important matters. Kamek shook his head. I don't recognize it either. He said to come by next time, and if you're back, he asked me to let you know. All right. Next time he comes, you let me know. Li Qingxian nodded, muttering a little in his heart. What kind of god is this? I hope it's not a nuisance. After greeting Turtle Duke, Li Qingxian walked familiarly through the warbling antechamber. He went directly to the compartment in the backyard where Su Meng was recuperating. Gently push open the door to the compartment. A distinctive fragrance of Su Meng's body hit his face. A soft oil lamp was lit in the room. The light wasn't exactly bright. Yet it was enough to see inside the house. Chapter 51 Dropping. Your fox demon little follower is now online. Su Monk wasn't lying in bed. Instead, she was wearing a plain light green dress and was sitting by the window. On the small table in front of her was a tea set, curls of hot air rising from the teacups. Hearing the commotion, she raised her head and saw that it was Li Qingxian. A gentle smile suddenly rippled in the cool eyes. Her cheeks were quite a bit rosier than before, and she had obviously recovered quite well. "Dr. Lee, you're back." Her voice still carried a hint of weakness. But it was no longer as subtle a voice as it had been before. "Well, back." Li Qingxian walked over and sat down opposite her, his gaze sweeping over her face. "Looking at your complexion, you've recovered quite well." He held out his hand, signaling Su Meng to hand over his wrist. Su Meng obediently stretched out her white wrist. Li Qingxian put 2 fingers on her pulse. After feeling it carefully for a moment, he nodded. "The pulse is calm and strong, the demonic pills are solid, and the qi and blood are much smoother. It seems that the prescription I left behind is still working. Thanks to Dr. Lee's spiritual medicine and divine needles." Su Meng said with heartfelt gratitude. She could clearly feel the changes in her body, and that feeling of near death had completely disappeared. "I'll give you another injection tonight to consolidate it. Then you can take 2 more doses of medicine on time, and you should be fine. The rest is just slowly recuperating." Li Qingxian withdrew his hand and said. "Really? That's great." Su Meng said in surprise, her eyes full of desire for recovery. Li Qingxian looked at her and suddenly asked, "What are your plans when you're healed?" The smile on Su Meng's face stalled slightly. His eyes dimmed and he shook his head gently. The voice carried a hint of confusion. "I don't know. The home is gone. I know that the enemy is the Black Mist House. But with my current appearance, what can I do?" There was a deep sense of powerlessness and sadness in her voice. Li Qingxian was silent for a moment. The grudges and feuds of the great families were too much for him to get involved in as a mortal groom. After thinking about it, he said, "Since there's nowhere to go, why don't we stay at the drunken immortal residence for the time being? My medical center was smashed and I can't go back for the time being, so I might just sit over here from now on. If you don't mind, just give me a hand first, tube food, tube housing, monthly money. Watch to give some?" This was a spur-of-the-moment move on his part. Although Su Meng was a demon, she didn't look like a bad demon. And the heart is delicate, and the person is beautiful, and the breast is firm and the ass is good. Cough, mainly, more helpers are always good. Ding. The host generates a mind to take in the target. The target is a special status fox noblewoman. There exists a value of utilization, in line with the potential logic of evil deeds, rewarding the value of evil deeds plus 20. Su Meng froze for a moment when she heard this, and then a glint flashed in her eyes. She looked at Li Qingxian and asked seriously, "Dr. Li, aren't you afraid that I'm a demon and will bring you trouble?" "Trouble? Do I have less trouble now?" Li Qingxian snorted and pointed at himself. "Lice don't itch, debts don't worry you. Besides, what's wrong with you being a demon? I can see that you're much more agreeable than some people. As long as you don't harm anyone, just stay at ease." Su Meng looked deeply at Li Qingxian, as if she wanted to see something in his eyes. In the end, she gently nodded her head, the corner of her mouth curling into a sincere smile. "Good, then I'll ask Dr. Li to take care of her in the future." Well. A few more notes were given. Li Qingxian then told Su Meng to get ready. He was going to start applying the needles. This time, when the needle was applied, without the menace and trial and error of the first time, Li Qingxian appeared to be much more relaxed. He was still using the 9 needles of the spiritual pivot. With the system's previous additions, the proficiency of the 9 needles of the spiritual pivot was added a lot. The slight lag from the previous needle application was much smoother. Even the amount of mind consumed was reduced by half. The silver needles flipped around his fingertips as if they were alive, accurately stabbing into several key acupoints behind Su Meng's back. There were no more visions of ice and fire intertwining, nor was there the majestic aura that drew the aura of heaven and earth. This time the stitches were more like a gentle grooming. Wisps of warm qi flowed in with the silver needles, like a trickle of water, silently nourishing Su Meng's damaged meridians and the newly stabilized demon Dan. Su Meng only felt a wave of warmth permeate from the pinprick. It quickly flowed throughout the body, dispelling the last vestiges of the lingering chill and weakness in the body. She could even clearly feel that her demonic power was slowly recovering in a smooth and comfortable manner. It is no longer as silted up and difficult to navigate as it was before. Half an hour later, Li Qingxian withdrew the needles. Su Meng slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and when she opened her eyes were clear. Her face was flushed with a healthy blush. The whole person exudes a different kind of vigor than before. "How does it feel?" Li Qingxian wiped the thin sweat from the corner of his forehead and asked. though not too consuming this time. But it also takes energy to maintain mental focus. Unprecedentedly good. Su Meng moved her wrists, feeling the strength that filled her body. Her face was a joy that was hard to hide. Dr. Lee, your medical skills are truly divine. That's natural. Li Qingxian accepted the praise without modesty. Alright, medicine, remember to drink it on time. In 2 or 3 more days, you'll be able to recover completely. It's good for your health to read more and think less when you're not doing anything. After the explanation, Li Qingxian did not stay any longer and left Su Meng's room. Crossing the backyard, he returned to the compartment in the drunken immortal residence that had been assigned to him for temporary residence. The room was small and simply furnished, a bed, a table, a chair, and that was all. It was a stark contrast to the extravagant splendor of the drunken immortal residence outside. Li Qingxian fell headfirst onto the hardboard bed and let out a long sigh of relief. It's been quite an experience these past few days. From a door-to-door doctor who was hunted down and killed, he was transformed into a named disciple of the Tianyi sect's headmaster. There were also a few more senior brothers and sisters with high cultivation, and 2 life-preserving treasures were obtained. The rapidity of this identity shift had left him a bit unsettled until now. Things were jumbled up in my head. One moment it was the old face of realist Qian Yang, the other moment it was Zhou Yuqing's gentle smile, and the other moment it was Gu Bei's smelly face. And the 2 faces of Yun Nishang and Lin Qingyan that have very different styles but are equally stunning. And Lu Xinyao. He hadn't told Lu Xinyao about it before he left. I don't know what the other side is up to. Knowing that she had become her senior brother, she should have sent some kind of elixir as a meeting gift as well. He suddenly remembered what Ling Xiao had said when he came down the mountain and thought about the hot token in his arms. Identity tokens can be contacted? Li Qingxuan's heart stirred as he rolled over and sat up. From his bosom, he pulled out the warm Xian character token. The token is slightly heavy in the hand and delicate to the touch. He rubbed the smooth surface of the token, recalling Ling Zhao's instructions. Close your eyes and try to concentrate. Imagine your consciousness, like water, slowly seeping into the jade tablet in your hand. At first, there was nothing special about it. But gradually, when his spirit was highly concentrated and all his thoughts were condensed on that small jade tablet, a marvelous feeling suddenly appeared. He felt as if his consciousness had left his body. Through a barrier of warmth. Entered a strange space. There was no longer a simple room in front of me, but an infinite darkness. This darkness is not a dead silence where you can't see anything. Instead, it carries an air of gentleness. One can't feel the slightest bit of fear. Right in the middle of this chaotic darkness, not far ahead, there were 5 points of light with varying radiance silently suspended. Chapter 52 Immortal Cultivation Version of WeChat? Junior senior brother harassed iceberg senior sister late at night. On the far left was a blazing, fire-like red point of light. Next to it was a black spot of light as black as ink. Then next to it was a calm, thick, earthy yellow point of light, and a cold, frosty white point of light. On the far right, there was one with a hint of coolness. And yet, there are a few dainty pink spots of light that are hidden. Li Qingxian stroked his chin. Combining the impressions of the several senior brothers and sisters he had met in Tianyi Zone before, he had a rough guess in his heart. Funny, really funny. This identity token not only proves identity, but also allows for an internal contact network. This immortal cultivation world's contraptions were really advanced, and they could tell who was who just based on this scent. He scanned the circle and realized that the only thing that was missing was Lu Xinyao's point of light. It seemed that there was still a difference in treatment between this Dandao patriarch and these personal disciples of theirs. Idle is idle, and I can't sleep now anyway. Li Qingxian pondered in his heart, and his gaze fell on the water-pink-colored light spot. 5th senior sister Yun Nishang, although the person is a bit cold. But at least he was her savior. How about? Try it? He held a hint of mischief and curiosity. Carefully, he poked his tentacles of consciousness, gently, towards the watery pink spot of light. Meanwhile, the distant Tanny clan. The quiet room where Yun Nishang was. Yun Nishang sat cross-legged on a futon, her body surrounded by a dense spiritual qi, and was meditating to regulate her breathing and stabilize the injury she had just recovered from not long ago. Suddenly, the jade tablet in her bosom that represented the identity of a pro-disciple trembled slightly. An extremely weak mind fluctuation was transmitted. Her eyes snapped open, a flash of surprise in her cool eyes. The pro-disciple token, besides being able to prove one's identity, the more important function was to summon each other for help in case of emergency. On weekdays, if there is no urgent matter, the pro-disciples will never use this thing between them. Who is it? What happened? Could it be that one of the senior brothers or sisters is in danger from their training? Or has something changed within the clan? Yun Nishang's heart tightened, and not daring to be slow, she immediately took out the token in her bosom and sank a strand of her divine thoughts into it. In the space inside the token, the points of light representing the other several senior brothers and sisters were all suspended peacefully and quietly. The only thing that represented herself was the mass of watery pink light. It was being held by a strand of unfamiliar consciousness with a slightly clumsy undertone, poking around like a child playing in the mud. And at the source of that strand of consciousness, the outline of a blurry figure manifested. There seemed to be a grin on his face. Li Qingxian? Yun Nishang's brows instantly furrowed. An unexplained fire rose up. This guy. Strongly suppressing the sulking in her heart, Yun Nishang controlled her divine thoughts and condensed them into a line of icy words in the token space. What is it? Li Qingxian was poking with vigor. Suddenly, he felt a slight tremor in the token in his hand. Immediately afterward, two large words with a chilling aura appeared out of thin air next to the pink point of light in the space of his consciousness. It scared him. Can you still type? He whimpered, his eyes glazed over. This thing is even more advanced than he thought it would be. A cultivated version of WeChat? He settled back, looked at the two large letters, scratched his head, and tried to answer back. Fifth sister, are you asleep? I can't sleep. The moment the message was successfully sent, Li Qingxian could even feel that the color of the pink light spot on the opposite side seemed to have deepened by a few points. It was as if the owner's anger level was spiking. A few moments later, new text surfaced. The tone was still cold, but it seemed to be mixed with a hint of helplessness. After a cultivator builds his foundation, he can open up his valley and meditate instead of sleeping. If you have something to say, don't disturb me if you don't. Oh? So cool? Li Qingxuan's eyes lit up as if he had discovered a new continent, and he hurriedly asked after him. Doesn't that mean that in the future, if I can't sleep, I can always talk to my senior sister or other senior brothers to relieve my boredom? This time, there was a much longer silence across the room, as if they were trying desperately to suppress something. Finally, a line of text with a clear warning appeared. The personal disciple token is an important weapon of the clan. It's used for communication in times of crisis. You can't play with it like this. Don't be angry, sister. Li Qingxian replied playfully. I just got a new toy and I'm curious to try it out. Besides, I do have something important to ask senior sister. Speaking. The reply from the opposite side was succinct and clear, oozing with impatience. Senior sister, you're the head of the practice hall, right? Yes. That's just right. Li Qingxian hurriedly said. Elder sister, look, I'm a person, with no hands, a mortal man. You have a lot of knowledge, can you give me some pointers, like my situation? Is there any method to quickly enhance the ability to save life? Don't need to be too powerful, can run faster, or can just do it when it matters. Li Qingxian spoke sincerely. Although he was now hanging on to the big tree of the heavenly clan, his own strength was the hard truth. As great as the system is, you can't rely on improvisation every time, can you? Hades' hypodermic needle's kind of crushing stuff. It's too consuming, and you can't just use it. This time, Yun Nishang did not immediately refute it. The pink point of light on the end of the token flickered slightly, as if in serious thought. She recalled that on that night in the medical center, Li Qingxian had indeed displayed amazing means. Flying needle points, sprinkling medicinal powders, and utilizing the environment. Even using mundane silver needles to break a cultivator's dantian qi. All sorts of tactics, though not on the table. It's even a little underhanded. But it worked surprisingly well. This boy, by no means, is as unarmed as he says he is. His grasp of the human body's weaknesses and his judgment of timing were frighteningly precise. However, Li Qingxian had a point. His tactics rely more on surprise and specific circumstances. If they were to fight head-on, or encounter a cultivator with defenses, they really didn't have much of a chance of winning. Yun Nishang thought for a moment and replied. Although your root and bone qualifications are not the best, your understanding seems to be not bad. Unusual cultivation methods will be extremely slow for you to progress. However, she paused and continued to write. The talisman one, or it can be tried. Talisman? Li Qingshuan's spirit lifted. He had heard of this one before. Naturally, I've been longing for it for a long time. Nice. Yun Nishang continued to explain. The art of talismans is relatively easy to begin. It doesn't require a high level of spiritual cultivation, but more emphasis is placed on the fit between the spiritual intent and the rune itself. If ordinary mortals have talent and are willing to work hard, they can also draw some basic spells that can be used to drive away evil spirits, protect and warn people, which is enough to cope with ordinary scenes. Of course, the talisman path is equally profound, with an extremely high ceiling. Powerful talisman masters can even use talismans to communicate with the heavens and the earth, borrowing great power to draw divine talismans that destroy the heavens and the earth. Even great powers of the Yuaning realm and beyond may not be able to master the drawing of some high-level talismans. Listening to Yun Nishang's explanation, Li Qingshuan's mind instantly came alive. The threshold is low and mortals can learn. The ceiling is high, and you can cross over and fight monsters if you learn it well. It was a skill that was literally tailor-made for him. This is good. This is good. He asked in a rush. How do you draw it? Do I need to prepare any special ink and paper? Does it have to be vermilion sand, yellow paper, with black dog blood or child urine or something? Chapter 53. Even a fairy is short of money? The debt collection did not work but was blackmailed instead. All sorts of unreliable folklore instantly surfaced in Li Qingshuan's mind. The pink point of light across the room seemed to flicker helplessly. To draw a talisman, you need to use a special talisman pen, talisman paper, and talisman ink as the base, supplemented by the spiritual power to guide the heaven and earth yuan qi, in accordance with the specific runic structure in a single breath. There are a lot of tricks in it, which can't be explained in a few words. This way Li Qingshian is a little disappointed. It seems that it is not immediately on the spot. If I come down from the mountain next time, I'll bring you some introductory books and basic materials for talismans. You can try it yourself first, and if you have any uncertainties, come back and ask me again. Yun Nishang added. Oops. That's a big thank you to 5th senior sister. You are truly a beautiful person with a kind heart and a bodhisattva's heart. When I learn how to draw talismans, I'll definitely draw the best looking peace talisman for you. Li Qingshian immediately climbed up the pole and delivered rainbow farts with a sweet mouth. He was happy in his heart, did not expect to casually chat a few words, but also really raked in the benefits. Yun Nishang doesn't look so unsympathetic. As soon as he was in a good mood, he remembered another important thing. Right, sister? His words snapped, his tone carrying a hint of difficulty and embarrassment. There is also a matter. Last time you old injury, the clinic fee. You see, this medical center was not smashed it, now is penniless, eating her almost become a problem. If it's convenient for you, should we settle the consultation fee first? It's not much, just as we agreed. He was careful to mention this, still a little apprehensive. As soon as the words fell, the watery pink spot of light on the opposite side of the room violently flickered a few times. The color also instantly became a bit erratic. It was as if he had received some great shock. Then went completely silent. Li Qingshian waited for half a day. The token space was dead silent, only a few other points of light remained quietly suspended. Hello? Sister? Are you kidding me? You want to renege on your debt? I'm telling you, I've got a good memory, I can't run away from the monk. No matter how much Li Qingshian called out. The massive pink light was all as if it had died. There was no further response. He skimmed his lips and grunted inwardly. Good for you, Yun Nishang. You're a personal disciple of the Heavenly Monarch sect. Master of the Hall of Practice. How can you even try to get rid of the consultation fee? Okay, wait. Next time we meet, let's see how I'll settle this score with you. Double the interest. Putting away the token, the little bit of goodwill that had just risen in Li Qingshuan's heart dissipated. Sure enough, fairies and all that are just lies. When it comes to money, it's still the same pretending to be dead. He didn't have the heart to lay back down on the bed, tossing and turning, but unable to sleep. It still seems like you have to work hard to make money. Counting on these divine brothers and sisters, I'm afraid I'll starve to death. Early the next morning, Li Qingshian was woken up by a sharp knock on the door. Dr. Li! Dr. Li! Are you awake? The characteristic fawning voice of the drunken immortal resident's turtle duke came from outside the door. Li Qingxian yawned, rubbed his sleepy eyes and climbed up, responding in a good-natured manner, wake up, it's early in the morning, urging for your life? He shuffled to the door, only to see the turtle justice standing in the doorway with an anxious look on his face. There's an old gentleman in the lobby who says he's looking for you. He was here yesterday, the one I told you about. Kamek returned at the door. Old man? Li Qingxian froze for a moment before he remembered what Turtle Duke said yesterday. It's not like he's offended any old man. Got it, I'll be right over. Li Qingxian responded. Quickly dressed and briefly washed up. In his mind, he wondered what this old man was all about. It couldn't be the family of any of the patients he treated who were now coming to the door to settle the score, could it? With a hint of vigilance, Li Qingxian walked out of the compartment. Through the backyard that had not yet begun to bustle. Come to the front room of the drunkard's house. At this time, the lobby of the drunken immortal's residence, no longer the night's red lights, appeared a bit cold and clear. A couple of fellows were cleaning up. There was still a faint scent of lipstick and alcohol in the air. In the lobby's window seat, there was an old man with a slightly stooped figure. The old man was about 60 or 70 years old, with gray hair, but hale and hearty. Dressed in a half-used gray cloth tunic, the material looked ordinary, but the pulp was clean and without a single wrinkle. He had his back to the door and was holding a cup of tea, sipping it slowly. The gesture was quite elegant. Li Qingxian eased his footsteps and walked over. The old man seemed to have heard the footsteps and slowly turned his head. The wrinkled face revealed a pair of not so large, but gleaming eyes. When he saw that the person coming was Li Qingxian, the old man's eyes instantly lit up and a surprised smile appeared on his face. Qingxian. The old man put down his teacup and stood up, his voice tinged with a few moments of excitement. You brat, you've made me wait so hard. Li Qingxian froze even as he looked at the familiar face in front of him. Uncle Lu. Lu? Li Qingxian was shocked and delighted, and hurriedly took a few steps forward. Why are you here? I thought it was someone else. This Uncle Lu in front of me, his name is Lu Bowen. One of the few friends his old man Li Chun had before he died. Speaking of which, this Uncle Lu is also considered a senior in the medical field. His family's ancestors also practiced medicine, and Uncle Lu also opened a medical clinic when he was young, in the alley not far from the Li family medical clinic. It's a pity that Uncle Lu, I guess, has pretty solid theoretical knowledge. It's just a little bit of a 1-2 punch with the hands. According to Li Qingxuan's old man, Uncle Lu's treatment, the main one is not to be limited to the talent. Minor illnesses are treated as major illnesses, and major illnesses. Major illnesses are basically just carried away. The best thing I can do is orthopedic massage. But every time he strikes, he either dislocates someone's arm or pushes his back out. Over time, the name of Lu's disabled hand resounded through the neighborhood. Then I almost yanked someone's intestines out because I was treating them for hemorrhoids once. The medical center was trashed by the families of the victims with their men. Uncle Lu was so disheartened that he closed the medical center. Tipped some relations, ran to the Qingan government office, looking for a pallbearer's errand. I didn't realize that he was quite good at this job. After all, an autopsy is a good idea, so you don't have to worry about crippling the dead even more. Coupled with the fact that he already had a medical foundation, the autopsy was a head-turner. Instead, he has mixed well and become a veteran in the government office. After Li Qingxuan's old man passed away, his family was in decline, and this Uncle Lu didn't help him much. He sends some rice and noodles for New Year's holidays, and sometimes sneaks in a few coins. Sort of a small token of appreciation from the elders. Later on, Li Qingxian took over the medical center and was busy making a living, so the two of them saw each other less and less often. I didn't expect to run into each other here today. Uncle Lu, have some water. Li Qingxian poured Uncle Lu a cup of hot tea. How did you know I was here? My medical center. Don't mention it. Uncle Lu took the teacup and blew on the hot air. A bitter smile appeared on his face. I went to your place first, and my goodness, it was miserable. The doors and windows were broken, and the inside was like a bandit. It was a mess. My heart was thumping. I thought something had happened to you, boy. He put down his teacup and continued. I asked around the neighborhood before I heard from people that you seemed to have offended someone a few nights ago, and were chased after, and then didn't return to the medical center. And then, someone else said they'd seen you at the drunken immortal residence. I did not rush to find over. Yesterday, I came here, and they said that you were out of town, so I wasn't worried, so I came here again today to try my luck. It's good that you're fine, it's good that you're fine. Uncle Lu looked Li Qingxian up and down, seeing that although he looked a bit tired, but there were no visible injuries on his body, which was a relief. I made you worry, Uncle Lu. Li Qingxian was somewhat touched in his heart and vaguely said, the other day was a bit of trouble, but it has been resolved. The matter of the medical center. Alas, it's hard to say, turn around and I'll tell you in detail. He couldn't tell Uncle Lu that he had been chased by immortal cultivators and then worshipped the immortal sect, could he? This matter is so bizarre that Uncle Lu may not believe it even if he says it, but may cause trouble for him instead. As long as people are okay. Uncle Lu waved his hand and didn't press for details. The expression quickly became grave again. Qingxian, Uncle Lu came to find you this time because he has an urgent matter he wants to ask for your help. Chapter 54, The Cadet's Emergency Call, Temporary Pallbearer on the Line. Uncle Lu, you say, as long as I can do it, I will never excuse myself. Li Qingxian said with a straight face. Although he now had the additional status of being a named disciple of the Heavenly Clan, the thing was nebulous and it was still a matter of opinion whether it could be used as a meal or not. Uncle Lu was an elder and a friend of Pop's, he should help as a matter of course. Uncle Lu sighed and lowered his voice, I won't hide it from you, lately, inside and outside of this Qing'an province, it's not peaceful. Not peaceful? Li Qingxuan's heart stirred, immediately recalling the Black Mist building and the bizarre chase that night. Yes. Uncle Lu looked worried. In this recent month, several strange incidents have happened one after another around the prefecture. All of them are dead people. And the deaths are extremely gruesome, not like unusual vendettas or accidents. He came closer, his voice was even lower. Several experienced old coroners in the Yama went to see it, and came back to say that it was a demonic creature that was haunting the place. Demons haunting? Li Qingxian raised an eyebrow. He was no stranger to them now. That's right. Uncle Lu had a worried look on his face. At first everyone didn't believe it, thinking that it was some kind of Zhongyang Daobao or evil martial artist who made it happen. But then a few cases occurred. The traces left at the scene are more and more bizarre. Some corpses have been drained of essence blood, some seem to have been gnawed by wild beasts, but the wounds are not like. In short, the evil is very strange. The manpower in the Yamen was already strained, and now that there are so many strange cases, His Excellency the Prefect has given a death order to find out the truth as soon as possible to appease the people. All the pallbearers who could move, including me, a half-wit, were sent out in a row, so hard that they could hardly keep their eyes open. Uncle Lu rubbed his bloodshot eyes and smiled bitterly, but the cases are still coming out, the manpower is really not enough. Especially those who know how to do autopsies and can tell something from the corpses are in short supply. No, the sheriff let me come out to think of a way to see if I could temporarily find a few reliable doctors to help with the autopsy, so I could at least share some of it. The first thing that comes to my mind here is you kid. Uncle Lu patted Li Qingxuan's shoulder, your father's skills, you've learned 7 or 8 of them, on the human body's veins, wounds and whatnot, much better than those brown men in the government office who only know how to look at the cuts and count the bones. And you're a quick-witted kid, so you might be able to see some clues that we can't find. So that's what this is about. Li Qingxian understood. Pallbearers examining corpses, as obscure as it sounds, was the right specialty for him. He touched his empty money pouch. On the side of Tiany's own, Yun Nishang's diagnosis money is 80% not going to come back. Even if it comes back, it is estimated that it will have to wait for the next meeting. The resources promised by realist Xin Yang were even more of a monkey's errand. He was now staying at the drunken immortal residence, and even though Mother Wang said that she wouldn't charge for it, he couldn't really just live there for nothing. In the future, it was estimated that one would have to spend quite a bit to cultivate talismans. In short, he's short of money right now. The wages of the pallbearers temporarily employed by the Yamen should not be too low. And things like autopsies, touching the dead, probing the cause of death. Maybe even trigger the system and earn some evil value. Thinking of this, Li Qingxian had a plan in his heart. Although he didn't have much love for the gang of officials at the Qinggan government office who saw death. But Uncle Lu's face has to be given and money has to be made. All right. Li Qingxian nodded his head and agreed readily, Uncle Lu, I'll take this job. When will you start? Where do I need to report? Seeing him agree so readily, Uncle Lu was overjoyed, excellent. Qingxian, with your help, Uncle Lu will be much relieved. You can come with me now. Go straight to the Yamen to order a pass and receive a waste license paperwork. Then we have to get out of town. There was another accident last night in Qingha village to the south. Several people died. I have to hurry. Qinghe Village? Li Qingxian memorized the name of this place. Right. It's not too late, let's move now. Uncle Lu stood up, looking a little anxious. Good. Li Qingxian nodded, suddenly remembering something. He said to Uncle Lu, "Wait for me for a moment, I'll bring someone along." After saying that, he turned around and went to Su Meng's room next door. Su Meng had gotten up by now and was combing her long, inky hair. Hearing a knock on the door, she looked back with a hint of inquiry in her beautiful eyes. "Miss Su." Li Qingxian pushed the door in and opened the door. "I've taken up a temporary errand for the government office. I'm going to go outside the city to inspect the corpse and investigate the case. Your injuries have also gotten a lot better. Being bored in the house all the time isn't good for recovery either. Why don't you come with me? Think of it as going out for a walk, taking a break, and in the meantime, give me a hand in a hand?" He looked at Su Meng and added, "Of course, it's fine if you don't want to go or find it inconvenient." Su Meng put down her comb and quietly looked at Li Qingxian. She wasn't the least bit offended, but rather felt better for it. There were too many favors owed to Li Qingxian, and being able to do something for him made her heart feel more solid. She nodded slightly, her voice soft but firm. "Good. I will go with Dr. Li." Greeting Su Meng to simply clean up, he brought her along. Following Uncle Lu, he left the drunken immortal residence and walked in the direction of the Qing'an government office. The Qing'an government office. It was still the same majestic and solemn building with its vermilion-painted gates. A plaque with a bright mirror hanging high above it. As well as the pair of stone lions at the entrance that looked a little dull. However, standing in front of this government office gate once again, Li Qingxuan's mood was very different from the last time he fled for his life. This time, he came as an invitee. And still, I can't feel the slightest bit good about this place. He remembered vividly how he had vociferously slammed on the door panel that night. How desperately he cursed the officials who saw death. At this moment, looking at the still closed door, Li Qingxuan's eyes couldn't help but go cold. Gotta find a way to swing them. Next to him, Su Meng keenly noticed the change in his mood and quietly glanced at him. But instead of asking more questions, he just stood quietly at his side. Uncle Lu didn't notice Li Qingxuan's abnormality. He was preoccupied with the case of Qinghe Village, and his feet hurried to the side door. After whispering a few words to the magistrate guarding the gate, he flashed his belt tag. The Yama knew Uncle Lu and nodded, opening the side door and letting them in. Stepping into the high threshold of the Yaman, an air of hustle and bustle came over him. Unlike the dead silence outside the door that night and the panic of the two magistrates inside. The interior of the courthouse seemed unusually noisy during the day. Magistrates in bugle uniforms, mandarins holding paperwork, and even a few people in civilian clothes but in a hurry. Back and forth across the yard, a hint of anxiety and exhaustion on each face. There was a certain unspeakable tension in the air. Looking at the situation, what Uncle Lu said was true. A few people walked through the front yard to a side room that looked like it dealt with daily business. Old Chow. Old Zhou. Uncle Lu shouted to a middle-aged clerk inside who was writing furiously. The clerical official known as Old Zhou raised his head, and when he saw that it was Uncle Lu, he squeezed out a tired smile on his face. "Old Lu, you're finally back. How is it over at Qinghe Village?" "Don't mention it, just got word that there was another accident last night." Several mouths died. Uncle Lu shook his head, a look of bad luck on his face, then pointed to Li Qingxian behind him. "This is the helper I found, Dr. Li Qingxian. Highly skilled in medicine, let him come and help examine the corpse and give a hand." Old Zhou's gaze landed on Li Qingxian and looked him up and down. Seeing that he is young though. However, with a calm demeanor and sharp eyes, not like a normal Jianghu bone setter, he nodded. "Dr. Li? Good, good. Now is the time when there is a shortage of people. If Chief Lu can invite you here, then he must be trustworthy," he said as he rummaged through a nearby stack of paperwork. A document with an official seal and a blank wooden belt tag were quickly produced. "This is the paperwork for temporary employment at the government office, you take it first. You carve a name on the waistplate, you'll need it for entering and exiting the courthouse as well as going to the scene of the crime in the next few days." Old Zhou handed the things to Li Qingxian. "Formalities and whatnot, we'll make up for it when we're done with this bout of work. Right now, human lives are at stake, everything is done by authority." Li Qingxian received the paperwork and waistplate. He glanced at the contents of the paperwork, which was nothing more than bureaucracy. Prove his temporary status and ask for cooperation from all over the cloud. Wait until all the formalities are completed. Uncle Lu then took Li Qingxian and Su Meng, and left the courthouse at a quick pace. Chapter 55 Clouds over Qingha Village. First look at the murder case. After leaving the south gate of the city, pedestrians were scarce on the official road. The three men had no horses and had to travel on foot. Although Su Meng's injuries were mostly healed, after all, her base was still weak. After walking for a short time, fine beads of sweat oozed from the corners of his forehead. Breathing was also a bit rapid. Li Qingxian looked in his eyes and slowed down his pace. Tired? Why don't we take a break? Su Meng shook her head. No, I'm fine. Business is important. Li Qingxian looked at her slightly pale face and felt a bit overwhelmed in his heart. On second thought, he stepped to the side of the road and stopped an empty ox cart that happened to be passing by. Paying a few coins, the driver readily agreed to give them a ride. Sitting on the bumpy ox cart, Su Meng leaned against the wagon board and closed her eyes. Uncle Lu, on the other hand, looked a little agitated. Li Qingxian, on the other hand, looked at the receding fields and trees on both sides of the road, not knowing what he was thinking in his heart. The ox cart traveled slowly on the official road for most of an hour. Finally stopped at a fork in the road. Go in on that path in front of you, walk 2 or 3 miles, and it's Qingha Village. The cart driver pointed to a muddy path to the east and said. Li Qingxian paid the rest of the fare, said thank you, and helped Su Meng out of the car. An unusual scent fills the air as soon as you step onto the path leading to the village of Qingha. Unlike the openness of the official road, this path was lined with dense woods and barren grass, making it seem a bit eerie. The further in you go, the quieter the surroundings become, even the birds and insects chirping much less. After walking for about a quarter of an hour, the front gradually opened up. The outlines of some villages are faintly visible. However, it was not the same as the imagined sight of smoke rising from a cooking fire. The entire Qingha village was shrouded in a dead silence. A stone monument stands crookedly at the entrance to the village. On it were engraved the words Qingha Village in mottled handwriting. A number of villagers were gathered at the entrance of the village. Men and women, young and old. Each face was horrified, and heads were exchanged. Pointing in a certain direction deeper into the village, but not daring to approach. Several Yaman in numbered uniforms holding waist swords stopped at the entrance of the village on the way to the interior. Keeping the villagers out, his face was equally grave. And not far behind the Yaman, more people were gathered around outside a fairly neat-looking farmhouse compound. Among them were a few figures dressed in the uniforms of the government offices, looking down to see what was going on. Make way! Make way! Uncle Lu flashed his belt plate and shouted twice in mid-air. Pulling Li Qingxian and Su Meng, he quickly walked through the crowd. Toward that compound. A faint smell of blood, mixed with some sort of putrid odor. Following the breeze, it drifted from the direction of the compound. It drilled into Li Qingxian and Su Meng's nasal passages. Su Meng's brows instantly furrowed. There was a flash of caution and disgust in those beautiful fox eyes. Uncle Lu, you're finally here. A young magistrate at the entrance of the courtyard who was surveying the traces on the ground raised his head, and when he saw Uncle Lu, it was as if he had seen his savior, and he hurriedly greeted him. Sheriff Wang is in there, and he's fuming. Uncle Lu nodded. With a heavy face he was about to head for the yard. Stop! A gruff chortle came from behind himself. The three men stumbled back on their feet. Just a medium-sized man with a slightly darker complexion. The man, who was about 40 years old or so, was walking out of the courtyard. He was dressed in the strong suit of a constable, with a saber at his waist. Eyes sharp with a touch of impatience. His eyes swept over Li Qingxian and Su Meng. It finally landed on Uncle Lu. Old Lu, who are these two? The man's tone carried a sense of condescension. Uncle Lu squeezed out a smile on his face and hurriedly introduced, Sheriff Wang, this is Dr. Li Qingxian, and this is his assistant, Miss Su. Dr. Li has excellent medical skills, and I specially invited him to help with the autopsy. Sheriff Wang took over Uncle Lu's words, his eyes pausing for a moment on Li Qingxuan's face. Sweeping over his slightly thin form again. The frown tightened. Dr. Li? Old Lu, you're not mistaken, are you? This case is very evil, the coroner is helpless. Where did you find such a young man? His tone of voice carried obvious skepticism and impatience. Now the whole house is staring at this case, the fire is burning. If the people you brought in have no real ability, just to add to the chaos, and make mistakes, this responsibility you and I can't afford it. The words were explicitly a knock on Uncle Lu, but secretly carried a hidden hint of insult. Uncle Lu's face suddenly became a little embarrassed. Opened his mouth to explain. And yet, I don't know where to begin. Li Qingxuan's face, which was originally quite calm, instantly turned cold in his eyes after hearing these words. He was inexplicably disliked, so he was naturally upset. He glanced at that Sheriff Wang, and then at Uncle Lu, who had a difficult face, and probably guessed a few things. Sheriff Wang, right? Li Qingxian took a step forward. His face could not be seen to be happy or angry, and he took out the temporary belt tag that he had just received from his pocket and waved it in front of Sheriff Wang's eyes. The government office has temporarily drafted them, and the paperwork is here. If Sheriff Wang doesn't believe it, he can go to the Yaman to verify it himself. As for whether I'm qualified to do an autopsy, how about we wait until it's done? Wang Sheriff did not expect this young man to look weak, but his tone is not small, actually dared to directly contradict himself. He took the belt tag and paperwork and gave them a cursory scan. After confirming that there was no mistake, his face became even more ugly. With a cold snort, he threw the waistplate back to Li Qingxian. Since you have the paperwork, then go in. But I can remind you, don't cause any trouble for me. If you get in the way, or talk nonsense to disrupt the investigation, don't blame me for being rude. After saying that, he no longer paid attention to Li Qingxian and turned around to walk into the courtyard again. Qingxian, don't take it personally. Uncle Lu came to Li Qingxuan's side, lowered his voice and explained with an apologetic face, his name is Wang Kuei. In the past, because of the way a case was disposed of, I had a bit of a beef with him, and he has always looked at me in a bad light, just now. Uncle Lu, it's fine. Li Qingxian waved his hand, interrupting Uncle Lu's words. It's his business if he has a problem with you. If he wants to put the fire on me, then he's got the wrong person. He, Li Qingxian, was not some soft persimmon to be pinched. He's a little upset right now because of what happened when his senior sister didn't pay back the money she owed him. Sheriff Wang better not mess with him. The three walked into the courtyard. The courtyard is small and the ground is a bit messy. There were broken tiles and wood shavings scattered about, and there seemed to have been signs of a fight. The door to the main room was open, and several magistrates guarded the doorway. The deceased was a hunter from the village, surnamed Zhang, called Zhang Dashan. He died last night, and was only found this morning when his mother-in-law came to deliver breakfast. A young Yaman greeted him and quickly introduced the case. The death is very similar to the previous cases. The light was a little dim as you walked into the house. The house was simply furnished. A table toppled to the floor and a handful of stools shattered. Shows that the deceased may have gone through a struggle during his life. On the floor in the center of the room lay a body covered with a white cloth. A few magistrates gathered around and whispered. It must have been that thing that did it. Look at the house. Yeah, it's too similar to the last couple times. Who but a demon could do that to a person? Sheriff Wang, what can we do about this? If this continues, we are afraid that Qing'an province will be on edge. Wang Kuei stood beside the corpse, his face so gloomy that it could drip water. Apparently also confused by the bizarre case. When he saw Li Qingxian and Su Meng come in, he just glanced coldly without speaking. Li Qingxuan's gaze directly landed on the body covered with a white cloth. Instead of stepping forward immediately, he first looked around at his surroundings. Su Meng then gently inhaled a breath, her willow eyebrows knitted tighter, and whispered to Li Qingxian, there is a demonic aura, but it is very faint, and it doesn't feel right. If it's a demon sucking essence to kill someone, the residual aura shouldn't be like this. Li Qingxian nodded without moving. Su Meng's feelings confirmed some of his suspicions. He stepped forward, ready to examine the body. What are you doing? Seeing him reaching out to lift the white cloth, one of the magistrates next to him immediately spoke out to stop him, his eyes wary. Autopsy. Li Qingxian was concise. Wang Sheriff did not send word. The Yaman hesitated a little. Wang Kuei impatiently waved his hand. Let him look. I'd like to see what kind of flowers this highly skillful Dr. Li can see. Li Qingxian lazily ignored him, squatted down and reached out to pinch a corner of the white cloth. Taking a deep breath, he violently lifted the white cloth. Chapter 56. There is only one truth, but black pots can be thrown around. Even though Li Qingxian was used to seeing all sorts of injuries, he had even personally dealt with injuries as gruesome as Yun Nishang's. At the sight of the body in front of him, the pupils still involuntarily contracted. Where's the body in any semblance of human form? Totally a skin and bones dry corpse. The skin took on an eerie ashen color, clinging to the bones as if all flesh and moisture had been drained instantly. the eyes were deeply sunken, forming two black holes. His mouth was unnaturally wide open, and a look of extreme shock and pain was frozen on his face. What's even more creepy is that there are two tiny holes that are not too noticeable in the dried-up neck of the corpse. The skin around the hole had turned completely black and had a tendency to spread outward. Hiss. The magistrates next to him couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air. They have looked away from each other, not daring to look again. Uncle Lou also turned white and muttered, "Sure enough. Sure enough, it's like this again. Essence has all been sucked dry. This is definitely the work of a demonic creature. And it's an extremely vicious demonic creature." Wang Kuei's face was also extremely ugly. This nasty incident happened in Qingan province. He is accountable as the arresting officer himself. Li Qingxian, however, did not immediately jump to conclusions. He scrutinized every detail of the body, especially the two holes. The holes are small and neatly edged. Not like the fangs of a beast, but like some kind of sharp weapon. Or rather, the teeth of some creature. He secretly urged the word lookout technique. A pale golden shimmer flickered under his eyes. Under the vision of the lookout, the interior of the corpse was clearly presented. Target, Zhang Dashan's body. Status, dead abnormal. Abnormal, severed vitality, necrotic aura very faint, power of yin and yang weak, abnormal stiffness and tearing of muscle fibers. Sure enough. Li Qingxuan's heart stirred. The inside of the corpse was not as simple as just having its essence sucked dry as it appeared on the surface. Though there are signs of broken vitality. But more predominantly a necrotic aura pervaded. It was as if it had been forcibly transformed by some force, and the life form had been radically altered. And those muscle fibers are stiff and tear marks. It also suggests that the deceased suffered a tremendous forceful impact during his lifetime. He stood up and swept his gaze over the people present, finally landing on Wang Kuei's ugly face as he slowly opened his mouth. This is no ordinary demonic haunting. Oh? Wang Kuei raised his eyebrows with a hint of sarcasm, then according to Dr. Li's high opinion, what is this? Uncle Lu also looked at Li Qingxian nervously. Qingxian, if it's not a demonic creature, then what could it be? Su Meng stood behind Li Qingxian, her beautiful eyes staring tightly at the corpse on the ground. Seemingly remembering the scent from before, Willow's brows furrowed slightly. The villagers outside the courtyard came much closer at some point. When they heard the commotion inside, they stretched their necks and listened with bated breath. Li Qingxian met the gazes of the crowd and said word for word. It's a zombie. Stiff. Zombies? Those two words exploded like thunder in the courtyard. What? Zombies? Oh my god. It's a zombie killing. No wonder they died so badly. There are zombies in Xinghe village. Finished, where can people live here? The villagers outside the courtyard instantly exploded. Screams of terror mixed with murmurs and the scene got out of control for a while. The magistrates scolded them in a hurry before they could barely maintain order. But the panic has spread like a plague. The few magistrates in the room were also pale, and their hands were trembling a little as they held their belt swords. They would rather face a ferocious demonic creature than this legendary zombie that was invulnerable to swords and guns and had infinite strength. Wang Kuei's face instantly turned ironic. He turned his head violently and stared dead at Li Qingxian, his eyes sharp as knives. What did you say? Zombie? What basis do you have? Don't try to confuse the people here with your demonic words and disturb them. He didn't believe in the zombie talk at all, and just assumed that the kid was making it up for the sake of claptrap. And if it's really a zombie, then this case isn't something he can handle as a petty constable. When the time came for the prefect to be blamed, it would be hard for him to absolve himself of the blame. In the face of Wang Kuei's stern questioning, Li Qingxian appeared unusually calm. He reached out and pointed at the corpse on the ground. Based on? Is Sheriff Wang blind? The deceased's body essence and blood seems to have been sucked dry, but the body's residual in fury corpse qi, which is a unique characteristic of zombies after sucking the essence and blood of living people's yang qi. The wound at the neck, not a tear, but two neat holes, is consistent with zombie fangs. There is also the most important point. Li Qingxian squatted down and carefully broke open the stiff fingers of the corpse, pointing at the dried and blackened nail slits. Sheriff Wang, please take a look. What is left in the dead man's nail slits? Wang Kuei will doubtfully come forward and take a closer look. His pupils shrunk violently. Only some dark brown soil with a damp feeling remained in the nail crevices of that corpse. Is this Grave dirt? Uncle Lu also saw it and lost his voice. That's right. Li Qingxian stood up and clapped his hands. Only zombies who spend years in gloomy tombs will be stained with this extremely gloomy tomb soil. The dead must have had a fierce fight with the zombies in their lifetime to catch these. A well-reasoned and organized speech. Wang Kuei looked at the grave soil under his fingernails, then looked at the bizarre death of the corpse, as well as Li Qingxuan's certain look. There was a flash of green and white in his face. As the head constable, he had unexpectedly only noticed the surface phenomenon just now, completely ignoring these crucial details. It was pointed out in public by a young doctor whose name was unknown. It made him feel his face burning with shame. Humph. Even if there is grave soil, so what? Maybe the deceased had been near some cemetery in his lifetime. Wang Kuei forced himself to be tough, trying to save face. It's too arbitrary to conclude that it's a zombie just based on this. I think you're just an alarmist. Li Qingxian looked at his dead duck's hardened look and snorted, his arms clasped in front of his chest. You love to believe it or not. Anyway, when the time comes for the zombies to come to the door, the first one to suck is definitely not me. You. Wang Kuei was so angry by his mixed-up attitude that he almost drew his sword. You dare to insult this sheriff? Well. All are family. Uncle Lu hurriedly came out to round up the situation, separating the two. The most important thing now is to find out the truth and catch the murderer, not the time to argue. Right at this moment, in Li Qingxuan's mind, the long-lost system beep sounded once again. Ding! Special case detected, Ghosts of Qinghe. Mission name, Ghosts of Qinghe. Task 1 mandatory, find out the truth about the zombie killings in Qinghe village, and locate and dispose of the source zombies. Task 2 optional, successfully frame any person present for the murder of a zombie must be reasonable and persuasive. Quest reward, evil value plus 200, 1 copy of random talisman drawing method in basic materials. Li Qingxuan's heart stirred. Finding out the truth and dealing with the zombies is to be expected. But this mission too. Graft? And naming the people who were there to blame. System you wrote is more and more cross-country But he likes it. This reward was also quite generous, the evil value notwithstanding, the talisman as a reward was a first. The system was spying on his conversation with Yun Nishang? It's kinda obscene dog system. Li Qingxuan's gaze tracelessly swept around the people present. Uncle Lu? No way. He's an elder. He's been kind to him. Su Meng? Even more impossible. The common magistrates? There's no point in framing them. Finally, his gaze fell on Wang Kuei, who had an iron face. Well, you're it. Who told you to be a? Li Qingxian pulled the corner of his mouth. He cleared his throat, no longer paying attention to Wang Kuei's anger, and began to analyze it. Since it is certain that the zombie did this, the first order of business is to find its hiding place. He looked at Uncle Lu and the surrounding magistrates. Zombies are fearing light and liking darkness, and usually hide in places with strong yin qi during the day. For example, a mass grave near the village, an old abandoned well, or the basement or cellar of some old house that has been uninhabited for a long time, or something like that. Li Qingxian spoke eloquently, moving out the knowledge he seemed to have from the movies and TV dramas and miscellaneous books of his previous life. We need to line up these places immediately. As soon as his words fell, a villager outside the courtyard who had a little more guts raised his hand tremblingly and pointed to the east of the village. Lord, I know a place that is evil. Oh? Speak quickly. Uncle Lu asked in a hurry. Is that Black Wind Mountain at the east end of the village? The villager pointed to a distant peak that was shrouded in mist and appeared somewhat eerie. That mountain doesn't see sunlight all year round, and it's gloomy. I heard the old generation say that it used to be an ancient battlefield, and then it became a mass grave, and it's evil as hell. Usually we don't dare to go near it. The crowd looked in the direction he was pointing and saw a pitch-black mountain peak standing not far away. Even in the daytime, it was indescribably cold and eerie. Black Wind Mountain. Li Qingxian stroked his chin. Listening to this name is not too simple. Good. Then let's go to Black Wind Mountain. Wang Kuei didn't wait for Li Qingxian to finish his sentence and immediately ordered loudly in an attempt to regain control of the situation, everyone, bring your guys and follow me into the mountain to search. I don't believe that a clear sky can still allow such evil things to run rampant. He desperately wanted to find the zombie, prove himself, and wash away the embarrassment he had just felt. Wait. Li Qingxian spoke out to stop it. Sheriff Wan, just go like that? Wang Kuei turned back impatiently. What else? Should we wait for it to come out at night and then kill it? Li Qingxian rolled his eyes. I mean, to deal with zombies, one has to make some preparations, right? Cinnabar, glutinous rice, ink bucket thread, black dog blood. These things don't prepare some? In case you run into one, go barehanded to deliver food? Humph. What a bunch of nonsense. Wang Kuei scoffed. We officials, bearing the righteousness of the court, would we be afraid of a mere evil thing? Besides, what's the point of talking so much about it? I think you're just being bluffed by the talking book legend. What does a doctor know about catching ghosts and subduing demons? Don't command blindly here and delay the main event. After saying that, he no longer paid attention to Li Qingxian and waved his hand. Depart. With a few yamen in tow, he aggressively headed in the direction of Black Wind Mountain. Li Qingxian looked at Wang Kuei's confident back and shook his head. Come on, the Sheriff Wang is taking the initiative to stick his face out for him to hit. He turned his head to Uncle Lu and said, Uncle Lu, please make a trip to the village to find out if you can get some glutinous rice, vermilion sand, rooster's blood, and stronger ropes, the more the better. I always feel that this is not that simple. Good. Although Uncle Lu also felt that Wang Kuei was a bit reckless, Li Qingxian's caution was always right. I'll go now. Li Qingxian nodded. Eyes once again cast to the eerie Black Wind Mountain. Interesting, it's getting more and more interesting. He and Su Meng were also ready to move to follow Wang Kuei and the others. However, just a few steps out of the yard, a group of villagers blocked their way. Chapter 57, Conspiracy with Demons? You wear this hat well. At the head of the group was an old man with gray hair and a walking stick, who looked like he had quite a lot of prestige in the village. The villagers were all gathered around him, shouting something at the top of their lungs. Village chief, look at this, said a villager anxiously. The old man known as the village headman looked at Li Qingxian and Uncle Lu, who was preparing to leave. With a grave expression on his face, he forcefully paused his walking stick and said in a deep voice, Several officials, stay back. Old man, what is your instruction? Li Qingxian stopped and asked politely. The village chief's cloudy eyes swept over Li Qingxian and Su Meng, finally landing on Uncle Lu, his tone carrying a strong tone. Your Excellency, that Black Wind Mountain is the holy mountain of our Qinghe village. Grandfather Mountain God lives on the mountain. If you bring people up to search like this with such fanfare, you'll disturb the mountain gods and bring even more calamity to our village. What time is it, and still the mountain god? Uncle Lu was a bit anxious. Human lives are at stake now, it's the zombies that are at work. Nonsense. The village chief interrupted sternly, what zombies? I think it's you outsiders who have attracted retribution for punching the mountain god. He waved his arms and tried to incite the villagers, you guys hurry up and leave. We won't report this lawsuit. We'll kill the pigs and slaughter the goats ourselves and go beg Grandpa Mountain God to rest his anger. As soon as his words came out, the villagers behind him immediately chimed in, their emotions once again rising. Yeah. You can't go up the mountain. No one can afford the wrath of the mountain god. Sheriff Wang and the others have already gone up there, that's the masking for death. You can't go any further. Hurry up and leave our Qinghe village. When you officials come, nothing good will happen. The crowd was in a great mood to drive them out of the village. Li Qingxian looked at the village chief in front of him who seemed to be looking out for the villagers, but his eyes narrowed slightly. This old man, his eyes dodged when he spoke, and his bottom didn't seem as full as he showed. And he doesn't think about finding out the truth when villagers die. Instead, they rushed to stop the officials from coming to the mountain and had to withdraw their report. I'm afraid there's something fishy going on here. This so-called mountain god. I'm afraid it has something to do with the zombie. The atmosphere at the entrance of the village instantly became tense. Farming tools in the hands of the villagers, though not pointing at the officials. But the clenched gestures silently expressed their determination. Village chief, what do you mean by that? Uncle Lu was anxious and angry. People are dead. Several mouths have died. Instead of catching the murderer, you're stopping us? Do you want that vermin to continue to commit murder in the village? How dare you? The village chief's cane stomped heavily on the ground. There was a muffled thud, trying to drown out Uncle Lu's voice. The old man said that it was the mountain god who was angry. As long as we worship with devotion, the mountain god will naturally rest its anger. He shouted spitefully, "You outsiders don't understand, don't talk nonsense here, disturb the gods, then the whole village will suffer, can you afford it? The mountain god will suck people's essence blood and turn them into dry corpses?" Li Qingxian spoke coldly. He stared sharply at the village chief with a hint of mockery. "I've read few books, village chief, you're very knowledgeable, can you explain to me which way of the mountain god has this kind of fetish?" The village chief's face stiffened, his eyes flickered for a moment, and then he argued forcefully with his neck, "The mountain god's act, how can mortals like me speculate? It must be that those people who died did something that angered the gods and were punished in this way. As long as you continue to worship this so-called mountain god like an ancestor, and then watch the village turn into dry corpses one by one, right?" Li Qingxian nonchalantly interrupted him, the sarcasm in his tone intensifying. He pressed a step forward, his gaze like a torch, as if he could see through hearts. "Old man, you claim to be a mountain god, but the way I look at you, it's like you have a ghost in your heart and are afraid that we'll go up to the mountain to find out something we shouldn't find out, right? You spit blood." The village headman was forced to look at Li Qingxian, a flash of panic flashed across his face and he roared in color, "The old man is dedicated to the village, how dare you slander me? Whether it's a slander or not, won't we know if we go up the mountain and take a look?" The corner of Li Qingxuan's mouth rose slightly. "If it's really as you say, it's the mountain god manifesting, then we will naturally make amends and apologize, and never disturb. But if what is hidden on the mountain is not a mountain god, but a demon that harms people's lives, then whoever dares to block the officials from handling the case today is conspiring with the demon and harboring the murderer. This sin, village chief, you can afford it?" The big hat of complicity with the demons comes down. It made the villagers, who were originally in a fury, calm down quite a bit. Hesitation showed on his face. Although they feared the mountain gods, they were also afraid of really getting into trouble with the authorities. More than anything else, they were afraid that the harmful thing was really a demon and would continue to stay in the village. The village chief's face was a shade of green and white, and the hand holding the cane trembled slightly from the force. He stared dead at Li Qingxian. Just as the two sides were at a standstill, Wang Kuei's impatient urging voice came from the distance, "Hey! What are you guys dawdling for? Don't hurry up and follow me." Wang Kuei had already walked out some distance with a few government officials. Realizing that Li Qingxian and the others weren't following, he turned back again. Seeing this side of the scene, he frowned. "What's going on?" Wang Kuei asked unhappily. Uncle Lu hastened to briefly explain the situation. After hearing this, Wang Kuei disdainfully glanced at those villagers, then glanced at the village chief and snorted coldly, "A group of unruly people. When the government is handling a case, how can they allow you to block it? I think you guys are just being thieves." He was much more direct than Li Qingxian. The 4 words "being a thief" were directly thrown in the village chief's face. "Sheriff Wang." The village chief was trembling with anger. You can't slander good people like this. Whether it's slander or not, we'll know if we get out of the way." Wang Kuei didn't bother to talk nonsense with them and directly ordered the magistrates behind him, "Pull them all out of the way. Anyone who dares to block them will be punished for obstructing official duties." A few Yaman got the order and immediately stepped forward, pushing and shoving the villagers who were in the way. Although the villagers were numerous, they didn't dare to really fight back in the face of the ferocious officials for a while. It was quickly shoved aside to make way for a pathway. The village chief was unable to move with 2 Yaman holding his arms. One could only watch as Wang Kuei and the others walked in the direction of Black Wind Mountain. His old face was red with anger, and his mouth kept cursing, "You'll get what's coming to you. The mountain gods will not let you go." Li Qingxian ignored the village headman's shouting and only gave him a thoughtful glance. Why is this old man reacting so violently? Li Qingxian gave Su Meng a wink. The two of them quickly followed Wang Kuei's group. On the other side, Su Meng didn't say anything since the beginning, only when she swept over the village chief and those villagers. With a faint hint of pity. Chapter 58, Fangs Drinking Blood. The terrifying zombie finally showed up. In the Black Wind Mountains. It was lined with dense woods, intertwined with branches and leaves that shaded the sky. The sun struggled through the cracks, casting dappled light on the ground covered in dead leaves. It was clearly daylight, but there was a dusky gloom about it. The higher you go, the more silent the surroundings become. The clicking sound of the crowd stepping on the dead branches and leaves was especially clear in this deadly silence. The air smelled of decay. It makes people uncomfortable. Su Meng raised her eyes and looked around. She was already extremely sensitive to sinister auras. At the moment, he only felt the sickening discomfort, like a tidal wave coming in from all directions, getting thicker and thicker. She unconsciously slowed down her steps and quietly moved a few points closer to Li Qingxian. Surely, the aura here is very wrong, very dense, and chaotic. She lowered her voice, her breath brushing against Li Qingxuan's ears if at all, the yin fiend in corpse chi. No, it's more like some sort of residual foul breath. Anyway, it's weird, so be careful and try to stay close to me. The warm reminder carried a hint of concern. The light fragrance of the young girl's body, like the orchid in the valley, also drifted into her nose. Li Qingxuan's heart was slightly shaken. Almost subconsciously, his body obediently pressed another half-inch closer towards Su Meng's side. Arms almost touching each other's soft, delicate bodies. Well, safety first. Miss Su is right. We need to get closer to be safe. He thought with a seriousness in his heart, but the tip of his nose couldn't help but quietly inhale the wisp of fragrance again. Soft jade and warm fragrance in the side, this adventure to find the murderer's errand, seems to be not so boring. Ding! Detected the host actively approaching a woman, triggering minor harassment behavior. The target did not explicitly resist, evil value +5. Su Meng was slightly stunned when she felt the warm breath coming from her side, and the arm that was almost pressed up. Her intention was to remind the other party to be careful and on guard, but she did not expect Li Qingxian to stick so close. The distance made her a little uncomfortable, and a quiet blush rose to her ears. However, looking at Li Qingxuan's frank expression, it was hard to say anything more. Only slightly stiffly could he continue on. In his heart, he secretly pondered that Dr. Li was not as honest as he appeared to be. Wang Kuei, who was walking at the front, and the few magistrates under him, obviously also felt the weird atmosphere in the mountains. Although they didn't say anything with their mouths, their hands holding their belt knives unconsciously gripped a little tighter. Footsteps slowed as well, and he surveyed his surroundings warily. The mountain road was rugged, and the group walked for about half an hour or so. There wasn't even a ghostly shadow to be seen, except for an increasingly oppressive atmosphere and a few marks that looked like wild animals had plowed through them. Wang Kuei's patience was gradually running out as he stopped in his tracks. Turning back to Li Qingxian, who had fallen behind, his face held an obvious question, Sir, namely, "Didn't you say there were zombies? Where are the zombies? This is almost to the top of the mountain, and I haven't even seen a single hair." "I think you're simply talking nonsense and alarmist talk." He was already harboring a grudge because he had been robbed by Li Qingxian earlier. Now it's halfway down the wrong road. Even more so, he took all the fire out on Li Qingxuan's head. Li Qingxian sniffed, lazily raised his eyelids and glanced at him. "This zombie isn't your family's dog, can it still be tethered at the door waiting for you to come? It's common sense that they hide during the day and only come out at night to move around. Just because you can't find them now doesn't mean there aren't any." He paused, and his tone became even more beat up. "Besides, if you, Sheriff Wang, think that I am talking nonsense, you can bring people down the mountain right now. Anyway, I'm just a temporary helper, getting some hard-earned money. You are the court-appointed constable. If another person dies in Xinghe village, or if this zombie runs away to harm people elsewhere, I'm afraid I won't be the first one to be held accountable by His Excellency, the governor, if he is blamed for this, right?" A word of softness with hardness directly kicked the ball back, and also incidentally poked Wang Kuei's sore spot. "You!" Wang Kuei was choked to the point that his face turned blue and his chest rose and fell. The hand holding the hilt of the knife was bruised, and he couldn't wait to immediately pull out his knife and cut down this loquacious brat in front of him. However, Li Qingxuan's words made it impossible for him to refute them. The case of zombie haunting is not trivial. If it is not handled properly, he is afraid that the position of the head constable will not be able to keep. He clenched his teeth and forced down his anger, glaring viciously at Li Qingxian. Then he turned his head and shouted to his men, "All of you search carefully for me. Even if you turn this Black Wind Mountain upside down, you have to find out that harmful thing for me." The magistrates responded and began to spread out, searching more carefully for dense forests and possible caves to hide in on either side of the trail. However, Wang Kuei's words had just fallen. The change was steep. "Ah!" A scream of misery to the core. It came violently from the very back of the line. The crowd was creeped out and looked back in unison. Only the magistrate who walked at the very back to break the back was now trembling violently. The face was covered with extreme fear and pain. The neck was twisted at an eerie angle. And behind him, a figure appeared silently at some point. The figure was dry and thin and wore tattered clothing. The skin took on a dead, greenish-black color. The muscles in his face were stiff, his eyes were hollow and lifeless, and his mouth was wide open. 2 rows of sharp, black fangs were revealed. At the moment the pair of fangs were dead center on the aorta of the magistrate's neck. It made a toothsome gurgling noise and seemed to be voraciously sucking on something. It's a zombie. It was surprising that it had been following the group silently. Seek death. After a brief moment of shock, Wang Kuei was the first to react. With a roar, he jerked out his belt knife. The figure pounced like a cheetah. He's been chasing down tough guys for years, and he's really good at what he does. The blade flashed with a harsh wind sound. It slashed straight at the zombie's head. The zombie seemed to have sensed the danger and violently loosened its mouth, throwing the body of the magistrate, which had already softly collapsed, with its hand. Moving stiffly, he twisted his head and raised his arm, which was like a withered branch, to block. Clang! There was a crunching sound of gold and iron striking each other. Wang Kuei's imperative slash was actually blocked by the zombie's dry and thin arm. The blade slashed at it, leaving just a shallow white mark and sparks flying. What a hard hide! Wang Kuei was shocked in his heart, but his hands did not stop moving. With a twist of the wrist, the blade slashed downward in a smooth motion, chopping at the zombie's neck. The zombie's reaction was also extremely fast, and his body shape was short, narrowly avoiding it. At the same time, it opened its bloody mouth with a foul-smelling black gas. Bite towards Wang Kuei's arm. Seeing that his arm was about to be bitten, he hastily withdrew his sword and pulled back, narrowly avoiding the fishy maw. The zombie missed with one blow and immediately pounced again. Seeing this, the rest of the Yaman, although fearful in their hearts, but also knowing the truth that lips die with teeth, have the courage to brandish their waste swords and water fire sticks to surround them. However, ordinary swords and knives cut on the zombie body. It is like scratching an itch, even white marks are difficult to leave. On the contrary, 2 government officials could not dodge in time and were swept by the zombie's sharp claws, and their skin was instantly split open. Screaming miserably, he flew backwards, seeing that he could not survive. Waste. A bunch of wastes. Seeing this, Wang Kuei was furious, but there was nothing he could do. The damn thing is invulnerable to knives and guns, and it's powerful. It simply wasn't something that they, the mortal force, could easily deal with. Just when Wang Kuei was so anxious that he even had a feeling of withdrawal. Li Qingxian, who had been standing at the back as if it was none of his business, had his eyes slightly condensed. With a thought, he quietly operated the lookout technique. For a moment, the world in front of him seemed to change subtly. That zombie was no longer a mere monster in his eyes. A faint layer of greenish-black aura rose on its body surface. Between the surges of air, the trajectory of its energy flow was revealed. The airflow in most of the area was unusually thick and solid, except in the location to the left of the heart, where the greenish-black aura was obviously much thinner, vaguely revealing what appears to be a slightly different muscular coloration underneath. Target: low-order jumping stiffs. Focal point: incomplete condensation of corpse chi. There is still a trace of undeveloped vitality at the heart orifice, which is the core of the whole body, driven by the convergence of the most in corpse chi, and is also the weakest point of its defense. Weakness: 3 inches to the left of the heart. Detailed information instantly flooded into Li Qingxuan's mind. The heart and mouth is where its hood is. Seeing that Wang Kuei was once again forced back by the zombie and was in a sorry state, Li Qingxuan's voice rang out at the right time. Sheriff Wang, how many times have I told you to use your head when things go wrong? What's the use of just chopping off heads? Is it made of iron? Wang Kuei was already holding fire, and when he heard this, he was even more furious and turned around to curse. However, he heard Li Qingxian continue, cut its left heart, 3 inches down. That's where its lifeblood is. Ding. Trigger key combat pointers, target has medium likelihood of adoption, predicted to gain +10 to the bad act value. Wang Kuei froze and subconsciously looked in the direction of Li Qingxuan's finger. Although he would take Li Qingxuan's words with a grain of salt. It even felt like the kid might be playing him. But the situation at hand was no better for him. Kid. Believe you once. Wang Kuei clenched his teeth and beat a dead horse. The left hand pushed the back of the blade violently, and the waist powered up. The whole person used the force to retreat backward sharply. At the same time, his right wrist flipped and the tip of the knife went upwards, viciously stabbing at the zombie's heart socket. Put. This time, the tip of the knife finally pierced into the zombie's body. But it felt like poking into a tough piece of leather with great resistance. The zombie let out an inhuman hiss, his body struggled violently, and his two sharp claws frantically grabbed at Wang Kuei. Wang Kuei's eyes were stern as he fiercely poured his inner strength into the blade and twisted it with force. Ka-ching! There was a crunching sound that seemed to be the sound of bones breaking. Chapter 59. Don't be too happy, the big one is still to come. That zombie's movement stalled violently, and the ferocious light in its eyes quickly dimmed. Eventually flopped down and fell straight to the ground. There was Wang Kuei's saber stuck in his chest, and a black, fishy liquid slowly flowed out. The surrounding magistrates then reacted. They all gathered around, their swords and knives pointed at the zombies on the ground, with a look of fear on their faces. Wang Kuei pulled out his saber, looked at the zombies on the ground that were no longer moving, and heaved a few breaths. The face was still in a state of shock. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and then grunted coldly. With a few moments of hindsight and arrogance, he looked at Li Qingxian. See? What zombie, in front of the sheriff, it's nothing more than that. He tried to save the face he had just lost. Li Qingxian, however, ignored his bragging. Slowly stepping forward, he crouched down to take a closer look at the zombie and the dead magistrate. He frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "Don't get too happy too soon." He pointed at the corpse of the zombie on the ground, and then pointed at the magistrate in the distance whose neck had been bitten off. Uncle Lu said before that around Qing'an province, several similar cases have occurred, and the deceased were all drained of their essence blood. If the murderer is just this one zombie, how could it have committed several crimes at the same time in a short period of time, in several places far apart from each other? And he stood up and swept his gaze over the gloomy dense forest around him. The fiend corpse chi in this mountain is so dense, it is definitely not something that an ordinary zombie can form. I suspect that this zombie, I'm afraid that it just got separated, or maybe, the real big head, is still hidden deeper. The smug look on Wang Kuei's face instantly froze. He looked at his men on the ground who were in a miserable state of death. Thinking about Li Qingxuan's words again, his face became cloudy. As much as he hated to admit it, the boy's words did have some truth to them. And it wasn't just with him reminding. He wouldn't have one so easily. If there really are more zombies. He was silent for a moment, and a flash of viciousness flashed in his eyes. In the end, he still made a decision and gritted his teeth. That's right. It's better to kill the wrong person than to let them go. Continue searching. Search this Black Wind Mountain for me inch by inch. I don't believe that I won't be able to find their lair. Taking advantage of the gap when Wang Kuei redeployed his manpower and ordered the magistrates to work in groups of 2 to expand their search. Li Qingxian quietly pulled over Uncle Lu and took out the things he had asked him to prepare earlier. A small bag of crystal clear glutinous rice and a vial of bright red colored rooster blood. A small packet of vermilion sand, and a bundle of thin black thread dipped in an inkwell. And several bundles of strong twine. Uncle Lu, these things, you take some of them. Li Qingxian distributed some of the glutinous rice, vermilion sand and chicken blood to Uncle Lu. In case you come across that thing again later, remember that the glutinous rice sprinkled on them can burn them, and the chicken blood and vermilion sand also have a restraining effect. Murdoch lines. Might be able to trap them, rope for binding. He shared some more with Su Meng next to him. Keep a copy for yourself and put it away carefully. Uncle Lu looked at the few things in his hand, skepticism written all over his face. Qingxian, just these things? Can you deal with a zombie that can't even be hurt by a knife or a gun? I've lived most of my life, but I've never heard that glutinous rice can also catch ghosts. Uncle Lu, trust me. Li Qingxian patted his shoulder, his eyes carrying certainty. How could ninth uncle lie to me? These things, they can save lives at critical moments. Who is ninth uncle? Uncle Lu asked suspiciously. A very powerful one, just ignore that and take it. Looking at Li Qingxuan's serious expression, Uncle Lu still muttered in his heart though. But in the end, he still nodded and put the things away carefully. Good, Uncle Lu trusts you. Su Meng received the items and glanced at Li Qingxian without saying a word, only placing those items close to her body with meticulous movements. She didn't fully understand the principles of these mundane things though. However, she believed that Li Qingxian would not be aimless. Just then. Not far ahead, a government official in charge of searching the mountain forest on the left side suddenly let out a cry of alarm. Sheriff! Come and see! There's something here! The crowd's spirits lifted and they immediately rushed over following the sound. Only to see that the magistrate was standing in front of a steep mountain wall that was almost completely covered by dense vines and weeds, pointing at the ground. Pushing aside the weeds, a dark hole appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The hole was small, just enough for one person to bend down and enter. The dirt around the hole showed obvious signs of trampling and was very messy, like something had been in and out of it on a regular basis. More importantly, a chilly corpse aura that was several times thicker than before. It was diffusing out from the depths of that hole in a steady stream. It's unnerving. Wan Kuei walked to the entrance of the cave and felt the piercing coldness and the heavy corpse aura. The eyes instantly became incomparably sharp, flashing with a cold aura. Can't be wrong. This must be that zombie's lair, he said with a certainty in his tone, and then drank to his men. You two, go in and see what's going on. The faces of the two magistrates who were named immediately turned white, and their legs and stomachs trembled a little. But the orders of the constable did not dare to disobey, and they could only harden their heads and strengthen each other's courage. Drawing his belt knife, he warily burrowed into the cavern. The cavern was pitch black and out of reach. The two men lit their fire folders, and the faint glow only illuminated a small area in front of them. They took a dozen steps forward cautiously. The discovery of what appeared to be a downward sloping passageway inside revealed nothing out of the ordinary for the time being, except for the cold and dampness. No movement was heard either. Capture. Captor, inside. There seems to be no one. Inside, one of the Yaman shouted in a trembling voice to the cave entrance. Wang Kuei listened outside the cave for a moment. Confirming that there was indeed no sound of fighting or hissing inside, he then put his heart down and waved his hand. Good. Everyone, follow me down. Make sure to eliminate these evil creatures in one fell swoop. With that, he took the lead and bent down into the cave. The rest of the Yaman could only follow with a stiff upper lip. Li Qingxian, Su Meng, and Uncle Lu exchanged glances and followed closely behind. The passageway inside the cave was a bit more spacious than expected, but it was only big enough for two people to walk side by side. The ground was uneven and rocky, covered in slippery moss. The faint glow of the firefold jumped in the darkness, stretching the shadows of the crowd. Projected on the rock face like a ghost with teeth and claws. The passageway sloped all the way down and around in 7 different directions, as if there was no end to it. The surrounding area was awfully quiet, with only the heavy breathing and footsteps of the crowd echoing in the narrow space. Li Qingxian followed closely behind Su Meng, vigilantly observing the surroundings while secretly operating the lookout character technique. In the field of vision, the yin and corpse chi in front of them was like a substantial fog, churning endlessly. Su Meng walked in front of him. Her figure was slender but her gait was steady. In his hand at some point, there was an additional short dagger with a cold light. Apparently on high alert as well. Uncle Lu, on the other hand, followed closely behind Li Qingxian. His face was white, and his hands were full of cold sweat as he gripped his waistplate. His mouth kept whispering, Amat Ba Buddha, ancestor blessing. Wang Kuei and the magistrates under him walked at the front. Although they also all looked nervous, but after all, they were officials and forced themselves to be calm. Holding up his torch and sword, he explored deeper into the darkness, step by step. It took about an incense stick of time to walk. Ahead opens up. Chapter 60, The Cave of Frights, Taiji Corpse Nurturing Ground. An extremely huge underground cavern appeared in front of the crowd. The cavern is much wider than anyone could have imagined. The light from the torches only illuminated a corner of the rim, while the deeper parts were hidden in an unbelievably thick darkness. The top of the cave is extremely high, with stalactites hanging down upside down like sharp swords. The shapes are varied and hideous. And most striking of all, the floor in the center of the cavern. The area appeared to have been artificially groomed, presenting a huge and regular circular platform. The floor of the platform was actually made of a pitch-black stone similar to obsidian, and a material that looked like it was pressed from bone powder. In black and white, where the eyes of the yin and yang fish are 2 deep, bottomless holes. Wisps of black gas escaped from it. It made the whole pattern look evil. What kind of place is this? A magistrate looked at the huge Taiji diagram and couldn't help but stagger. Could it be some kind of cult altar? Whatever relic it is. All be careful. Wang Kuei droned in a deep voice, his eyes sharply scanning the empty cave. The corpse chi is so heavy here, that gang must be hiding around here. The crowd stepped carefully onto the edge of that Tai Chi pattern and spread out in a fan shape, warily surveying the darkness around them. Aside from the bizarre Taiji platform in the center, the entire cavern looked empty and there was no sign of zombies. Just as the crowd slightly relaxed their guard, thinking that the zombies might be hiding in other caves deeper down, Li Qingxian suddenly felt his scalp tingle. It's not right. The corpse chi here was so thick that it had almost condensed into substance, but it was unusually calm. He subconsciously looked up. Look into the darkness at the top of the cave. At this glance, even with his boldness, he instantly felt a chill go straight from the soles of his feet to the sky, and his sweaty hairs exploded all over his body. Only to see that above the dark cave roof, densely packed and shadowed, there were actually countless humanoid objects tightly wrapped in tattered white corpse cloth hanging. Those corpse cloths were wrapped tightly, like a huge cocoon, suspended in the air by some sort of black vine or rope. It swayed gently with the cave-heavy breeze. The number was so large that, at a rough estimate, there were at least hundreds of them. They are not arranged irregularly. Yet almost the entire roof of the cave directly above the Taiji platform was covered. The corpse chi that was so thick that it couldn't be melted was emanating from these hanging cocoons. Li Qingxuan's throat went a little dry and he violently reached out. One tugged at Su Meng's sleeve beside him. Fingers trembling, he pointed to the top of his head, while making a quick gesture of silence, signaling her to never make a sound. Su Meng looked up in the direction of his finger and her cool pupils suddenly contracted. Even though she had seen a lot of things, she was still shocked by the horrifying and overwhelming sight in front of her, and she sucked in a breath of cold air. Nearly lost my voice in shock. She instantly realized what the hangings were. Where is this zombie lair? This is clearly a carefully laid out place to raise a corpse. A giant zombie hatchery. Seeing the difference between Li Qingxian and Su Meng, Uncle Lu also looked up curiously. When he looked at the densely packed hanging corpses at the top of the cave, I was so scared that I almost screamed mama. The whole man shook like a sieve. Li Qingxian was quick on his feet and covered his mouth, stifling that terrified scream, while whispering a warning, "Don't make a sound. Don't make a sound if you want to live." The commotion over here immediately caught Wang Kuei's attention. He frowned and walked over, asking impatiently, "What are you three sneaking around for?" Found. He was halfway through his sentence. Also following Li Qingxuan's gaze, he looked up. In the next second, the impatience on Wang Kuei's face instantly turned into extreme horror. His entire body froze in place, his pupils dilated and his mouth slightly open. A ho-ho sound came from his throat. Apparently also frightened by the horrible sight. Those magistrates under him also looked up, followed by a dead silence. Gulp. It was the sound of someone gagging. Hundreds of zombies. And it was artificially hoisted. This number, this battle. Not to mention the mere 10 or so of them, or even 100 more officers and soldiers. I'm afraid it's a total loss. Withdraw. Quickly. Wang Kuei finally reacted from his shock. The voices were out of tune, with uncontrollable fear. Lowering his voice, he gestured frantically at his men, signaling them to return immediately and silently the way they came. It's too dangerous here. One more second is a death sentence. The crowd woke up as if from a dream. Where would they dare to hesitate? One blanched and tiptoed. Not a breath of air. Carefully, he moved toward the mouth of the passage from which he had come. Each step was incredibly difficult, for fear of making the slightest sound. It woke up those sleeping horrible beings overhead. The silence in the cavern, at the moment, turned directly into the most terrible torture, weighing people down. Li Qingxian, Su Meng and Uncle Lu were also mixed in the crowd, nervously retreating backwards. Li Qingxuan's heart thumped. He knew that he had really stirred up a hornet's nest this time. The number of zombies and the weirdness of this Black Wind Mountain far exceeded his expectations. However, fear of what is to come. Not even a few steps up. A magistrate walking in the middle of the group. Suddenly it felt as if my ankle had been touched by something sticky. He was shocked and subconsciously looked down. This look almost scared him out of his wits. Only a withered ghostly hand covered in greenish-black skin with long, black nails was visible. At some point, it reached out from the gap at the edge of the taijutsu. Was gripping his ankles tightly. Follow the ghostly hand toward the slit. A rotting face was slowly lifting from the darkness. Hollow orbs stared at him dead in the face. A hideous grin spread across the corners of his mouth. It was one that had been buried at the edge of the platform for some unknown reason. Maybe even zombies with only the top half of their bodies left. It's not hanging on by a thread. Ghosts. The magistrate could no longer suppress the fear within him, letting out a heartbreaking scream. That scream. Like a boulder thrown into a calm lake. The dead silence was broken in an instant. Dang. As if some kind of signal had been triggered, the entire cavern shook violently. Immediately afterward, the huge taiji pattern on the ground unexpectedly began to slowly rotate. Black and white light flashed alternately. An even more violent aura filled the air. Buzz off! There was a toothsome scuffling and the sound of chains rattling overhead. Not good. Li Qingxian gave a cry of badness in his heart. The words were not yet spoken. Poof! 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 Like dumplings ringing one after another. Those corpse cloth cocoons hanging on the roof of the cave were surprisingly like ripe fruits, breaking free one after another. With the dull sound of breaking wind. From the sky. They landed heavily on the taiji platform, the corpse cloth shattering instantly. Revealing the zombie bodies of various shapes and sizes inside. Some were tall and lanky, some were short and dry and thin, and some were missing arms and legs. But without exception, they all exuded a rich corpse aura and a ferocious aura. They struggle up from the ground. The empty eyes instantly lit up with a bloodthirsty red light. In unison, they turned to the panicked group of living people on the platform. In the blink of an eye, dozens of zombies swarmed, surrounding Wang Kuei and the others in the center of the taiji platform. More cocoons are falling in the aftermath. Asshole! Wang Kuei was so furious that he turned back and slapped the screaming Yama hard in the face, directly knocking him over on the ground, roaring, "I'll kill you! But say this now." Apparently it was too late. Chapter 61 Sick Beauty draws her sword. Su Meng's hidden strength. Roar! The surrounding zombies let out bursts of roars, swooping towards the besieged crowd like a tidal wave. They are stiff in their movements, yet extremely fast. The nails were like steel claws and the fangs glinted with a cold light. Formation. Hold on. Wang Kuei was an experienced constable after all. Though frightened, he did not completely lose his head and immediately drew his sword and roared, commanding his men to form a simple defensive circle back to back. The magistrates also knew that this was a life and death situation. They have drawn their swords and summoned up their last courage. Met the lunging zombie. Clank, clank, clank. Put. Ah! The weapon collided with the hard body of the zombie, making a piercing sound. Swords and knives slashed at those zombies, often only leaving a white mark, or just cutting through a bit of flesh. There is no way to do fatal damage. The zombies' sharp claws and fangs, on the other hand, could easily tear apart the magistrates' bodies. The screams continued to ring out. In a single glance, 2 magistrates were pounced on by the zombies. Instantly torn to pieces by the swarming zombies. Blood and guts flowed all over the place. These zombies, with their thick skin and strength, are simply killing machines. Wang Kuei waved his saber and struggled to cut over a zombie that lunged close. But more zombies swarmed defiantly, pressing the circle of defense smaller and smaller. He himself was swept in the shoulder by a zombie's sharp claw, leaving several deep, visible wounds. Blood is flowing. Uncle Lu was so scared that his legs softened a few points, hiding behind Li Qingxian and shivering. Just then, Su Meng, who had been standing silently behind Li Qingxuan's side, moved. She had kept her eyes lowered earlier, her long lashes hiding the emotions in them. It was like a delicate flower fluttering in the storm. But just as a scowling zombie hissed, sharp claws broke through the blade of a magistrate who was desperately trying to block. When he was about to dig into the back of the shivering Uncle Lu's heart, a cold light faster than lightning appeared. Pust! The slight sound of entering flesh rang out, almost drowned out by the shouts of murder around them. The zombie's forward lunge lurched. The outstretched paw stopped in mid-air. It was only inches away from Uncle Lu's back. Immediately after that, its head tilted to the side at a weird angle. A short, blackened dagger didn't reach the hilt where the neck bone joined. Su Meng didn't know when she had moved to the side of Uncle Lu. Her wrist holding the dagger flicked and the dagger drew out, bringing out a dark shower of fishy blood. The zombie's huge body fell to the ground with a loud thud and no more sound. The entire movement was as fast as lightning, clean, and even carried a strange beauty. Uncle Lu turned back in shock, only to see a few spots of stained blood on Su Meng's cool and absolutely beautiful face. The eyes, however, were calm. It was as if he had just swatted a fly with his hand. Li Qingxuan's pupils shrunk slightly. He had always thought that Su Meng was just an ordinary little demon with a weak body and bones, and at best had a better mind. But the scene in front of him completely overturned his perception. Where's the tenderness in that? This is clearly a master of killing. Without waiting for Li Qingxian to think carefully, 2 more zombies came from the left and right. Sumeng lotus feet lightly point, body shape like a willow in the wind fluttering, easily avoided the zombie's clumsy pouncing. The short dagger in her hand was like the fangs of a viper. Always at the most incredible angles. Stabbed the zombie in the vitals. Poof. Poof. There were 2 more soft sounds, and those 2 zombies planted themselves on the ground almost simultaneously. One was impaled through the eye socket and the other through the cranial cavity from the jaw. All of them were killed in one blow. There was nothing superfluous in her movements, and every strike was precise and efficient. It was a stark contrast to the wretched sight of the surrounding magistrates who could only leave shallow wounds on the zombie's body with all their might. In a short moment, 5 or 6 zombies had already fallen under her dagger. The corners of Li Qingxuan's eyes twitched as he watched. He recalled Su Meng's usual sickly, gasping for breath when he took a few steps. And then look at this kill zombies in front of him as if chopping vegetables, a heart straight to mutter, usually pretend to be sick, it is not to cheat food and drink, right? Ding! Detected the host's heart-generating unwarranted bellyaching towards his teammates, meeting the criteria for a minor evil act value +2. The sudden beep in his head caused the corner of Li Qingxuan's mouth to stiffen. Seeing that the number of zombies surrounding them was increasing, the crowd of constables had trouble coping. Li Qingxian knew that he couldn't wait any longer. He took a deep breath and violently pulled the bag of sticky rice out of his arms. Get out of the way, all of you! Boldly bellowing. Taking advantage of the opening when a zombie was temporarily forced back by Wang Kuei. Jerking the bag of sticky rice in his hand, he ripped it away, transporting the meager amount of true qi in his body. It was scattered violently towards the densest swarm of zombies in front of them. Wow! The snow-white glutinous rice is like a heavenly flower. It splashed down on the 7 or 8 zombies. Throttle, throttle, throttle. A piercing sound like boiling oil poured on a soldering iron erupted. Those zombies that were stained by the glutinous rice, as if they had been splashed with strong acid, bursts of black smoke immediately rose from their bodies. The skin corroded and festered at a rate visible to the naked eye, letting out an inhuman hiss of excruciating pain. They flung their bodies frantically, trying to get rid of the grains of rice. The momentum of the original humongous charge stalled. There were even a few that couldn't control themselves as they backed away from each other. In the hollow eyes that looked towards Li Qingxian, surprisingly, a hint of instinctive fear flowed out. There. Works. It really works. Uncle Lu looked dumbfounded, then ecstatic. Quick! Spread! Sumeng reacted extremely quickly and gave a clear shout. Without hesitation, he scattered his share of glutinous rice towards the zombie horde on the other side as well. Uncle Lu also hastened to follow suit. Shivering, he threw a stream of glutinous rice and vermilion sand towards the zombie in front of him. Even splashed the bottle of rooster blood right out. Snort! Ow! There were a few more mournful screams. Zombies stained by chicken blood and vermilion are equally agonized. Black aura rolled over his body. Movements become noticeably sluggish. These seemingly insignificant mundane things, but at this moment, it seems to have turned into a sharp weapon to restrain the zombies, directly reversing a precarious situation. The originally raging corpses were hardened and forced back a few steps. A brief gap was revealed. Wang Kuei and the few remaining magistrates looked at him with their eyes straightened for a few moments. It's amazing that it really does work so wonders. Good boy. Well done. Wang Kuei was surprised and delighted. While swinging his sword to hack back a zombie that was trying to come around, he couldn't help but shout at Li Qingxian. However, the brief respite did not last long. Although these zombies feared things like glutinous rice, there were just too many of them. And they seemed to be controlled by some kind of power. Extremely humongous. After a short period of confusion, driven by more falling zombies in the rear, they came up again in a mad rush. The glutinous rice and other things in Li Qingxuan's trio's hands were limited after all, and they soon consumed most of it, although it temporarily forced back the zombies in front of it. But the zombies on the sides and back had already closed in again. The envelope is getting smaller and smaller. Put! Another magistrate was unable to dodge and had his arm bitten off by a zombie. The screams fell to the ground and were instantly drowned out. Can't top it. Sheriff! We can't stand it anymore. The two remaining magistrates' faces were ashen, their voices tinged with tears. Wang Kuei looked at the hideous face that was getting closer and closer. Feel the sickening corpse breath. A flicker of despair and physical pain flashed in his eyes. With a sharp clench of his teeth, he pulled out an ancient bronze mirror covered in runes from his bosom. Fight! Wang Kuei had an extremely heartbroken expression on his face. This was a life-preserving magic weapon given by the Imperial Court for his great achievements back then. It can only be catalyzed once, and when it's used up, it's useless. But right now, if we don't fight for our lives, everyone will be accounted for. He violently poured his inner strength into the bronze mirror. Buzz! The copper mirror instantly erupted with a blinding and eye-catching golden light. The light rose up to the sky and then rippled out like water waves, forming a huge, translucent golden shroud of light. Well, Wang Kuei, Li Qingxian, Su Meng, Uncle Lu, and the only two remaining magistrates. It was tightly caged. Bang bang bang! The few zombies that rushed at the front crashed headfirst into the golden light shield, like hitting an invisible wall. They have been bounced back. Runes flowed on the golden light shield, emitting a brilliant and righteous aura. Let those zombies dare not approach. All you can do is hiss anxiously outside. Phew! Saved. Uncle Lu sat on his butt on the ground, panting heavily. The two surviving magistrates were also in shock. Leaning against the inner wall of the light shield, his heart palpitated. Wang Kuei looked at the copper mirror in his hand whose light had dimmed. The heart was pumping with pain. Just at the instant this golden barrier appeared, Li Qingxuan's eyes flashed with an exquisite light. Good chance! Without any hesitation, he immediately pulled out all the remaining glutinous rice on his body in a single stream, taking advantage of the gap in the light shield that temporarily isolated the zombies. The fly was scattered around the inside of the light shield. Only after doing this did Li Qingxian let out a slight sigh of relief. Although the golden light shield was powerful, looking at Wang Kuei's meaty expression and the cracks on the bronze mirror, it was obvious that it wouldn't be able to support him for long. Must find a way to break out in this limited time. Or find a solution to these zombies. At this moment, outside the light shield, the densely packed zombies had completely surrounded them. It was so black it was numbing to watch. Everyone knew that the safety of the light shield was only temporary. Once the light shield shattered, they would once again face a frantic siege from the corpses. And this time, I'm afraid there are no more flukes. Chapter 62 I Don't Want to Die. Divine Dr. Li save me. Who? Uncle Lu sat on his butt, his face pale. Chest heaved violently, and his mouth subconsciously chanted, Amat Ba Buddha. Amat Ba Buddha. This time I can escape. I will definitely eat fasting and recite Buddha. The two surviving magistrates were also in shock. Bathed in blood, he leaned against the inner wall of the light shield, panting heavily, his eyes lax. Obviously scared out of their wits by the gruesome killings and deaths of their companions just now. Wang Kuei's face turned blue and his eyes flickered as he looked around. Seems to be looking for a breakthrough. Li Qingxian quickly swept around. The golden light shield was temporarily blocking the zombies though. But the cave was like a huge cage, and they were still trapped here. He looked at Wang Kuei and asked, Sheriff Wang, can this light cover move after us? Wang Kuei glared at him in an unfavorable manner, his tone tinged with meat pain. What kind of treasure do you think this is? A one-time thing. Once it's energized, it's fixed here, it can't move. Then, what do we do? Hearing this, Uncle Lu's heart that had just been put down lifted again, his voice carrying a sobbing tone. When this light cover breaks, won't we? Li Qingxuan's brows tightened as his gaze turned to Su Meng, who had been silent. She stood there, her posture still frail, her cool face stained with a few spots of zombie blood. The eyes, however, were unusually calm, as if they were observing something. Li Qingxian lowered his voice and asked, Miss Su, do you have any solutions? Su Meng raised her eyes, her cool gaze sweeping over the densely packed zombies around her. Another look at the dark roof of the cave overhead where a number of corpse cocoons still hung. It finally landed on Li Qingxian. She nodded slightly, her voice soft, yes. But? She paused, seemed a bit hesitant, and finally said, I can only take you alone. Li Qingxian was stunned. Take him alone? He subconsciously looked at the paralyzed Uncle Lu, at the two stunned magistrates, and at the ugly Wang Kuei. This is first as the last alternative. Li Qingxian gave a dry cough and avoided Su Meng's gaze. Let her run away with herself alone. Wang Kuei and the two constables didn't have much affection to speak of. But he couldn't do it leaving Uncle Lu for dead. He couldn't get over that hurdle in his heart. What's more, the system mission also requires finding out the truth and dealing with the source zombie. What's the point of running away? Just then, a scream broke the temporary calm. Ah! Old Zhang. Your shoulder. It was only that one of the two surviving magistrates, a slightly shorter one, was pointing at the right shoulder of the other taller magistrate, with horror written all over his face. The crowd sniffed. Seeing that the clothes at the right shoulder of the magistrate known as Old Zhang were torn, revealing several claw marks underneath that were deep enough to be seen on the bone. The flesh around the wound had taken on an abnormal greenish-black color. You were bitten? Wang Kuei's pupils shrunk, recalling the chaos before the light shield closed just now, and he asked in a stern voice. That Old Zhang's face instantly turned as white as paper. Panic covered the wound on his right shoulder with his left hand. Eyes averted, forced himself to calm down and said, No. Nothing. Sheriff. It's just a skin wound, it won't get in the way. I'll just slow down for a while, definitely won't drag everyone down. Bitten by a zombie. I heard that. I heard that you will soon turn into a zombie. Another magistrate looked at the black gas on Lao Zhang's shoulder, trembling with fear and muttering. The words were like igniting a powder keg. Wang Kuei's gaze suddenly became sharp as he stared at Old Zhang, his eyes flickering. He approached Old Zhang step by step, completely ignoring the other party's horrified eyes and constantly retreating steps. Sheriff. I am really fine. Old Zhang's voice carried a plea. Wang Kuei, however, surged forward. One grabbed Old Zhang's hand covering the wound and ripped it away with force. Snort. Even the clothing around the wound was torn. The hideous wounds and the spreading black gas were clearly exposed to the public. It really is corpse poison. A hint of viciousness flashed in Wang Kuei's eyes. No. Trapper. Spare me. I can hold on. I can definitely hold on. Old Zhang completely panicked and fell to his knees with a plop, hugging Wang Kuei's thigh. Sheriff. Seeing as I have followed you for so many years, I beg you. Old Zhang. Wang Kuei looked at his subordinate who was kneeling on the ground and begging bitterly, but a chilling smile appeared on his face. He patted Old Zhang's shoulder, and his tone actually carried a bit of gentleness. You've been with me for 5 years, right? Dedicated, done a lot of work for me, and taken a lot of thunder. A good brother. When Old Zhang heard this, a glimmer of hope lit up in his eyes. Sheriff. Since we are good brothers. Wang Kuei's words changed, and his smile turned morose. Then let's do one last favor for a brother, okay? The hope on Old Zhang's face instantly solidified, replaced by boundless fear and despair. He fiercely understood Wang Kuei's meaning. No. Sheriff. I have a wife and children at home. They can't live without me. Please spare my life. I don't want to die. I don't want to become one of those ghosts. Old Zhang cowed out frantically, his forehead bleeding on the hard stone floor, snot and tears streaming down his face. Seeing that Wang Kuei's eyes were fierce, he was about to kill. Li Qingxian frowned and spoke out, Wait. Wang Kuei moved and turned his head to look at him with unkind eyes. What is it that Mr. Li wants to teach? Could it be that you want to save him? The tone of his voice held a few hints of sarcasm and caution. A person who may not even have enough to defend himself, still wants to meddle? That Old Zhang who was kneeling on the ground was like grabbing the last straw. Snapping his head up to look at Li Qingxian, a strong desire for survival erupted in his eyes. Mr. Li. Divine Dr. Li. You must have a solution, don't you? I beg you to save me. I don't want to die. I kowtow to you. As he shouted, he was about to crawl over towards Li Qingxuan's side to kowtow. Don't move. Li Qingxian chided, stopping him. The wound will tear even more and the black qi will spread even faster. Do you want to turn into a zombie sooner? Old Zhang instantly froze, not daring to move again. Just looking at him with eyes full of hope and fear. Li Qingxian ignored Wang Kuei's impatient expression. Walk over to Old Chang and crouch down. He wasn't a lousy person, but one death now was one less power. Most of all, he wanted to confirm with his own eyes just how overbearing this zombie poison was. This may be the key information to accomplish the system's mission. He reached down and plucked the tattered clothing from old Chang's shoulders. Look closely at the bone-deep claw marks. The flesh at the edge of the wound and hardened and lost its vitality. Several strands of black chi, thinner than a hair, like living creatures, were doggedly following the subcutaneous veins and drilling towards the heart and dantian. Not fast, but extremely tough. Li Qingxian stretched out his finger and carefully probed at the edge of that black gas. A cold, prickly sensation came from his fingertips. It also carries a strong corrosive flavor. Well, Duke Li. Wang Kuei asked in a deep voice, his grip on the knife tightening again. See clearly? This kind of evil poison, there's no cure at all. Don't waste your time. Li Qingxian pondered for a moment. Looking at old Zhang's eyes that were filled with a desire to live, he finally nodded, there is salvation. Chapter 63, Good Brothers? Sending you to feed the zombies. Li Qingxian did not say much. Quickly taking out the needle pouch from his pocket, he twisted out several slender silver needles. Fingertips deftly flying, the silver needle accurately pierced the old Zhang shoulder well, suchi and other key points. The end of the needle trembles slightly. As a weak breath from his fingertips crossed in, those few strands of black chi that were still slowly writhing. As if nailed by an invisible force, the spreading momentum suddenly stalled. Well, Lao Zhang stifled a grunt, a pain, but also with a hint of relief. He could feel the uncomfortable force in his shoulder like it was being suppressed. Fine beads of sweat seeped out from the corners of Li Qingxuan's forehead as he whispered, luckily, the Spirit Pivot 9 needles proficiency was added quite a bit before, otherwise it really wouldn't have been able to hold up to such a needle application. He looked to the side at Uncle Lu. Uncle Lu, give me a hand, let him lie flat, don't move, I need to force the remaining poison out of the wound with a massage technique, this process cannot be interrupted. Uncle Lu rushed forward to help. The footsteps haven't fallen yet. Buzz off. The taijutsu underneath his feet, which had been spinning at an extremely high speed, lurched without warning. The light dimmed instantly. The spinning came to an abrupt end. Immediately afterward, a chill and violent aura that far exceeded the previous one. Pouring down from above. The pressure was so intense that it sent shivers down one's spine. Ka-ching! There was a sound of breaking stone from the roof. One that was several times more massive than the corpse cocoons birthed by those zombies before. A huge cocoon of flesh that appeared a dirty gray-black color. It came crashing down with the sound of breaking wind. It smashed heavily into the open space that was no more than 10 feet away from the crowd. The ground was shaken, stirring up a large amount of smoke and dust. Not good. Su Meng has been vigilantly observing the surroundings. At this moment her face changed dramatically, and she lost her voice and exclaimed, that is the Corpse King Mother Cocoon. Must retreat quickly. Corpse King? When Wan Kuei heard these two words, he instantly exploded, the blood on his face fading to nothing. Rumor had it that the Corpse King was at least an existence of the Jindan realm. Its strength was simply not something that their group could fight against. To stay is to wait for death. Fear instantly consumed his sanity. Almost on instinct, he jerked sideways. Using his shoulder, he ruthlessly slammed into Li Qingxian, who was preparing to perform a push. Li Qingxuan's mind was mostly immersed in how to channel his internal breath to fight against the corpse poison at the moment. Plus the sudden change of events and the Corpse King's pressure shook his mind. I didn't expect Wang Kuei to make a sudden move. Boo! He stumbled at the force and almost fell. The breath that had just condensed in his body also dispersed. It's right in the middle of this lightning bolt. A hint of madness and determination flashed in Wang Kuei's eyes. He probed his hand like lightning and grabbed old Zhang, who had just been helped to lie down. Using his whole body strength, he actually threw the more than 100 pounds of Han like a broken sack. Toward the corpses outside, which were becoming more and more frenzied due to the appearance of the Corpse King, he flung it over fiercely. Old Zhang. Wang Kuei's voice carries a hypocritical sinking pain, go at ease. Your wife and child, brother, I will help you look after them in the future. Old Zhang was in mid-air, and the fire of hope that had just been lit was completely doused by this sudden betrayal. His eyes widened as he looked at the former boss. Now it's the catcher who pushed him into hell with his own hands. A monstrous hatred surged to his heart. Eyes wide open. Using his last breath, he let out a desperate hiss, Wang Kuei. You despicable villain. You shall not die a good death. I won't let you go even as a ghost. The roar had not yet fallen. His entire body was then completely drowned by the zombies swarming below. The mournful screams lasted only an instant. It was then replaced by the teeth-crunching sounds of breaking bones and chewing. Li Qingxian staggered and stabilized himself just in time to see the final scene of old Zhang being engulfed by the corpses. An uncontrollable anger rushed to the top of his head like a volcano erupting. It burned his eyes red. He jerked around. Rushing to Wang Kuei in 3 steps, he raised his hand without hesitation. Pow! A loud slap slapped Wang Kuei hard on his face. The force was so great that it not only made 5 clear fingerprints. It even caused blood to spill from the corner of Wang Kuei's mouth. The whole thing stumbled and almost fell over. What the are you doing? Li Qingxuan's voice was a little hoarse from his extreme anger. He pointed in the direction of the corpses, his chest heaving violently. I clearly could save him. I said I could save him. Why did you do that? Wang Kuei was confused by the slap. His face was hot and painful, and he was shocked and angry, with a fierce light in his eyes. Subconsciously, he went to touch the saber at his waist. You dare to hit me? Looking for death. Clank. Without waiting for him to draw his knife, a cold light flashed by. Su Meng didn't know when she had quietly approached. Her eyes were icy cold, and in her hand was an additional black dagger with a cold flashing light. The sharp tip of the blade rested precisely against Wang Kuei's wrist that was gripping the hilt of the knife. One more move and this hand will be ruined. The eyes were a few degrees colder than the surrounding yin qi. Wang Kuei's movements froze as he looked at the dagger against his vitals. Feel the piercing chill. His temper was shortened by half, but he still defended himself with a stern voice. Bull. We'll all die if we take him with us. The Corpse King is coming out. If we don't sacrifice him, none of us will survive. This is the only way. Don't believe. Don't believe you ask him. He hastily pointed his spear at the only remaining magistrate next to him. The magistrate's face was pale, his lips trembling and his eyes averted. One simply did not dare to meet Li Qingxuan's angry gaze. But in the end, he bowed his head slightly and gave a slight nod, obviously acquiescing to Wang Kuei's statement. Qingxian. Uncle Lu also anxiously pulled on Li Qingxuan's sleeve at this time and lowered his voice. A person can't come back from the dead. This is not the time to pursue this. Sheriff Wang He. He also did it for everyone. While old Zhang is attracted by the corpses, let us hurry to take advantage of the opportunity to break out. Any later and it'll be too late. When Wang Kuei saw this, a sneer of triumph appeared on his face. Humph. A woman's benevolence. If you guys don't leave, I won't wait to die. Before the words left his mouth, he violently retracted the hand technique of maintaining the light shield. The light golden light shield that originally enveloped several people was like a broken bubble. It instantly collapsed and disappeared. Without the barrier, the surrounding dense zombies were like hungry wolves that smelled blood and hissed with excitement. Instantly, it surged madly towards where the few of them were. You guys wait for death. Wang Kuei cursed, not caring if the others died or not. Turning around, he headed in the direction of the passage from which he had come, running wildly with all the strength he could muster. Go! Li Qingxuan's teeth clenched as he looked at the tidal wave of corpses. Now is not the time to get carried away. No one will be able to leave if we delay any longer. As he pulled Su Meng's wrist, he let out a low gulp. The two men no longer hesitated and immediately turned around. Toward the direction Wang Kuei had fled, he fought to break out. In the midst of running away, Li Qingxian could not help but look back at the place where old Zhang had just disappeared. The place had long been completely overwhelmed by the seething and twisting black figures. All that was left was a sickening grimace. He clenched his fist so hard his knuckles turned white. Will that powerlessness, suffocation, and monstrous anger? For the time being, it was forced down to the deepest recesses of the heart. Behind you is hell. Chapter 64, Losing the Bird's Nest. A ghostly hand from the ground. Hurry! Hurry! Wang Kuei ran at the front, hissing without looking back. He could clearly feel the necrotic aura behind him getting closer and closer. It was as if they could grab him by the back of the neck at any moment. The passage was narrow and slippery, and the torches had long since been extinguished in the chaos of earlier. Only the faint light of the sky coming in vaguely at the end of the passageway guided the way. Li Qingxian pulled Uncle Lu, whose legs and feet were weak, and ran with exceptional difficulty. After all, Uncle Lu was old and had just been frightened. At this moment, he was almost half dragged and half pulled forward by Li Qingxian. Su Meng followed closely behind Li Qingxian. She was significantly faster than the others, but did not escape alone. Instead, he deliberately slowed down. Keep a wary eye out for zombies coming up behind you. The last surviving magistrate had long been completely crushed by fear at this moment. Only knowing to mechanically move his legs, he rolled and crawled behind Wang Kuei. A whimper of uncertain significance escaped his lips. The zombie's speed, however, was far faster than they had imagined. Those things are tireless and powerful. Even though the movement is stiff, the advantage is all over the straight line chase. Heavy footsteps sounded behind them. It's getting closer and louder. Roar! A close growl made everyone die. Wang Kuei looked back in surprise. Only one of the fastest zombies could be seen, already chasing after the magistrate who had fallen behind the last. The black sharp claws were about to grab him in the back. A hint of viciousness flashed in Wang Kuei's eyes once again. Get thee out of here! He didn't hesitate at all. Slamming back on the run, he drew in his full strength. A hard kick to the back of the magistrate. Put! The magistrate didn't even have time to let out a single scream. Then he lunged straight forward, right into the path of the pursuing zombie. Ah! A belated scream rang out and was quickly drowned out by more zombies. That briefly got in the way. Once again, it bought a few precious seconds for a few people. Li Qingxian couldn't help but curse in a low voice as he watched with eyes wide open. This Wang Kuei is simply inhuman. It's amazing how they sacrifice their own men one after the other in order to stay alive. But at the moment, anger solves nothing. The exit of the passage is just ahead. It's their only hope for survival. Almost there. Li Qingxian clenched his teeth. Using all his strength, he practically carried Uncle Lu and rushed towards that light. Finally. The cave entrance is right in front of us. Outside were the overcast skies and familiar woods of Blackwind Mountain. I'll go first. Wang Kuei took the lead, using his hands and feet. Wolfie was the first to scurry out of the hole. It fell heavily onto the grass outside. Uncle Lu. Hold on tight. Li Qingxian couldn't care less about Wang Kuei and used all his strength to push Uncle Lu upwards. Uncle Lu's hands were busy picking at the edge of the hole. Su Meng was quick on her feet and reached out, yanking Uncle Lu up as well. Li Qingxian. Hurry! Su Meng immediately turned around and extended her hand towards Li Qingxian inside the cave. Li Qingxuan's feet powered up. He was about to use his strength to leap out of the hole. And the moment Su Meng's fingers were about to touch. Thumbs up! A withered ghostly hand covered in greenish-black skin. Without warning, it lurched out of the dirt at the edge of the hole. The hand did not come from the depths of the cave. Instead, it had been lurking under a shallow layer of dirt next to the cave entrance. It's fast as lightning. 5 fingers like iron pincers. As soon as he did, he grabbed the right ankle that Li Qingxian was about to raise. What? Li Qingxian only felt his ankles tighten. A tremendous amount of power came from it. Caught off guard, the whole person's center of gravity was off balance. With a cry of surprise, his body fell backwards uncontrollably. It fell back into the darkness of the cavern. Dr. Li. Su Meng's face changed dramatically. For the first time, the cool voice took on trepidation. No good. Wang Kuei, who had just climbed up, was also shocked when he saw the scene. He was almost reflexive. Put the copper mirror in his hand that was already cracked. Pressing down hard on top of the hole. Buzz. The remaining mana on the copper mirror was instantly energized. A golden light that was much dimmer than before lit up again. Like a lid, it deadened the entire cave. The reason why Wang Kuei did this was not because he wanted to save Li Qingxian, but because he was afraid that the zombies in the cave would follow and rush out. He had just stayed back when he lifted the light shield. It did not completely drain the energy from the copper mirror. It's to seal the hole at the moment. No! Su Meng's beautiful eyes instantly filled with icy cold when she saw that the hole was sealed. Without thinking, she moved her body. It was about to rush into the cave to save Li Qingxian. Bang! Her body crashed heavily on top of that golden light shield. It was bounced back hard. Open the light shield. Su Meng turned her head violently and stared at Wang Kuei dead in the face. The voice was cold and piercing, carrying an unprecedented killing intent. Wang Kuei was shocked by the murderous aura in her eyes and took a step back. But then he forced himself to calm down and sneered, "Open? This girl, are you confused? There are hundreds of zombies down there. If we open it now, we all have to die." He glanced at the hole that was sealed by the light shield, and a hint of quickness flashed in his eyes. "Besides, that kid surnamedly falling down will just give us a little time to procrastinate. We'd better hurry up and leave this hellish place while we can." "You seek death." Su Meng's aura suddenly became dangerous. "Xiying Xian. Xiying Xian." Uncle Lu, who had just been rescued, also reacted. Seeing Li Qingxian being dragged down and the cave entrance being sealed, his eyes reddened with anxiety. He lunged at Wang Kuei and grabbed his collar, his forehead veins rippling as he hissed, "Wang Kuei! You! Quickly open the hole! Let Qing Xian out! Old thing! Get lost!" Where was Wang Kuei's patience at this moment? With a fierce light in his eyes, he raised his foot and kicked Uncle Lu hard in the stomach. Uncle Lu stifled a grunt and was kicked backwards. Crashed into a tree. Both eyes rolled over and he directly fainted. "You!" When Su Meng saw that Wang Kuei even beat up Uncle Lu, the chill in her eyes increased. She stopped talking nonsense and her aura around her body changed violently. A demonic aura, if any, filled the air. Behind her, two furry snow-white foxtails appeared out of thin air, gently swaying. Her face was still cold and absolutely beautiful. But the corners of his eyes took on a hint of thrilling, demonic charm. It was as if a red aura flickered in the depths of his pupils. Swish! The short black dagger that was stained with the tainted blood of countless zombies once again appeared in her hand. The tip of the dagger was pointed at Wang Kuei from afar, and his icy voice was as if it came from the 9 specters, "Either, lift the light shield now. Either, you die now." Wang Kuei was first stunned by Su Meng's suddenly revealed true body of a two-tailed fox demon. Then he forced himself to calm down. He gripped the saber at his waist tightly and laughed coldly, "Fox demon? Humph. I thought it was some extraordinary character. I know you are somewhat capable, killing those brainless zombies is indeed powerful. But this sheriff is not made of clay either." His eyes flickered, quickly calculating, "Even if you can kill me, I'm afraid it will take a lot of maneuvering, and you'll have to get hurt yourself, right? By the time you have the kung fu to kill me, I'm afraid that Li Kid down there would have been chewed to the bone. Are you sure you want to fight me for a dead man?" Su Meng clenched her silver teeth and her fingertips trembled slightly. Although Wang Kuei's words were hard to hear, they poked at her. She could feel that she had expended quite a bit of her power earlier in order to suppress her injuries in the battle just now. Old injuries are showing vague signs of recurring. If he really fought Wang Kuei to a defeat, even if he killed him, he might not have the spare energy to break into that zombie cave to save people again. Li Qingxian had saved her life. There is even more virtue in recreation. Couldn't let him just die. In an instant, Su Meng made a decision. No longer paying attention to Wang Kuei, she violently turned around and condensed the little demonic power left in her entire body into her palm. A fierce palm slapped on top of the golden light shield that sealed the hole. Bang! The light shield shook violently. The golden light flashed, but did not shatter. Chapter 65 Divine Technique. The soul-snatching hand first showed its power. Su Meng stifled a grunt as a trace of blood spilled from the corner of her mouth, forcefully urging the demonic power to impact the light shield. It caused old wounds to be tugged at, causing her breath to go haywire. But her eyes were determined and her heart was racing. Li Qingxian was still down there. Gathering his strength again, he prepared to launch a second attack. Wang Kuei stood aside, holding his arms, a gloating sneer on his face, watching Su Meng attack the light shield. As far as he was concerned, this fox demon was just doing nothing. In the meantime, bang! A muffled sound. Deep in the cave, Li Qingxian was dragged by that ghostly hand. It tumbled all the way to the ground, and finally smashed back hard into that taiji platform. Roar! Roar! The surrounding zombies smelled the breath of the living. Immediately gather around. Red light danced in the empty sockets. It reeked of a sickening corpse. One step closer. Desperate times. Truly desperate. The smell of death was overwhelming. Li Qingxian fell to the ground. The fishy stench of the corpses almost condensed into substance and was sickening. On the ground, the remains of the zombies that had previously been decapitated by Su Meng and the magistrates. And the mutilated limbs and arms of those two unlucky magistrates. More than that, it made the scene like a sure hell. Grass. Played off. Li Qingxian cursed in his heart. The instinct to survive calmed him down instantly. A carp bounced off the ground. All the while darting around in the small cloth pouch that was all that was left on his person. The glutinous rice had long since been used up, and the vermilion sand was almost sprinkled. Luckily, I kept my eyes open just now. Didn't throw everything out in one fell swoop. He pulled out the remaining small half of the vial of rooster blood. A small bundle of black threads dipped in inkwells. There were also several bundles of sturdy twine. Time was running out, and there was no time for him to think about it. With a stern look in his eyes, Li Qingxian grabbed the half bottle of rooster blood and splashed it at one of the zombies rushing at the front. Snort! Fishy red chicken blood splattered on that zombie, corroding its skin like sulfuric acid. Gouts of black smoke rose. The zombie screamed miserably. There was a noticeable lull in the action. Taking advantage of this opening, Li Qingxian quickly shook the bundle of ink bucket threads apart. Centering himself, he quickly pulled and tangled the ground around him, trying to set up an improvised obstruction. Emodo thread contains masculine energy, which has a restraining effect on and evil things. Though it may not be possible to trap these ferocious zombies. But it will at least hinder them a little. At the same time, he threw the bundles of twine hard at the zombie hordes on both sides. Hopefully a few trips count. Doing all of this in barely a moment. But the zombies are just too many. After a short commotion, more zombies were close at hand. One of the zombies at the front opened its bloody mouth. With a fishy wind it bit towards Li Qingxuan's neck. Li Qingxuan's pupils shrunk violently and his body subconsciously leaned back. The fatal bite was narrowly avoided. At the same time, his right hand flipped and 3 silver needles were clasped between his fingers. Go! With a flick of his wrist, 3 cold rays of light shot towards the zombie's face, throat, and chest. This was his usual technique, and it was remarkably effective against the living. Poof. Put. Poof. 3 soft sounds of entering flesh rang out. The silver needle pierced into the zombie's body without any obstruction. Li Qingxian was delighted in his heart. The next second, however, his smile froze on his face. That zombie's movements, surprisingly, didn't pause for a second. It was as if it wasn't even itself that was being stabbed by the needle. It bobbed its head just a little, seeming a little puzzled. Then again, he snarled and lunged. Acupuncture points are useless against this thing? Li Qingxuan's heart sank. These zombies have long been dead things, relying on corpse chi and instinct to act. The meridian points of the human body are simply ornamental to them. This is big trouble. His best flying needles to break the acupoints tactic was directly wasted. Seeing that the zombie lunged again, Li Qingxuan's feet lashed out. The body slid away to the side. At the same time thoughts raced through his mind. Flying needles don't work. What about the others? He snapped to mind the other medical skill he had acquired from the system. Soul Snatcher's Hand. Stimulate the target's nerves with special techniques to interfere with his or her mind, and even control the mind for a short period of time. It's incredibly effective against the living, but it's also not very consuming. Not sure about these soulless zombies. Did it work? A dead horse is a dead horse. Just the moment he ducked out of the way. Another zombie lunged from the side and back, its claws grabbing at the back of his heart with the sound of wind. Li Qingxuan's eyes stared, not retreating but advancing. A sharp twist of the body, avoiding the vitals at the same time. The right hand clenched its fist, and the meager amount of true chi in his body. Following the method of the soul-snatching hand, it instantly converged on the fist's blade. Crawl away. He let out a low shout and pounded his fist hard into the zombie's chest. Bang! A muffled sound. Unlike the previous silver needle stabbing. Only to see the body of that zombie, which had originally lunged ferociously, abruptly shake. The forward momentum came to an abrupt halt. The fierce look on his face solidified. The red light in his eyes flew dim, as if the lamp had been snuffed out. The whole zombie just straightened up and froze in place. It's working! Li Qingxian was ecstatic in his heart. The soul-snatching hand, surprisingly, really works on zombies. Although I don't know what the principle is, perhaps it's the fact that this technique is able to directly interfere with that necrotic aura or instinct that drives the zombie's actions? But whatever, it works. This discovery was like a lifesaver. The hope for survival was rekindled. Roar! The zombies around him weren't going to give him a chance to catch his breath. After a brief pause, it swarmed again. Li Qingxian took a deep breath, his eyes becoming incomparably sharp. He no longer passively dodged, but actively met it. His form tossed and turned in a tight circle, secretly urging the word "look out." Every dodge was a close call, but each strike was precise and accurate. He found that attacking the zombie's body directly with his fists, the effect seems less direct than attacking the head, especially the location of the 100 points on the top of the head. Although the caveman theory doesn't work on zombies. However, the Baihui point is the meeting of all yangs and is one of the weakest and closest to the core of the skull. Using the fingertip that contained the power of the soul-snatching hand, he pointed at the zombie's Baihui point. The results were surprisingly good. Set. Li Qingxuan's index and middle fingers came together, and the true chi at his fingertips flowed. Point on top of the head of a lunging zombie. That zombie's movements also froze and immediately fixed in place. Set. Another finger was pointed out. Another zombie followed suit. Set. 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 Li Qingxuan's figure fluttered, drilling through the corpses, his fingertips pointing repeatedly. With every strike, a zombie was fixed in place and incapacitated. His movements became faster and more skillful. The true chi in the body was drastically depleted though. But the desire to live sustained him. A dozen or so immobilized zombies stood there, like stakes. A grotesque wall of corpses was formed. Li Qingxian stood in the center of the wall of corpses, his chest rising and falling violently. Fine beads of sweat covered his forehead and his face was a little pale. The soul-snatching hand consumed a great deal of energy, and with his current residual chi, having cast it so many times in a row, it was nearing its limit. But he couldn't be bothered to catch his breath right now. Eyes dead set on the very center of the corpses. The huge corpse cocoon that was still writhing slightly and emitting an ominous aura. That thing, that's the real heartbreaker. The pressure that permeated from the corpse cocoon was increasing little by little. It wasn't the deadliness of a normal zombie. Instead, it was a more condensed and violent ferocious aura. The surface of the cocoon shell, those tangled and entangled tissues of flesh and blood. It seemed to pulsate more vigorously. The color also grew deeper and deeper, with a dark reddish sheen faintly appearing. Li Qingxuan's eyelids jumped. He was about to be unable to support even pointing ordinary zombies now. Not to mention taking on that big, overnourished-looking guy. In case that thing breaks out of its shell early. This little bit of his own humble Taoist skill, and that fancy fixation technique just now. In front of it, it was probably just like a child playing house, and could be slapped into mush with a slap. Trouble, this really stabbed the zombie nest. Li Qingxian cursed in his heart, his scalp tingling. He was now like a good little gaping hole in the flood that had been plugged with sandbags. Only to watch as the body of the dike not far away could collapse at any moment. The encirclement formed by the immobilized zombies was not stable, and the zombies on the periphery were still impacting frantically, crashing into the immobilized ones of the same kind and shaking them. This makeshift defense could collapse at any time. And that time bomb in the center, reading the seconds as if it were ticking in your ears. Something has to be done. Either that or take out the necromancer before it comes out. Either. Run. The first option, Li Qingxian weighed himself and shook his head with a bitter smile. As for the second option, he looked around, the blackened zombies were endless. The only exit seems to be the sky. The problem is, he can't fly. Hiss. While pondering, there was a sudden palpitation in his arms. Chapter 66 Desperation Token. Senior sister help. Li Qingxian was first stunned. A surge of excitement followed. This feeling. It was the transmission fluctuation of the identity token. He pulled the token out almost handily. The small star map on the token that represented the Tianyi clan. Sure enough, it lit up, though with a faint glow. Among them, a pink point of light that bore a hint of familiarity was gently flickering. Like stars in the night. It brings a glimmer of hope that is invaluable. Its fifth senior sister. Yun Nisheng. Why would she contact herself at this time? Li Qingxian didn't dare to be slow. He hurriedly concentrated his mind and probed a trace of his thoughts into the token. Just as the thought went in, a wave with a hint of inquiry came through. It turned into a line of text in Li Qingxuan's consciousness space. Where is everyone? The talisman book and materials are all done, and Drunken Immortal House's mom Wang said you went out early in the morning. Talismans? Materials? Only then did Li Qingxian recall the late-night chat with Yun Nishan last night. He had even begged for the talisman introductory method. I didn't expect this iceberg senior sister to say dislike on her lips. It's a pretty quick move. I can't believe they actually sent the stuff. If it was placed in normal times, Li Qingxian would not be able to help but be moved to tears. A few more rainbow farts along the way and maybe some more blackmail goodies. But now. He looked around at the zombies that were black and hissing as they kept storming the wall of corpses. Feeling the increasingly terrifying pressure in the huge flesh cocoon behind him, he only felt a wave of cool air rush from the soles of his feet straight to the sky. Talisman? Learn a load of talismans. Little lives are going to be lost. Sister! Help! Li Qingxian almost used all his strength to roar his terrified and desperate thoughts through the token. Elder sister, help! I'm at Black Wind Mountain. A haunted place deep in Black Wind Mountain. It's surrounded by zombies. Densely packed. We can't kill them all. There's a big one coming out from behind. I can't hold out much longer. His thoughts were delivered incoherently. It was full of panic and urgency. The pink spot of light on the end of the token seemed to lurch. Even the blinking frequency paused for a moment. Obviously, Yun Nishan was also surprised by this sudden distress message. Black Wind Mountain? Zombies? Big guy? Don't understand the specifics though. However, Li Qingxuan's undisguised fear was clearly transmitted. There was silence for about a breath. Just when Li Qingxian felt like his heart was about to stop, the pink spot of light lit up again. Pass over 2 texts. Wait for me. Then the pink point of light quickly dimmed, severing the connection. Hello? Sister? Don't Say a few more words How long will it take to get there? Li Qingxian hurriedly called out with his mind, but peace had already returned to the token space. Only the points of light representing the other few senior brothers were left, still floating there peacefully. It was as if everything that had just happened was an illusion. Li Qingxian held the token and his heart was cold. Waiting for her? How long is the wait? An incense stick? An hour? Look at this senior sister's stance. It was estimated that he had flown over from Qing'an province with his imperial sword, and his speed should not be slow. But the question is, how much longer can one hold out now? Roar! As if to confirm his concern, a wild hiss rang out. The wall of corpses formed by the previous zombies failed to block the onslaught of the companions behind them after all. A relatively small zombie stumbled through the defense. The rotten face was all empty malice. Towards Li Qingxian, he lunged straight at him. The fishy air was sickening. One gap open means the entire defense is about to collapse. Grass! Li Qingxian cursed. Watching the rotting, hideous, foul-smelling face come closer and closer. He could even make out the minced meat and black teeth in that mouth. The shadow of death once again loomed over the mind. He subconsciously tried to activate his soul-snatching hand again to immobilize him. But there was not much of that meager true qi left in his body. A feeling of emptiness and tingling came from the dantian. No way! It can't be used anymore. The soul snatcher consumes too much. Using it a few more times, not waiting for the zombies to tear him apart, he himself would have fainted from exhaustion of his true qi first. When the time comes, that will really be a call to arms. Must save it. For a moment, a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. Secretly, he urged the word lookout technique. Not only could this technique see through the flow of qi and blood in the human body and where the foci of disease were located, but it also seemed to be able to vaguely sense the relatively fragile parts of a zombie with such a relatively simple structure. The moment that zombie pounced, Li Qingxian advanced instead of retreated. His figure was like a slippery loach, narrowly avoiding the zombie's grasping sharp claws. At the same time, the 5 fingers of his right hand were bent, with the knuckles protruding. Utilizing the dexterity of dismantling the bones and removing the tendons in the family's 2A Na technique. The remaining true chi in his body condensed into a point on his fingertips. Ka-ching! A toothsome crunch. Li Qingxuan's fingers precisely snapped at the zombie's shoulder joint connection. A violent outward break and a mistake. That zombie's waving right arm immediately drooped at a weird angle. The bones and rotting flesh of the joints were torn hard. Roar! The zombie's movements visibly stalled. Li Qingxian repeated his old technique and turned his body again. Another click. Removed its other arm as well. The zombie that had lost both arms was like a broken pocket, its aggressiveness was greatly reduced, and it could only futilely open its mouth and try to gnaw. Only then did Li Qingxian let out a slight sigh of relief. Flying up and kicking it to the ground. This kind of push and take off the bones of the maneuver, although not as immediate as the soul-capturing hand, but the victory in the consumption of small, dealing with these ordinary zombies is enough. Before he could catch his breath, however, 2 more zombies squeezed through the gap. One left and one right, hissing and pinning. There's no end to it, is there? Li Qingxian cursed, his scalp tingling. Once again, he activated the lookout technique, his eyes fixed on the 2 zombies that were pouncing. This time he didn't use the bone dislodging technique again, as he found a more efficient solution. In the vision of the lookout, each of these 2 zombies seemed to have a bit of faint ghostly light flickering deep within their brows. It was the last vestiges of consciousness that drove their actions, or the core of the necrotic aura. Found it! Li Qingxuan's eyes were stern and he no longer hesitated. A right-hand flip. The black Yama hypnotic needle appeared between his fingers. Since the last time he had saved realist Xian Yang, his control over this forbidden needle technique had improved quite a bit. Now that it was being urged again, it still felt like there was a drain on the mind and spirit, though. But nowhere near as much as the first time it almost killed him. Extinguish! With a flick of his fingers, an extremely fast ebony light shot out. With unparalleled precision, it disappeared into the center of the eyebrow of one of the zombies. Put! The zombie's forward motion froze violently. The red light in his eyes dimmed rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Like a candle blown out in the wind. The last bit of fuel that drove their actions was instantly sucked up by the Yama King's hypnotic needle. Puff! The zombie fell straight down, completely turning into a dead thing. Sensing that this technique was effective, Li Qingxuan's heart was slightly settled. Ding! The host used the Yama King's hypnotic needle to exterminate the grudge zombies. The means were ruthless and met the criteria for evil deeds. The value of evil deeds is +5. A beep sounded in his head. But he had no time to be happy. Because another zombie was close at hand. The fishy wind of his claws almost scraped his cheeks. Chapter 67 Flesh Cocoon Explodes. The great terrorist dumpling came out. Give it back. Li Qingxuan's eyes stared, and that place in his dantian was vaguely painful. But at the moment there was not much to care about. Once again, he ran the lookout technique. With the experience of the previous time, he no longer had the slightest hesitation. A one-handed move. Buzz. The Yama King's lifeline needle let out a slight tremor, and then turned into a dark light. It swiftly flew back between Li Qingxuan's fingers. There seemed to be a hint of a grim scent left on the tip of the needle. It was slightly cool in the hand, with an odd texture. The second zombie hissed, its rotting mouth wide open, fangs bared. Go! Li Qingxuan's gaze locked onto the ghostly light in the center of that eyebrow and flexed his fingers to flick it again. The movements were fluid and more skillful than the first time. The black light broke through the air again, so fast that it only left a residual shadow. Put! There was another soft thud, more dull than earlier. Yama's hypnotic needle shot into the target's brow once again. Almost the same position. The zombie's forward lunge came to a screeching halt, a more violent reaction than the last zombie's. Puff! The second zombie fell, close to its companion. Completely turned into 2 piles of useless carrion. Ding! The host used the Yama King's hypnotic needle to exterminate the grudge zombies. The means were ruthless and met the criteria for evil deeds. The value of evil deeds is +5. 2 prompts in a row and the evil value went into 10 points. Li Qingxuan's chest rose and fell slightly. The true chi in the dantian was about to bottom out, and there was just a thin layer left. Don't come. Again, really can't top it. He gasped and couldn't help but whimper. It's consuming, but the results are out of this world. This direct annihilation of the core is cleaner than going to the trouble of removing the bones. It's more than a notch more efficient. It seems that this Yama hypnotic needle, together with the lookout technique, is the nemesis of these low-level zombies. Yet this joy had not yet had time to spread through his heart. Click. There was a crunching sound that made one's scalp go numb. It instantly cut off all his optimism. The voice came from the very center of the corpses, the huge cocoon of flesh. Li Qingxuan's heart sank violently, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He stared at the flesh cocoon with a deadly stare, only to see that the shell of the cocoon, which was already covered with cracks, was now cracked like a spider web spreading rapidly. It made a toothsome scraping sound. Click. 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 The sound of the flesh cocoon cracking grew louder and more frequent. It was as if something was about to break out of its cocoon. The surrounding zombies seemed to have sensed the disturbance and hissed restlessly. Yet instinctively flinched backward. For the first time, awe passed through the hollow eyes. Suddenly, the flesh cocoon stopped writhing. The entire space fell into an eerie silence. All sound disappeared, leaving only a suffocating depression. Li Qingxuan's heart was in his throat. The muscles of his body were tense, as if he were an enemy. He stared at the huge cocoon of flesh with a deadly stare, not daring to breathe a single breath. It was as if the slightest movement would lead to doom. Ka-ching! A deafening popping sound suddenly rang out. Like a volcano that had been brewing for a long time, it finally erupted completely. The flesh cocoon completely exploded apart, and countless fragments of flesh and blood splattered everywhere, just like a rain of blood. An indescribably terrifying aura instantly filled the entire cavern like a dike-breaking flood. Roar! An earth-shattering roar came out from the blasted flesh cocoon. The tremor caused the entire cavern to tremble violently, and debris rustled down. In the midst of the fragments of flesh and blood that were flying all over the place, a large, hideous monster, slowly revealing its true form. It was a giant zombie beyond common sense perception. Standing at a height of 3 meters, his body was gnarled with muscles, and his greenish-black skin was as hard as steel. It was covered with hideous bone spikes and barbs. It exudes a metallic sheen. The head was completely decayed, leaving only a hideous skull. 2 ghostly green flames danced in his eyes. Creepy and cold. The corners of its mouth grinned, revealing 2 rows of fangs dripping with sickening black saliva. This is a real necromancer. Those ordinary zombies before were like toddlers in front of this terrifying corpse king. It's not even on the same level. As soon as the corpse king appeared, the temperature of the entire cave seemed to plummet a few degrees. A chilling coldness invaded Li Qingxuan's entire body. It made him feel like his blood was about to freeze. In the face of such a terrifying existence, all of Li Qingxuan's previous efforts, all of his struggles, all of them seemed so pale, so ridiculous. He felt like a tiny ant. Facing a lofty mountain peak, no thought of resistance could be borne at all. There is only endless despair and fear. This is really the end of. Li Qingxian muttered, his voice dry. Meanwhile, outside the cave. Bang! 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 Su Meng gritted her teeth and used her palm, again and again, to ruthlessly slap on that golden light shield. The light shield shook violently, and the runes that had originally flowed on its surface had dimmed. Even a tiny crack appeared. But it remains resilient. Like a sturdy cage, it completely separated Li Qingxian from the path of life. Each impact caused Su Meng's already weak body to endure a huge recoil. Old wounds were pulled by the demonic power that was forced upon them. It made her pretty face grow paler and paler. The breath was even more disorganized and nearly exhausted. But she couldn't stop. Li Qingxian was still down there. One more second of delay would put him in more danger. Wang Kuei stood to the side, holding his arms and watching Su Meng's futile attacks with interest. There was a gloating sneer on his face. As far as he was concerned, this fox demon was just wasting his efforts. This magic bronze mirror is disposable though. But was the power of the seal not something she could easily break in this state? After looking at it for a few moments, he seemed to find it uninteresting and waved his hand, turning around to leave. All right, don't bother. This sheriff still has things to do, so I'll leave first. Stop. Su Meng turned her head violently, her body swaying to stop in front of Wang Kuei, her eyes as cold as knives. Unshroud the light. Wang Kuei's footsteps lurched as he looked at Su Meng, who stopped in front of him and first froze. Then he snorted, unraveling? And that commotion just now, maybe that corpse king has come out. If we open it now, do we want them to rush out and eat us all? He glanced at the mouth of the cave, his tone tinged with malice. Besides, that kid surnamedly fell down for so long, and was grabbed by that ghostly hand, I'm afraid that he would have long been gnawed down to the bones and dregs by now. Why are you still bothering? For a dead man, is it worth it? You seek death. Su Meng's silver teeth clenched, and that dangerous aura filled her body once again. Wang Kuei, however, acted as if he didn't hear Su Meng's threat. Instead, he looked her up and down, and his eyes gradually became lustful. TSK, this constable has long heard that the fox demon is the most seductive, and today, when I see it, it really lives up to its name. Although injured, but this appearance, this body. He licked his lips, his revealing desire undisguised. Originally, I wanted to let you off the hook, but since you have to seek death, then this sheriff will fulfill you. When I capture you and bring you back to the prison of the government office, I will serve you well and taste the taste of this fox demon. Ha! Shameless. Su Meng was so incensed by Wang Kuei's filthy words that the killing intent in her eyes skyrocketed. She no longer hesitated or cared about her injuries. Forcefully suppressing the churning qi and blood. With a movement of his body, the short black dagger in his hand drew a tricky arc. Straight to Wang Kuei's throat. Good timing. Wang Kuei was prepared for this, and with a stern shout, he fiercely drew the saber at his waist. Clank! Knives and daggers collided, sparks flying everywhere. The two instantly fought furiously. Chapter 68, A Sword to Seal the Throat. In pieces. Wang Kuei's sword technique follows the official way, wide open and penetrating a vicious force. The dagger in Su Meng's hand, however, was much more agile, and every time it was handed out, it went straight to the vitals at a tricky angle. At first, Su Meng did have some advantage with her far superior speed and stance. The dagger grazed past Wang Kuei's flesh several times, shocking him into a cold sweat. I didn't expect this fox demon to look soft and weak and move so solidly. However, the intense fight caused Su Meng's injuries to deteriorate rapidly. She felt like something had been ripped hard open on the right side of her belly, and the pain was sharp and excruciating. Warm blood quickly blotted the garment. The demonic pills in his body trembled with it. The operation of demonic power became stagnant all of a sudden. Put! A mouthful of blood spurted out uncontrollably. Su Meng's movements slowed down a beat in a flash. Ha ha! So there's an injury. Wang Kuei was as old as he was, and instantly caught this break. The fierce light in his eyes was so great that he didn't flash or evade. Stiffly resisting a slightly feeble dagger cross slash from Su Meng. Letting the blade leave a bloody mark on his arm. At the same time, he exerted all his strength and viciously kicked Su Meng in the small of the back. Right where it hurts. Well. Su Meng took the blow and her entire body fell backwards and flew out. The back hit hard against the trunk of a large tree before sliding to the ground. His face was as white as paper, and his breath instantly withered. Humph. Thought it was more powerful, but it turns out to be a looker. Wang Kuei laughed harshly and shook off the blood on his arm. Step by step, he approached Su Meng, who had fallen to the ground. Wasn't he a good fighter just now? Why can't you do it now? It seems that this sheriff is lucky today. Not only can I get rid of the aftermath, but I can also catch a fox demon to go back and have some fun. The lustful look in his eyes intensified. The mind had begun to wander. Su Meng struggled to get up, but the tremor of the demonic Dan made it difficult for her to even gather her strength. She looked at Wang Kuei, who was approaching step by step, and a hint of despair and unwillingness flashed in her eyes. Do I really have to die here today and be humiliated? Mr. Li. I'm sorry, Su Meng can't save you. Wang Kuei laughed fiercely and reached out to grab Su Meng's hair. Just then. Shoo! A sharp to ear-piercing air-breaking sound rang out from the sky without warning. Immediately followed by an extremely fast green-colored sword light. Instantaneous. The sword light suddenly stopped in mid-air and hovered in the air several feet above the ground. The light dispersed, revealing a woman in a green-colored Daoist robe. The woman's posture was upright, her face was cold, and she carried an inviolable majesty between her eyebrows. She stepped on a flying sword with green light flowing under her feet. Her sleeves fluttered like a fairy from the 9 heavens approaching the earth. The sardonic smile on Wang Kuei's face instantly froze, and his pupils suddenly contracted. Royal sword flight. This is a real cultivator. And looking at the grandeur, it's definitely not an ordinary person. I'm afraid that his meager internal power cultivation was not even as good as a mole cricket in front of the other party. Cold sweat instantly soaked his back. Yun Nishang coldly swept across the scene, first pausing for a moment on the dying Uncle Lu. Then it landed on the pale-faced Su Meng. Her brow twitched lightly. It seemed to be slightly surprised by Su Meng's demonic aura and injuries. Finally her gaze settled on the terrified Wang Kuei. A clear and cold voice rang out without a trace of emotion, "Li Qingxian, where is he?" Hearing the words Li Qingxian, Wang Kuei's heart jerked. The blood faded cleanly from his face. It's over. This immortal chief is actually here to find that kid. How did he know such characters? Fairy. Dr. Li. Dr. Li is down there in that cave. Without waiting for Wang Kuei to open his mouth to sophistry, Su Meng on the ground had already used all her strength and shouted in a sharp voice. But he's trapped. The cave entrance is sealed by this man's magic weapon, we can't open it. When Yun Nishang heard this, her gaze shot to Wang Kuei like electricity and her voice turned steeply cold. "You're the one who locked him up down there?" I. Wang Kuei was nailed in place by this icy questioning, only feeling chills crawling up his spine. The talking is starting to get bad. Immortal. Immortal elder, understand. This is a misunderstanding. There are all zombies down there, and I'm doing it for everyone's safety. His eyes darted around and caught a glimpse of the clan logo on Yun Nishang's Dao robe. Even forced himself to calm down and squeezed out a fawning smile. Immortal Master is a senior member of the Tianyi clan? Oops. Disrespectful. Speaking of which, I also have some affinity with your sect, and back then, I almost worshipped under the Heavenly One sect as well. He wanted to raise his identity as the constable of Qing'an province and climb up the ladder a bit more. I am the head constable of the Qing'an Prefecture Government Office, Wang. He hadn't finished his sentence. Yun Nishang then interrupted him with an icy tone. Noisy. If you don't answer, consider yourself recognized. Snort. A green-colored sword light was as fast as it could be. As silently as cutting tofu, it flashed past his neck. The expression on Wang Kuei's face instantly froze, and he even maintained his mouth as he tried to speak. In the next second, he was shocked to realize that the scene in front of him began to spin. He saw his back. Saw Su Meng and that hanging fairy. Then consciousness fell into eternal darkness. A great head rises to the sky. Blood soared out of the cavity like a fountain. Yun Nishang didn't even look at the headless corpse, the flying sword in her hand was flowing with green light. Once again, it transformed into several powerful sword awnings, crisscrossing the still twitching corpse. In just the blink of an eye, Wang Kuei's body was chopped into countless pieces. Scattered all over the place, not even a single intact bone could be found. Only then did Yun Nishang retrieve her flying sword and hang it at her side. The face glanced at the broken flesh on the floor. Dare to imprison my heavenly clan's disciples, looking for death. Su Meng stared blankly at the shocking scene in front of her. Watching this untouchable constable one moment turn into a field of broken meat the next. This green-clothed fairy who suddenly appeared. He is so decisive and ruthless. Yun Nishang ignored Su Meng's shock and did not inquire about her identity. She turned around and her gaze fell on the cave seal that still gave off a faint golden light. She could feel the rich necrotic aura coming from below, as well as a faint hint of breath. That's Li Qingxuan's. It's good to be alive. Without any further hesitation, Yun Nishang pinched a sword trick with her right hand, and the green flying sword at her side let out a clear sword chirp. Break! With a cold shout, the flying sword transformed into a brilliant green rainbow. With overwhelming spiritual power, it ruthlessly stabbed on top of that golden light shield. Buzz off! The light shield let out an unbearable wail. Sharp and piercing, as if gold and stone had been forcibly scraped. The green rainbow collided fiercely with the golden light, and the tip of the flying sword was dead against the center of the light shield. Spiritual energy surged in frantically. The surface of the golden light shield trembled violently. The runes flowing on it began to brighten and fade. Yun Nishang's eyes were icy cold, and her right-hand sword technique was slightly guided. The green-colored flying sword hanging at his side buzzed, and the sword's aura flourished by 3 more points. Click bang. There was a crisp crack and a dull pop. The golden light shield finally couldn't support it and violently exploded. Countless fine golden points of light, interspersed with fragments of broken runes. It splashed in all directions like fireworks. It carried a searing aura from the collapse of spiritual energy. Eventually it slowly dissipated into the air. The last obstacle to sealing off the cave. It was broken by Yun Nishang's devastating sword. Chapter 69 Terrifying Corpse King. A punch shattered the Taiji diagram. Yun Nishang didn't half hesitate, her body swayed. Turning into a green shadow, he then jumped into the dark, bottomless cave. Her movements were clean, and she didn't even sweep the corner of her eye at the limp Su Meng and Uncle Lu next to her. It's not indifference, it's the urgency of the situation. As soon as he entered the cave, the rich corpse gas hit his face. The aftershocks of roaring and spiritual power collisions were faintly heard from below. She sensed Li Qingshuan's faint aura. His heart sank, and he fell a few moments faster. Beyond the cave, Su Meng struggled to raise her head. A hint of hope appeared on his pale face as he looked at where the green shadow had disappeared. She gasped for air, her chest rising and falling. The might of Yun Nishang's sword that killed Wang Kuwei and broke the seal with another sword had shocked her and ignited hope. Immortal. Li Gongzi is counting on you, she could only pray silently in her heart. After all, at this moment, it was already a luxury for her to even stand up. Meanwhile, deep in the cave, Li Qingshuan's heart almost jumped out of his throat. Corpse King. The sense of oppression from this thing is truly breathtaking. Just looking at it makes your head spin. Roar. The Corpse King let out a deafening roar. The entire cavern shook violently at the roar, and tiny pieces of debris fell. That pair of ghostly green whole eyes stared deathly at Li Qingxian, who was still standing in the middle of the field. Those ordinary zombies around them that were originally restless and uneasy were instead strangely quiet after the Corpse King appeared. Like soldiers meeting their generals, they backed away. An instinctive awe passed through the hollow eyes. Giving up the center of the field, Li Qingxian only felt that he was being targeted by some flood beast. Every cell in his body was screaming for escape. However, he knew that in the face of a monster of this level, running away was probably the most foolish choice. The cave space was limited, and the other party's speed and strength absolutely crushed them. What to do? What to do? The mind raced, and various thoughts flashed by like a walking light. A sudden flash of insight. Hey! There! How about trying that one? Li Qingxian took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Squeezing a smile worse than tears on his face, he even took 2 steps forward, arching his hand at the hideous Corpse King. This. Brother Corpse? He cleared his throat. His voice was shaky, but his mouth was hard and relaxed. I see that your face is green, your eyes are deep-set, and although the corpse chi around you is thick, there seems to be some stagnation between the operations, so you must have just broken out of the cocoon, and your body is still a bit uncomfortable, right? The Corpse King cocked his skull, the green fire in his holy eyes flickering as if he didn't understand what the little worm was gabbling about. However, the terrifying aura emanating from his body had not diminished in the slightest. Li Qingxian was drumming in his heart, but the play had to go on. He tried to make himself look a little more sincere. To be honest, I am a doctor, with an ancestral craft that specializes in treating all sorts of difficult and miscellaneous illnesses. I see, big brother, your situation. It should be a little mistake in the process of corpse chi conversion, leading to the meridians. Oh no, it is the corpse chi vein that is a little clogged. If you take too long, it will affect your future development, and it might even affect your ambition to dominate the corpse world. As he spoke, he surreptitiously observed the Corpse King's reaction. Noticing that the other man didn't seem to show anything in particular, he just stared at him, like looking at a talking bug. Li Qingxian hardened his head and continued to fool around. Let's put it this way, big brother, meeting each other is fate. Why don't I help you tie up a few needles for free, dredge up the corpse chi, and guarantee that you'll be refreshed and your battle power will soar. Look, this silver needle of mine. He made a show of pulling the needle out of his pocket. It's definitely an ancestral secret preparation, specializing in all kinds of disobedience. No, it's specializing in all kinds of discomfort. Once you're cured and you're comfortable, let me go and we'll be clear. What do you think? The Corpse King still didn't move, only the skeletal head was slightly lowered. The air around them seemed to freeze. Cold sweat broke out on Li Qingshuan's forehead as his heart thumped. It's done? Does this big guy really have some intelligence and can understand human language? A little fluke just popped into his mind. The necromancer jerked up the millstone-sized, greenish-black arm. Roar! Another berserk roar accompanied by a vicious wind that tore through the air. That huge arm was like a siege hammer. Towards the location where Li Qingxian had just stood, it smashed down fiercely. Li Qingxian only felt that death had brushed past his shoulders. Almost by instinct, the moment the Corpse King's arm lifted, he rolled backward violently against all odds. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire cave shook the ground. Countless pieces of debris smashed down from the roof of the cave, filling the air with smoke and dust. Where Li Qingxian had just stood, the hard-tied slate floor had hard smashed out a large pit several meters wide. The shattered stones erupted in all directions with a crackling sound. Li Qingxian climbed up from the edge of the pile of stones with a gray head, stunned. Just now, as long as he was half a second slower, he was afraid that he would have turned into a puddle of flesh by now. The power of this Corpse King was simply appalling. It seems that communication is not working. This thing is simply a monster that only knows how to kill. Corpse King seemed a little surprised when his blow landed. The ghostly fire in his eyes pulsed violently. It slowly raised its arm and looked towards Li Qingxian, who had risen up from the ground, a low hiss emitting from its throat. Immediately after that, the Corpse King once again let out an even more furious roar. For once, it's not just itself. All the originally quiet zombies around him hissed in unison afterward as if they had received an order. Roar! 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 For a while, the roar of the corpses in the cave shook the sky, and the ghastly wind whistled. Those ordinary zombies no longer retreated, their empty eyes refilled with bloodthirsty madness. Like a tidal wave, it surged towards Li Qingxian from all directions. Front and back, left and right, all densely packed with zombies. The fishy stench was overwhelming, completely sealing off all of Li Qingxian's paths of retreat. The terrifying Corpse King, on the other hand, stood behind the zombie horde. The ghostly green fire locked onto him, as if admiring the last struggles of its prey. Can't afford to play anymore, huh? Li Qingxian cursed, his face hardened to the extreme. Just when he was ready to fight to the death, even if he used up his last ounce of true chi, he would pull a few cushions. That Corpse King opened its hideous skeletal maw. A black beam of light as thick as ink shot out of its mouth with a whoosh. With an aura of death that annihilates everything. It instantly crossed the distance and blasted straight towards Li Qingxian. It's too fast. It was so fast that Li Qingxian was simply too late to make any reaction. He only felt a blackness before his eyes, and a furious and huge force slammed hard into his chest. Put! A mouthful of blood spurted out furiously. Li Qingxian felt as if he had been hit head-on by a high-speed train. The whole person flew out backwards and ruthlessly hit the stone wall at the edge of the cave. Then it fell heavily to the ground again. Li Qingxian's bones were in severe pain all over his body, and his internal organs seemed to have shifted. Venus was shooting up in front of his eyes, and his consciousness was beginning to blur. Finished. Did not expect me, Li Qingxian wise one life. To die in this kind of place. Just moments before his consciousness was about to sink into darkness. A soft white light suddenly lit up in his arms. Immediately afterward, a warm power instantly wrapped around his body. The destructive energy that had invaded his body was hardened and counteracted most of it. It was the substitute jade talisman given by eldest brother Zhou Yuqing. The jade talisman's light quickly dimmed after blocking this fatal blow. A tiny crack even appeared on the surface. Obviously under a lot of pressure. Chapter 70 Green Mantle Beheading Corpse King. Fifth senior sister arrived. Li Qingxian slumped to the ground. Coughing up a mouthful of bruises, he became slightly more conscious. He touched the jade talisman on his chest that had lost its luster. The celebration of the aftermath mixed with the fear of the aftermath came flooding back. Big brother is mighty. Thanks, he muttered weakly. That Corpse King saw that he had not been able to crush this little bug with his stored-up strength. The skull's head seemed to snap, the ghostly flames dancing in its eyes stagnating for a moment. Throughout the incredulity. This was immediately followed by an even more furious rage. Knock knock. It took heavy steps. The ground was shaking with it. It wanted to personally go forward and completely tear apart this mole cricket that had repeatedly surprised it. The surrounding zombies also gathered around again, pressing forward. Despair once again gripped the mind. The substitute jade talisman was ruined, and he himself was seriously injured. His true chi was empty. In the face of this terrifying Corpse King and endless zombies, there was no longer any possibility of turning the tables. Just in the nick of time. Snort! A sharp and unparalleled green aura, without any warning, burst out from behind Li Qingxian. The light was so fast that the eyes couldn't keep up with it, carrying a sharpness that could cut through everything. It slashed straight at the chest of the corpse king who was striding towards him. Clank! A piercingly sharp sound like gold and iron clashing. The greenish-black corpse that was strong enough to resist an unusual magic weapon was unexpectedly cut out by this sword with a deep white mark. Although it didn't manage to break through its defense, the huge force contained in the sword still caused its huge body to sway. Half a step back. The necromancer let out a growl of surprise and anger and stopped in his tracks. Vigilantly, he looked to where the sword light was coming from, only to see a green-colored figure, who at some point had already stood in front of Li Qingxian, firmly protecting him. The woman's posture was upright, holding a long sword with flowing green light, the tip of the sword pointing diagonally at the ground. The gloomy wind from the cave ruffled the corners of her coat. The face was cold and the eyes were icy cold. When Li Qingxian saw this familiar back, he was first stunned. Then a wave of ecstasy surged through his heart, and he almost didn't cry. "Fifth senior sister!" He yelled with all his strength as he pulled on his hoarse voice. There was excitement in his voice. Yun Nishang didn't turn around, only frowning slightly. Her entire attention was locked onto the corpse king in front of her, while she detached a wisp of her mind and asked, "What's going on? How did you provoke such a thing?" Her voice remained cool. However, Li Qingxian heard a hint of concern from it. "It's a long story, it's hard to explain." Li Qingxian laughed bitterly, coughing up blood as he said, "In short, it's just a matter of being unlucky and falling into a pit. I didn't realize that there's such a big guy hiding at the bottom of this pit." Yun Nishang carefully sensed the corpse king's aura. The majestic corpse chi within the opponent's body had almost turned into substance. There was also that rich and ferocious aura that made her feel slightly uncomfortable. The peak of the middle stage of Jindan, half a foot into the late stage of Jindan. Good strong corpse-bane chi, the flesh is even comparable to a magic treasure, trouble. Yun Nishang's tone took on a bit of gravity. When Li Qingxian heard this, his heart instantly turned half cold. Mid-Jindan peak? Even the fifth sister says it's troublesome? Senior sister, you can't beat it? He asked cautiously. Yun Nishang glanced at him, seemingly a little displeased. If it was in its full strength, it wouldn't be difficult to decapitate it. But I have not yet recovered from my injuries, and my spirit power has only recovered 70%, so dealing with it is indeed a bit tricky. Li Qingxuan's heart completely sank to the bottom. The small flame of hope that had just been lit was doused for the most part in an instant. "Why did you come down here if you couldn't beat me? Give away your head?" "Nope, it's giving away two heads." Seemingly seeing through Li Qingxuan's thoughts, Yun Nishang snorted coldly. "However, it is not without a solution." "Oh?" Li Qingxuan's eyes lit up and he hurriedly asked after him, "What method?" "I'll stall it for a moment first." Yun Nishang's tone was decisive. "Use your identity token to contact eldest senior brother immediately. Inform him of the situation here and request for support." "Contacting eldest senior brother?" Li Qingxian froze for a moment, somewhat puzzled. Eldest brother is far away from Tianyi sect. Even if he receives the news, it will take time to rush over, right? Can water from afar quench the thirst of the near? But he hadn't had time to ask. Yun Nishang had moved. Sinful animal. Die. With a clear shout, the green-colored flying sword in her hand let out a clear roar like a dragon's roar. The entire person transformed into a green-colored electric light. Taking the initiative, he met the terrifying corpse king. The sword light swung out, instantly interweaving a dense sword net in the air. Pffffffffff. Where the sword net swept by, those ordinary zombies that were bravely charging up. It's as fragile as paper mache. They were broken into several pieces, and the broken limbs were splattered all over the sky. The powerful sword chi even twisted their corpses into pieces. In just an instant, the pressure in front of Li Qingxian suddenly cleared. The long sword in Yun Nishang's hand danced like a dragon. Each swing of the sword carried a fierce spiritual power, decimating all the zombies that came close. At the same time, she had to be distracted to deal with that corpse king's fierce attack. The corpse king roared angrily, his huge claws constantly waving, bringing up gusts of vicious wind. It clashed fiercely with Yun Nishang's sword light. Clank! Clank! It relied on its hard shell to actually receive Yun Nishang's chopping attack. At the same time, black beams of corpse chi were continuously spewed out from his mouth, forcing Yun Nishang to vacillate and dodge. For a time, the entire bottom of the cavern was filled with swordlight and corpse chi rolled over. There was a roar, a clash of gold and iron, and a roar. With the strength of one person, Yun Nishang had carried the siege of the Corpse King and many zombies. Li Qingxian looked shocked and sucked in a breath of cold air. Is this a real immortalist battle? Surely it wasn't something that could be compared to a small fight like his. He didn't dare to delay any longer and hurriedly endured the severe pain. With a trembling hand, he pulled out the already dulled identity token from his pocket. Concentrating the last vestiges of his remaining spiritual energy, he contacted Yun Nishang as he did last time. Carefully with your mind towards the inner space of the token. The red point of light that represented eldest brother Zhou Yuqing poked over. Eldest brother, you must be strong. Junior brother's little life depends on you. In the center of the battlefield, Yun Nishang's figure fluttered. Her sword technique was extremely subtle, and she even incorporated the Dao she had learned into it. Occasionally, he would also pinch his spell to induce a few tiny purple thunderbolts to strike down. It causes great restraint to these evil and sinister things. However, that Corpse King was simply too strong. It was surrounded by corpse chi, forming a tough layer of protective astral aura. Yun Nishang's sword chopped down on it and could only leave a white mark. It made an ear-splitting scuffling sound, but was never able to inflict a fatal wound on it. The Corpse King's attack, on the other hand, was wide open and powerful. Forcing Yun Nishang to respond with her full strength, the slightest mishap could result in a serious injury. What's more troublesome is that the Corpse King seems to have some intelligence. Knows how to command the normal zombies around him to harass and surround him. It constantly consumed Yun Nishang's spiritual energy. Clank! There was another violent collision, and Yun Nishang was forced back several steps by the Corpse King's claw. The arm holding the sword tingled slightly, and his face went a few shades paler. She could feel the spiritual energy in her body being rapidly depleted. The injuries were also faintly showing signs of being tugged. This can't go on, we must contact the eldest brother as soon as possible. Chapter 71 Token Transmission, Killing Stance from 1,000 miles away. In the distant heavenly clan, inside the Hall of Transmission. The temple is spacious and bright. Dozens of young cultivators in outer disciple clothing sat upright. They listened intently to the sermon of a man on a high platform. The man had a moon-white Taoist robe, a handsome face and a calm temperament. It was none other than Tianyi Sect's senior brother, acting sect master Zhou Yuqing. He was explaining the essentials of cultivation at the foundation establishment stage to these newly promoted disciples. At the beginning of foundation building, the sea of qi opens up, especially need to be careful. The flow of true energy should be like a river flowing into the sea, following the trend and avoiding forcing. The voice was unhurried and organized. As he spoke, Zhou Yuqing's voice paused, and the tips of his eyebrows moved slightly. The token in his arms, which represented the identity of a pro-disciple, sent out a palpitation of his heart and soul. His face did not move, and he spoke a few more sentences before saying to the disciples under the stage, "Today's sermon ends for the time being, you go back and comprehend. If there is any uncertainty, come back tomorrow." Said with a slight nod. Turning around, he walked off the high platform and left the transmission hall. Arriving under a secluded corridor, Zhou Yuqing then took out the crimson jade tablet from his bosom. Sink a wisp of divine thought into it. In the token space, the point of light representing Li Qingxian was flashing frantically, transmitting an urgent plea for help. Zhou Yuqing's face stared slightly. The consciousness followed, and a calming tension was passed over. It turned into a line of text in Li Qingxuan's consciousness space. What's the big deal? What's so alarming? Li Qingxian was sweating in a hurry. Suddenly feeling a response from the token, he almost didn't jump up in excitement. Brother Zhou. My fifth senior sister and I are trapped in a haunted place deep in the Black Wind Mountains outside of Qing'an province. It's full of zombies, and there's a super powerful dumpling, a corpse king at the peak of the middle Jindan stage. Fifth sister can't hold out much longer. After all was said and done. He was a little strange. How does this feel like it has just been said? Only this time, a Yun Nishang has been added. The point of light on the end of the token went quiet, seemingly processing the information. A moment later, Zhou Yuqing's response came. The tone was still calm, but it caused Li Qingxuan's heart to sink. Black Wind Mountain? Corpse King? Don't panic. But I am within the clan at the moment, and I can't spare the time to rush over there for the time being. Ha! Li Qingxian almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Can't come for a while? Then, what about the fifth senior sister? She asked me to contact you, did Is it an explanation of the aftermath? His intention was filled with devastation. Put! A muffled sound came from the cave, and Li Qingxian jerked his head up to look. Only Yun Nishan was caught in a hard fight with the Corpse King and was caught in a breach by the Corpse King. The sharp claw containing a terrifying corpse chi grazed her left shoulder. She reacted extremely quickly and blocked most of the force with her sword, but her shoulder was still left with a few claw marks so deep you could see the bone. Black gas surrounded the wound, and the flesh and blood at the wound quickly became black and corrupt. Yun Nishang stifled a grunt, her body staggered, and her breath was immediately disorganized by a few points. It was followed by a sweeping blow from the Corpse King, which slammed hard into the stone wall on the side. Boom! The stone wall cracked, and a wisp of blood spilled from the corner of Yun Nishang's mouth. The face instantly turned white. Senior Sister Yun. Li Qingxian looked anxious. The Corpse King let out a triumphant growl at the sight. Taking big steps, he was about to go forward and end up with Yun Nishang. Eldest brother. Fifth senior sister is injured. Seriously injured. Li Qingxian shouted frantically at the token. On the other end of the token, Zhou Yuqing's tone finally took on a hint of seriousness. Junior brother, don't be in a hurry, I have my own arrangements. You turn the token's voice out function on immediately now. Sound out? Li Qingxian was confused, this broken sign still had this function? Though I don't understand what eldest brother is trying to do. He hurriedly focused his remaining spiritual energy and groped inside the token. An amplified sound like a ray structure was quickly found. Activation. Buzz. The token vibrated slightly, radiating a circle of invisible ripples. Immediately afterward, Zhou Yuqing's gentle voice unexpectedly came directly from the token. Fifth senior sister, I already know about this matter. Yun Nishang, who was struggling to get up, heard this voice. He was also stunned, and then he realized what was going on. Zhou Yuqing's voice continued to ring out. You immediately cast the 7-star soul locking chain, not seeking to injure the enemy, but only to trap that sinful animal for 10 breaths. 10 breaths will do. Yes, senior brother. Without the slightest hesitation, Yun Nishang forcefully suppressed her injuries. His mouth rapidly recited spells while his left hand pinched out a complicated seal. A fierce finger was pointed towards the Corpse King. Edict. 7-star soul lock. With a clear shout, 7 points of starbursts erupted from her fingertips. It made difficult trajectories in the air. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the 7 major acupoints around the Corpse King. In the next moment, the 7 points of starburst light skyrocketed, transforming into 7 golden chains composed of runes. There was a clattering, and the chains wrapped around like living creatures. Instantly, the Corpse King's massive body was tied up in a knot. Roar! The Corpse King struggled frantically and let out a heaven-shaking roar. The corpse chi on his body surged wildly, impacting the golden chains. Crunch! The chains made an unbearable sound, and the golden light flickered on and off. Obviously it won't hold up for long. Yun Nishang's face also turned a few shades whiter due to the forced spell. Junior brother. Zhou Yuqing's voice once again came out from the token with a command, stand firm. Aim the token at that Corpse King. Hurry! Although Li Qingxuan's head was full of confusion, his instinct to survive made him immediately do as he was told. He forced himself to endure the excruciating pain and climbed up with all his might. Hands trembling, he raised the token. Aimed the front side dead center at the Corpse King who was struggling madly. Alignment. Seifu. He shouted. Zhou Yuqing's calm response came from the other end of the token, good. Hold it steady. Immediately afterward, an unspeakably vast pressure. It began to diffuse from that tiny token. The aura inside the cave. No, it was the aura of heaven and earth that were beginning to become restless. It was as if some unimaginable existence was tearing through the barrier of space to descend here. Li Qingxian only felt his chest tighten up, making it difficult to breathe. A chill originating from his bones made his scalp explode and the hairs on his body stood on end. His eyes widened in horror as he stared dead at the token in his hand. What is this power? Right at this moment, Zhou Yuqing's voice sounded once again. My palm condenses power, breaking delusion and driving Xian. Open the sky and split the earth, Xiankuan inverted. Urgent. As the last syllable fell from Zhou Yuqing's mouth, the entire cavern stood still for an instant. An arcane fluctuation spread from the token like water ripples. It enveloped the entire space in an instant. Li Qingxian felt the pressure around him suddenly increase, suffocating him. The disorganized aura was almost boiling over. Yun Nishang also seemed to have sensed something. A flash of shock passed through the icy eyes. And the movements of the corpse king, who was struggling frantically, lurched. The ghostly green fire in the skeleton's eye sockets throbbed violently, as if it had sensed some kind of extremely dangerous aura. In the next second, in Li Qingxuan's horrified gaze, a giant palm of spiritual energy condensed to the extreme. Surprisingly, it coalesced out of thin air from that tiny identity token. That giant palm was pure spiritual energy all over, glowing with a jade-like color. The palm lines were clearly veined and permeated with a heavy feeling of supreme rigidity and yang. It was as if it contained the greatness of the opening of the heavens and the earth. This is a miracle. Chaotic heaven opening palm. Zhou Yuqing's voice exploded in Li Qingxuan's ears, causing his eardrums to buzz. Before the words fell, that jade-colored giant palm had already moved. It then carried an unrivaled and terrifying might. It slapped hard on the corpse king who was bound by the 7-star soul chain. Roar! The corpse king let out a mournful and extremely miserable scream, his voice filled with pain and fear. Boom! The power of the chaotic heaven opening palm suddenly erupted, destroying the corpse king's corpse chi astral aura around him in an instant. The 7-star soul locking chain that Yun Nishang had forcefully activated couldn't withstand this kind of impact. It collapsed on the spot, turning into a sky of shattered golden light that dissipated without a trace. The corpse king's huge body looked like a smashed watermelon. Boo! It exploded into a sky of broken pieces. Fetid rotting flesh, black blood and water, and ghastly white broken bones splintered and splattered in all directions. The entire cavern was shrouded in a sickening gore. However, the power of the chaotic heaven opening palm did not stop there. It had surprisingly not lost any of its power after destroying the corpse king. Moving on. It fiercely blasted on top of the stone wall behind the corpse king. Rumble. There was a terrifying thud. The entire Black Wind Mountain trembled violently. Li Qingxuan's eyes were glazed over. He saw a terrifyingly huge crack, starting from the point of impact of that stone wall. Ripped apart brutally and without reason. Upward and outward, spreading all the way. Click, click, click. Mountains and rocks crumble like rain. It ran through the entire mountain in an instant. That palm strike. Surprisingly, it directly split Black Wind Mountain in half from the center. From the position of the cave that Li Qingxian was in, he was surprisingly able to directly see the bright sunlight outside. His mouth dropped open and his eyes glazed over. His jaw almost dropped to the floor, and his entire body was completely petrified. There were no words for a long time. What is this? This nifty power? A palm to destroy the corpse king, a palm to split the mountain. Big brother. Scary as hell. Chapter 72, Ancestral Tuena Craft, specializing in treating cold sprains. Within the belly of the mountain, the dust settles slowly. Li Qingxian maintained his posture of holding the token aloft, his entire being stood dumbfounded as if his soul had been drained away. What was in front of him was too shocking, the mountain that had been hardened and split from it, the blinding sunlight that poured in through the huge crack. And that scattered all over the ground, can no longer see the prototype of the broken pieces of the corpse king? It all stemmed from this tiny token in his hand. Originating from the one who was thousands of miles away. Simply by transmitting the voice through this token, he struck a heaven-destroying palm strike. Big senior brother Zhou Yuqing. The knot in his throat rolled and he swallowed hard. Is this ing? Still human? Just as he was rambling, the token vibrated slightly. Zhou Yuqing's gentle voice once again came out from it, Junior brother? That sinful beast can die? Li Qingxian was jolted and subconsciously looked down at the mess by his feet. He woodenly said back to the token, dead. Dead. Died. Very thoroughly. Not even a complete bone could be found. Oh. On the other end of the token, Zhou Yuqing's voice could not hear the slightest ripple, as if he had just casually swatted a fly to death. It's good to be dead. After a pause, he added, how is 5th senior sister's injury? Can it still hold up? Only then did Li Qingxian violently remember Yun Nishang and hurriedly turned his head to look. Only to see that Yun Nishang was leaning on her sword, half kneeling on the ground, her face as pale as paper, with a trace of blood hanging from the corner of her mouth. The wound on his left shoulder was even more shocking, with wisps of black gas bubbling out. However, her eyes were still clear and cold, and when she heard Zhou Yuqing's question, she raised her head. Turning to the token in Li Qingxuan's hand, his voice carried a hint of weakness, but was still smooth. Thanks to eldest brother's aid, Nisheng is unharmed, only the spiritual energy consumption was too drastic, and her shoulder was hit by some corpse poison. Recuperating for a few days will be fine. Well, it's good to be unhindered. Zhou Yuqing's voice transmitted a hint of reassurance. The matter of the corpse king of Black Wind Mountain, I will immediately report it to the sect elders. This place is not suitable to stay for a long period of time. You guys leave as soon as possible. Junior brother, since you are already a disciple of my heavenly clan, if you have leisure time in the future, you can always come to the 9 heavenly peaks to find me. Within the sect, if you encounter any difficulties, you can also report my name. Yes, many thanks to eldest senior brother. Li Qingxian hurriedly answered, a warm current surging in his heart. Although this eldest senior brother was ridiculously strong, he really had nothing to say about himself, a junior senior brother who had just started. Alright, I still have some clan affairs to take care of on my side, so you guys be more careful. As the words fell, the last shimmering light on the token was completely extinguished. The invisible pressure dissipated. The cave returned to its previous dead silence, leaving only the whistling mountain winds that poured in through the huge crack. Li Qingxian took a long breath of relief, feeling as if he had just walked through the gates of hell. Put. Just then, a few soft sounds came from Yun Nishang's side. Li Qingxian turned his head to look, only to see Yun Nishang forcefully standing up, the Qingfeng sword in her hand pulling a few sword blossoms. A few powerful green-colored sword chi swept out, completely decapitating the few ordinary zombies in the corner that were still trying to get up. After doing so, she couldn't seem to hold it together any longer. The body shifted. Hiss. A nice frown furrowed his brow, apparently tugging at the wound on his shoulder. 5th senior sister. Seeing this, Li Qingxian didn't care about the pain and exhaustion on his body and hurriedly ran over, wanting to support her. Yun Nishang subconsciously tried to avoid it, but her body's weakness made her a step slower, and she was held by Li Qingxuan's arm. It was cold in his hand, and there was a slight shiver. Don't move, let me take a look at your injury. Li Qingxian carefully checked the wound on her left shoulder. The claw marks were deep enough to see through to the bone, and the flesh around the edges was already blackened. Wisps of black gas were continuously eroding the wound, preventing it from healing. Corpse poison has entered the body, it must be dealt with as soon as possible. Li Qingxian frowned, pulling out the gold sore's medicine and clean cloths he had with him from his arms. We have to get the rotting flesh and poisonous blood out first, it'll be a bit painful, so bear with it. Yun Nishang watched him skillfully treat his wounds, her eyes somewhat complicated. As a Jindan cultivator, this point of external injuries plus a little corpse poison, the original power to meditate for a few days can also be suppressed and dispelled. However, at this moment, the spiritual energy was nearly depleted and old wounds were involved, so it was indeed a bit troublesome. Li Qingxian moved nimbly, first using a silver needle to stab a few times at a few points around the wound to seal the qi and blood. Then, with a small, handy knife, he carefully scraped off the blackened, rotting flesh and squeezed out the poisonous blood. Throughout the entire process, Yun Nishang only furrowed her brows slightly and stiffly didn't say a word. Li Qingxian secretly admired this iceberg senior sister, her willpower was really strong. After treating the wound, he sprinkled golden sorpil and wrapped it carefully with a strip of cloth. Only then did Li Qingxian breathe a sigh of relief. Alright, it's suppressed for now. But this necrotic poison is overbearing, you still need to run your energy to completely remove it when you return. He stood up and swept his gaze over Yun Nishang, noticing that her right ankle seemed a little unnatural when she stood. Elder sister, did you sprain your foot as well? When Yun Nishang heard this, a trace of unnaturalness flashed across her cool face, and she subconsciously tried to shrink her feet back. No harm done, minor injury. You can't be careless even with a small injury. Li Qingxian, however, was unforgiving and crouched down. Let me take a look. You. Yun Nishang was a bit annoyed. This little thief, his guts are getting bigger and bigger. I can't believe I tried to touch her little feet. Senior sister, healer's heart. Li Qingxian had a righteous look on his face. Your spiritual energy is not good right now, your qi and blood are not flowing well. If you don't take care of it in time, what if it leaves behind hidden dangers and affects your cultivation in the future? Do you want to walk with a limp from now on? How much would that affect your image as a high and cool fairy? Yun Nishang was stalled by his crooked reasoning, looking at his sincere eyes and thinking of the professionalism with which he had handled the wound just now. There was no more refusal after all. Just a quiet blush crept up to the base of her ears. Li Qingxian carefully lifted her ankle. The hand is warm and delicate, the skin is smooth as jade, the foot is slim and perfect, as if it is the most elaborate masterpiece of heaven. The warmth and touch from his fingertips sent his mind reeling for a moment, but he quickly forced it down. It's Langley time. He mentally praised the feel of the hand. Then he hurriedly collected his mind and carefully examined it. Fortunately, just a moment ago when dodging the landing is not stable, slightly twisted, the bones are fine, it is just that the qi and blood is a little stagnant, he said as he covered Yun Nishang's ankles with his hands. The fingertips transported a weak internal force and began to slowly push. The family's 2A techniques are already good at activating blood circulation and removing blood stasis, and soothing tendons and collaterals. The warm internal energy penetrated through the skin and seeped into the meridians, bringing a soothing tingling sensation. Yun Nishang's body stiffened slightly. The strange touch coming from her ankle made her uncomfortable, and the frost on her face grew a few degrees heavier. You are serious? She whispered through clenched teeth, her voice carrying a hint of mortification. Cough cough, don't worry senior sister, this is my ancestral craft, you can go to the Qingan prefecture and ask around as much as you want. Li Qingxian hurriedly said with a straight face. The hands moved but didn't dare stop. Chapter 73 The Phantom of the Evil Sect appears. Black Mist House colluding with the corpse sect? Li Qingxian pushed and nudged at the same time. While he couldn't help but ask curiously, elder sister, what kind of cultivation is Big Brother he has? This is too fierce, isn't it? From so far away, a slap slapped that corpse king into slag and split the mountain open. At the mention of Zhou Yuqing, Yun Nishang's eyes also became complicated. With awe and a hint of doubt. I'm also not sure of eldest senior brother's true cultivation level. She gently shook her head. Within the sect, I'm afraid that no one knows the depths of eldest senior brother except for master teacher. However, she paused and seemed to be weighing her words. To cast a spell of that power just now through the pro-disciple token, across such a long distance, at least a late Yuaning cultivation is needed, maybe even higher. Late Yuaning? Even higher? Li Qingxian sucked in a breath of cool air, his heart thumping. He had previously thought that the Jindan realm was already very powerful, but he didn't realize that there was a Yuaning above it. Moreover, listening to Yun Nishang, that seemingly harmless eldest senior brother. Maybe it's a Yuaning stage bigot among bigots? Tanny clan, it really is a hidden dragon and crouching tiger. It's a good idea to hug yourself in the right way. After pushing and holding for a while, feeling the stagnation at Yun Nishang's ankle dissipate quite a bit, Li Qingxian stopped his hand. Okay, sister, try moving around a bit. Yun Nishang followed the instructions and gently turned her ankle, and it really felt much more comfortable, and her movement was no longer hindered. She glanced at Li Qingxian, her eyes were still clear and cold, but they seemed to be a little less detached than before. Thanks a lot. She whispered. Senior sister is polite, a show of hands. Li Qingxian grinned. The two men rose. Li Qingxian moved his muscles and bones, feeling that the severe pain in his body had eased quite a bit. It's so much better than just now. He was about to greet Yun Nishang and leave this hellish place together when his gaze unintentionally swept across the ground. The stone slab that was originally paved with a taiji pattern had now been smashed out by the corpse king's palm into a huge deep pit, with debris crumbling around it. However, it was right in the center of that deep pit that he noticed a hint of abnormality. Under the smashed remains of the slab, a pattern, partially hidden by dirt and debris, loomed out. The pattern took on a twisted black color. It was as if it had been carved out of some corrosive liquid. With an uncomfortably evil aura. Wait, elder sister, look here. Li Qingxuan's heart stirred and he hurriedly called out to Yun Nishang, who was about to take a step. Yun Nishang turned around suspiciously and followed Li Qingxuan's gaze. As her eyes fell on the black pattern, the originally cool eyes snapped shut. This is... She quickly walked to the edge of the pit and carefully recognized it, and her face instantly became incredibly grave, even with a hint of shock. This is the Black Mist House's logo. Black Mist House? When Li Qingxian heard this name, his heart was also aghast. It's those ratios again. Black Mist House? Li Qingxian was surprised. How could the Corpse King's matter be related to the Black Mist building? Yun Nishang's face was very ugly. She slowly stood up, her eyes complex as she swept over the broken pieces of the necromancer on the ground and the zombie debris around her. The Black Mist House acts stealthily and bizarrely. Their main goal seems to be the demon pills of the demon race, but secretly refining the Corpse King is not something that an unusual force can do. She mused for a moment, her tone carrying a hint of speculation and gravity. Refining a Corpse King, especially this kind of Corpse King that is close to the late Jindan stage, requires extremely profound evil arts and huge resources. It is not something that can be accomplished overnight. And this kind of tactic is very much like the style of the Corpse Sect. Corpse Sect? Li Qingxian repeated this name that didn't sound like the righteous path. A clan that has long been classified as evil by all the major clans, acting in a perverse manner, specializing in the art of controlling corpses, once stirred up a bloody storm in the immortal cultivation world, and was later annihilated once by a joint effort, but I didn't think there would still be any leftovers. Yun Nishang's eyes were icy cold, transmitting a hint of worry. If the Black Mist House colludes with the Corpse Sect, or maybe even the Corpse Sect is behind the scenes manipulating the Black Mist House, then the matter is serious. Why did they refine the Corpse King? Just to guard this place? Or is there a bigger plan? She looked at Li Qingxian, her eyes carrying unprecedented seriousness. This matter is not trivial. When we leave here, I must immediately report the situation to the clan and request the elders to make a decision. Li Qingxian nodded. He also realized that things were far more complicated than he had imagined. Originally thought it was just an unlucky accident of falling into a zombie nest, but I didn't expect that the Black Mist House and the evil sect were involved behind it. Moreover, the Black Mist building is after the demon race, after the disciples of the Tanny clan, and now they are here to refine the Corpse King. What exactly is their goal? Su Meng's pale and absolutely beautiful face flashed in his mind again. Could the secret treasure she was carrying be related to the schemes of these evil forces as well? Let's go, there's nothing left here. Yun Nishang took a deep breath and suppressed the thoughts in her mind. Li Qingxian responded, and without further delay, the two of them climbed towards the top by following the cracks in the mountain that had been split open. The mountain wind is howling and the sun is shining. It was a stark contrast to the coldness of the cave. As they climbed out of the cave and returned to the ground, the blinding sunlight caused Li Qingxian to squint his eyes. It feels so good to see the light of day again. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of two figures that had fallen to the ground not far away. It's Uncle Lu and Su Meng. His heart tightened and he hurriedly walked over with Yun Nishang in quick steps. Uncle Lu was only unconscious, with no obvious injuries on his body. Li Qingxian checked him briefly and confirmed that he had only fainted and was not seriously injured. The situation with Suman was much worse. She was pale without a trace of blood, her breath was weak, and her chest rose and fell very little. Obviously, it was the previous forced activation of demonic power coupled with the duel that had tugged at the injuries that were already extremely heavy. Miss Su. Li Qingxian was heartbroken. He hurriedly squatted down and held her wrist, probing a trace of his internal energy into her body. Her demonic Dan was even more dim. The meridians also showed slight damage. Her injuries have worsened. She must be properly recuperated immediately, otherwise I'm afraid that she will be left with permanent damage. Li Qingxian stood up and looked at Yun Nishang, his tone carrying a request. Fifth senior sister, do you think you can bring her to the drunken immortal residence in Qing'an province? The environment there is better, making it convenient for me to give her follow-up treatment. Yun Nishang glanced at the unconscious Su Meng and then at Li Qingxian, a hint of playfulness flashing through her cool eyes. Drunken immortal residence? You're quite good at enjoying yourself. She hummed lightly, her tone tinged with derision. What? Still keeping a vixen around? When Li Qingxian heard this, his face couldn't help but twitch. This iceberg senior sister, her mouth is still so poisonous. What are you talking about, senior sister? He had a righteous face. Miss Su is my patient. Patients don't discriminate between races or men and women. Her injuries are so serious, how can I ignore them? This is a healer's benevolence. Yun Nishang bristled, clearly not believing his rhetoric, but didn't say anything more. She reached out her hand, and a soft spiritual energy lifted Su Meng up. Okay, cut the crap and let's go. Li Qingxian sighed in relief and hurriedly helped Uncle Lu up. Uncle Lu woke up leisurely and saw the scene in front of him. First he was shocked, then he saw Yun Nishang and Li Qingxian, then he turned to be happy. Qingxian. You're okay? He shouted in a trembling voice. Li Qingxian briefly explained the situation to him and told him to go back to the government office first to report the news. After all, Black Wind Mountain had made such a big commotion, the government office side would definitely send someone over to check it out. Uncle Lu nodded in response and left with 1,000 thanks. Li Qingxian, on the other hand, together with Yun Nishang, took Su Meng and returned to Qinggan Mansion. Chapter 74, Shock. The scrappy young master brother was actually a talismanic Dao wizard. The drunken immortal. In the best compartment. Li Qingxian carefully placed Su Meng on the soft couch. He first fed her a bowl of his own prepared medicinal soup to stabilize her injuries, and then he performed acupuncture to unblock the stagnant demonic energy in her body. After working for half a day, Su Meng's face finally looked slightly better and her breathing became steady. Only then did Li Qingxian breathe a sigh of relief. Yun Nishang was sitting next to him, watching him go about his business with complicated eyes. She waited until Li Qingxian was done with his work before she spoke. "You are devoted to her." "She is my patient." Li Qingxian wiped the sweat from his forehead and repeated this reason. Yun Nishang didn't retort, only her eyes were meaningful. She pulled out a storage bag from her bosom and handed it to Li Qingxian. "This is the talisman material that was promised before." Li Qingxuan's eyes lit up as he hurriedly took the storage bag. "This time, with the Black Wind Mountain incident, you should know the importance of strength." Yun Nishang's tone was a bit more serious. "Although you are now a registered disciple, it is too dangerous to walk around without cultivation. Even if you don't formally cultivate immortality, at the very least, you should master some self-protection abilities. The way of talismans is indeed suitable for you. It's relatively easy to get started, and it can come in handy at critical moments." Li Qingxian nodded repeatedly. "Senior sister is right. This time I've realized it deeply." He looked at the talisman paper, talisman pens, and vermilion sand in his storage bag, and his heart leapt for joy. "How do I learn? Teach me, elder sister." Yun Nishang got up and walked to the table in the room, taking out the talisman materials and setting them up. The art of talisman is to induce the spiritual energy of heaven and earth with spiritual intention, and through a specific runic structure, to solidify the spiritual energy on the talisman paper, forming a talisman with specific power. As she spoke, she picked up the talisman brush, dipped it in vermilion sand, and slowly traced it on the talisman paper. When drawing runic symbols, you need to unite your mind and spirit and eliminate distracting thoughts. The outlining of the runes, the lightness of the strokes, the injection of spiritual energy, each and every part is crucial. She talked about a bunch of esoteric stuff about mind, intention, spiritual energy direction, and rune structure. Li Qingxian was listening to the clouds, feeling like he was listening to heavenly books. Yun Nishang frowned slightly when she saw his blank face. "Did you understand?" Li Qingxian scratched his head awkwardly. "Senior sister. This seems to be much more complicated than me treating people and grabbing medicines." Yun Nishang sighed. "No wonder, you are a mortal after all. However, you have been practicing medicine for many years, and your body contains a faint trace of internal energy, which is considered to have opened up some meridians, and your spiritual intent is also a bit stronger than that of ordinary mortals, so your starting point is much higher than theirs." She shook her head. "It's useless to talk about it, why don't you try it yourself?" She handed Li Qingxian the talisman paper she had just drawn. "You first try to draw the simplest exorcism talisman following the method I just used." Li Qingxian took the talisman pen and followed Yun Nishang's example, dipping it in the vermilion sand, taking a deep breath and focusing all his attention on the tip of the pen. He tried to recall Yun Nishang's explanation just now, trying to outline the runes according to the direction of the spiritual energy and the stroke she said. Yet when the tip of the pen landed on the talisman paper, he felt like he couldn't find his senses at all. Stiff, lagging, crooked strokes, and even more so, spiritual energy could not be injected smoothly. Snap! When his last stroke fell, the vermilion sand on the talisman paper flickered, then quickly dimmed and turned into a scrap of paper. Failed. Don't be discouraged, it's normal to fail the first time. Yun Nishang's tone was calm, as if she had expected it. The way of talismans requires repeated practice, and practice makes perfect. Li Qingxuan's brows were furrowed. He wasn't discouraged by his defeat. On the contrary, just as he was drawing the talisman, an aura suddenly flashed through his mind. He felt that the direction of the runes seemed to be somewhat similar to the human meridian diagrams recorded in medical books. It's just that the specific way the veins go and the way the acupuncture points are connected is different. He had studied medical books for many years and had long been familiar with the meridian points of the human body. Could it be that the principle of drawing charms is also related to human meridians? Without speaking, he picked up a piece of talisman paper again and dipped it in vermilion sand. This time, he no longer followed Yun Nishang's method exactly. Instead, with that feeling just now, he tried to visualize the outlining of the runes as if he was tracing the meridian diagram on the human body. He put aside those esoteric theories and subconsciously applied his pen simply by virtue of his sense of familiarity with the direction of the meridians. The tip of the brush traveled over the talisman paper, and the vermilion transformed into smooth lines. This time, he felt as if the runes under his pen had come to life, and a marvelous power was drawn into them. Although the power was so weak as to be almost imperceptible, it made him feel a sense of fit that he had never felt before. When his last stroke fell. Buzz! The runes drawn in vermilion on the runic paper instantly lit up with a dazzling red light. The light converged inward, eventually transforming into a talisman that emitted a faint fluctuation of spiritual energy. Became? Li Qingxian looked at this successful talisman in his hand, and his entire body was stunned. He jerked his head up to look at Yun Nishang, his eyes filled with surprise. Senior sister. I drew it? Yun Nishang had originally just looked at him calmly, thinking that he would have to fail at least a dozen more times. But when she saw the talisman paper light up and felt the fluctuation of spiritual energy radiating from it, her pretty face, which had been frozen for 10,000 years, instantly froze. The cool eyes were filled with incredulous shock. She stood up in a huff and quickly stepped forward, grabbing the talisman in Li Qingxuan's hand and examining it carefully. The structure of the runes was complete, and the spiritual energy was injected evenly. It was clearly a genuine evil-expelling talisman. How is this possible? Yun Nishang lost her voice and exclaimed, her tone filled with shock. She was a heavenly talent, and back then, in the sex talisman class, she was one of the few disciples with the highest talent. But even so, learning to draw the most basic talisman took 2 or 3 days before he could barely master it. She had never heard of anyone being able to successfully draw a talisman on only the second attempt. Moreover, Li Qingxian was still immortal. There was only a faint trace of internal energy in his body, and there was no spiritual power base at all. She snapped her head up, her sharp gaze like a knife shooting towards Li Qingxian with undisguised suspicion. Li Qingxian! Have you been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? Li Qingxuan's heart fluttered at her look, and he hurriedly waved his hands. Senior sister is wronged. How have I ever pretended to be a pig and eat a tiger? I'm just a mortal. He himself couldn't figure out how drawing a talisman according to the meridian sensation in the medical book had worked. Don't believe me. He hastily picked up another piece of talisman paper. I'll try again. He put aside his distractions and once again sketched on the talisman paper with that strange feeling. Smooth, natural, as if the runes were not runes under the tip of the brush, but flowing meridians. Buzz. Second talisman, successful. Li Qingxuan's heart was ecstatic and his confidence increased greatly. He struck while the iron was hot, picking up a third and fourth rune. Third one, success. Fourth one, success. He looked at the 4 talismans emitting a faint red light placed side by side on the tabletop and his face reddened with excitement. Was he a genius at drawing charms? However, just as he was about to pick up the 5th piece of talisman paper, suddenly a strong feeling of dizziness came over me. There was a blackness before his eyes and his body became unusually weak. He swayed, barely able to fall headfirst onto the table. Yun Nishang's quick eyes and hands held him up. What's wrong? Although she was shocked at Li Qingxuan's talismanic talent, she couldn't help but be concerned when she saw him in this state. Dizziness. No strength. Li Qingxian said breathlessly. You are really fooling around. Yun Nishang was a bit helpless and amused. Although drawing talismans doesn't consume spiritual energy like casting spells, it extremely consumes spiritual intent. You're a beginner, drawing 4 talismans in a row, your mental power has long been overdrawn. She helped him to sit on a chair and said angrily, alright, this is the end of the day, take a good rest. The matter of drawing talismans, just practice diligently, step by step, don't be too hasty. Li Qingxian gasped and nodded.